Well, hello everyone. You can zoom that out now. That was just for the intro shot. Welcome to the million subscriber live stream. I have a couple of surprises in store, as promised on my community post, which I shall reveal to you like this. Please welcome to the stream, Joe Foley of Unsolicited Advice.
Hello there.
Sheehan Quirk, the cultural tutor.
Pleasure to be here.
And
who am I again?
Brian Griffin.
No, Robert Griffin.
No, Peter Griffin.
Peter
Griffin from Family Guy. Dr. John Nelson from Behind the Gospels. Everybody is linked down in the description. You'll probably recognize them all as previous podcast guests. Joe Foley, of course, about to celebrate 500,000 subscribers himself.
About to, maybe optimistic.
500,000.
How far
No,
off are you?
I'm
Wow.
at 440 something, I think, at the moment.
440,000 subscribers. So everybody go and check them out. Somebody says that the audio quality is really bad. So what I'm going to do is see if I can work that out. Basically, everybody, I haven't live streamed since my 21st birthday. And so technologically speaking, I'm a little bit less than... Wait, video quality. Alex, can you see what it looks like on the stream? Okay, we'll try and get that sorted as quick as we can. But anyway, we are just going to hang out, maybe answer some questions, maybe watch some stuff, but I'm going to check this quality. Hold on, let me see what it looks like on here. Yeah, it's pretty bad quality. I don't know why. It's probably the internet. I think that when the internet gets better, the stream will get better. Sorry, everybody. There's not very much that I can do about that. But yeah, so...
So somebody's noticed the drawers already.
Somebody's noticed the drawers. Who here remembers the drawers? Does anybody here know what the drawers are about? I actually had to spend a significant amount of money in order to get these here, which was not an insignificant consideration. Thank you everyone for being here. How can I see the stats on this thing? Can we see how many people are?
Isn't there there's a little icon with a little eye in the corner?
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. Got about 1,000 people. Nice. Oh, awesome. So, chaps, how are you doing?
Good, a pleasure to be here. And also, I mean, I think I can speak on behalf of literally nobody when I say congratulations on 1 million subscribers.
Yeah, if you could just stay there just like that, and just stay there for the whole stream, that'd be great. Yeah. I think it kind of has to.
Oh my goodness.
Look at us, we got a 10-second delay.
It's really quite uncanny watching yourself 10 seconds behind.
Not the white socks, Alex.
Do you know what, man? Like, not the white socks. I literally, what did I say just before I came on stream? I was in socks, and then everyone else had shoes on, so I put some shoes on, and then I realised that the white. I'm going to go and change the white socks in a minute. Yeah, bloody hell. So, Sheehan, you put out a thread yesterday about what, the 7 circles of hell?
The 9 circles of hell.
The 9 circles of hell. What can you tell us about the 9 circles of hell?
Well, I mean, this is probably not what you want to hear, but I think the thing that we don't... Dante makes himself very hard to like, you know, right? Where it's very easy to sort of idolize him and think Dante, this great medieval poet, but the fact is he sort of basically created his own ethical worldview and then decides to put people in there he didn't like, you know, people who he knew personally, people who died, who can no longer speak for themselves. He just sticks them all in hell. And now we have this view of all these people as evil and belonging to hell just because Dante, who had the last word, being a writer. That's the first thing I think of, anyway.
I mean, which circle of hell do you think this most closely approximates? A bit like this room here.
What are our deadly sins, Sheehan?
Mm-hmm. Well,
The sort of the vanity of popularity, maybe?
I don't know. Well, I think Alex most resembles Odysseus. You know, always what? No. always yearning after knowledge. Because Dante put Odysseus in hell, which surprises people, right?
Yeah.
But I think for a few reasons. One of them being, when he was going past the sirens, he blocked up his men's ears with wax. But Odysseus wanted to hear the song of the sirens. He was curious. He wanted this forbidden knowledge, and I think Alex might be in that boat as well, in that literal boat as well, and also showing.
You started rereading the...
I just finished it.
Bloody hell, man.
The translation by Lawrence of Arabia. No less.
Oh, yeah.
A little known translation.
Oh, you said to me the other day that you would... Because I'd started reading the Odyssey like ages ago, and I got about halfway through it, and you told me that you started reading it and hoped to finish it before I finished it, even though I started it months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still only about halfway through. I'm a pretty bad reader, actually. Mm-hmm. Like, I've spoken about some videos about how I like hate reading. I like really don't like reading.
Well, you did read the whole of Peter Hitchin's book. Or at least half of it.
At least so they say. I don't know, man. Like I kind of really struggle to get to get through a book. Joe, you read like no one else I've ever met. Do you actually like doing it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My channel is just basically a means to justify my reading habit. It's just, I don't know, it's just what I've always... But I think basically it's just a result of the fact that I'm just like, I have very, very dull interests. I'm quite like,
It's like Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings, to supply a place for his languages. You created a YouTube channel.
Yeah, just to justify spending all of my time reading. It's like, but I've tried more exciting hobbies. One of my friends took me rock climbing, and I just thought, this is it just didn't quite resonate with me. I'm very much a sort of cup of tea, dusty book kind of person. Which we've talked about reading before. So you're halfway through the Odyssey?
Yeah, I started it ages ago, and then I kind of gave up because the only thing I ever really tend to read sort of properly or like consistently are the guests that I have coming on my show, because I feel like I sort of owe it to them, except of course Peter Hitchens, whose book I didn't even open. I did. I read most of it.
Is he still sort of tweeting at you intermittently?
Occasionally, there's a tweet that comes through. It's usually, I think it's usually prompted by somebody else, but I'm quite often tagged in something. Like the other day, he tweeted out something like about how he didn't like. He keeps saying that it's not that he was, that the reason that he didn't just leave immediately was because I made no effort to make him stay. Like he was trying to get something out of me. He was like, it's his robotic non-response that really enraged me. It's really, really weird. I don't know.
Well, you handled it very graciously, I think.
Well, I really didn't know whether to upload it. I remember at the time I was sort of, I think John, you were the only person
No comment.
who suggested maybe I shouldn't, because I mean,
yeah, I remember
he's my guest,
you called me. I was in Bulgaria, and
Yeah.
then you called me, and you'd invited me to be there because I'd wanted to meet Miss Hitchens. And then you called me. And
oh yeah.
Said that might not be possible.
Well, no, he called me and said, Sheehan, it's a good thing you weren't here.
I remember, yeah, because you wanted to meet him, and my poor friend who I enlisted to help me. So I got this this friend of mine. Check this out. Bang. I got this friend. Someone can actually move here, by the way. I only had you all over there for the big reveal. And unless you're all nice and comfortable, I feel a little bit lonely over here. I don't know.
And we can shuffle up.
John, this is like the atheist Hogwarts experience.
The poor black shirt guy hasn't got his
I
microphone.
think that's me.
Is that you? Well, I'm hearing you coming through here.
Everybody was coming through.
I think there's something up with John's mic. It doesn't sound like it's on.
Do they know that I am John? Do they think that?
Are you the black shirt guy? I mean, I'm
His shirt is black. We're all wearing bloody black shirts.
On the stream,
Well,
John's looks black.
Unless they mean me.
okay.
Oh, really?
I'm colorblind anyway, so.
Okay, whose mic
Testing,
is not
1, 2.
freaking working? Yeah, who are those two in the middle? Dr. John Nelson of Behind the Gospels, New Testament advisor on the Within Reason podcast.
The guy closest to you, which is me.
Okay, hold on. Let me go. Try that.
Hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. The Peter Griffin looking guy. Thank you. Thank you.
The problem is that
dear.
it's actually quite difficult to know how it sounds.
The irony that this mic is called Shure.
Yeah. Well, no, look,
Surely
it's
it's not going to pick me up.
this is definitely all completely my fault. I have no idea how any of this technology works. I'm running this whole thing through like a Zoom H6. So I have a feeling that you guys are only coming through one ear as well. But there's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid.
Polina.
I'm getting...
The last one was Polima.
Polima.
Yes.
Where's the... mouse gone?
Pomeranian. I'm Joe Fans too. Why is this on-
I'm Joe Fans too.
Okay, so-
Oh.
Somebody asked who Joe was dating.
Oh.
Joe?
Well, I remember last time we recorded a podcast together, Alex, the comments were primarily theorizing that we were dating.
Okay, so this tends to happen.
I've also experienced that.
It's just your raw sexual energy.
Yeah, I'd love to say that it's me, but it seems to only happen when I interview one of you three. Although I think because nobody cares about art, the episodes with Sheehan just get less views. But the last video that we did was one of my favorite episodes of the podcast, and I really wish that people were checking it out more. It was like, I thought it was really good. So if you haven't, I know you don't recognize him in the middle or whatnot, but go and watch the latest podcast episode. It's a really bloody good one. I wanted to ask Sheehan, have you seen, the Notre Dame?
Yes, I
reopened?
have. Yeah.
Have you seen Notre Dame's opened again?
Oh yes, I remember reading about it. I haven't seen many photos.
Have you seen? I think they've got a new altar. Have you seen the altar that they've
Not
got?
yet, no.
I'll see if I can find it. It's John's already sighing. Like he just
Are
like
you not a fan of the new
No,
decor?
no,
They haven't gone for a kind of Dada theme or something, have they?
Let's see it.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, Notre Dame altar. I can't see the screen. Recapture it. Hold on, everybody. I've just got to select the squares containing motorbikes before we can continue with this.
Didn't believe you.
You didn't take them all.
This is ludicrous.
Traffic lights.
Traffic lights. It's quite fun, actually. Got to select all the squares. But when it's like you've got to select all the squares with motorbikes,
Does it include the
does it
person?
include the person riding the motorbike?
This is,
That's a
fundamentally a
question-
question of phenomenology, right?
Of meteorology, I would say. Like, check this out. All right. I don't know.
Are you a robot?
Can I-
Yes. Yes, I am.
Can I do it like this? I think. Whoa! Look at that, everybody.
Ooh.
Look at this technology.
Oh, splendid.
What do you know? Like,
Whoa.
what do you think, everybody? Like, which one is the motorbike? These are definitely motorbike. Is this motorbike?
I reckon the handles, the one of the handlebars definitely motorbike.
But not the head.
Who is the cute guy on the left?
Not-
I think that's you, Joe.
Oh,
I believe that's you, Mr. Foley.
oh, that's very flattering. Thank you.
Even the laughter sounds expensive.
Do you know, this is actually a relative. Hold on, I'm going to picture in picture how it is. It is actually a
Thank
relative.
goodness some reprieve from the socks.
It's
says
a-
Giles.
I'm getting
Which
really
socks?
self-conscious about these socks. I'm going to have to take them off. Am I losing my mind?
It's
or is
actually
this,
a
like, the
double
most
transgression
This is-
insane
because
thing?
they're
This is the
white and they're
longest-
sports socks as well.
This is the
Like,
longest
am I
capture
getting
test.
this wrong?
I don't think that one on the far right is
Yeah, but
is
look, there's a-
crosswise.
there's-
It's got a tiny bit.
You know? Right, guys, this is a question for the philosopher. Like, what counts?
I
as the
think this is
gospel?
Google playing a joke on your meteorological nihilism.
That might also be true. Do you know what? I'm just going to have to give up on this.
Have you got a VPN on running?
Oh,
or
you know,
something? 'Cause
it's
sometimes
it's
that,
funny you mention that, Joe, because a VPN is actually a really good way for you to. No, I'm just joking. No, I actually I don't have anything running at the moment. Although,
I think that was the same photo from earlier.
hey, with three.
Oh, there it. So the
Okay.
handlebars didn't count.
I guess not. Okay, can we find this? Maybe it'll be in here. NPR might be able to help us out. Check it out. I
Oh,
mean,
wow.
it's gorgeous.
Notre Dame Cathedral's unveiled.
Good,
days
but
before its
there it is.
Oh,
There's the
no.
altar. There's the altar.
That is not an altar. No,
do you
that's
think?
not an altar. That's a font.
It's sort of a bowl.
That is a font. Surely.
I
It
think.
certainly looks like a font.
I
Oh my
think-
goodness.
I think it may
Even as
actually
fonts
be.
go, it's
No.
kind of weird looking.
Well, there is one in Norwich Cathedral, which is a kind of chocolate factory.
I know. Maybe it is. a
Basin.
Sort of what?
It's a basin from a chocolate factory,
What? And they just kind of threw it on there.
and they
thought it was
they
an altar.
donated it to Norwich Cathedral.
I suppose it's
and it
kind of
looks
so-
a lot
shows,
like that,
Shows new
but it's a
altar
font.
designed by French artist and designer.
I think that is completely theologically unsound.
Oh,
Because the
boy.
thing is, that people probably don't know, but Alex is actually pretty fluent in French.
yeah. That's right. At the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Yeah. So this photo says that that's an
Oh,
altar. Is
my
that is that
goodness.
an altar? I mean, I don't mean it looks like a font, but what do you think, chaps?
Is
Well,
it
I
is it
think-
actually being used as an altar? Or is
Well,
it-
that's the Aristotelian
Well,
perspective.
I don't think it tends only to be used as a tourist attraction. I think these days, but I think that they probably do a few
No, look,
ceremonial masses
Does they
every
not
now
still
and again.
bring out the? Because what's the relic they have at Notre Dame?
Is it the thorns?
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't have off the top of my head. It might be the thorns. No, it is the thorns. I think it's not. I thought it might be something to do with Mary Magdalene, but I think I might be thinking of a different one. But yes, the thorns.
I'm not sure. I saw something
people
about the
using
thorns,
that.
but I don't know. What is it with these relics? John, what's with the relics stuff? We went to the Sainte Chapelle, and they had. I can't remember what it was there. No, that's where they had the crown of thorns, wasn't it? They thought they had the crown of thorns in Sainte Chapelle. Is there like any truth to the like relics stuff? Like,
I think when some relics have been discovered to be false, they do actually remove them as having the status of relics. But I mean, there are like thousands of true crosses. So which one is the true cross? I mean, it reminds me of C.S. Lewis when he said that when you have to put real or true in front of something, you know that that word has lost its meaning. You know, oh, he's a real gentleman.
It's just like it's just that I remember a political theorist saying something very similar about the word democratic. But I think that's one that's often battered around. But I get what
The
you mean.
rule
Like,
of the mob.
yes, I mean
I've
I
heard-
find that there's I suppose real. I found real very very interesting as a designator, because it has this kind of, like, sometimes it just means true, but sometimes it means, significant. Like, I'm very familiar with the comment from my nearest and dearest to get a real job. And that's more than a designation of truth as regards kind of propositions. There's some normativity in that.
That which is socially accepted is a real job.
Yes, yeah. So this idea of like real seems to at least partly be an attribution of significance, as well as saying it was actually there.
Yeah. Someone says define truth. Joe, define truth.
Define truth. What, just now?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's reasonably so. Two-line answer really. I don't know. I mean, I think that maybe a real cop-out answer is to say that it's sort of is say that it's somewhat like polysemous, I guess. Like as in
what a cop out.
Well, as in
what a bloody cop out.
Well, as in it strikes me that because I often think about different definitions of truth, and obviously like the correspondence definition of truth is probably the one that most.
Yes, that which is true is that which corresponds with the Bible, right?
Well, I mean, usually corresponds
Alex.
with the external
Move
world, but
beyond your fundamentals.
You're about to storm out as well.
That would be a correspondence theory of truth, but primarily, there's this idea that there are correspondence relations between certain statements or propositions and certain stuff in the external world. But then recently I've been brushing back up on my kind of American pragmatism stuff, and C.S. Peirce has a really cool definition of truth, which I don't know how on board I'm on. How on board I am with it, but he defines truth as the kind of idealized end of honest inquiry, and his idea there was to try and bring truth a bit more like down to earth. So this idea of, well, if you've got a correspondence theory of truth, some people have worried, the skeptical worries kind of fall out of that, right? Because you've got this idea of, well, is this correspondence broken? How do I, you can read Descartes' demon a little bit like this way, right? He's saying, well, the demon is interrupting the correspondence relation between the statement or proposition and the external world. And Peirce is partly getting around that by saying, well, no, there's an idealized end of inquiry, and then that is what we call true, and we're constantly getting closer to the truth. And I think that's quite nice. Also, it doesn't mean that truth is relative, because obviously, if you want to answer a question like, how do I make a house stand up? The idealized end of that inquiry is not going to be like a matter of opinion. There are going to be things that make a house stand up. But that's off the top of my head.
It's so complicated. We've talked about my theory of global emotivism before, right? Haven't we? My idea that there is no truth, and that it's all emotive expression. That sort of imagine like emotivism about ethics, but writ large about statements. Okay, because like if I ask you, like, why does this trackpad exist? Or like, how do you know this trackpad exists?
Here we go.
Well, what would you say, naively?
No, I love it. I can't wait. I'm excited to see where you go next.
You would see.
Did you want like just a simple answer? Why does it exist?
Yes. No. Why do you believe it's there?
Sure. Okay. I guess the simple answer. I can see it.
Yes.
How's
and
that?
why do you believe that because you can see it, it's really there?
I don't know. I guess it's instinctive.
Because there is an omnipotent, omnibenevolent being who wants me to be able to trust my senses.
Does God have a mustache?
I think the chat wants some attention. Maybe.
If God is the maximally great being, does God have a mustache? That's the question.
Are there any gods that have moustaches?
Oh. I mean, you're the expert in this sort of thing.
Well, there's like as a matter of theology.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of hair when it comes to gods.
I've
moustaches specifically?
I'm pretty sure that there are some and this isn't a god, I suppose more of a kind of prophet, but there are some depictions of Zoroaster where I think he has some kind of facial hair or moustache or something. But I don't know if it's like a bare moustache. I think there might be some beard action going on there as well.
Okay, right. Alex is leaving
Alex
the room.
is off.
If anybody, if anybody wants to know anything about Alex, we will tell you. Please, somebody ask something about Alex.
It's a beard.
Debate who has a fatter ass. See, this is because none of us feel like we can take charge now. This is just an aimless sort of batting back of different. Where has he gone?
I think he's gone to change his socks. I think
okay.
The white socks of
the whites. The criticism has got to him. I mean, I don't know anything against white socks.
What do you think of his mustache? Okay, so I'll be honest. Sophie Lunt asks, what do we think of his stash? I think it suits him. I think it's far better than the beard. You may remember the beard he had when he spoke to Ben Shapiro. And I made the mistake of telling him it looked good, and in retrospect, it did not. The mustache, however, I think he looks bloody smart.
I like the moustache. I think it's I just quite like moustaches. You know, I used to have a moustache, but I can't grow a proper moustache. So I had to abandon ship on that particular venture. But if I could, then I would also have some kind of facial hair. What's your, because you looking at you now, you can clearly grow facial hair.
My mother actually told me this morning, I really think Alex needs to get rid of his moustache.
Oh, boy.
So I don't know if there's anything we can do about that. But,
Look,
I think that the difficulty is obviously the fascistic connotations to the moustache. Obviously, they don't apply in the case of Alex.
it's a
but
Gettier case.
It's a Getty.
Justify true belief that I'm a fascist because of my moustache.
His mother, no.
So,
Okay, they want to be entertained.
okay, then entertain them. Quirk.
But
I thought what
sure,
would-
go ahead.
I thought what could be fun is to watch something. I don't quite know how to. I was gonna like put on an old video and see if we could rinse it, but for doing so, notice I did actually change my socks. And also, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for me to comment on his live chat and pin. I want to pin a poll.
I see.
I could do it before we start. How do I do a poll on this thing? I don't think I can anymore. It used to be that you could do a.
Apparently, people want to know about your physical and aesthetic evolution, Joe.
What?
Somebody wants to know about your physical and aesthetic evolution.
Oh, actually, to be fair, I suppose I've changed the way I dress recently. But I
Really?
think I wear the same jumper for all of my recording though, because otherwise it's just
Dark academia.
I just like to minimise the amount that I have to think about. Well, not think about anything. I shouldn't say that from a philosophy channel, but you know, I like to minimise the amount to which I have to think about stuff like what I wear or what I do. I'm a real creature of routine.
Surely the philosophical thing to do then is to wear very little. In terms of, you know,
Whoa.
the ancient...
John,
the
you've
ancient,
got to stop saying this when we meet
I
up.
mean,
you
the,
know?
the ancient cynics, you know, they lived in accordance with nature. So they wore, you know, Socrates wore the diploida, which was this rag, essentially, and very little else.
I suppose that's something taken up by Diogenes. Because I like one of my favourite ancient philosophy beefs is between Diogenes and Plato. Because,
Well, let's hear about it.
well, just because Diogenes saw himself as the true heir of Socrates, at least is thought
And
to
was he?
have.
Well,
I mean,
what do
we
you
don't-
think? What do you think?
I mean, to a certain, to be honest, because it's quite hard to tell the veracity of a lot of claims about Diogenes, and to a certain extent a lot of claims about Plato, it's very difficult to say. But at least as the story goes, I do think that, you know, Diogenes seems like Diogenes, to a certain extent, seems like the qualities that got Socrates executed just like turned up to 100. And like, I really respect that about him. But you know, his famous story of him going into to one of Plato's lectures after he defined man as a featherless biped and throwing down a plucked chicken and saying, "Behold a man." But that's like that's kind of just sort of emblematic of a general beef between different schools of philosophy. But of course, partly because, you know, Plato. Well, at least again, the story goes that he had inscribed above the entrance to the academy. I think it's something like, "All who fear geometry don't enter here." It was something to do with maths. You know, it's a real kind of, and actually, you know, reading his dialogues, he's a real kind of maths head, which, you know, is as he should be. I'm also, well, I don't know that much about maths, but I'm very
Diogenes was a maths
enthusiastic
head.
about it. No, Plato was a maths head.
Plato.
Diogenes was much more concerned with this idea of, you know, with a kind of much more practical vein of philosophy, I suppose. I'm not suggesting that Plato is not practical, but as in Diogenes lived in accordance with his philosophy in a way that was very, very clear and very straightforward. And to a certain extent, I think he saw Plato as sort of not doing that, not living by this kind of Socratic spirit. You know, but again, it's always difficult to tell. Like I think most of the sources we have for Diogenes were written like 200, 300 years after his death. So it's very difficult to tell what is true.
And we have a lot of apocryphal literature.
Well, exactly.
I think,
It's like
written in his name.
yes, yeah. You know, like did he have that famous confrontation with Alexander the Great, where Alexander the Great offered him whatever he wanted, and Diogenes said, "I just want you to, you know, get out of the way of the sun." And there's another one to do with him and Philip of Macedon, where Philip of Macedon was meant to have captured him in some kind of battle, which again I don't know. Well, like somehow he got his hands on Diogenes. And Diogenes was apparently so clever, but also so acerbic, that Philip admired his bravery so much that he let him go.
That could have actually happened.
I mean,
right?
all
Because
of these could have happened.
Aristotle was Alexander's tutor. Was
Yes,
he not?
yeah.
This is, crazy.
It's yes, but it's no. So I suppose, but I think Diogenes. I mean, to a certain extent, though, I do think it's from a philosophical perspective. these legends about Diogenes may at least be reflective of the way that cynics were perceived at that time. You know,
What do you think about cynicism, by the way?
I suppose it depends what you mean by cynicism.
Is it-
Not
is
to
it-
be like really, not to.
No, sorry, as in capital C, Diogenes' brand of cynicism.
Yeah, I mean, I think that an underrated, or something that, well, I mean, it's not underrated kind of academically, because I think it's reasonably well appreciated. But in terms of like popular discussions of cynicism, I think people might not be aware of just how influential this was on later Stoicism. Like a lot of Stoic doctrine or Stoic beliefs are evolutions of prior Cynic beliefs, and I don't know, I can't remember the exact lineage, but the person who taught Zeno, who founded Stoicism, I think was a student of Diogenes, or a student of Diogenes. It's one of those two. It's sort of I remember reading that you can trace directly the kind of philosophical lineage of Stoicism through the Cynics, which I think is really cool. And it makes sense, right? This kind of idea of living in accordance with nature. They both have this very like fascinating kind of thing that happens in ancient philosophy, where nature isn't just a descriptive concept, it's also a normative one. There's not just an idea of like nature as stuff out there, it's also nature as that which should exist and we should live in accordance with.
Yeah, we can actually learn something from nature. It's a little bit like when we describe nature as an ecosystem. You know, we think about it living in harmony, and there's an order there that we should mirror in our own sort of personal lives and as a society as well.
Yes, yeah. I mean,
it's a really weird way of thinking about nature.
Yeah, I mean, how much of that is reflected in kind of later Christian traditions? You know a lot more about that than I do. How much does this kind of idea of nature as normativity come through?
Yeah, I think...
Sorry, go on.
No, it does come through in the New Testament and later writers. But I think the big shift with Christianity is that you get this sort of almost separation of philosophy and practicality. Because, you know, for the Stoics, it's very much we need to learn about nature so we can emulate how to live. But of course, that's not the case with Christianity. So in a way, you know, philosophy is sort of subordinated to faith, I suppose, or to Christian witness.
I suppose it's like if St. Paul said, "Emulate me to emulate Christ," Diogenes said, "Emulate me to emulate nature."
Yes,
which is, but it's yeah. I think it's very interesting.
I think the fact that sort of we have philosophy as this kind of very detached thing where we do sit on armchairs and it doesn't really affect the way we live our lives. I think that is probably the Christian heritage.
Right.
It's sort of a subordination of philosophy to theology.
Right. Okay. So, like, how much is, because again, you know much more about sort of theological matters than I do. Do you see much kind of like this idea of like practical theology? How much of that is wonderful?
They'll be able to tell you. But I'm
Sure.
trying to sort that out now.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Sorry about that. Actually, yeah, let's check that we're actually back. Set.
Yes.
Are we back?
Crash.
Are we back?
Happy
Someone tell us
Monday.
if we're back.
His girlfriend found out. Okay, I think we need some moderation here. Yes, I agree with Johanna.
Are we back? That's the thing that I want to go over.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Are we back?
See, my
Somebody says.
eyes are too poor to read the comments. So you're gonna have to tell me.
Do you wear glasses?
I do wear glasses. I've got my contact lenses in now, but they're too they're just still slightly too weak.
Sure. Anyway, continue, please. The two of you were having
well,
a
well,
So,
well,
St.
well,
Augustine.
discussion.
What were we talking about?
St. Augustine, I don't know, one of them.
Yes,
You know,
yeah,
the whatever pronunciation is. You know, this. If you're reading like something like the Confessions, or I mean, I've not read all of the City of God. I would like to. You know, there's a real kind of down to. There are clearly practical applications of this theological reasoning. I mean, because I don't know much about kind of theological writings like post 1950, and even then it's only like C.S. Lewis and stuff. I mean, how much of this kind of practical theology survives in modern?
Well, I think it does survive in theological colleges and universities. There are sort of practical theology programs, But I suppose, I am a descendant of Martin Luther in an academic sense. Martin Luther.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, he separated sort of being a priest and being a professor. At least I think that it was around that time that we start to get this separation, and then obviously sort of critical theology emerges. So the question that people ask you when you go off to study theology is, are you going to become a priest? And I think that people don't realise that you don't have to become a priest. You can just study it as something that's worth studying. But yeah, I'm absolutely baffled and amazed by St. Augustine's contribution in Confessions. Because it's this sort of mirroring of, this merging of the intensely personal and spiritual, and I think that's with the intellectual. So he's actually asking God questions like, "Where are you?" And then he'll have this meditation on God's presence and His nature. And I wonder whether there is something distinctly Christian about the idea that actually, to find God, I'm going to look inside the sort of the inner depths of my being. He says in Book 1 of Confessions that. That God is closer to me than I am to myself. So I wonder whether I wonder whether that is a sort of uniquely Christian idea. I mean, this is where my knowledge of the classical world isn't so great.
I mean, out of interest, what do you make of the last two books of Confessions? Because like reading it from a kind of naive, not having a theology background particularly perspective, like suddenly breaking into a commentary on Genesis.
Yeah, that's the Genesis thing, right?
Was like struck me as really strange, but I'm sure that there's an explanation.
Yeah, I don't know the sort of literary explanation of why he sort of launches into a commentary on Genesis. I don't know whether that was sort of a collection later or whether it was originally supposed to be part of Confessions. But it's an amazing commentary, and just shows how recent this kind of creationist reading of Genesis. Already Augustine is saying that how can we have these being literal days when God makes the sun and the moon on the fourth day, Dinesh D'Souza. So it's it's a really wonderful. I think it shows his genius.
There are some theories that Augustine was embarking on a commentary of the Bible. That the point was he was going to do at least a commentary on Genesis and possibly a commentary on the Bible, and that the Confessions is like the introduction, like the preface, and that he then abandoned the project, which explains why you've got this very, confessional sort of introduction to his life and who he is, and then randomly Genesis, as if he was about to go on.
It's almost the opposite of Saint-Chapelle. When we went to Saint-Chapelle, you see this amazing chapel in Paris where you see the sort of the whole of Scripture laid out in these little vignettes, and then whoever it was, King Louis or someone, sort of includes his own life as the sort of at the end of the story.
Really?
So it's a continuation.
Oh, what? There's this kind of is it painting himself as like a successor?
Well, and sort of tying himself into, I suppose, like the apostolic succession and that authority. This is kind of the opposite of that.
It's pretty cool to see. So I was just trying to sort out this live stream because I think
welcome back.
I think that the quality is. I hope you're going to get your
It's
guitar.
not an accurate
The quality is bad. It's the internet. There's nothing I can do about it. If it's bad enough that you literally can't hear us, then maybe we'll have to stop. But in terms of video quality, there just isn't really much that I can do. I'm afraid.
Alex, would you like to talk about the draws, maybe? Because
the draws.
there's been a lot of commentary on them.
Sure.
And you were very excited about the draws.
Yeah, well, the draws were like a channel meme from like 2017, 2018 or something.
And we are auctioning them, aren't we? On this, so put your bids in.
There's no
It
way.
all goes to charity.
It took me so long, firstly, to actually get a hold of them, and secondly, then just to get them in here. But I decided I was going to do it for 1 million. The thing was, I was going to do it for 1 million subscribers. That was the idea. Was we'll bring the draws back for 1 million subscribers. But I don't know if anybody here even remembers the draws because
There's been a lot of comments about the draws.
At
Look,
that-
love to see the draws.
that
lot.
And also,
time.
these draws made me an atheist has been quite a popular comment.
yeah, that's a pretty common one. The thing is, the draws will have been a channel meme back when I had like maybe 200,000 subscribers, maybe 1 or 200. So you know, if you know what's up, man, then you know what's up. You good?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I didn't know if it looked like you were maybe about to head off or something. Video guy Alex behind the scenes, by the way, helping to run it all. He is the extraordinaire that has helped grow within reason to 1 million subscribers. Because
He's also a lovely man.
that is also true. That is also true. In that order. Without him, we would not have done these episodes. You're texting me sort of every week, like, have you got an episode? The answer is still no. Yeah. Well, so thanks for the work. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how to get this situation working, because what was I gonna do?
Oh, draws inspired by C.S. Lewis. I was thinking this as well, actually, because it reminded me of
There
that
we go.
passage
That's what I
in
need.
Mere Christianity where he says, you know, what does it mean to call a line crooked or draws crooked, unless we know what a straight line is, you know,
That's what I need.
which is his argument from evil to the existence of God. You know, what does it mean to say that the world is evil unless there is a true transcendental good? I think it's still quite an interesting argument. I'm not sure what you think, Mr. Foley.
You're side-eyeing me. I don't know. There's nothing. I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, it depends. I perhaps maybe it's my interpretation of it, because I see it as primarily an argument about what the best way to explain moral intuitions are. Best way to explain moral intuitions is, sorry. And to that extent, I suppose I'm skeptical about whether God is the necessary answer there, or whether we can draw to something like, well, you know, successful civilizations just won't emerge from places that don't decide to not murder one another. You know, that's going to be quite a difficult. That's going to be quite a difficult program to sustain, and to that but the other thing, but I think that's separate from the argument that you can't have absolute morality without God, which again I'd sort of. I disagree with, but I disagree with it for different reasons. I think that it's a stronger argument is you can't have absolute morality under materialism. But I also think, you know, materialism and atheism aren't the same thing. I mean, especially when you start getting into like I'm pretty sure David Chalmers is an atheist, right? Yeah. And that's
I think
one of
most
the most
atheist
famous
philosophers,
non-materialists. Yeah.
most atheist philosophers believe in objective morality, which
That's
is interesting.
fascinating.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
been some surveys of like professional philosophy conferences. Or
Well,
something.
most philosophers are moral realists.
Yeah.
At least according to this was on like Phil papers like 3 years ago, so I don't know how.
It's such a shame that they can't ground it. But,
We can't ground it yet. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you're not a materialist, I actually think grounding is reasonably straightforward, because you can just you have a whole realm of Platonism to appeal to and stuff like that.
but can we be morally obliged to this realm of the forms?
I don't see why you couldn't be morally obliged to the realm of the forms, and in a way that I don't see why you wouldn't be morally obliged to the forms, but you would be morally obliged to God. Like, I don't quite know what the agential part does there for the obligation.
Okay. Are we ready? It looks
Oh,
like
right,
we
are
have
we?
the-
I was trying to explain where these draws came from.
I can see them.
I have some real techie issues here. Let me see if this works.
So the stream is still going.
Yeah, the stream's still going.
Yes, we're just providing entertainment while this
Where
while we get this up.
Well, it seems
Entertainment.
Well, we're providing noise.
I can be, it seems like I can be obliged to a person in a way that I'm not necessarily obliged to.
But can't
Say
you
say the law is
but
like a.
Can't he be obliged to a duty or something? Like as in I don't like it.
Well, the obligation, it seems like, is the duty. But
Right? Yeah.
yeah.
As in, like, if you think that duties just do exist in a platonic sense, like, I don't see why you then need an agent. I don't know, but
I would like you to read the title and description of this video, Alex.
Oh no!
I will say your prose style has evolved.
Oh bloody
I
hell!
think.
So I was trying to explain what this is.
Why
where
I, an atheist.
Yeah, where
I'm
this
afraid of
where this
two
came from. 'cause
commas in a single
I filmed this
video
video and like was sat in front of these drawers, and
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that if you scroll down, all of the comments are just about are just about the drawers. This is where it all came from. I mean, literally, I actually can't even see where it ends. I was born a Catholic. You see, I had no choice in the matter. It was predetermined for me by a mixture of factors, including my parents, my geography, and my culture. Fortunately, through the work of secular intellectuals, I later realized that there is more than one way of interpreting the universe, but the remnants of Christian childhood never truly go away.
Which
Not
are
bad.
secular intellectuals?
So, well, that's the thing. I guess secular. There was this like obsession with not calling yourself like, or thinking that atheism is just like a lack of belief in God, and so there's a lot of phraseology about like, you know, you talk about like secular intellectuals and secular progression and stuff, because if you say like atheist, it sounds too positive. But it goes both ways as well, because a lot of the time people say that like the Soviet Union is an example of a secular state, which is like the most unthinking thing you can do if secularism is to, if the government not having a hand in religious affairs. I think that sort of executing religious leaders is, to put it one way, having a hand in religious affairs. So I think I was probably kind of getting at that a little bit. I'm not really sure, but oh gosh, look at that face.
Sure.
Look at that
Well,
cashless
how old
face.
are you here? You look very young.
I
He does
think
look about 12. But
here I must be, well, what, 8 years ago? When's that from?
8 years ago. yeah.
2016. So I would have been 16 or 17.
Almost to
I
the
think
day
17.
as well. Almost to the day. 8 years in
yeah.
a week or so.
Yeah.
So I mean, when you look back at this version of yourself, I mean, what do you see? Have you
I mean,
changed a lot?
I think so. Oh, look, it's got German subtitles for some reason. I don't even know why. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, like, honestly, I feel like a lot has changed. Mostly on my top lip, but
I mean, what do you think are the main changes that you've had in your approach from like then to now?
I think that like, I don't know. John, what do you think?
Well, to quote Taylor Swift and Ed Sheeran, I think everything has changed, and nothing. That also means that nothing has changed. I don't know. I've known you for about half a decade, and I would say that in that time, I mean, I don't know how person I can be, but I think you have moved away from a sort of reductive, materialist place. We often joke that your right hemisphere is now sort of fully developed in line with your left hemisphere. You know,
sure.
the sort of I would call it the poetic turn. You know, if I was writing a biography of your life.
That's probably the biggest thing. Actually, is this opening up of the right brain. For want of a better term, like I used to just be like incredibly bored by anything like art or poetry or anything of that sort. But then I don't know what it was. Like it did kind of seem to coincide with taking psychedelic drugs, but it's hard to know if I was also just growing up at the same time, you know, because a lot of people experience that anyway. Joe, you're quite an analytical thinker, right?
That's the thing. As in, I think that because I cover mainly sort of existential philosophy and that sort of vein of stuff on the channel. My background is very much in kind of really hardcore analytic philosophy. Like kind of I did like mainly logic at uni, and I still stand by. I still think it's a very, very valuable pursuit. I think that, you know, if there was one thing that I could teach the entire world, it would be the first 3 weeks of a logic course, because like you don't need to get into all of the symbols and stuff.
That's the problem. That's the problem. It's like if you had the world's attention.
Yes,
for like 5 minutes, and you could tell everyone, you could give everyone a message. Doesn't matter where they are, people across the world. You'd be like, I would give them, you know,
well, just because I think
Hallback's logic manual.
You don't need to get into all of the kind of mathematical symbol stuff. I mean, that's independently interesting. At least I find it independently interesting. But I think that just the idea of putting things in propositional form, you know, premise 1 to premise n to conclusion, you know, that I think that is it's very, very helpful. I mean, to me, as learning it as like a teenager it was one of the things that got me really hooked on analytic philosophy and logic, was because I was like, oh God, like things now no longer seem like completely and utterly baffling to me. Now, I spent most of my childhood just really confused at everything I came across.
But there is a sort of deeply effective element to that, though. Like when you learn what a syllogism is for the first time, and you feel, I think, like for me it was reading William Lane Craig as a teenager. You know, you feel like there is some sense of control over what you believe, and some you you can really sort of put things clearly and assess things for the first time.
But I think
that's
that-
what it felt like to me.
But certainly, as I had a similar thing as Alex. As I've got older, I've spent a lot more time reading novels, a lot more time reading. I'm still in my kind of like really shallow hour reading it, which is like, which, you know, in hindsight is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever thought.
Yes, yeah.
But you know, it's important to own up to these sorts of things. But yeah, and certainly over the past few years, I've got much more into literature. I'm much more into kind of a bit more into art. I'm trying to crack poetry in a way that I'm trying to sort of learn a bit more about poetry. Like something that really helped me getting into literature was like reading a little bit about literary like tropes and God, that was an embarrassing voice break. A little bit about literary tropes and kind of reading a few different authors, then kind of getting inside the field a bit. And I kind of feel like I want to do that a bit with poetry. Like I'm starting to read a bit of Philip Larkin, which I'm really enjoying, and then I want to try and build out from there. But
Larkin was my introduction to poetry.
Yeah, I'm hoping
because
that it can do a
the
similar
thing about
A very depressing introduction.
yeah.
What's your favourite poem?
Look, man. But the thing is, or of Larkin's.
Or just any, or John Donne, or anybody really.
My favourite poem of all
From
time.
all my lame defeats, you know.
Maybe because
Yeah, the Lewis one was
a little
fun.
bit of poetry recital.
You know how much I like a Shakespearean sonnet,
Indeed.
but I do also like. I like the one that sprang to mind when you were talking about Larkin was I there's one that I wrote a song on the basis of, but it's a bit sort of vulgar, but it was like I can't say it's my favorite poem, but when you said of Philip Larkin, I really like Love Again. But of all time, it would probably be one of the ones that I keep reciting on stages and on YouTube videos, like either Sonnet 29 or potentially the Lewis poem. I only like the Lewis poem because it's so sort of functional, though. It's cool, it's kind of beautiful, but it doesn't like. I mean, I find it quite like.
Is the
telling of
functionality in the
Lewis.
penultimate line, take from me all my trumpery, lest I die?
Yeah, but
For your American audience.
It's just a good way to get across actually what we've just been talking about, which is the idea that it's not all about like analytical reasoning.
Yes.
A lot of the time. Like I think the biggest shift that I've had in my perspective to the way that I do YouTube here is that, like, honestly, I get kind of bored of arguments that are trying to identify logical fallacies everywhere. It's a difficult thing to explain, because if someone commits a logical fallacy, obviously their argument doesn't work. But there are some times where it just feels like if somebody's giving like a testimony, or if somebody in the Christian context, or if somebody's talking about a piece of art, or someone's talking about meaning in life, whatever, and someone says, oh, well, that commits to the fallacy of composition. It's sort of like, it just feels like something's not connecting.
I do think there's. Oh, sorry, go on.
no,
After
you
you.
go.
I do think there's an element of becoming disillusioned with the kind of like fallacy throwing, like the kind of, I call it like the magic spell approach to fallacies, where like, you know, someone will be like, oh, that's the fallacy of composition, and it's like, you know, they're saying it as if it's like, right, now your argument is dead, and it's like, well, no, because a lot of these fallacies are criticisms of necessary entailments. They're not saying that they're saying that the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow from the premises, not that the conclusion necessarily doesn't follow from the premises. Like the slippery slope argument's a really good example of this, right? It doesn't follow from, say, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good example now. But it doesn't follow from passing a law. Oh, the euthanasia one, right? Is we've had this in the UK, right? Recently, it doesn't follow from passing one law about assisted dying that all of the euthanasia stuff will, you know, follow from that, and it'll all be broadened out and stuff. But a lot of critics have been like, oh well, no, it doesn't necessarily follow, but they're worried about the pattern they've seen in other countries and stuff like that. And I'm not in a position to evaluate that argument, but those are two very different claims. You know, there's the slippery slope premise, and then there's a battle about whether that is properly evidenced by other things. And you said a similar thing with the fallacy of composition, right? It's like sometimes the
it does
composition of
actually,
two things
yeah.
isn't like it's not a necessary rule that the composition of two things will share the properties of those two individual things,
Yeah.
but sometimes it does.
So the fallacy throwing is saying, like, yeah, if I say every brick in a wall is small, therefore the wall is small.
Yes,
It's like,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
that doesn't. And in that case, you'd say, well, that's the fallacy of composition. It
Yes.
doesn't follow. But sometimes it just does.
Yeah,
like
my-
every
my-
brick is red.
So the wall is
And,
red.
and my church is red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, it has to be a church in St. John's case.
Red brick church.
But yeah, it like sometimes works. And so, although it is useful actually to point out that like this argument doesn't guarantee the conclusion that you want it to, it's often, I think it has this energy of like, now we've dealt with the argument.
Yes, and oftentimes the implicit argument of pointing out a logical fallacy is sometimes the argument, this particular argument has a logical fallacy, and it's so the conclusion is false. And of course that doesn't follow, because that's an example of, A implies B, not A, therefore not B, which isn't true, because C might also imply B. The inference again doesn't necessarily follow there.
Sheehan, if you had the world's ear for 5 minutes, what would you tell them? Presumably not a logic class.
No, I know. I mean, no, I think that the three of you are far more capable in that side of things. You're three very clever young men. Well, I'm curious. Talk. I mean, this touches on something you've spoken about many times, but take love, right? If you love somebody, I'm curious. Okay, it does seem
hold on, because it keeps cutting out. Seen better video quality on ISIS TV. Yeah, thanks, guys.
well.
Oh, this is crazy.
I think the chat would like some attention. There's a lot of questions.
Yeah, so I've
some
noticed.
of them good, some of them not, and perhaps a little bit of moderation. I don't know how that would come about, but
I'm trying to do that. Yes.
Oh, can you do it?
Oh, wonderful.
I can, but
Hey,
what do I?
I don't know. Just
you're a sensible man. I'm
delete
sure you can-
delete the crap. I haven't really been keeping an eye on the live chat.
Sure, but
This is probably-
I think they might like some attention.
Probably to my
There's
shame.
some
Yeah,
questions.
so there have actually been some live chat, some super chats coming in, which,
Yes.
as I've looked down at my phone, I think they only stay for a certain amount of time, and I don't think I'm just able to see all the ones that have come through. But I tried to sort of keep a note of some of them that have come through.
So someone says, Alex, why did you stop making music? Perhaps.
Well, I didn't.
Did he stop?
Did he? So well, perhaps today. Could there be some music today?
Potentially, but John forgot his guitar.
Do you also play the guitar?
I do.
You should hear these two sing together.
You're
It is.
a 1 million man by Starling.
What?
You're a 1 million
Oh, by
man
Starling. I hadn't even thought about that. That's not a bad idea.
It's some music.
Alex is a brilliant singer.
I didn't
and
stop-
songwriter.
and songwriter,
as well.
lyricist.
I didn't stop making
multi-instrumentalist.
music.
Actually. He's a multi-instrumentalist.
Gosh,
Like
you made me
his
blush.
philosophy, it's all a little nihilistic, but
Yeah.
it is nonetheless very beautiful.
It's,
and
it still exists. It's not. Where's the camera? It's not gone anywhere. I have music online. If you type in like Alex O'Connor music, I'm sure it will come up. But I just stopped posting it. I just haven't gotten around to. I've got songs that I'd like to put out into the world, but there's this thing about like person known for X thing suddenly decides they want a music career, which is like inherently cringeworthy, I think. And it has to be.
it's like fighting Mike Tyson.
Yeah, yeah.
When are we going to get you in a kind of boxing ring with?
I don't know
gymnasium.
I don't know who it would be with. I couldn't fight you, Joe.
I don't think you would. I'm not really
You're
much
like the
of a
most.
fighter.
You're not like the most rich.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
But you're also just like absolutely ripped. We went to the gym once, I think. I remember.
Oh yes, that was lovely.
I'd like injured my elbow somehow. I think I'd like arm wrestled a friend and I had some kind of injury. Do you remember like you?
Yes, yeah.
thing
'Cause
had
I
in my
tried
elbow.
to give it
But
a.
it was so embarrassing because like when we shot that episode of questions atheists can't answer, and we were like, let's go to the gym afterwards. This will be fun. And we got on the bench press, and it was like the first rep that I tried to do, my elbow just wasn't having it.
I mean, you look like you were in quite a lot of pain.
So I was like, Joe,
It was at the elbow. I mean,
No, but that's the thing.
you were
Like,
injured.
we go to
You know,
the
this
gym and we get in the gym, and I'm like, okay, Joe, spot me. And literally on the first rep, I'm like, help. I look like a fool, but it was because of an elbow injury. So it's like what they say, I could have gone a pro footballer if I didn't have that leg injury. That's like me in boxing.
Would you fight Jordan Peterson? Someone's asking.
That would be a bit sort of Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
both
I mean,
of us
you
are
already
probably
have,
in
but-
similar-ish physical condition, but he is probably. But then he does have the. Does he have the height advantage? I actually can't.
Well,
I can't
you've
remember.
met him. I mean, you look about the same
You
height.
have the height advantage.
Do you think?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Peter Hitchens. Yeah, I'd have him.
That is the obvious choice.
I'd have him
Just,
for breakfast.
just lure him there again on false pretenses.
Yeah.
It'll be the drug test for the boxing match. I want to put out more music, but what I was gonna say was that like, did you know that Jackie Chan had a music career?
No.
No.
Jackie Chan like put out music.
Was it good?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it was alright. Like it wasn't bad.
Oh,
But
nice.
it's still you're just still watching it. Like what is this? You know, what's he playing? At?
Well, 100 years from now, what would you like people to? Do you want to be remembered as what? A YouTuber, as a
I wanna be-
singer-songwriter, as a?
Remembered as the guy that brought the moustache back. I don't know. I don't really think in those terms. I think it's quite self-indulgent to think
Sure.
in terms of.
But it'd be a bit fun. But it's
Think in
way
terms of
framed the
legacy.
question about.
This is a 1 million subscriber party. So if you're going to say what you're going to write on your epitaph, yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
maybe now's the time.
I don't know because YouTuber doesn't really feel like if someone has on their gravestone that they were a writer or a musician, that seems to make some sense. YouTuber feels ridiculous, but maybe one day that will be like you could see broadcaster, like television broadcaster on a grave, and that would be kind of fine. Maybe one day YouTube will be
Well, although
normal
you were referred to as a writer by the Republican
by Vivek.
yeah,
Vivek
yeah,
Ramaswamy.
yeah, who I believe is a fan of yours.
Yeah. By the way, I the other day someone sent me a reel of Vivek, basically like word for word copying my analogy about science and God's existence.
Oh, which one was that?
About
it's really good.
about how so Joe, if you were like walking and you discovered this like book of Shakespearean sonnets.
Oh, I have heard.
Yeah,
you
and-
yes, yes.
And so it's this idea that you could like trying to figure out where it came from, study the text, and you might start discovering laws like the law of punctuation or things like iambic pentameter. And I used those two examples. I said iambic pentameter and I said law of punctuation. And then somebody said, where did the book come from? And you say, well, I don't know, but look at all these laws of literacy that we're discovering. Surely one day we'll get to explain the book. And that's kind of like what the scientific method does when it says, you know, where does the universe come from? Well, look at the progress that science has made. You know, we've got the law of gravity, we understand like nuclear physics, we understand magnetism, whatever it may be. And surely eventually, you know, we'll explain where the laws come from. It's like looking for the origin of the book in the laws of literacy. That was the analogy. And Vivek like put out this reel where he says, imagine you're like walking through a forest and you come across a book of Shakespearean sonnets.
Oh, so it didn't even
and-
change the author.
No, I think it was Shakespearean, but he particularly pulled out iambic pentameter and he pulled out punctuation, and I was sort of like, cool, but like, come on, that's like definite. And I was sat
It
there.
reminds me of the many times you've stolen things that I've said.
But no, yeah. In fairness, I was the full stop of this point is that Vivek actually does credit me in his book. He credits me by name. And then in this interview, he says, "Oh, it's this atheist guy that I'm quoting. It just didn't make it into the reel." Because I was sat there like, "Am I going crazy? Like, am I like?" It's possible that we both just sort of thought of the same kind of, or he's heard it somewhere else. But I was like, could it be? And I really didn't know. So I posted on Instagram about it. Which, by the way, I wasn't salty. I was kind of joking, but it came across like I might be a bit salty. So I'm sort of like, nice analogy there, Vivek. It wasn't like I wasn't like being angry. I was just sort of like, oh. Yeah, where'd
But
you get
the
that from?
curious thing being, when he quoted you, he said writer and YouTube, Alex.
Writer
O'Connor.
and
So I don't know
YouTuber.
where the hell he got the idea that you're a writer from.
Well, I've done, 2 pieces for Unheard. I have a Substack, alexoconnor.com.
And you're a very fine writer as well. The piece about music I enjoyed particularly, about there being too much music everywhere.
Yeah,
was- if people haven't read it, I do urge you to read it. It was
I think that's probably true that we do too much with music. Same thing with perhaps photographic reproduction, which is something we spoke about in our last podcast about my hatred for what photography has done to art. I think there should be a ban on it. I went into the National Gallery in Washington DC like last week or the week before, and they've got, I think it's the only Da Vinci in the Americas, which is kind of cool. And I was like, I wonder what it will be. Like, I didn't know what painting it was. And I walk into the museum and I take a right, and there's this big sign with like a picture of the painting and like an arrow. Like, it ruined that sort of reveal of what the painting is. Because then when I went and saw it, I was like, oh, there it is. That's the one. I walked up. But the thing that I was enjoying then was being in the room with the Da Vinci painting. It wasn't just enjoying the painting. And anytime you see this, we talked about this on our podcast where we said, like, if you go to a museum and you ask at the end of going around, like, what was your favorite painting? No one ever says, oh, my favorite painting was, the Mona Lisa or Liberty Leading the People. It's always some painting that they like turned around a corner and saw on a wall and had never seen before. And we're like, whoa, what's this? And they like take a picture of it and then take a picture of the little explainer card because they don't want to forget it because they literally wouldn't know how to look it up again. Like, that one was cool. Like, because when you're in the gallery, before like photography is invented, the thing that you're enjoying is just the image. Now you've seen the image, the thing that you're enjoying is the authenticity of the physical object. You are revering an idol. You are not sort of pointing your adoration towards that which is justly adored.
I mean, but to be the modus tollens to your modus ponens, does the image not give you a richer appreciation of being in the room? You know, why did you go in that room in the first place? It's probably because you'd seen an image of the Mona Lisa, everyone was talking about it, and you wanted to see it as well.
That's true, but the problem is that photography is a literal, like, perfect reproduction. That's the thing that makes
Not always.
That's the thing that
If
makes
you'd been to Buckingham Palace and didn't hate the monarchy so much, you could have gone to the King's Gallery where you can see all these beautiful portraits, photographic portraits of the King and the royal family, and they are just slightly edited. You know,
but I mean
Middleton showed us.
specifically photos of painted art, right? Because there was a time, right? So like, you know, there can be famous paintings that are sort of copied and people have heard of them or whatever. But there was a time, people struggle to remember this, I think, that there was a time when you literally could not see something like the Mona Lisa, that you just couldn't see it. That the only time you could see it is if someone else was like trying to copy it with their own hand. There was no photographic reproduction.
And the funny thing being, like, very few people would have seen it. I mean, the Mona Lisa, Leonardo took it to France with him when he went there in 1516, invited there by King Francis I of France. So I'm not sure if actually the woman depicted, Lisa Gerardini, the woman who was depicted in the most famous portrait in history, she never saw it completed. You know, Leonardo took it with him from Florence when he went up to France.
I didn't know that.
And and then also Leonardo was never paid for it. It was commissioned by her husband, I think Francesco del Giocondo or something. So he was never paid and she never saw it. He took it to France, and then it was in the possession of the French royalty for the following, 200 years or whatever, until 300 years until the Revolution. And at that point, it was just in the palace, in the castle of Fontainebleau, I think. So it's funny to imagine the Mona Lisa had been seen by a handful of people, the king, his court, some friends, and that was it for all these centuries. And suddenly now, you know, probably never before had there been a painting which had been seen by millions of people, unless it was in a church, really, or a mural outside a building, or something like that.
You told me once about like Van Gogh's works after he died. Spent a lot of time just sort of like piled up in a living room somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's so funny to imagine. So after Vincent van Gogh died, his brother Theo, his beloved brother Theo, died 6 months later. They were devoted to each other. Theo dies. So Theo's wife, Jo, inherits everything. All of Vincent's paintings, which Theo had inherited, Jo then inherits them. And she had a child, the young Vincent, who they named after her brother-in-law. It's Jo and her child. They're in Paris. She's got this apartment filled with hundreds of Vincent van Gogh's paintings. And people are saying to her, look, Jo, she's going to go back to the Netherlands, to her hometown. You know, you might as well sell them for what they're worth. Get a few thousand francs if you can. And then she decides to keep them, and she dedicates her life to making Vincent kind of the superstar he is today. You know, she organises exhibitions in the Netherlands. She edits and translates and publishes his letters with Theo. She builds the legend, and then such of these paintings then become worth millions. But the funny thing is, at that point in time, you had Jo van Gogh surrounded by these paintings, which were worth a pittance then. But now, of course, to have 200 paintings by Van Gogh.
Is that image of them just like...
Yeah. Imagine. Oh, yeah,
he's like complete...
300 literally.
Is Eel?
What do you mean?
Why did he do it?
Oh, I'm not. I can't talk with certainty about it. You know,
Would you ever cut off your ear
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
for someone?
I love the
I would.
of course. Just like no hesitation at all.
For somebody.
Yes,
Oh,
for somebody.
I would do anything. I would do anything for love. I would do anything for love.
Wow.
You know.
Like meatloaf.
The comments are saying it's hard to listen to. It's lagging that much.
Really?
Oh.
Is it that bad?
Audio broke.
Let me see.
Alex, thoughts on Jeff Buckley?
Audio broke.
Worst stream quality ever.
Yeah, sorry about the quality, everybody. This is in and out.
I can see.
Oh gosh, it is bad. I'm just logging onto the actual stream. It is bad. It is.
Oh yeah.
No, thank you. I
We-
might go and get a coffee or something in a minute.
Keeping
Or-
drinks in
or-
the drawer.
Pretty bad. I think. Yeah, I think like we'll just keep going and see what happens. Actually, maybe I'll try changing the internet. Hold on. It
If
says
a few of
people
you
are saying
spammers can drop out, that would be marvellous.
people are saying it actually needs to change. Let me try changing the internet here. We're going to disappear for 5 seconds. Let's see what happens. Because otherwise it just doesn't work at all. Okay, we should be back now. The annoying thing is we're looking at StreamYard, which means we're seeing just like I guess the video feed. I'm not seeing what the actual quality of the stream is, so I don't know when it's like messed up.
I think that pixel might be Alex.
Oh boy, dear. I don't even know if it's back.
Yeah, it's back.
It is?
It's the same. You're back. It's better.
Oh, okay.
It's 28 pixels now.
All right, that's good.
Oh,
It's
wonderful.
28 pixels now, everybody. Yeah, whatever, man. Where were we? We were talking about art. And I can't remember why we were talking about photographic reproduction. I was trying to make the point to you, John, that because you're like, oh well, this isn't always the case. The thing about the photographic reproduction is that it is exact. You see, like exactly.
It's not exact. Look at this.
You see
Look
exactly.
at this. It's only 28 pixels.
I mean, yeah, you make a good point.
But you see, okay, so maybe if it's
This
about
is
photo
the
or-
world you want. You want a world in which people can't see.
But at least it can be perfectly reproduced, which means that if you open a book or you look on the internet, you can see the Mona Lisa in better detail on your phone than you can see it at the Louvre, because it's behind. I mean, oh, you're looking at it through a screen. Well, you're looking at it through a screen at the Louvre as well, because it's behind like bulletproof glass and it's about a mile away from you, and it's like the comparison I've made is it's like going to a gig, like you're going to see Coldplay or whoever it is you listen to, and before the gig plays, they're like playing their music like out of the speakers as people are piling in. People go out of their way to not do that, specifically because it kind of like ruins the experience. It would be like the weirdest thing you could do. But now imagine that not only that, but they're playing like a live, somehow a sort of magical live recording of the exact performance you're about to hear through the speakers as you're coming in. And then when the show actually starts, you have to stand at the back of the room and you have to put like muffled headphones in. You can't really hear what's going on. That is the experience of the modern art gallery.
I think the only thing that might survive this is I've definitely had like the difference between seeing a picture of the Sistine Chapel and seeing the ceiling of the Sistine.
It's much less impressive in real life. The one thing
Yeah.
you can't tell from like a picture on your phone or in a book is the size of paintings. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if you- one of your favorite paintings, you bang on about it all the time. At least is the Arnolfini portrait. You know, it's surprisingly small.
Yes.
You know, the famous convex mirror. When you see it in person, you're bloody. You know, it's barely
You
5
realise why
centimetres
that's
across.
impressive.
You realise why it's impressive, yeah. And I don't think you can get that sense from. But
Yeah.
sorry, Joe.
No.
Same thing with
I
the
think you'll be able to make the point
the
much better
Salvador
than I can.
Dali, the what's it called? The famous one,
The
time,
persistence of memory.
persistence of memory is also like pretty small. And then you go and see the coronation of Napoleon,
Sure.
and it's just like unfathomably big. Same thing with Washington crossing the Delaware. I remember when I saw that for the first time as like a teenager, I was just like blown away by the size of the thing. But then again, I mean, that's a different experience, because those kinds of paintings, the big ones, are kind of supposed to be impressive by size. It's a bit like a building. So I'd compare seeing the Sistine Chapel ceiling, or even some of these paintings, more to like going to see the Sagrada Familia, or seeing like, you know, the Westminster Abbey or whatever, than it is going to see the Mona Lisa. Because Mona Lisa is about what you expect, and yet somehow worse.
Have you
You
seen
know,
the Mona Lisa?
I've squinted at it a few times, you know, like I have.
How clearly can you see it behind all the layers
Like
of glass?
it's not bad. It's like, obviously it's behind glass, but the glass is see through. Like, you know,
Like most
it's fine. On a busy day, they tend to sort of shuffle you along. You sort of feel like, and it moved room for a bit, so I don't know what it's like now. But you tend to sort of like, you feel you're like in a queue, and you can see it the whole time. It's in the distance, so you get a fair bit of time being able to squint at it. But you get up to the front, and you get to actually like be in front of it. But you kind of feel like you're on borrowed time. You're like, you know, how long am I going to have? You can't like enjoy it, you know.
I say chin, because it's something. Cause I don't know if you guys. Sorry if I'm just making rehash something that you said in that podcast. But why is the Mona Lisa so famous? As in, because I mean, it's cool, right? But it's also sorry. Are you off?
Alex is leaving.
Alex.
Enjoy your dinner.
Before you leave, could you get me a diet iron brew from the fridge?
Dinner or tea? But did you say dinner or tea for your
It's
moving
actually
meal?
an iron brew extra.
Dinner. Oh, sorry.
It's very, very different from a diet iron brew.
This episode is brought to you by.
Yeah, but how did the Mona Lisa come to
Is
be
it because
this
it got
kind of-
stolen?
A lot of that is a lot of the reason. Yeah, I mean,
Thank
it
you.
was. Are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, please just come into stream unless you want to be anonymous.
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen,
you should. You really, it's
Ladies
such
and
hard
gentlemen.
work.
I like your
photographer,
jacket.
videographer extraordinaire. There he is.
My ass.
Catch a glimpse of his ass. It's better than his face, ladies and gents.
The platonic Alex behind this material, Alex.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Cool.
Okay.
Bye, boys.
All right,
Okay,
man.
Take care.
See you
Alex.
later.
See you later. Thanks for the help, man.
See you later.
For sure, man. See you later.
See you later.
Bye. Okay.
Gosh, now we're really in the
Alright.
thick of it. So yeah, it got stolen, right?
Yeah, so reputation. He wasn't one of these people who was sort of obscured and forgotten about for centuries. He was, from the very beginning, widely regarded as a genius. But obviously, to say that about the 15th or 16th century means something a little bit different to what it means now. But in any case, yeah, the Mona Lisa was known to be one of his paintings, but it had nowhere near the same status it does now. And it was in 1911. It was stolen by Vincenzo Perugia from the Louvre. Because when during the Napoleonic Wars, Napoleon stole loads of art from France, from Italy, and brought it back to France. And Perugia maybe seemed to believe that the Mona Lisa had been stolen by Napoleon, and he wanted to take it back to Italy. He was an Italian who worked at the Louvre. He got a job. He used to make frames for paintings, and he decided, I'm sure it was 1911. He just walked into work one day, basically waltzed in, took it off its frame, wrapped it in his jacket, and walked out.
That's amazing.
And then it went missing for 2 years. And obviously, this was a huge international. Art theft is always thrilling, right?
By the way, it sounds like that's an insane thing, like just walking into the Louvre, walking into a museum and taking a bit of art. But like, security at museums isn't actually that good. Have you seen those YouTubers who've like put up paintings next to the Mona Lisa?
So when somebody's like taped a banana to the side of an art.
Yeah, so this kind of stuff happens all the time, like, especially in contemporary art museums. People will like paint. Someone just donated, like, I think the equivalent of about £1.50, a little something to help Alex get better internet. Thank you. We'll put that to good use. I am trying to keep track of some of these live chats, by the way. It's just if they appear briefly, I might sort of miss them. Yeah, the last
Just
4
4
pixels
pixels having fun.
fighting. But you know, as long as we can be heard, I think that's the main thing. Yeah, like people will go into modern art galleries and like tape a banana to the wall to make a point. But also, who's that YouTuber? Is it Nico or Milana? I think is how you say his name, like went into the Louvre with a painting like of himself and just stuck it to the wall in the same room as the Mona Lisa. And it was just there for ages, and people would come up and they were a bit, because it's a bit of a silly painting, people were a bit suspicious of it. And eventually, I think he basically like rats on himself, because he like got away with it, but he wanted to take it home. So when he goes to take it off the wall, that's when
security guards are
that's
not
when
taking
there are
that.
like there are like questions. But yeah, he just sort of walked in with it in his jacket and just stuck it on the wall. It's kind of insane. I don't think it's the same thing with the Just Stop Oil people throwing stuff over art. It actually takes a fairly long amount of time for security to show up, because if you've been to a gallery, it's not like you're in a bank. You know, you're just walking around. The Scream is the example I can think where the security guy like jumped in immediately. Did you see that? Somebody tried to glue themselves to the Scream.
Was presumably that's behind glass and stuff.
Yes.
As well,
So apparently Just Stop Oil specifically choose paintings, at least Just Stop Oil, that are behind glass, because they want to be provocative, but they don't actually want to damage the art. I don't know if it would stay that way if this doesn't work, but there is something kind of commendable and awesome about that, because they know that it's going to be perfectly safe, but they also know that it's going to feel like you're throwing soup over this sort of priceless
You did an interview
painting.
with Just Stop Oil,
I
didn't
thought you could say you did that once, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I remember seeing in the National
Yeah,
Portrait Gallery.
I think I was the first person to do a long form interview with Just Stop Oil, like in the world. They'd done like TV spots and they were just getting like shouted at by Piers Morgan and stuff like that. But I wanted to sit down.
So you
and
had something to bond over.
Exactly. In fact, it literally, yes. Like we that was why I think we kind of got on. But the question I had was like, you know, why don't you use violence? And he said, we're very clear, you know, we don't use violence. There's no way that we're going to ever use violence. And I said, well, why is it that you're throwing soup over paintings? And they were like, well, because we have to. Because we've got no other choice. We don't want to be sitting on motorways. We don't want to be disrupting the theatre, this kind of stuff. But we have to. We've got no other choice because the climate crisis is happening. And I'm like, well, what if that doesn't work? Like, are you just going to say we've got no other choice but to take hostages? And if you say no and there's like a principled line in the sand, like, why? You think like, you know, not taking hostages is more important than the destruction of the entire world as you see it? It's a little bit interesting why that line, which politically is like very common, you know, violence is like a big step. But like, I think in principle, philosophically, if your justification for the whole thing is like, I don't want to do this, I don't think I really should be doing this, but I have to, I've got no choice. You know, how can we trust that you're not going to start taking hostages at some point in the future? That was the kind of line of questioning I had, and I don't think, I'm confident that they won't. I know that much, but I'm not confident that that's a super
they
well thought out
probably
philosophy.
have caused the deaths of people, haven't they?
Well, that's the
by
thing.
holding up bridges and, you know, roads.
Yeah, I mean, they have a
So-
so-called blue light policy, which means that they sort of can, like, get out of the way if you know, ambulances are coming or whatever. But it's like, firstly, it's going to delay them a bit. Secondly, sometimes I think there's still been
I
problems.
mean, if you're driving an ambulance, you're not going to go into a protest, are you? So
No, but
it might
they're
take-
like on the roads, you know, like they don't know that they're going to be there. And then it's also like, I mean, there was a woman who was stopped by Just Stop Oil on the road, and she gets out of a car and she says, "I've got a baby in the car. I'm trying to get to the hospital. Get out of the way." And they don't move. Now the thing is, she could have been lying. She could have just been saying that because she just wants to get through. But they didn't even like register it. If that woman has a baby in the back of the car that needs urgent medical care, that baby could have died. And like, this is the question I was asking. I forget the guy's name, the Just Stop Oil guy, but it was like if that baby had died, would you still have this attitude with me of like, well, look, you know, we don't like doing this, but you got to understand, you know, fossil fuels, like, it's tricky, man. Like, I don't know, but that's the philosophy of direct action, right? Like what right do we have to do civil disobedience, and how far can we push it? I mean, presumably there'd be an issue which is important enough to you that you would probably be willing to stop traffic, to, you know, jump on the stage at Les Mis. They're also very clever about what they pick, because like they interrupted a show of Les Mis, and Les Mis is all about, you know, like revolution and resistance and this kind of stuff. So at the end they're all singing. I think it's when they're do you hear the people saying stuff, and just Paul like jump up on stage, and it's sort of like, you know, what do we do here? So they're actually quite clever in the way that they pick things. I think also they're copying the suffragettes. The suffragettes actually took meat cleavers to paintings. They're like slashed open. I can't remember which painting it was, but that was done, and they sort of took inspiration from that, and they actually did damage the painting, but history looks back quite fondly on the suffragettes, and so they, as so many social justice movements do, they think basically one day, although you look at this now with this like crazy protest group getting in the way of everything, one day you'll look back and think, gosh, thank God they did that, you know. I don't know. You thought about the ethics of civil disobedience?
I don't really know that much about it.
Yeah,
I think that it's interesting. It strikes me that whenever just a discussion or a dispute is taking place, there's normally two parallel discussions going on. One is at the first order level of simple disagreement, and the second is a discussion about how to resolve that disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
And that normally sets limits on what people do. Right? I mean, the classic thing is people oftentimes are like, okay, yeah, we will have disagreements, but we will resolve them with speech, and that's like kind of that's a kind
Sure.
of that is a regulative norm that takes place for most of society most of the time, and sometimes people consider a first order issue important enough that they're willing to suspend that, and then presumably this kind of this interplay between the kind of first order and second order principles will continue. You know, there's sort of a balancing act to be had there, right? Because you're not having a first order disagreement if you don't think you're right, but then it's in everyone's interest. Everyone's probably a bit of a stretch, but it's in most people's interest most of the time to preserve agreement at the second order level on how to resolve first order disputes. But sometimes the tension for people sways the other way, and they think, no, this first order issue is worth suspending the second order principle for. And that seems to me to be, and I think that kind of that interplay between the kind of principles or the disagreement and the principles on which people are disagreeing and agreeing to resolve that disagreement are sort of, I think there's a distinction to be drawn there that helps make sense of when you get this interplay between one person saying, I'm doing this because of a first order disagreement, and somebody else going, no, I'm appealing to this second order principle to say you shouldn't be doing that, you should be having this first order disagreement within stricter bounds. Like you should only stick to speech.
Principles just like dissipate a lot of the time at the first. Like, I mean, I think fairly trivially, if there's a principle that you hold.
Trivially true. That's what you always used to say. No, you always used to say trivially true.
Yeah,
and now, you know, that's
because it's so like
alliterative assonance
It's a
has
lovely
been
thing to
lost.
say,
it's
isn't
so fun, it's alliterative, but it's also just so dismissive. It's like, well, yeah. It's like, I'm not even disagreeing with you. I'm just like, so what? You know, like, yeah, that's trivially true.
It's a phrase that I always had to ban myself from using.
Yeah.
Because I remember, like, I caught myself saying it one time, and I just remember thinking, God, Joe, you like condescending bastard.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not actually like, you're not saying trivially as in like easily or obviously, but like I don't know, it could be. I often use it to mean like it's true, but not for the reason that you're giving. It's sort of like if you know, if it's raining, then John is male. It's like that's trivially true. Not to mean that it's a stupid point or whatever, but to be like
It's a Gettier case.
it's true, but it's trivially true because John just is male. So it's trivially true that if it's raining outside, then John is male. You know
That's
what I
really
mean?
interesting. I used to think about it as, I suppose I used to think about it as following from very, very short deductive steps from the definitions being used. So like, for instance, you know, if you would say, like I remember we've had this disagreement before in a coffee shop where we were playing around with this definition of God as being. And I said, well, my problem with the definition of God as just being, like the concept of being, is that then God exists, but he exists trivially. And by that, I meant, well, he exists obviously from the definition of God as being, but also that then you can't infer very much from from this further proposition of God existing. Right? Like if God is just the concept of being, then he obviously exists, but he doesn't do very much.
What is God, John?
Oh yeah, actually, this is true. Yeah, I forget that.
Well,
John, do you know loads?
We have
I'm just spitballing.
What is God? Who is God is a better question, I would say.
well.
Rowan Williams, I love what he says. He says that God is the depth.
You mean that guy that I destroyed in debate?
The guy who
the other day?
recently destroyed you in a debate, which will soon be on YouTube, is the depth into which I try to sink when I pray. And I think maybe, I mean, you've sort of done the, not the modus tollens. You've said that God, if God is being, then yes, I agree with God in that sense. I think God is classically defined as being itself, but that even that is analogical. So You know, it's sort of not being in the same sense that we mean it. But yes, what is God? That's
Yeah, I remember when I was
too big a question.
at the Oxford event with Richard Dawkins, where Dawkins is talking about God as his sort of picture of what God is, as the big sort of guy in the sky, like doing stuff. And I was like, well, maybe your idea of God is wrong. And he goes, well, what else could God be? And I was like,
And I was screaming out for you to do the Yellowstone analogy.
yeah, the
you know?
Yellowstone.
And then you said, well, maybe being itself.
It's so funny.
And then he said, well, that's just silly.
Because I was like, am I about to try and have some like debate with Richard Dawkins about like God as being something, which
Yeah.
I don't think he'd have very much time for. And also, it's like his show. It was, but I was also like, is this my opportunity to
Yeah.
try and shift that perspective? I don't know. But yeah, I was on Destiny's live stream, some kind of live stream show that he does, and he was like really doing an atheist thing, right? And I was like, oh, but what about? I think that you're looking for the volcano in Yellowstone, right? Because scientists looked for a long time for the volcano in Yellowstone, but it turns out Yellowstone just is the volcano. And I had the spiel, and like it seems like Christian YouTube just like picked up on that. I've seen these videos of being like, for some reason there were a bunch of videos that basically said like that I'd like converted or said something like about how I'm, or like how, like, oh, Alex announces that he believes in God or something, and it was really weird.
I suppose when I hear people say something like, oh, defining God as being, sometimes, you sometimes get hints of this, I think, in like the writings of Aquinas. But I think that Aquinas means something like really quite substantive, as like, oh, the necessary grounds upon which everything else exists. And it's like, okay, that strikes me as a bit more than, like, my problem with the definition of God as being is more that I don't know what God would do if we just stop at saying God is being. Like if God is being and agential, or God is being and willful, or God is being and is the force which sent his son to die on the cross, then you can infer a bit more from the proposition that God exists. My worry with God is being is that I don't know what I can infer from it. And so I worry that it's kind of like, I don't know, I worry that just stopping there would be kind of hobbling the theistic hypothesis a bit. And I'm saying this partly because I kind of want God to exist. Like, maybe this is just me like revealing I'm quite a reluctant atheist.
Yeah.
Rupert Short, who's a Catholic writer, has a book called God is No Thing, which he's not saying that God is nothing,
Right.
but that God is no thing. So he says that if you add up all the things in the universe, okay, and then add God on, it's not like doing n plus 1. Mm-hmm. You know, that God is a different sort of category of thing altogether, which I think is quite interesting. But
So we have been having live chat, super chats come through, and I tried to screenshot the ones. I probably missed a bunch. A little while ago, I don't know if you're still here, Anonymous has asked, have you tried looking at Jesus' birth chart and compared it with the New Testament narrative? There's then something about astrology. Like, what are your thoughts on astrology or something? Now, so I don't know.
Based on the 25th of December being Jesus' birthday.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if like that's something about Jesus' birth chart and astrology, but Jesus' birth chart and comparing it with the New Testament narrative, I don't know exactly precisely what that's getting at. But I did want to ask you about the New Testament birth narratives, but since that question came up, which is that like comparing them to the rest of the New Testament, what do you think the birth narratives like are? You're a Christian, you believe in God.
Yes.
Do you think that those birth narratives happened?
I think so. Our earliest gospel is Mark's gospel.
Yeah.
You know, written around 70 AD. You know, maybe
By the
shortly
way,
after.
how is it that we date Mark to 70?
Well, so one recent argument is that Mark, for example, knows about the destruction of the temple.
Right, but
And now maybe you can say, look, well, there are other people who knew that the temple was going to be destroyed. So there's someone in Josephus, another guy called Jesus, actually. Jesus ben Ananias, I think his name is. And in the 60s, he's going around and saying, woe to the temple's going to be destroyed. Because a lot of people thought that the temple was corrupt and was going to get smashed down again, like it had done, twice in the past.
So was the temple destroyed when there was the rebellion against the Roman?
Yes.
The Roman occupation,
So
like-
in 70, the
70.
temple is destroyed. Now, some people would say, actually, Mark is written when there is bubbling up of this first Jewish revolt against the Romans, but the temple hasn't been quite destroyed because Jesus seems to possibly get it wrong. Because he says, no, the disciples say, look at these wonderful stones. And I like to think that that might be a clue that maybe Jesus is a stonemason or someone, not maybe the traditional cult. Look at this artistry. And then Jesus says, not one of these stones will be left upon another. But you know that there were. I mean, like Alex and I have visited, one of the walls of the Second Temple. So we know that this didn't come to pass exactly. I mean, I would say that this is a metaphor for destruction. And that, when we find a text which knows of an event, I mean, is this more likely going to be written after the event or before the event? I would say probably after the event.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not saying that this is a knockdown argument. It's saying...
Couldn't Mark have just known about the destruction of the Jerusalem temple because Jesus predicted it and Jesus...
Is the Son of God.
Is the Son of God
Maybe.
and knows it's going to happen.
We can say that people were predicting the destruction of the temple, and maybe it was written prior to 70. But I would just say it's about what's more likely. I would say it's more likely that if the temple has already been destroyed, you write a text conveying the significance of that event. I just think that makes much more sense on a sort of probabilistic level.
So do you think that the Gospel of Mark is primarily or partly a reaction to the destruction of the temple?
This is fascinating.
I agree, but I don't know anything about that.
I think basically, as soon as Jesus gets into the temple, in Mark's Gospel, Mark seems completely obsessed with the destruction of the temple. So Mark does this thing that he likes to do, which is called sandwiching. Scholars call it sandwiching, where he sort of places one event in the middle of the sandwich between two others. And so when Jesus arrives, he is not received well by the Jerusalem authorities. And he actually says, he sees this fig tree, which is often a kind of metaphor for Israel. He says, woe to the fig tree. He goes into the temple, stops everyone from trading in the temple, which is from buying and from selling. So it's not just like he's just exposing people who are doing the corrupt thing of selling from buying itself. So it seems like he's essentially stopping the entire function of the temple, which is to offer sacrifices and etc. So he's stopping all of this activity. So I think, and then they come out of the temple and they see that the fig tree has instantly withered. So I think, along with various other things that Mark does in that passage, he is actually, this is all about the destruction of the temple.
Right. Okay.
And essentially, then he tells this parable about it's the parable of the wicked tenants, and this guy, this landlord, goes to collect his harvest from these tenants, and they can't give it to him. So essentially, he then sends his son to collect it because these people, these emissaries he's sending to collect the fruit are not coming back. And they get so annoyed that they kill the son.
Right.
And then it says, and so the landlord gives away the vineyard to someone else. I mean, this is clearly, is it not about the Romans, the Jews and the Romans, and how it's being given away to the Romans? So in a nutshell,
this is awesome.
I think it's really, really cool. I think, though, that what's going on is Vespasian, who is the Emperor Vespasian, sort of kind of after Nero.
Well, this is post Year of the Four Emperors.
Post Year of the Four Emperors, Vespasian comes out on top. And he issues these coins, he mints these coins, and which is saying, Judea is conquered. And he's making a massive deal out of the fact that he's conquered Jerusalem. And I think for some Jews, for some early Christians who are basically part of this like fledgling Jewish sect, that this would have caused a bit of a Christological or a theological problem. Because it's like, why has the Roman emperor and the Roman gods seem to stronger than Adonai. And so this the whole time. And what's really interesting about this is that you find these little clues. So, for example, Vespasian, when he's consolidating his reign, he says that there's this propaganda going around that Vespasian had healed someone with spittle.
Mm-hmm.
and had cast out a demon, or had I think healed a blind man or something like this, which is exactly what Jesus does in the Gospel of Mark.
Right.
So I feel like maybe Mark is a kind of anti-propaganda, anti-Vespasian propaganda, and is shaping those oral traditions of Jesus and maybe some written sources as well, and saying actually Jesus is in control of this situation. Don't worship the Roman gods. Persevere in your faith. Go to the end, etc.
Was Vespasian as an emperor deified then, in the sense of?
I think he
Jesus.
is
As
the
in
deified
Jesus.
Vespasian as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And
I don't know whether he felt how he fit into the whole imperial cult.
Hey,
side
Sheehan,
of
Sheehan,
things.
can you guess what question we are ostensibly discussing?
No. The thing about we got to Mark's Gospel,
We
which
were-
was
we were
written in
dating-
70 CE.
we were
The question was
dating-
about astrology.
But Mark, the thing with Mark is he writes this biography, what an ancient writer would call a life of Jesus, giving us the words and deeds of Jesus. But he doesn't, it's not a full biography. So Matthew and Luke come along and they sort of beef out this biography by giving the birth account and also by sort of filling in some of the gaps in the resurrection. And I don't know, I think the infancy narratives are expressions of this fundamental truth that Jesus is the Son of God. But whether a sort of a Christian is committed to the actual sort of historical occurrence of these things, I'm not so
Do
sure.
you think that they're later interpolations on the text? I mean, it seems weird that, like, I'm thinking about how does so Matthew's gospel starts with the genealogy of Jesus, right?
It's Matthew.
I don't know. Luke's gospel has the birth narratives, and then a sort of little introduction to Jesus, and then the genealogies, and then Jesus' ministry. And so it seems one speculation is that you already had the Gospel of Luke starting with the genealogies, just like Matthew, and then somebody else has just like chucked on this birth narrative.
It's weird anyway, because if I remember right, in Luke, you have the baptism of Jesus, and then you have the genealogy. So this,
Yeah, that's right.
is, I mean,
The
it's
baptism
weird.
comes
It's
first.
weird regardless. But I think whatever they are, I mean, we're coming up to Advent. We're coming up to
I've got my calendar.
Fantastic. We're coming up to the Nativity, and the Nativity is a wonderful exercise in sort of early Christian harmonization. Because it's bringing together these two very disparate. The three wise kings
know what's happening
are only in Matthew's gospel, and there aren't three of them. Actually.
There aren't three, yeah,
That's just
there's-
tradition. There are three gifts.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, and the shepherds are in Luke, and then the flight to Egypt is in Matthew, and so on. So we've got sort of all sorts of different things going on.
When you say the I was wondering, when you say that the nativity account is still a reflection, as you say, of the fundamental truth that Jesus is the Son of God.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
So I would say
That's
that
a bloody good question.
when those ancient biographers are trying to express in narrative form this truth that the early Christians already believed in, which is that Jesus was the Son of God. Well, how do you tell that story? I think the
By the way,
infancy
I don't
narratives-
know if that's actually coming through. The reason we keep periodically pausing is because the stream shows like it just like goes off for like a second at a time.
And we
so
all pause.
I don't know if that's how it looks to you, but that's why we're pausing.
So I think the infancy narratives are fairly conventionalized in some ways. Like they have all of the tropes of like an ancient birth narrative. Maybe, I mean, let's think of someone like Alexander the Great. You have, troubles about the fidelity of the mother. And then you have a sort of dream coming, I think, to Alexander's father, sort of consoling him and saying, no, it's all okay. And then you have sort of the childhood story as well, which is just like you have the childhood story in Luke, where the boy Jesus is in the temple. And so all of this feels very conventionalized. And my personal opinion is that it feels conventionalized because they are essentially gap filling. I mean, the part of a biography that you don't know anything about, that you don't know how to
Yeah.
write, is the infancy narrative.
So you're suggesting that basically the that the function of this is just to narratively be like, this is a really important person, in the same way that all of the other people for whom we've had similar infancy narratives are very important people.
Yes, and I think that Matthew may even be essentially borrowing the story of Alexander the Great, and we might say, oh well, that it doesn't look like someone would do that, but Suetonius does it.
I mean, I'm sure
when he tells the story of Augustus, he also borrows from the tropes of Alexander the Great. So the attempt to kill the child by the Senate, and it's like, but he overcomes it. He's already overcoming her.
Somebody asking in the comments, Alex, the only atheist.
Oh dear.
Oh no, I know they missed my joke.
Would you like you to say it again?
No,
Oh,
it
go for it again, go for it again.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, because they'll actually think that I'm a Christian. That's the problem.
Well, there's that wonderful joke about like yes, that's
because this is getting silly. All right, we're gonna try and reconnect.
is this
Okay, we're back.
back?
I don't know if that will
the
fix it.
thing with the
I'm
virgin
like
birth thing,
hotspotting now.
or the
Yeah,
virginal
well, that's what
conception.
I was going to say, the virgin birth
Yeah.
narrative is very different from something like the legend surrounding Alexander the Great's mother, which is less, fidelity oriented.
Yes, yeah. So I of course, I mean, and this is the counter argument to people who point out parallels, is to say that there are unique things
Yes,
about that.
yeah.
There are unique things about Luke, but I think sort of as a sort of the general trope is the same. So maybe you don't get the fidelity thing, but you do get the womb is sealed, so that they don't consummate the marriage until later on, which is also, I think, something you get with Philip and the mother. So there are these, I find them quite striking parallels, but you'll have to go to behindthegospels.com to work out for yourself whether that's true. But I don't think this is, I don't think necessarily viewing the virgin birth as a first century narrative expression of the truth that Jesus is the Son of God is necessarily to part company from orthodoxy in a very radical way. Yeah, it's probably the view I...
Okay, more live chat stuff, I suppose. We just had a live chat a little while ago for 20 quid. Alex, do you think Jesus claimed to be God in the Trinitarian sense or otherwise? And if you do not, why do believers claim he intentionally left it vague enough for people to read the Bible and deem him not to have so claimed? So when I ask Christians why it is that Jesus didn't just say he was God, he says, well, he couldn't have just gone around saying he was God. He would have been killed. It wouldn't have been very effective. He had to prove himself, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so for some reason, the reason why Mark, Matthew, Luke, and if you believe in the different sources of these texts, the reason why Mark, M, L, Q, Matthew, and Luke, none of them have Jesus claiming to be God in his own words, the reason that's the case is because for some reason he couldn't do it. Fine, okay, I'll grant you that. Then the next argument they make is they say, but Jesus did claim to be God in the Gospel of John, where he says, before Abraham was, I am, invoking the name of God. And I say, well, are you sure that he was invoking the name of God there? And they say, yeah, like anybody, you've got to understand that term at the time, hugely controversial. They tried to stone him for blasphemy. They clearly knew that he was claiming to be God. Oh, so Jesus was walking around claiming in obvious terms to be God. Even though just 5 seconds ago you told me that the reason he doesn't do it in Matthew, Mark, and Luke is because he, for some reason, couldn't. Right?
I think you might be conflating two sets of people.
You can only have one, right? Because obviously, yeah, like I often hear people making the same argument. You don't have to. That's fine. But I think you do still have to account for the silence of Mark, Matthew, and Luke on Jesus' own claims to divinity. Now, the fallacy thrower would pull out his magic wand and go, "That's an argument from silence." Like, yeah, it is.
Silence is
like, okay,
important.
yeah, deal with it. Because in this case, I think an argument from silence is actually quite suspicious. I think it is quite suspicious if Jesus was going around claiming to be God in like explicit terms, that none of the other gospel writers thought it was like relevant to include that. Paul himself doesn't have doesn't put. I mean, if you go through the letters of Paul, how many things can you get from Paul that Jesus actually said in his own words or did in his own words?
Well,
in
divorce,
his own
Last
actions?
Supper,
It's like
a few things.
it's much less frequent, and so when it comes to the divine stuff, at least, Paul obviously thinks that Jesus is divine, but Paul does not record Jesus claiming for himself that he's God. The three earliest Gospels don't do that either. The only place we get it is in the Gospel of John, the most theological and the latest of all the Gospels. So in my view, the historical Jesus, did not claim to be God. I think if he did, it would have shown up in the other Gospels, and I don't think that's the only way to account for early Christian belief in the divinity of Christ. But Christians I speak to will say, well, as the questioner put it, you have to sort of intentionally leave things vague for some reason, but then you've just undermined the Gospel of John, I think.
I suppose the it seems like, at least from my cursory knowledge of the history of that period, it seems like it would be a far less strange thing to do to claim to be a god, or at least to ascend to godhood upon your death. That's say like with the imperial cult. That seems to be like something that at least was like a known move. It wasn't like, it wouldn't be like completely mental.
Yeah, and we find, in the empty tomb traditions, there is this where essentially people go which they were in, which collapsed, or their bodies just sort of spontaneously combust. It almost seems like, and the point that is supposed to be taken from this by the ancient audience is this person has ascended into heaven and become a god. So there's this first century novel, one of the big 5 ancient novels, in which this guy comes along to a tomb, and where his girlfriend was, and he says it's a little bit like John's Gospel. Where have they taken her? Or was it that she was a goddess all along, and I didn't realize in disguise? So this is kind of a well-known trope that this person has maybe become a god or was a god all along, which is, I think, quite interesting.
But I suppose if we consider that claiming to be a god or claiming to ascend to godhood upon death wasn't as left field as, say, it would be if you bumped into someone at Tesco and they said that they were going to be a god, then that sort of does lend credence to Alex's point that if it's not explicitly said, that is significant, because if we think of the plausibility of the argument from silence resting on how likely it would be for it to be in the text if it was being claimed, then that seems to suggest that it would be more usual for it to be in the text.
I suppose I would have a couple of hot takes if I can remember them.
Indian spicy.
One would be, I think we don't have to say that Jesus knew that he was God to say that he was God. I think that we could plausibly imagine that Jesus, in the hypostatic union, in his human nature, did not know that he was divine. Maybe had some sense of his special relationship with God, which we clearly do see in the Gospels. And yet, the Church is right later on, maybe of Christ, to say he was of one essence, ousia, with the Father, which is not language that really the New Testament ever uses. So I almost feel like, yes, the New Testament doesn't really teach in very clear terms that Jesus was God, but it's also not really trying to answer that question. So I would say that the question gets asked and answered authoritatively later by the Church.
Okay.
I don't know what you make of that.
I don't know. I mean,
like
this
like
is
the seed in the tree. It's the same thing, but it takes a while to really get going.
I suppose on the one hand, I recognise that you know a lot more about it than I do. But I suppose on the other hand, it's like this doesn't seem like a kind of, this seems like a very significant point, like arguably the most significant point in at least how the New Testament seems to be used amongst believers today, right? Like, so I don't know.
Although I would say that we say that as basically Protestants who are obsessed with getting the right things into our skulls, and I would say that the question the early church was asking, when they said who is Jesus, who am I, was should we be worshipping this person or not? And very, very early on they came to the answer yes. And I think actually their theological reflection or Christological reflection is in some ways reflecting on, well, how can we be worshipping this person? Because he definitely was a human. We don't want to be Gnostics. But he was also divine. And I think so in the 4th century, we have this language of ousia, and it becomes much more sort of definite because they're trying to bat off different answers to that question of, what should we be doing with the fact that we worship this person? There's a wonderful correspondence between Pliny the Younger and the Emperor Trajan, the only correspondence of its kind that has survived. Do you know this one?
Oh, is this the one where Pliny is the governor of
Yes.
a province?
Of Bithynia,
Trajan is
I think, which
constantly
is in modern day Turkey.
and Trajan is constantly saying, "Stop asking me stupid questions.
Yeah.
Get on with your job."
But that's about how to use the postal service.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
And Trajan's writing back. Go.
There's a great question where he says, can I use an imperial postal permit after it has expired or not? There's something wonderful about these ancient.
It's all bureaucracy and economics.
But I love that because that's like the equivalent of like kind of local council. Well, not quite local council, but local councillor somewhere in the country writing to the prime minister and being like, "Can I look? I have this first-class stamp, but it's a bit scuffed up. Can I still use it?" And then I just remember half of the letters back from Trajan being like, "Why are you asking me this? I appointed you governor of this province so that I wouldn't have to think about this." Like that. The point of a governor is so I don't have to make these decisions. You do.
But the really funny thing about that discussion is that essentially the Christians have stopped going to the marketplaces because they're not eating meat sacrificed to idols. So basically, like, the economy is going bust. And he's like, what should I do with these people? Should I, like, kill them? Because Christians were the first atheists. They were described repeatedly as atheists because they weren't worshipping the pagan gods. So I think he says that you can kill them. Don't go searching for them, but you can kill them if you find them.
Well,
don't
go looking, but if you come across one in the street,
why not?
Someone commented, "Where's Steve?" By the way, it's a good question. I did invite Steve Woodford, Rationality Rules, sort of classic friend of the channel. He unfortunately could not make it today. Steve, if you're watching, it's a shame not to have you. There are more live chats. We've got a live chat from Ruslan KD, who is a Christian YouTuber. He's one of the chaps actually that did what I was talking about a second ago. That said, I can't remember, what was it that they were reacting to? The Destiny thing. The sort of Alex announces that he's a Christian or that he's a theist or something, which I don't think I did in that stream. I did not do that. No, that was a false title, my friend. He asks. Well, he says, "Alex, can you steel man?" He says, "Congrats on 1 million. Thank you." Alex, can you steel man why the Gospel of Thomas was not canonized as scripture?
Hey, secondary.
Yeah. Well, one answer is that it was written later, probably. There are some people, I think, who believe that the Gospel of Thomas is like as early as Mark. So like it's dated from like
earlier.
Yeah, from like 40 or 50 all the way up to like 200 AD or like 100 180 or something. I'm not an expert in dating texts, I don't know. But the thing about the Gospel of Thomas, I have a copy here. I carry it around with me in my jacket pocket. You see, is that it's a sayings gospel. So it just has the sayings of Jesus. It's not a narrative. And so if it was an early source, it would probably be a bit like the Q source, a source that other writers might have drawn on. And for whatever reason, a lot of these quotations just didn't make it into the New Testament canon. There are a lot in there that are in the canonical Gospels, but there's also a lot that aren't, which makes it interesting to think, if there is this document Q, there is this source that Matthew and Luke were drawing upon apart from Mark, was there a bunch that was in there that wasn't included in their Gospels too? Because the Gospel of Thomas is full of weird and wacky stuff. So if it's early, then there's something about the content of the quotes that were felt unfit to be part of the scriptural tradition by the church who finally formalized the New Testament. If it's late, then it might just be because it's late that it sort of didn't make it in. It is also filled with weird theology. It's filled with a different kind of theology to the other Gospels. So if there is a Christian orthodoxy developing around the bodily resurrection of Jesus and the physicality of that resurrection and the importance of believing in that resurrection as a mode to salvation, and of course Paul's letters are really early and they're pretty heavy on their theology. The Gospel of Thomas is opposed to that. So I'd imagine that it might just be theological reasons that it was cut out. The Gnostic Gospels focus on, gnosis, on knowledge. It's much more about knowing the right kind of thing, and that's what brings you salvation, not believing in the bodily resurrection of Jesus. In fact, the resurrection isn't even in the Gospel of Thomas. It's not in a lot of the Gnostic Gospels because they didn't think it was important. So an early Christian who believes that they are saved thanks to the sacrifice of Jesus are going to look at this Gospel and go it's firstly, it's probably theological nonsense, and secondly, it doesn't tell us the most important thing, which is about the resurrection of Jesus, and that's what we care about. So there's all kinds of reasons why it wouldn't have been included, but the theological thing is probably right. I mean, there's some weird stuff in here. The 101st saying in the Gospel of Thomas, because like I say, it's just a list of sayings. I think there are some things that Jesus did in there as well, but it's mostly sayings. Saying 105, Yeshua said, "He who knows his father and mother, will they call him the son of a whore?" And that's it.
So
Now-
is this a suspicious thing about Jesus' paternity?
Now, no. Well, so some people think,
Yeah,
so there are theories as to
yeah.
why this is, he who knows his mother and father, this person should be called the son of a prostitute, the son of a whore, which is so weird, and it's just on its own. And there's no context or anything, which makes it also very difficult to, or here's another translation, whoever is acquainted with the father and the mother will be called the offspring of a prostitute. And it's just on its own. And now, interestingly, this particular commentary by Jean-Vez Leloup, I think is how you say his name, says that apparently, I don't speak Coptic, but the Coptic for son of a whore is very similar. It, written down, it looks like it basically has one letter difference between son of a whore, son of a prostitute, and son of man. So there's this idea that it might just be a mistranslation. Bear in mind we're reading an English translation here, so the people who were reading it in consideration in the early church wouldn't have read son of a prostitute, they might have read son of man. And so for the English person reading this, they're going to say that's a really weird thing, that doesn't make any sense, this is the kind of weirdness which means that which is why the Gospel of Thomas was excluded. But for the early Christian, if this was a translation error, they're going to be reading someone saying, will be called the son of man, and they're going to go, hold on, that's Christ, this is heretical, and they're going to ban it. The Gospel of Thomas and the Gnostic Gospels generally sort of imply that human beings can have a divinity, and that the purpose of gaining the right kind of knowledge and the salvation you have is somehow almost becoming divine or being more in touch with your spirit, and that the material world, our physical bodies are condemnable and we don't want them and they're really bad and evil, and it's all about the spirit, and the spirit is God, and so you can kind of become more divine. The best example of this in the Gospel of Thomas, by the way, is where Thomas is, I can't remember where it is, so I can't read it exactly, but Thomas is pulled aside by Jesus, and Jesus says to him 3 words. It says that Jesus says 3 words to him. He goes back to the disciples, and the disciples say, "What did Jesus just say to you?" And he says, "If I were to tell you, you would pick up stones and throw them at me, and those stones would transform into fire and then come and consume
you are God.
So this is the thing, what could those 3 words be that would cause the disciples to stone the person who uttered them? Well, what can you get stoned for? Blasphemy. How can you blaspheme in 3 words? Maybe with something like, I am God. Or Jesus might have said, I am you. Or Jesus might have said, you are God. Whatever it might have been. But this would be quite in keeping with the Gnostic tradition, which is that the whole point of divinity, and when Jesus claims to be God, what he really means is something like, he is the exemplar of the being who's in touch with his sort of spiritual truth. And guess what? You can do it too. And Thomas is the one who has understood this, which is why he's also privy to this knowledge, you are God, which is why Gospel of Thomas, which is why he's the revered one in this text. But the reason it's esoteric knowledge is because if you go around saying, I am God, people are going to misunderstand you in the same way that they might have misunderstood Jesus if indeed he did claim to be God and started stoning him for blasphemy because he's like, that's not what I meant. There was a famous Sufi mystic. What was his name? I don't want to mispronounce it.
Rumi.
No, it was... is it Halaj? Al-Halaj? What's his name? Gosh, I can't... I wrote it down because I just recorded a podcast about Sufism. Yes, Al-Halaj. So there's this 10th century mystic in Islam called Al-Halaj, and Sufism is characterized by a sort of immanent presence of God, as most mystical traditions are. It's about sort of feeling the immanent presence of God. And Al-Halaj is in one of these ecstatic visions, and he screams out, Ana al-Haq, which means I am the truth. But crucially, al-Haq is one of the names for God in Islam, in the Quran. So he exclaims, I am the truth, but he's doing it just like how Jesus says, I am in the Gospels, where people hearing that are going to go, hold on a second, that's the name of God. Al-Hallaj does this in the 10th century and says, I am the truth, which is one of the names of God. And so he doesn't get killed for that, but he does eventually get killed for things like that. He ends up getting I think he gets his limbs cut off, and then he's beheaded, and then his corpse is burned, and the ashes, they really didn't like him in the end. But even Sufis were upset with him because they were like, we know what you mean, but you can't go around saying that because people are going to misunderstand. They're going to think that what you're saying is you are God, which is the most fundamental sin you can commit in Islam. It's the worst thing you can do, and that's the sin he's committing. Whereas to the extent that he was a Muslim, Al-Hallaj couldn't have meant that. So what did he mean by saying, I am the truth? He's probably talking about this unity with the divine that the mystics try to achieve, and in that ecstatic moment, he probably felt like he was achieving. Right? And so you kind of get this, I think something like that might have been going on when Thomas sort of says, look, God, you're not going to get it, you'll stone me. It's not that it's false, it's that you're not going to understand, which is why the Gnostic tradition is an esoteric tradition based on people having secret knowledge of Christ. Even the canonical Gospels say that it says in the Gospels that when Jesus is out in public, he's speaking in parables so that they won't understand him properly. But when he was back with his disciples, he explained everything to them. In other words, there's a private and a public ministry of Jesus. And even in the canonical Gospels, we know that that's the case. So the question is, what is that private ministry, and why is it private? And that's what I think the Gospels of the Gnostics try to address, probably mostly by inventing stories, inventing that kind of secret knowledge. But God knows what the origin of the Gospel of Thomas is. But to answer the question of Ruslan KD, I don't know exactly why it wasn't included, but I think that it shows us that beliefs in the early Christian community were not as unified as has historically been confidently assumed.
But can't we say, to offer the still man, that the reason why it wasn't included, or one of the reasons why it wasn't included, is because it does not present us with Jesus, the Jewish rabbi. Everything you've just said was not being said by early first century Jews. And I think something that strikes me about the historicity of the Gospels is that many of the things, and why I think there's a little bit of a sour note to those that scholarship which says, oh, this is really early, is that it seems maybe a little bit like we're trying to get back to a Jesus who is not very Jewish. And actually one of the things about the canonical Gospels is that they do present us with a Jewish rabbi, a Jewish teacher, and many of the things that Jesus is saying fits well into that context, into rabbinic dialogues, into the Palestinian sort of storytelling tradition. The pericope, the units of text, look very similar to the sorts of things we find of other rabbis. Whereas the Gospel of Thomas, yes, in its presentation of this sort of more Platonic figure, is not really presenting us with a Jewish Jesus.
Yeah, certainly. I think, I don't know, are you saying that the canonical Gospels were more in keeping with the Jewish tradition?
Yeah, Jesus as a Jewish figure. For example, even that notion of the resurrection, which you said that the Gospel of Thomas doesn't include. We think about resurrection as basically someone getting up, after their death on a Panasonic video camera for Dr. Jordan Peterson. But resurrection was an eschatological event. It is the beginning of a corporate event of resurrection, which you see in Matthew 27, of the apocalypse, which Jesus was preaching. So Jesus as apocalyptic prophet, which is the dominant view of Jesus in historical Jesus research, who is expecting the near end of things, that fits very well with what we know of Jewish figures of the time and Jewish literature of the time. The Gospel of Thomas doesn't, which is why it was rightfully not included.
Because it strikes me on this resurrection point, it does strike me that this idea of a spiritual resurrection as opposed to a bodily resurrection strikes me as very Greek, as compared with, from what I understand of the prior Jewish tradition, of a very bodily form of resurrection. I mean, is that in terms of? I mean, I don't know much about the history of Gnosticism. Is there any kind of lineage from kind of earlier Greek scholars? Because that idea of ascending to the spirit isn't, well, it's a more personal and kind of, transformative version of something like what the allegory of Plato's cave seems to be talking about. And it says, you begin by considering material things and then abstract representations of material things, then eventually you chart this up and you ascend out, and eventually you're contemplating the forms and then the form of the good. And you've kind of not left the material world behind, because Plato thinks you're still occupying a body, but in terms of the object of your contemplation, you are now contemplating things that are instantiated in the physical.
That influence on the Gnostic tradition. I mean, like, one thing that at least the Gospel of Thomas seems to emphasize is unity. Like, it's got a lot about, like, the two becoming one. And some people think this explains the very strange ending of the Gospel of Thomas, where the disciples say, what about Mary Magdalene? She's sort of one of our followers, but she's a woman. What are we going to do? Is she going to enter the kingdom of God? And you sort of expect Jesus to say, no, yeah, it's fine. She'll and she says, I'll find at least what this translation has him actually saying. This is probably the most famous quote. Jesus says, "This is how I will guide her. I will guide her so that she will become a man. For any woman who makes herself into a man will enter the kingdom of God." Like, what? Some people have suggested that this is the two becoming one. That it's some kind of broad commentary on some Gnostics go back to Genesis and talk about the woman being separated from the man, and they compare that to the Greek myth of the sort of four-armed.
Oh, well, the story in the Symposium.
Yeah.
I mean, also
four-legged creature.
There's explicitly no marriage in heaven, isn't that? It's a.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
Yeah,
not.
As in,
the Sadducees, they come to Jesus and they try to trick him with a question about, if a guy has married his brother's wife, which was common in that time, and he's married like 7 wives, which one is he going to be married to?
Yeah, in heaven.
And the reason,
that's such a gotcha.
reason,
Like, you can imagine a journalist
They're
saying.
always up with these gotchas.
It's like the sort of ancient world version of me.
And just like Alex, the thing. Do you know why they're called Sadducees?
No,
Because they didn't believe in the resurrection, they had no hope, so they were sad. You see, that is the idea. It's terrible. But the original. So Jesus says, "Oh no, don't you understand? Like, there's not going to be. You're going to be like the angels in heaven." So, but then who are the angels? I mean, are they embodied beings? Well, yes, but they've got like super bodies, which is kind of what Jesus has, I suppose, in the Gospels. Like, so it's.
We're switching translations.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Have you got your second Gospel?
Simon
of Thomas?
Gathercole.
One of my many Gospels of Thomas. Simon Gathercole, who is a Christian, I ascertain, has another translation of the Gospel of Thomas. The Greek idea of the 4-limbed creature or the 8-limbed creature. People might have seen this like on social media. This beautiful idea of the sort of human beings are naturally, they sort of have 4 arms and 4 legs, and then they're like separated and spread across the world, and they spend the rest of their lives trying to find each other to unite back into that being. Some people have suggested that that's kind of what's going on in the Gospel of Thomas.
But it's interesting
as well.
Again, it's just something I don't know, because as far as I can tell, that the only place I think that's found is in Plato's Symposium, with this kind of proposed definition of, or proposed explication of, this idea of people finding one another and falling in love. I mean, I don't know, it's something that it doesn't end up in the, well, from what I remember, maybe I'm just misremembering the text, I don't think it ends up in Socrates' final analysis of love. So it's something, I mean, I don't know how influential it'll end up being, but it's kind of interesting because it's survived to the modern day as something that a lot of people recognize. And it's kind of in the context of the Symposium, it's kind of an offhand, well, it's not an offhand remark, it's a whole story that's being told by one of the people there trying to answer this question of what is love, how does it function, etc., etc., etc. But it's not the thing that Plato's advocating for. It's just very, very compelling. Is it, I don't know whether, because Atlantis is also found in the Republic, I think, or maybe it's the Laws. It's one of them. It's in a Platonic dialogue. And as this kind of teaching aid that Socrates is bringing in, and then I'm kind of not sure how it ended up being this theory that there's a lost city that's actually out there that's meant to be, I think somebody calculated, it's like, according to Plato's description, it's meant to be like roughly the size of Texas. It's like the idea that like this is going to be huge.
It's like Pluto or something.
Yeah, well,
like calculating
well,
that there must be a Pluto, and finding it.
Well, in the tales, it's Plato ends the story by he basically, or Socrates, sorry, in Plato's dialogues, introduces the story by saying, "I heard this from some guy in Egypt who heard it from another guy." And then he ends the story, interestingly enough, like it's not, 'cause the whole thing is about, you know, the dwellers and the denizens of Atlantis become far too arrogant, and over time their kings become less and less godly because they become more demi and less god, and you know, this is kind of a metaphor for the moral degradation. They become very arrogant, and then the city, I think there's an earthquake, and then the city collapses into the sea. And then right at the end of all of this, like, quite rich philosophical analysis, Plato was like, "Oh yeah, and that's why there's a sandbank at the western edge of the Mediterranean." It's like this kind of like this,
And that's how the Giant's Causeway was formed.
yes, you know, it's really interesting. It's like if somebody was taught, you know, had a whole fable about, you know, this, that in the olden days where giants walked the earth, you know, they had a moral system, and then it collapsed, and the whole civilization burst into flames and cut a deep path just south of Dover, and that's why the English Channel's there. You know, it's like it's this like wonderful kind of, I suppose it's like a bridge between this allegory, and then it's not, you know, people I assume then was like, oh no, Plato's genuinely advancing a historical account. So it's interesting.
Some
You
of
find a
these,
lot of that.
some of these. So the Thomas Gospel also focuses a lot on what the kingdom of God is like. It always says the kingdom of God is like this.
Yeah,
and it,
Jesus does that.
yeah, but I mean, like
in the
it's weird. It's like kind of weird. Jesus said, "The kingdom of the Father is like a man who wanted to kill a nobleman. He drew his sword at home and drove it into the wall to find out whether his hand would be strong enough. Then he killed the nobleman." Like, okay. He says things like, here's another quote, and again, these are just sort of presented without context. Jesus said, "Why do you cleanse the outside of the cup? Do you not realize that he who made the inside also made the outside?"
I love that. That implies that there are people only washing the outside of cups.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
It's weird. But it says, "Why do you cleanse the outside of the cup?" As if you only, but then it's like, do you not realize he who made the inside also made the outside? It's a little bit weird. There's also this indication of secret gnosis, like in saying 93, Jesus said, "Do not give what is holy to the dogs in case they throw it into the dung." It's sort of as if to say,
pearls before swine.
yeah, it's sort of it's so interesting how there are these sort of parallels, but there's a lot of weird stuff in there as well. But there is also this big emphasis on unity, which makes me think, and this sort of jumped out at me. Oh, check this out. Like saying 56, Jesus said, "Whoever comes to know the world discovers a corpse, and whoever has discovered that corpse
Material world is bad.
is one of whom the world is not worthy." As if to say, he who discovers the world discovers a corpse, and the person who's discovered that, the world is not worthy of them. So it's very sort of a lot of emphasis on the sort of spirit.
there are lots of myths where the world is the corpse of something, isn't it? Maybe perhaps this is just me talking off the top of my head.
Yeah.
This feels like the kind of thing that you would know about.
Well,
Oh, do you want to?
maybe. Bloody hell. Sorry, I've been enjoying your conversation so much that I almost feel like I was one of the viewers. I'm not sure. I mean, I know in Norse mythology the whole world was made out of the corpse of Ymir. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, like Ymir. Yeah, they sort of dismembered him, and I think his brains are the clouds, and his skull, the top of his skull is the dome of the sky. And I think. Yeah, the firmament indeed were all lovely words. So I know in Norse mythology there is the dismemberment of this sort of primordial being, and then the bits of his body were used to make the world. That's the only example that jumps to mind.
And
Yeah.
also in ancient Mesopotamian cosmologies, I think you have this idea as well. Is it Tiamat who is destroyed?
Oh, that rings a bell. I mean, this
Yeah.
was me tossing a thought out there, being
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this feels like the kind of thing you two would
Yeah.
know about." It's
I
like-
promise I will shut up about the Gospel of Thomas.
He won't.
Yeah,
The-
perhaps.
This is all that happens. when we
I'm
meet
trying
up.
to keep track of this. Like,
Have there been some more?
Ruslan had said something about, I think it's gone now, about like, you know, if it's a late century text, if it's a late text, does that change your like fascination with it? Like, no, I still find it to be fascinating because it's not like early by gospel standards exactly, if it is, you know, in the mid-2nd century or something. Not that much later than John, I suppose. But it's still fascinating that early Christian communities were believing this stuff and talking about this stuff. But there is dispute about the dating of the Gospel of Thomas. Like, look, he says, Jesus said,
You're a good preacher.
I speak my mysteries to those.
When a preacher says "finally," but they go on for another. In conclusion,
Within Reason is going to be renamed to the Gospel of Thomas podcast.
Yeah, seriously. Thing is, right? So, like, because I know that the Gnostic Gospels have been like really interesting to a lot of people, but like, it does seem that like in the something about this series I did on the Gnostic Gospels, people like really liked it, and I found it really, really interesting. So I do bring them up like all the time, and people start to see me as like the Gnostic Gospels guy who's like obsessed with them. I suppose for a period I was obsessed with them in the sense that I have my like areas of interest. You know, there are times when I'm like super interested in like emotivism in ethics, or I just like want to learn everything about it. And I did sort of, as soon as I started discovering these texts, they're just like really interesting mythical texts, and there's a lot like missing from the text, so you have to sort of fill in the gaps and you've got to understand what's going on. It's just really fascinating, and it's sort of like reading the Star Wars expanded universe, but like okay, like it's not canon, but like, you know, the Darth Bane stuff is still pretty interesting. Although I think Darth Bane is like canon, I think. I don't know about the actual books that they wrote, but it's kind of cool. And this stuff is just fascinating because it is still like ancient people talking about Jesus in a way that they believed him to sort of exist. And that fascinates me. Even if this text was written in the year 500 AD, I'd still want to know why and who believed this. Did they believe this? What were they trying to do with this text? Because this doesn't scream to me like a sort of motivated forgery outside of a theological motivation. It doesn't say to me like there's some political motivation. It says that whoever did this, if they forged it or were forging these quotes, was doing it because they had a theology of Jesus that these quotes helped to support. And then I'm like, well, where did that theology come from and why? And I want to know about it. Jesus said, I speak my mysteries to those who are worthy of my mysteries. Do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing.
Oh, that's of course a reference to cutting the corpus callosum. It's a split brain neurology.
That's the kind
in
of
the
thing
Gospel
that I
of
hear
Thomas.
this in, like, you know, people do this with like miracles in the Quran. They go like, see, there was knowledge of the future like development of the corpus callosum and the left and right brain distinction, and how could it know it if it weren't in here? But the one thing I wanted to share with you from this,
The one thing.
which is why I've sort of brought it back and wouldn't let it naturally go on, is because I think, I'm not sure about this, but it seems at one point like Jesus might be making a joke. Because, yeah, like there is throughout, if you read the Gospel of Thomas, it's pretty short. Everybody pull it out. Go yeah.
Follow along with your Gospels of Thomas at home.
It's sort of, they should put them in every hotel room in America, you know, a Gospel of
and it's not
of
chapter
Thomas.
and verse. It's just the set. There are 114 sayings, so you can just follow.
Or
you know,
Logion.
to Logion 11.
So Logion 72, because he's talking so much about unity, it says, so tell my brothers to divide my father's property with me, a man said to him. So someone comes to Jesus and says, tell my brothers to divide my father's property with me, or like show me how to divide it. Who has made me a divider? Jesus said. He turned to his disciples and said to them, I'm certainly no divider, with an exclamation mark. Which to me kind of reads like a joke, because he's been going around talking about like unity and the two becoming one and all this kind of stuff. And then someone comes up to him being like, how should I divide up my father's property? And he goes like, who makes me a divider? Turns to his disciples. I'm certainly no divider. You know, it sort of seems like he's joking. You know? I don't know. It's fascinating. I have no idea where it came from, why it's there, but it's certainly of interest. And I think it's probably the most interesting of the Gnostic Gospels. Judas has a more interesting theology, but it's less plausible, let's say.
I also do like this theme of every super chat question gets 45 minutes to an hour.
Yes.
I know, I'm really trying, like, because I've been trying to take screenshots when people have been asking things. Somebody put a $10 super chat. Alex, can you start an Amazon storefront of books you recommend, guests on the pod, plus what you're reading? I'm working on doing a book recommendation thing. I'm sort of putting it together. Stop laughing. So start with the Gospel of Thomas.
And then other
Build
books you've read.
outwards from there. Gospel of Thomas, 3 different translations.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think I prefer Simon Gathercole's, but this one has the commentary. So I don't know. What order do you think people should watch? This is the theological version of like the Star Wars. Do you do the prequels or the sequels first? Because obviously the sequels came out first, but the prequels are chronological. what order do you read the Gospels in for a new Gospel reader? Do you do Matthew first, or do you do Mark first?
I read John first, which was
That's
Ooh,
also,
so
that's
okay.
also
I mean,
a super
but
plausible
I think
option.
that I think partly because like in the same, but also I read the New Testament before I read the Old Testament. So I suppose it's in that spirit of, you know, the kind of fleshed out seeing the back end of all of the foreshadowing and then going back to see what it was all about. I mean, yes. I mean, that's my. I mean, that's how I happened to. I don't know what the. And I do think there was some utility in that, actually.
Yeah.
Although you miss out. Although you broke my heart last time I saw you, John.
I'm so sorry.
When you didn't kiss me, and also you told me that. Let he without sin throw the first stone was probably a later addition.
Well, I think it might be meant. So yes, it's actually in Luke as well in one manuscript. So it's one of those passages which sort of floats about a bit. But yeah, I think a lot of people would say this is a later edition. But I mean, the thing is, it sounds so much like Jesus. It sounds so much like. It really captures Jesus' personality, whether or not it actually happened. So I would still say that it has some value in that sense. You know, a little bit like Jesus going into the wilderness, you know, to talk to Satan. You know, on one level, this looks a little bit like rabbis who talk to Satan or talk to the devil, and it's like it's didactic. You know, the purpose of it is to, you know, express something. Well, let's say that Jesus didn't actually go into the wilderness for 40 days and was fasting and didn't actually have like a conversation with the devil. Well, does that mean that like the story is completely meaningless? Well, no, because it still expresses something true. And it could still express something true about the historical Jesus. So, for example, you know, did Jesus become a military ruler, a ruler of the world? Did he take up Satan's offer? Well, no, he didn't. He got crucified. And so I think there are still things about it that can express something true about the historical Jesus. A little bit like the apocryphal witticisms of Winston Churchill. You know,
I love this. I use this all the
still
time.
says something true about Churchill, even if we only had the apocryphal sayings, we would still know something true about Churchill.
Oh, because
about the historical Churchill.
Because they've been constructed by people that were working from the history.
Yeah, and going back to your point about John's Gospel and reading John first, I think that's quite a good idea, because if John was the last Gospel to be written, I mean, a lot of people are saying it's now Luke, but if it was John, then that's the bird's eye view. You know, John is pictured in the church tradition as an eagle because he's soaring above, you know, the other writers, and sometimes to really understand a figure, we need to take a step back and see their impact, see their significance. You know, to go back to Churchill, I think a lot of people would say Andrew Roberts' biography of Churchill may be the best biography ever written. But it was written 5 years ago. So it's earlier does not always mean
John,
better.
Why do people now think that the Gospel of Luke might be later?
Well, I mean, to begin with, I think he starts off by saying, you know, many have written, Polloi have written.
Yeah.
So there is that. Other people think that
that is, he opens by saying many people have sort of written accounts.
Yeah,
of
many
Jesus'
have
life.
written, and also it looks potentially like Luke may be relying upon Josephus and Josephus's Antiquities, and there are very complex arguments about that. But he wrote. Oh yeah.
No, sorry. Is the mention of Jesus in Josephus's works thought to
The stuff about him as like
Yes.
as like Christ.
But is the mention of Christ in Josephus a later edition? Because you will know more about this than I do, and I've seen arguments both ways.
There are two mentions. So one of them is, you know, the passage that we all know where Josephus, a first century Jew, says Jesus is the Messiah. And when you write a 20-volume history of your people, you don't announce the arrival of the Messiah in a paragraph. You know, that is that's not what you do. So it looks like part of that is a later edition. The problem is that some of that paragraph looks distinctly Josephian in its language. You know, like the idea that Jesus was a wonder worker, you know, a worker of paradoxes. You know, Josephus likes that language and so on. So is this an imitator, a very good imitator? Or has Josephus actually said something about Jesus? And then a Christian scribe who thought, gosh, Josephus is too valuable just to throw away, has then edited, has sort of brushed up the paragraph, added things like he was the Messiah. There is another passage, though, where Josephus is talking about Jesus' brother, James, and he calls him, I think, James, the brother of the so-called Christ.
Right.
So that does not name Jesus, but we know that James was the brother of the Lord. You know, Paul tells us that. That's in the Gospels. So it's very. I think maybe there is a mention.
Because Tacitus refers to Jesus as a rabble-rouser in
Yes, yeah.
one of his books. It might be Histories, it might be Annals, and I can't remember which. But yeah, no.
I think his annals. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it would be, because Histories is just the Year of the Four Emperors,
Yeah.
bit, isn't mainly.
Yeah.
But anyway, Anyway, sorry,
It
I
is
interrupted
absolutely
your
fascinating.
overarching speech about which order to read the Gospels in. So
Oh no, I just think. I mean, Mark is my favorite gospel because it leaves so much, unsaid. The beginning is mysterious.
you read the Gospels like jazz.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
all
and
about the
it's
notes you
kind of
don't play.
like how old is Jesus in the Gospel of Mark?
I
What's his
don't know.
status? Like we don't really find out too much about him in terms of that idiosyncrasy.
And what does he
And I
look
think
like?
that's nice. And what does he look like?
What does
Oh
he
yes,
look
well,
like?
this is your.
Well,
I
your
will now.
wheelhouse.
I will now refer to my 2023
Recite your
doctoral
PhD
dissertation.
recite your PhD thesis. For
Oh dear! I'm so tempted to do this because I did such a bad job on your channel.
No, no.
but
John,
but
stop.
I
not
shan't
at all.
I shan't do it again.
I thought it was a good episode.
I shan't do it again.
Somebody said on a live chat again, a super chat a while back for $10. Thanks. Can we get Sheehan in the conversation? Sheehan, what do you make of Dostoevsky's statement that beauty will save the world? Also, Alex, do you think you think about having Gavin Ortland on your show? Maybe. I don't know. I tend not to sort of live respond to podcast guest requests, but I do always consider them. Sheehan, will beauty save the world? And save it from what?
Yeah, and indeed. I'm going to have to...
Their operation. they have the essence of a draw, according to Aristotelian.
Yeah, I actually got
Thinking.
Chris and Newtonic to build me a custom replica. That's why it took so long, because this thing actually disappeared, and they filled it with Newtonic.
Let me sit with that one for a moment. Will beauty save the world? I suppose it does go on saving the world all the time. Most of the things in life that anybody really cares about, that the moments they look back on most fondly in their lives, I think are inevitably beautiful, right? I mean, I don't think we need to now talk about what exactly we mean by beautiful, but in any given life, the bits of it that are inevitably most worth living are those which are most beautiful. I mean, maybe this is the question. Maybe was talking more about bloody, beautiful art or architecture, although that could be part of it. But I mean, that would be my brief, sort of slightly mystical answer to the question. What do you think of that?
this line is, just to give some context, is a spoken. Well, I can't remember whether it's spoken by Prince Mishkin in The Idiot, or whether it is simply something that is reported to have been spoken by Prince Mishkin in The Idiot. It's the character of Hippolyte, which is the nihilist. I think, God, if I've misremembered this, I'm like a real tit.
Right.
But he goes to Prince Mishkin, who is Dostoevsky's representation of a Christ-like figure. This beatified sort of person who is unfailingly kind, kind of Christ without being the Son of God. The closest imitation of Christ we could have as humans. And Hippolyte almost like offhandedly goes to Prince Mishkin and says, "Prince, is it true that you once said that beauty will save the world?" I can't remember whether he says yes. I think he's actually just dumbstruck by this. But just to kind of give a bit of context.
Well, beauty is a feeling of disconnection, I think. Beauty is a promiscuous term. I just spoke to Francis Collins. Can I announce that? I don't know about this. It's not on my show.
You just did.
Yeah. Whoops. We were talking about the concept of beauty and like what it is, because he was interested in, like, as an atheist, how do you sort of account for that? And I was like, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what beauty sort of is as an emotion. And okay, like food can be beautiful, and your wife can be beautiful, and a wall can be beautiful, and it means different things. But when you watch someone's face, when they turn around a corner and see something beautiful, a beautiful sunset, or a beautiful building, or a beautiful painting, they don't smile. They don't sort of start smirking.
Quite right, yeah.
Their facial expression is a negative one. It's sort of like it's like
There's disbelief there.
it's almost distress or like or disbelief or something. And there's something, but it's almost like a frown. Now, look, this is conjecture or whatever, because some people will look at a painting and go like, oh wow, cool, But I mean, if you're really overcome with beauty, even like a beautiful person, it's often like like when people sort of cry ugly tears, this kind of stuff. And I'm
We
thinking
say
like
struck by beauty.
exactly
which
right.
I
It's sort of
think phases
strikes
yeah,
you and
it's closer to sort of awe, a sense of
So
awe,
what- but why
or the
is-
sublime. The sublime isn't something that's merely pleasurable. You don't
But
smile.
I think that the experience of beauty is not the experience
Yes.
of the sublime, but the experience of your separation from the sublime, and that's why it's a sort of negative thing, right?
It's
Yeah, like you
longing.
sort of feel as if so the closest like emotion that I've had to sort of analogize what beauty is longing. Now, this is why I think a lot of people use beauty as an argument for the existence of God, and this is what I was talking to Francis Collins about, which is that like, yeah, that's what beauty is. It's sort of a reminder that like it's that there's something at which you can sort of aim, or which you sort of do aim, even if you hadn't realized it, but by presenting you with a sort of window into it, we remind you that you are aiming towards that and that you haven't achieved it. So will beauty save the world? Well, if it reminds people that there is an end that they believe in and makes them feel dissatisfied with not sort of being there, then it might motivate them to do that. However, this is all a bit sort of like woo-woo.
Wishy-washy. Well, yeah, I was
No.
gonna
It's
say
a bit
yes.
wishy-washy.
Oh,
wishy-washy,
No, this is
because,
no,
like,
this is not
talking
woo-woo.
talking about or profound feeling subjective experience is always going to be a bit woo-woo because it's
Yeah.
hard to put into words.
But this
I mean,
is this is what I have a lot more time for these days. Whereas, 17, 18-year-old Alex, and again, like it's difficult because I was also just like 17 or 18. It wasn't just that I was like an edgy atheist YouTuber who's made some kind of shift. I have also just got older, but I have a lot more time for that kind of conjectural, experiential discussion. But
And
what
also-
is the feeling of beauty? I think it's a negative emotion. And when you see something beautiful and you do smile and you do go, no, actually, yeah, nice, then you're not experiencing beauty specifically there. You might be experiencing comfort or novelty or something. But beauty.
I think. Oh, sorry, Garchi.
Oh no, I was just going to say it's not woo woo because when you when you experience beauty, you've had you're waking up at 6:30 in the morning and you're going and you're a teacher and you're just having a bad day for 30 days, and then gosh, you see a beautiful sunset, and it feels like that experience of beauty is more disclosive of reality than anything else.
Was it Francis Collins who had the waterfall split into 3 streams or something, and that's when he like started believing in
So-
divinity or something?
yeah.
I think it might have been him.
But we can sensibly talk about beauty. Like, as in, when you guys are describing how you feel, while I might not be able to give an exact, logical formulation of that, it's not like it's totally insensible, right?
Yeah,
this
man.
is not
This is guys getting together to talk about their feelings,
Yeah, exactly. This is what I
It's
do.
not totally insensible.
This is what I do instead. What I do instead of therapy is
Mostly.
read like German
Mostly.
essays on the sublime and the beautiful.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of. I mean, it's interesting. I two of my close friends are a couple. And they're very smitten with one another. And I remember the girl in this pairing once said to me, described to me the feeling of wanting to climb inside their partner's skin. And then after this, I Googled this expression, and it is really, really commonplace, right? This idea of like, I want to
got
burrow
you
inside my
under my
well, quite,
skin.
but it reminded me of that
Frank
longing.
Sinatra.
But it reminded me of your
Yeah.
feeling of longing because
Yeah.
this is two people lying next to one
Yeah.
another,
There's that feeling of not
unable to get
being-
any closer,
Yeah.
yet desperately wishing to get closer. And I think there's, I don't know. I don't know really where I'm going with this.
That's
I don't
why,
have a
by the way,
circumspect point.
the mystical traditions often in their sort of poetry talk about love a lot. You know how like Rumi is like the most sort of known Sufi in the world is because of his poetry, and a lot of like non-Muslims enjoy the poetry because he talks about a lot about love. But like I just did this podcast with this guy Philip Home from Let's Talk Religion, great episode about Sufism, and he sort of said that he'd seen this internet meme and it was like a common thread of like it's about like Rumi, and it was sort of him saying like something like, my poetry is not about your like relationship with your girlfriend, it's about God. It's like stop, because although he does talk about love a lot, and this poetry often talks about love, that they see love as like a reflection of the divine love.
St. Paul, something, without love. I can't remember the exact. It's in Corinthians, without love you can be rich or you can have the gift of prophecy or something like that, but without love it would be nothing. But
Yes.
he's talking about a very
Faith.
theological kind of love.
Faith, hope, and love, but only one of these 3 remain, which
Yeah.
is love.
Yeah. But is there a difference? What do you think about this? I mean, we mentioned Dante earlier. I mean, the wonderful thing about Dante is, what happens when he gets to the top of Mount Purgatory? Who is waiting for him there?
Spoiler alert.
Oh,
Who's waiting for him?
Beatrice.
It's Beatrice.
Yeah.
And who is Beatrice?
Well, his
The woman
mother.
who... Wait, Dante...
Well,
Not his wife.
well, the person that he saw twice and declared his eternal love
right.
for.
Exactly. So Dante was married, although we only know that from documents. He never made... I think his wife's called Gemma. Maybe we never hear about Gemma in any of his writings, even in Levite and Rover.
That's amazing. That sounds like such a modern name. You know,
It,
it's
yeah.
just
Like, I could be wrong on it.
No,
Please do fact check me. Yeah, but the first time I ever read Dante, I was so struck by this fact that I thought I was reading sort of a serious... So, you know, I don't know how old I was, but I thought this was about God, maybe about Christianity, and I wasn't sure what I'd find. And then he gets to Mount Purgatory, and the girl he loved, you know, who he first fell in love with at this church, when, you know, he barely even spoke to her. He writes in La Vita Nuova about fainting when he sees her, and then crying because Beatrice walks past with her friends, and they all laugh, and Dante thinks they're laughing about him, so, you know, he goes home just weeping and leaves the party, all this kind of stuff. And then Dante is the one who guides him to heaven. I mean, is loving another human being? Is that? Can you? I'm curious what you all think. Like, can you love God by loving a man or a woman?
Well, to build upon that image, isn't there this moment? And correct me if I'm wrong, because you know better than I will. There's this moment at the end where Dante sees God reflected in the eyes of Beatrice. I mean, you've. I don't know if I'm misremembering.
I can't remember exactly.
I was.
But my point is, I don't know. I'm just sort of thinking about this. But can you love? You know, if we were to love one another deeply, would it be wrong to? Should I love God more than you, or is loving you the same as loving God?
No, I would say this is where the God is being stuff really comes into practical application, because, you know, as Paul said, quoting a Greek poet, but he was appropriating this for his form of Jewish Christianity. You know, in him we live and move and have our being. I think I read that out on the Areopagus with you.
Yeah.
We had that time.
Yeah, we went to Athens, and we were stood sort of on the spot where Paul is on the Areopagus, like, you know, about to reading out his thing, and John says, "Okay, I'm going to read the section. I'm going to read the speech." So he pulls out the gospel and he reads out the speech where Paul read it. Okay, fine, fair enough. Then he pulls out the Greek translation and reads the bloody Greek translation so he can say it in his own tongue. And then some like Spanish tourists or something came by, and they were like, "What are you doing?" And they were like, "Oh, no way, like you know, we're Spanish." And so they pulled out their Spanish translation and read it out as well, and we couldn't even understand it. So I had to sit through 3 renditions of Paul's speech in Athens, only one of which I understood, and even that I don't really understand.
That I think the fundamental point is that grace is not opposed to nature. That actually, you know, in loving friendship, in a, you know, romantic relationship, you are actually in some way participating in being.
I mean, but
that love.
You're sounding a little
There
bit
is no
woo-woo
love
right now.
that is apart from God.
Okay,
There
but
is none.
but when
I mean,
you say
theologically.
but when you say God there, it does seem to be something very, very different. As in, it seems like that is a different concept from the kind of interventionist agent. You know, not saying man on the clouds at all,
Yeah,
but if there's a couple of things that I think we can infer from the
Absolutely.
biblical account of God, it would be that he's claimed to be agential and he's claimed to be interventionist, and
Well,
that seems very different to the kind of usage of the word God that you're saying here.
Yes, and but the only thing that I was slightly qualified there is, you know, the biblical claim about God. I wouldn't say that the Bible claims much about God. I think it reports our experiences of God. So what does I suppose like the refraction of that timeless eternal light look like to us? It looks like, I don't know, the person of Christ. It looks like love that we find in our relationships, and so on. And I would say that I don't think the Bible is trying to do philosophy.
Okay,
So-
but how metaphysically are you talking here? As in, I don't want to be like, I don't want to be like really, I don't want to be like really hard nosed about this.
Yes.
But it strikes me that you could say all of what you're saying and embed it in something like, you know, just a pragmatic framework. This idea of like there are shared human experiences, and they all seem to have these like weird similarity relationships. Like my idea, like when I love, I get the sense I'm feeling something very similar to what other people feel when they love. And that it seems like they all share similarities, and because we're pattern recognizing beings, we can abstract an idea of love away from these patterns, and then you can kind of conceptualize this partaking relationship without introducing metaphysics into the equation. And I suppose
But I feel like it. No, I mean I'm not a philosopher, so I can't prove the metaphysics. But for me, you know, if reality is best expressed in poetry, I kind of approach my worldview by saying, I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as well, Shia. What is a more beautiful picture? And I think the idea of this sort of our love participating within the divine love is a more powerful picture than,
It's a more powerful
than the kind of
picture,
the
right? Yeah.
Dawkinsian picture. But yeah, I think maybe there's a kind of axiological question here of like, what ought we to believe, or maybe I'm thinking on those planes and not really arguing like a philosopher. Although I'm sure that there are philosophers who have made this kind of argument for this one simple thing, which is all of the things that the sum and bonum, the consummation of all our desires. One of the things I hate about analytic philosophy, rationalist philosophy, is that it sort of removes all desire. When actually, if a sum and bonum did exist, then surely our emotions, our desires, our affections do play a part in that.
Yeah, I agree. If the sum and bottom did exist in a straightforwardly metaphor, I mean,
Yeah,
my point is, I don't object to your kind of to the poetic line here. I just think that like, again, I think that the bare question of God's existence still matters to me in a straightforward way, as well as this kind of broader poetic. Kind of symbolic analysis.
But I think though that it can't be approached directly. I love this. I love analytic philosophy removes the BS. Interesting.
I think it removes the BS, but it also removes a lot of stuff that's worth exploring.
I think it does remove the biblical studies as well, but I think, and that's the problem. I think it can't be approached directly. So I would say this is where I am a little bit of a Platonist, because I would say, well, I have this idea of God as the divine love, etc., like the desire of every heart. And then I sort of use that as a prism through which I see the world. And I say, can I, because that's what I want to be true. And does this actually make sense? It's a little bit like when C.S. Lewis said, I believe in Christianity as I believe that the sun has risen. Not because I can directly look at the sun, but because...
Bingo. Who was it that suggested doing the bingo?
The bingo.
The things that would come up in this stream.
C.S. Lewis.
It would be like mentions Gnostic Gospels.
Yes.
And for John, it would have been quoting C.S. Lewis. I'm surprised how long it took.
But that notion of, I believe in Christianity as I believe that the sun has risen, not because I see it, because I can't see it directly, but because by it I see everything else. That very beautiful Platonic image of the sun, which is the form of the good, and in Christianity, that form of the good really descending to us so that we can receive it through intuition. I find that image so piercingly beautiful that I almost can't distinguish it from the truth. And I think that is, and I think that is what I actually think that is what the truth is. I think the truth is beauty, is goodness, and that is why beauty is going to save the world.
They want you to get a guitar as
Because
well.
what else could?
Oh yeah.
I think they'll be much more interesting than this.
I've got it.
Than this conversation.
I do have a little present for you, Alex. A little gift. Now this is for I picked this place to match the lighting of the drawers. Look at it.
I just went to I was gonna get a drink, and then I saw this. I saw this little bag, and I was like, So I just sort of like, is that what?
So
I
this.
thought it's suspiciously shaped.
I mean, what is Fortnum and Mason's? Fortnum and Mason's is sort of, I suppose, Britishness in essence. For any American listeners, it's this early 18th century sort of tea company. And also, you used to work in a tea shop, I believe.
That's right.
So I thought it was appropriate on that level as well. I'm just trying to undo the knot of my philosophy here.
I've never seen a nerdy.
I've never seen a nerdier gathering. You haven't seen enough podcasts, my friend.
So here we go. So this is this is your first Fortnum and Mason's product.
I think it must be. Yeah.
Amazing.
I think so.
And the product is a little glass of
Oh.
champagne. So congratulations
Wow,
on becoming a millionaire. Maybe we can leave it.
Do you know, it's interesting. I know you're talking about. So I'm a subscriber millionaire. I'm certainly not a millionaire in terms of cash, but I was talking to somebody yesterday or the day before about. I was talking to this guy George Mack about this, about whether, like, the concept of millionaire, say like 20 years ago, 50 years ago, it was so much more money. That now, I mean, he was talking about somebody in some other country with a different currency saying, like, about how he made his first million, and realized that in our money it was like $300,000, which is a lot of money, but it doesn't feel like a milestone in the
Did
same
you just
way.
say bucks after saying our money? You have spent
boy.
far too much time in
Oh
America.
dear. Oh dear. Yeah.
In our money, it's $300,000.
It sort of yeah, it was weird to think that like that's still the milestone, is that it's a million, not that it's like a particular sort of amount of life experience or whatever. So it's sort of like, I wonder if there will come a point when millionaire just doesn't have that sort of status as a term anymore. Like, I think these days something like a centimillionaire is really the equivalent of what a millionaire once was. You break that and you're in this sort of different category. It's kind of interesting that we still have this concept of the millionaire, and I wonder like how long it will last as money starts to sort of change in value.
Because I feel like millionaire, when I was growing up, the idea was that basically meant that money was kind of done for you. You had won the game of money.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's like,
does it not mean that now?
I don't know. That's Alex was suggesting that.
Well,
that
I
it
think
might not so
specifically
much
just
anymore.
because $1 million is worth less today than it was sort of 50 years ago.
Yeah, but it's when you read old novels and sort of, Jane Austen or whatever, and like, they've got an income of £200 a year.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
also,
So I wonder how long
I
the
think the
concept of
show Who
millionaire
Wants to Be a
will-
Millionaire probably also it sort of popularized that idea of a millionaire.
But that's the other thing, is that like, in a different country, does Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, is the prize pool just so much less, but it just feels the same because it's like a million,
Does it,
you know?
Like, does it?
I don't know. I'm not from there. I'm going to crack this open. Does anybody want some champagne?
Please.
I would love something.
Bloody hell. Thank you, John. That's very
nice.
sweet of you. Yeah, most of it's so funny. A lot of people say to me, Alex, for an atheist, you know a lot about the Bible. They're like, wow, yeah, you seem to sort of know so much about it. It's like, no, John knows lots about the Bible, and I just consult him, really. Also, I've seen.
Yeah.
Very
Voila.
nice.
I would have shaken it up and done something more dramatic, but I don't want to ruin my nice new drawers. Awesome. Hey, to the million, I suppose. Okay, right. I'm gonna pour you all a glass. Yeah, I'm really not sure.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh yeah, sorry. I sort of dipped away from the microphone. I was thinking.
Oh, they're saying that they can't hear you.
Because you're away from the mic.
Thanks, Shane. Check. 1 2 1 2. Should you do some freestyle rapping?
I think some music will be a good idea, because I honestly, Alex is a.
Well, now they're having a little bit of a drink.
We'll see where the night goes.
Well, I would certainly rather. I would rather listen to music than listen to you talk, and I think that's probably true of everyone here. Also, thank you very much.
I'm also trying to work out whether I should have tipped it.
We should. I should be topping up yours, Alex.
Yeah, sure. Do you know how to pour?
I do know how to pour.
Because I think you're supposed to angle the glass,
Yes,
right?
angle.
And you sort of spin it.
Angle it.
around.
Because I used to work in a pub in Oxford.
I'm afraid that is the last. Which pub?
The Rose and Crown.
You worked at the Rose and Crown?
I worked at the Rose and Crown in a summer.
How?
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you want me to pour yours?
No.
There you go. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't know. These aren't even champagne glasses. John was supposed to bring the flutes, but he did not. No, you actually forgot your guitar, didn't you?
We're not really beating the posh British allegations with John was meant to bring the champagne flutes.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Yes. It's just.
But hey,
it's just
who
de
was ever trying to beat
facto-
those allegations anyway?
Yeah, it's de facto not true. That
Okay.
Just because we seem to be, what's the word? Young fogies.
Yeah.
We actually are.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's true. I really don't think that's
Yeah.
true.
Oh, pick up your mics, Jen.
Sure, sorry, of course.
we sort of
Anyway,
lose it.
well,
Well, to the Gospel of Thomas.
I can't cheers to that.
It's a bit too heretical.
Why don't we cheers to the king?
to the king. I think that's good. I was
To the
going
king.
to the king.
to the king of YouTube atheism,
Matt
Matt Dillahunty.
to Matt Dillahunty.
Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, cool.
Congratulations to
Congratulations.
Mr. O'Connor.
No, I do own a guitar, but I was. Oh man, I had 2 guitars.
Is
John
it
and
this
I
one? Is it this one, Alex?
could have played. What? Oh, sure. Go and get the guitar if you want.
Yeah, please do.
John-
I want
If
to.
there's
I did
stuff
have-
in
I did
transit,
have
I'm gonna
two-
possibly-
I did have 2 acoustic guitars. Live super chat. Would you consider having Ed Fazer back on to discuss classical theism and Aristotelianism?
I do like
yes,
Ed Fazer.
man. I was on a train like I don't know a few weeks ago from Scotland to London, and I sat next to this guy who's reading about like teleology in biology, and I swear he almost talked me out of mereological nihilism in like 1 hour. It was amazing. And he was talking about like Aristotelian metaphysics as applied to like mereology, and Ed Faze's name came up, and I thought that'd be a really good episode. So maybe I'd like to have him back on to do the Aristotle's revenge stuff. Yeah, I do have 2 guitars. I was supposed to, as in I had 2 acoustic guitars, but I lent one of them to Zach Tellender, because Zach Tellender was rehearsing to open at the Eventim Apollo a few days ago, and he still has it. He still has that guitar. So, alas, watch your feet.
Okay, here we go. Please.
Well, there you have it, folks. The guitar's out. Is that coming through? That's better, yeah. Someone say Casualix. Casualix with you. Oh my goodness. Oops. That was an accident. I was not supposed to. I didn't even know you could do that until a moment ago. I just accidentally highlighted a comment. Goodbye. Not a question, just $2. Thank you, Marty. No, don't do what they're telling us.
Is it play Wandle?
Yeah, I know it said that. It doesn't mean you have to do it.
Sing ho.
When chimps start worshipping God, we're in trouble. Yeah, I was supposed to have 2 guitars. We could have done a nice duet or something. Unless I bust out I've got a bunch of electric guitars.
You got to.
But it's just a bit complicated to get that together. Okay.
So someone says, Alex, one of the new songs dropping. Don't tell me it's ending. Is actually.
Oh, don't tell me if it's ending.
That's a wonderful song. Can you please play it?
My
Can you
friend,
please
no,
play
what, I don't think I can do it without Charlie. Myself and Charlie Shan music. No, definitely not. It's a beautiful song. We wrote it together. We're very proud of it. Like I'm happy to say that I actually do really like that song. Luckily that is actually out in the world. We had sort of a version of it. By the way, it's so lucky that we got it out, because the pre-chorus is a sort of what have you done to this? Have you cold played my guitar?
The E is in the D.
It's all D. This is actually a full step down, I think. So the pre-chorus of that song. Right, but that sort of. So Billie Eilish a couple of years ago comes out with that song. You called me again, drunk in your bed, and like it's such a similar melody that I think if we hadn't have released that thing first, we would have got like heavily accused of just fully plagiarizing it. But it's sort of a natural melody for that. What happened was Charlie Shan, who I wish was here to play it, put a pillowcase over his head and decided to play 4 random notes on the piano, and the notes he played were this one, with this one, this one, this one, and this one. This is also like the worst position to hold the guitar in. But I'm trying to get this thing. So he plays like dum 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 those notes. And we're like, okay, what can we do with that? So it's like this kind of works. There's an E chord. That kind of works, and then it went like there, and that kind of it's a bit weird. But I was like, do you know what? Actually, that sounds kind of cool. And we were like, okay, maybe this works. And it gives it this that classic movement from the one to the sort of the major, whatever it is, major 3 or whatever. And then it's like resolves down there. We're like, that's actually quite nice. And so then naturally to that, it feels like. It's just like such a natural melody to put over it, which is why I think the Billie Eilish song is so similar. It's just one of those melodies that screams out at you. Bruno Major, who has that song called Nothing, which I don't remember how to play very well. And then what would it be? I can't remember how to play it, but he said this of that song, but like when he had those chords, it was just like the melody just came out. And when you listen to it, it's got this like inevitability to it. He says like it's like you've heard the song before. Like I've definitely heard this somewhere, even if you haven't. It's one of those melodies that just sort of screams out at you. That happened with that song, I think. I love that chord.
I really like the lyrics. I think they're really good.
Thanks. That took a long time as well. But yeah, I don't know. Take it back.
Can we have a little bit of singing from you, Mr.
I don't know,
O'Connor?
man. Like as I said,
Aime?
as I said, the YouTuber does music thing is a bit of a cringe fest. But the New Testament consultant does music is not so much of a cringe fest. I think.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
There's a long history of musical theology.
Yes.
Francis Collins also plays the guitar. I had a bit of a jam with him before we started filming. He's got a lovely baby grand piano and a whole set of guitars as well. Anyway, I've also not been keeping track of the live chats.
Is there anything else? Is there any more to drink?
Yes, there is. There is this champagne. Yes.
Oh, cheers with the microphone there.
With the audience, for those who are drinking at home.
What's the whole idea of chinking the glass? It's kind of like it's something to do with poison, isn't it?
That's what that's there. I don't know if that's
So
like
yeah,
one of those.
so it's one of these apocryphal stories, like the Gospel of Thomas.
If
where-
only we had a cultural tutor to explain it.
By the way, yeah, those who are joining who don't know, because when you left, they were like, bring Guy in the middle back. This is not Guy in the middle. This is the cultural tutor who you're probably already following on Twitter.
With Elon Musk.
Yeah, along with like basically everyone under the sun.
I hope that doesn't hit your subs.
Yeah, and so the cultural tutor can inform us on all cultural matters. So if you have any questions for said tutor,
Here's
do
one
let us
for
know.
you. You know, for French kissing, originated in England.
Really?
Yeah, so sort of back in the 15th
Why do they
century.
call it French kissing?
Well, because then he moved to France. Like when you read Froissart and his reports of travelling to England, and Erasmus is the same. Erasmus writes about going to England, and the lovely thing was that whenever you greeted people, they would kiss you, and he talks about all the lovely girls giving him kisses. But it's funny, right? No, now it's the other way around. No, the French have taken it.
You know, Erasmus.
Sorry, no, not French. Bloody hell, what the hell am I talking? I mean, the kiss on the cheek thing. You know, the people in France do.
Oh, that
Yes,
right.
because
That's-
there are two
bloody hell,
sorts of
I-
there
I
are two
understand
sorts
this
of
Sorts of
French
French
kisses.
kiss, yeah,
So
and
I know
only one of them is appropriate
Erasmus
to do.
going
What I mean is, as
door
it-
to door getting
It's
tongues.
a live stream.
When you
Apologies. I mean the kiss on the cheek
Yeah.
as a manner of greeting originated in it was certainly in England before France. Anyway, there's a little
yeah,
little factoid for you.
Sheehan, when he sees his aunts and uncles at a wedding, tends to French kiss them when he says hello, right?
More or less.
What are some other things that were in England before they were in France? Maybe
That's quite a broad
common
brief.
sense. The great
The
literary
revolution.
tradition,
The revolution.
Mm,
The Civil War.
yes,
You know,
yeah.
the revolution happened here first. We had ours early.
But it
I guess.
wasn't quite so severe.
Are you glad of the French Revolution?
On the whole,
This house
Is it
regrets
too
the
soon
fall
to
of-
tell?
you know, I
Too soon
would.
to tell.
Dude, but that is also a misunderstanding.
Oh no! Am I just?
No,
I
because
fathom
no,
this
no, no.
anecdote,
It's a
but-
fantastic anecdote about. I can't remember who it was.
No, it's a historian of some sort.
No,
Was it?
it was a Chinese diplomat or minister who was in Europe, and he was asked when he was here. The story goes he was asked in, I think, in the 60s, what do you think about the French Revolution in the 1960s? And he says, it's too early to tell. But I think because it was in translation, he was actually being asked about the riots that were ongoing in France and the protesting going on at the time.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's apocryphal. But it is.
Oh, that's-
But I mean, he
it is
did
one hell of an answer.
kind of say it. I mean, what matters is what resonates, not what people actually say. That's why I'm a big fan of a misquote. It sort of
Favorite misquote?
probably when Jesus claims to be God in John's Gospel. I think
Where does he claim to be God in John's Gospel?
8:58.
858. So he claims the divine name. Is that claiming the same? Uso
Well,
as
I
God?
don't. Let's not bring this up again.
We're
No,
not-
we
we're
can't.
not
I mean,
gonna do
because I don't think I don't think so. Even then, it's like it's not entirely clear. Maybe he's the Gnostic Jesus. Not really. But other misquotes include things like, I mean, C.S. Lewis gets attributed things all the time. What's that
Yes.
one? Pride.
Humility.
Humility isn't thinking less of yourself; it's thinking of yourself less.
But it is
Yes.
that's very similar to his
To
thoughts.
something.
But
I
that's
mean,
the
in
thing.
Mere Christianity,
Yeah.
he
It's not-
basically does say that.
It's
but
not only the kind of thing he would say in terms of the phrasing; it's also the kind of thing he would say, like, we know that he said basically the same message.
Because I think he does, because if anything, I think in Mere Christianity, he places more emphasis on the opposite statement about pride, where he says pride is not just self-aggrandizement, it's thinking of yourself too much, and as a result, isn't just going to lead to like you feeling great about yourself. It's going to lead to a profound
Yeah.
sense of misery, as
which
you
is
tear yourself
why
apart.
which is why we, if you're really self-deprecating and you put yourself down all the time, that's not necessarily the opposite of narcissism, because you're still, I mean, you are the expert here, not because you're a narcissist, but because I think you've done a video. Have you on
Oh, I mean, I think
on
that's it's
touching
not.
on
I mean, it's not.
touching on
It's by no means my idea. I think it is. It seems to be a. I think that it's in all through the history of kind of psychotherapy and other forms of therapy. This idea that if you that the opposite of, like, sometimes it's given the term negative narcissism. This idea of is just becoming too concerned with yourself to the point that it makes you miserable and barely able to function. But you're not feeling good about yourself, you're just feeling horrible about yourself. And I can't remember, it's a child developmental psychologist, one of the founders of child developmental psychology, I think.
When you said a child developmental psychologist,
Oh yes,
I
not
was
like a prodigy.
What?
But I think, suggested that he, at least I think this in the 60s, theorized. I can't remember his name now, but theorized that preoccupation with the self wasn't a strength, but was a response to feeling too insecure about your ego to let it just be. And he thought this was kind of a self-reinforcing cycle. So he thought that self-concern was both the result of and the cause of a feeling of profound misery. So it's, all very fun. But no, that's not my idea at all. That's just something that long predated me. I wish I'd come up with it, but I didn't.
We had a live chat. I keep calling them live chats. It's all live chat. A super chat from somebody. By the way, I am screenshotting these. So if you asked one ages ago, I'm trying to keep
Yes,
hold of them.
I think it might be John.
What?
That I can't quite read it because my eyes aren't great. I think that is the person I'm talking about. So yes, yeah.
Alex,
I think so.
Talk about Mr. Hitchens, the late Christopher. Do you still think about him, and how often? Humility is thinking of Christopher Hitchens less. Well, look,
Here we go.
look, this is. I mean, the problem is.
This is idolatry.
By the way, I got this bust of Christopher Hitchens, and somebody pointed out that it looks maybe a bit like his brother. So that can be quite confusing. But also, somebody said to me once that it looked like David Icke, and since then I kind of can't unsee it. So I've got this bust of David Icke on my shelf.
Is he the Holocaust?
I was David. I don't
He's
know.
the one that
He's a
thinks that
conspiracy
lizards run
theorist
the
guy.
world. I mean,
Yeah, you might be thinking of David Irving. David Irving is the famous Holocaust denier, but I don't know. David Icke might be a Holocaust denier as well. In which case, get your case. Yeah, I mean, I used to think about Hitchens all the time. I think it's no secret that I now don't agree with a lot of what he says. But still, I mean, I occasionally now tune in. I think about once a year I watch his appearance on the Australian Q&A show, and it's just a sort of masterclass.
Would you say you've actually learned more from his rhetorical
Yes.
style
Yeah,
than
yeah,
from
definitely.
anything the man actually thought about?
Definitely.
Would you practice in the mirror?
What, like I do remember, like,
Because your cadence
is very.
the thing is,
very
right,
different.
is
so
similar.
obviously I listened to a lot of Christopher Hitchens, and he's the person that taught me how to speak. Like there's this guy I remember seeing on a radio show once, this guy who like sings exactly like Elvis, and they got him on the show. It's like extraordinary. Like it was like he was doing this amazing impression, and they were like, "How do you do that?" And he was like, "I don't know, man. That's just how I sing. I just listen to Elvis, and I just learned to sing that way." I don't know how true that is, but I did. I mean, I suppose when you're trying to learn how to speak, if you don't have speech to deliver, you deliver someone else's. So like, I can deliver.
Would you like to? I mean, I've heard
Can you do
you.
a
I've
little
heard
bit
you
of
do a few
Christopher
of
Hitchens'
the
speech.
famous ones.
The best speech that Christopher Hitchens ever gave
Yes.
in the
Oh,
Catholic
this
Church
is good.
debate, Intelligence Squared, where he's talking about. Is that a thing? It's all right. I screenshotted it. Yeah. I know. Time flies. when you-
Please, sorry, carry on.
Where
Yeah, this is good.
Hitchens says, he's talking about, there's so much. He's talking about Africa, staying in Africa. I think it may one day be admitted with shame that it was perhaps wrong to say that AIDS is bad, as a disease, very bad, but not quite as bad as condoms are bad, or not as immoral in the same way. And everyone starts, applauding. Or the Stephen Fry thing. Fourth, for condemning my friend Stephen Fry, for saying you can't be a member of our church. You were born in sin, and everyone applauds. There's a revolting piece of casuistry sometimes offered on this point. Yeah, we hate the sin only, love the sinner. Stephen is, I'm sorry to say, not quite like other girls. Insert laugh. Or he is like other girls, and the last time I checked, he's absolutely boy mad. He's not being condemned for what he does. He's being condemned for what he is. You're a child made in the image of God? Oh, no, you're not. You're a faggot. And you can't join our church, and you can't go to heaven. This is disgraceful. It's inhuman. It's obscene. And it comes from a clutch of hysterical, sinister virgins who've already betrayed their charge in the children of their own church. Applause. For shame, he says. For shame. It's incredible because, firstly, the use of the F slur there is so.
Is this you now? This is you now, isn't it? It's
yeah,
you.
yeah. It's
that's
so
Alex.
powerful because I think that swearing has become so sort of normalized that there are only a few swear words left. Because what is a swear word? It's a word that you don't say, so that when you do say it, it's like really bad. And in the case of a slur, it's sort of attacking. There are a lot of slurs these days have gotten to the point where you can't say them in any context because it's so offensive. So when Hitchens uses it as a rejoinder to bigotry, it's so powerful because it sort of shocks you. You're like, gosh, did he just say? I mean, people are watching the live stream. Like, did he just say that? Like, that's the point of the speech. It's like, whoa, really? But then you remember what he's doing, and it's like, so that's so powerful. But also, just merging together things that you wouldn't think to. Okay, so the fact that they sort of condemn homosexuals, and the fact that they've got a paedophilia problem. Okay, you can see someone saying how dare this church? How dare this church who condemns the sexual activity of others? What coming from people who oversaw one of the most comprehensive. Okay, it kind of works, but it doesn't have the same sort of poetry.
So what was the line?
He says, and it comes from a clutch, and he puts his hand. It comes from a clutch of hysterical, sinister virgins who've already betrayed them. Because again, calling someone a virgin seems like it's insulting, and that's why it's shocking again. But then you realize that what he's actually doing is saying that these are people who have no experience with sex, and they're moralizing about sex. Which again, this might be totally unfair. Because maybe it's the sort of morally purist virgins who are doing the right thing or whatever, and they're the best at moralizing. But it's sort of it's shocking. So it's a masterclass in speech because whether or not it's true, the use of that slur, the use of calling them virgins, but doing it in a way that's obviously just making a point about their sexual inexperience. It comes from a clutch of hysterical, sinister virgins, which is so Hitch, sinister. Virgins who've already betrayed their charge in the children of their own church. It takes you a second to know exactly what he's talking about.
Charge.
Betrayed their charge. It's stuff like that. It's slightly antiquated. They betrayed their charge. Like earlier in that debate, or later, he talks about the church outraging the innocence of children, which I've always thought was a really interesting phrase because you know what he means, but it's put in a slightly
incredibly euphemistic.
But then at another point, a lot of people are talking about child abuse, and he's giving this speech, and he says, about the child abuse, and he sort of goes child. It might be Stephen Fry who does this anyway. It's let's call it what it is, child rape, and he sort of says it he's willing to use an expletive, and I mean expletive in the sense that it is just explicit. I think it's a masterclass. So it gives you chills when you listen to it.
You want to go for? Well, I was going to say it's because very very fantastic rhetorical analysis there with Hitchens' speech. But I'm curious. Did you think he had any interesting or original thoughts, or was he just a good orator? And I mean that
There's
seriously.
nothing new under the sun. I mean his big original thought is God as the dictator. I mean, people have seen God. People have not liked God and religion as encroaching on freedom and stuff. But specifically, the sort of painting of God as with the analogy of the modern political dictator, that was a Hitch thing. Which is why when he says it's a celestial North Korea, that's not a funny line, celestial North Korea, whatever. But if you watch the speeches where he says it, it's like Steve Jobs unveiling the iPhone. And when Steve Jobs says well, how is it that I scroll through my music? Well, I just take my finger and I scroll, and everyone goes, "Whoa, oh my!" Because it was revolutionary. Yeah. So when Hitchens sort of goes he has this whole bit about Kim Jong Un, because it's sort of what is it? Kim Jong Il is still the head of state, even though he's dead, and Kim Jong-un is the head of government.
And I
he-
think Kim Il-sung still has some form of role.
yeah, sorry, I'm probably getting
No,
the
it's
names.
an-
I'm probably
I
getting
don't-
the
I
names
don't know
mixed
either.
up.
I
I actually I've struggled to remember between rounders half the time. But the idea, I mean, he says it's one short. He says it's one short of a trinity. You know, sort of the deceased spiritual father and the bodily sort of like that kind of analogy. And he calls it a necrocracy. And he says that, you know, like he earlier says, he describes heaven as watching you while you sleep and blah blah blah. And then he says a kind of divine North Korea, and everyone laughs because that's a new analogy. But what he really was sort of a good stand-up comedian.
Right,
in
yeah,
a
he's
way.
just incredibly witty,
But he knew how to
incredibly
give that
eloquent.
powerful speech.
But-
It's like eloquence consists not in using big words, although he did do that when he needed to.
Often.
It's the same thing that poetry does, which is using perfectly normal, understandable words, but putting them in a particular order that like just elevates the meaning of the text. I mean, think about that phrase, you know, outraging the innocence of children. You know what outrage means. You know what innocence means. Those are perfectly like simple words, but to put it in that order, outraging the innocence. I've never heard anyone else use that phrase before, and it's just it's a more beautiful way of putting it, you know. And that's what he was so good at.
But that makes him dangerous, right?
Yes,
But
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
incredibly enchanting. I mean, you know, a lot of people do sort of go down those rabbit holes of listening to his talks, and you sort of,
Yeah.
how can you not be swept away by I mean, you know, the sort of modern Demosthenes. if
Well,
you
like I say,
But-
the one. Oh, by the way, when I hear people talk about like ancient rhetoricians, it's hard to sort of imagine what it's like to be swept up by a rhetorician. But you've got to think of the Hitchens, and you've got to think of the Jordan Petersons
And the Alex O'Connors.
Yeah,
But
it's interesting.
I hope not. I
Sorry,
hope not.
It's interesting. I sometimes think about this kind of a use of rhetoric. There's a theory in cognitive linguistics called relevance theory, which is this idea that when we're interpreting language, we're trying to make a trade-off between the amount of effort it takes us to decode a sentence or a meaning, and the cognitive payoff of doing so. And I have this like vague idea when I hear things like Christopher Hitchens saying it outright outrage the innocence of children. I wonder if there's something to do with the extra cognitive effort that it takes to decode it. Yeah. It's like
exactly.
There's something about because I was thinking there's something about the satisfaction of hearing a sentence that takes the optimal amount of effort to decipher, such that you feel a slight sense of accomplishment on understanding.
So someone once said that good speakers make themselves sound smart. Great speakers make you feel smart. So the thing
That's a
that Hitchens
fantastic
did
way
was
of
he
putting it.
always pushed you to do a little bit more. Like he'd say like, oh, if we build a nation on the ideas of Galileo and Thomas Jefferson and Thomas Paine, and then he'd throw in some name that you hadn't heard of, you'd be fully on board. You'd know what he was saying, but you'd think, oh gosh, I need to work a bit harder because I don't know who that one is. But you wouldn't say it. You'd be like, oh, I don't know who that is. But I'm going to applaud and I'm going to agree because I know what he's talking about. But I've realised that he knows that a little bit more than I do. So you knew that he sort of knew more, had read more, but you felt like you could just about keep up. So he sort of inspired you to do more. But worth pointing out, the last interview that Christopher Hitchens ever did for the New Statesman with a certain Richard Dawkins, which the audio of which was only released recently, I think, on Dawkins' sort of podcast. His podcast, which consists primarily, seemingly, of re-uploading sort of old conversations and debates at the moment. It's quite interesting to see them re-emerge. Richard says to Christopher, Richard says to Mr. Hitchens, went on first name basis, you know, you're the most widely read man I've heard of since perhaps Aldous Huxley. And Christopher says, I don't know. And Christopher says, well, he says, I mean, who do you think's the most widely read
Man since Aldous
man
Huxley.
in like 2011?
Well, I can't remember. There's no way it's Chris Hitchens.
I would
but
have said
you
C.S.
can-
Lewis, but
you
he
can-
died on the same day as Aldous
You can
Huxley.
see why you'd get that impression. You can see why you get that impression of Hitchens just being like unbelievably well read.
Sure.
But Hitchens says, well, I must admit, Christopher, Richard, it might come at the expense of depth. You know, my job as a journalist is to not specialize, you know, something like that. And he just basically flatly admits near the end of his life that he's read a ton, but it's probably at the expense of depth on those texts, right? Like he can
And
quote.
that's why he's so confident as a sophist,
Right,
because he's
precisely.
never
Because
really
yeah,
had
yeah,
to.
yeah.
I mean,
He's never really had to go up against someone who knows as much
I mean,
about
look
his
at the way that
subjects.
he would say, like, read a page of Stephen Hawking, and look at how, you know, the event horizon, and he'd use the phrase event horizon, and I'm like, if I were to ask, what is an event horizon? How does it work? And by the way, it's no insult to him. A lot of people can, it's still like a beautiful concept and you can use it as an analogy, but I think he did it in such a way to almost imply that he had this like scientific lexicon. You know, he often quoted Lawrence Krauss when talking about nothing. It was something from nothing. He'd say, read Lawrence Krauss's, at the time, essay, and then he wrote a book, A Universe from Nothing. And I'm like, but if I were to question him and say, well, Christopher, I wondered if you could just tell me more about Lawrence Krauss's theory of nothing and why it resonates with you, if he could do it.
Well, the thing is that what he would do, presumably, is say something probably very funny.
Yes.
And very witty, very clever.
Yeah.
And you'd be sort of, pulled along for the ride.
Something
I
about
think the
being a
humor is so dangerous also on topics about morality, on topics about God, because it kind of, if you can relieve someone in that way, it demystifies them.
The other thing is that I mean, humor is a fantastic rhetorical tool. You know, it's partly because I think that I think that a lot of rhetoric just seems, and Aristotle says this in his treatise on rhetoric, so this is hardly a new idea, is about getting the audience to view you as a friendly force.
Yeah, just if you're likable, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and that is, and you see this. I remember one of my friends is a stand-up comedian, and a very good stand-up comedian, and something that he expressed to me is basically that the minute that you get an audience on side, you can say basically anything and they'll laugh. Like, and you see this, right? If you ever watch oh, bless you.
Sorry.
If you ever watch a gig by a really good stand-up comedian who gets the audience on side in the first 5 minutes, he or she will occasionally say something, and the audience will just erupt in laughter, and you'll almost see them go, "Oh, I didn't know if that was funny. That was just an offhand comment."
They sort of open their mouth, and the audience will already be.
And you kind of see this, right? I think this is one of the reasons why, I think part of this phenomenon is behind why, if you sit down with a bunch of friends, you can all make one another erupt in laughter, and it seems like a very good idea at the time to embark on a stand-up comedy career. But I imagine that most endeavours in that direction may fail. I think that there's a fantastic bit that John Bishop says where he sat down, he told his friends that he was going to embark on a career as a stand-up comedian, and his friends looked at him and just said, "You're not even the funniest person round this table."
Yeah.
And
in that accent, presumably as well.
Have you heard?
I will not insult the city of Liverpool by attempting a Liverpudlian accent.
There's a possibly apocryphal event in the Beatles where somebody asks Paul McCartney, "Do you think Ringo Starr is the best drummer in the world?" And he says, "He's not even the best drummer in the Beatles." We have more live chats, which could be fun to go through. I want to know. I want to know whether I should get rid of my moustache, because people were commenting about like getting rid of the moustache, and I have been considering it, but the thing is, I think that the people who don't like it are more predisposed to say they don't like it than the people who like it are predisposed to say that they do. See, someone says do not. Like, but
it will grow back. It will grow back.
See, this is disproving your thesis right now.
But now it's been explicitly raised as a question. Yeah. Like out of the ether, I think complaints do.
We got one yes out of about 7 no's. The mustache could become get rid of it.
It's actually good now.
All right, well, it's about.
Okay, but Alex, what do you want to do? Regardless of what your fans would like you to do, what would you like to do most?
Oh, I don't know. I am tempted to shave it off. I'm tempted to shave it off on stream for the meme. I don't know.
Now?
Maybe.
Wow. Okay.
Well, it will grow back, and I'm pretty quickly.
Why don't you shave your moustache off?
I can't. I need to wait a week or so.
You need to wait a week or so.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. What plans have you got for your
nothing?
moustache?
Nothing. I've just got to.
My mother says that you look best with a beard.
Your mother thinks I look good no matter what
Please.
No matter what my face looks like. Moustache and short beard. But yeah, so I actually quite like the sort of stubble with...
like this.
Someone says, don't get stuck in semantics.
Dye it pink. Moustache. Now there's an idea.
Shave the stash and grow a beard. I don't know.
This reminds me of a UCL.
That's true. Do a Chaplin moustache. We all know what that means. We all know what that
Okay, well,
really means.
that's
don't we?
avoiding the
Do a Charlie
census.
Chaplin.
So
moustache. Yeah,
someone
okay.
says bring back the beard, and I like okay. So I'm
Okay,
curious,
let's just do that.
I'm curious about the when you had a beard for the Ben Shapiro.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. The
That was a bad time, wasn't it, Alex? That was a bit of a bad time.
You know what?
You're in a bit of a bad way.
I'm actually I'm not against the beard in the Ben Shapiro.
Why don't we shave off your hair instead?
How much? Yeah, sure.
Let's finish this wine and see what happens. I don't know. The Ben Shapiro thing. I think that when I grew out this long beard, it looked pretty bad. It looked like really bad. I look at photos. It looked really, really bad. But in the Ben Shapiro debate specifically, I think it was the best it looked as a long beard. Like it was like I sort of trimmed it down a little bit and got rid of the loose ends. I was basically trying to see how long it could get, but it was pretty bad. Mohawk, bold and goatee.
Keep the hair on your
Keep the
head,
hair on your head, please. The moustache is great. You know, the moustache is there's a big. I am, you know, like, what do you think? Clean shaven could maybe.
Well, I've not seen you clean shaven in quite a long time.
Could maybe. Yeah. Have you ever seen me clean shaven, Sheen?
Yeah.
I don't think. Actually, no. When we first met, you were clean shaven.
I probably had like a bit of a beard though.
Maybe like a couple of days
I'm not
stuff.
sure. I can't remember when exactly it was that we first met.
Just over a year ago.
Yeah.
Well, why
How
didn't
many
you-
subscribers did you have at the time? So I remember I emailed you because I saw your
Yes,
channel
yeah.
and I was like, dude, I've seen your stuff and it's really cool. We should hang out.
I had about 10,000 subscribers, I think.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh bloody hell! Congratulations, Mr.
Oh,
Foley.
thank you very
Well,
much.
That is wonderful.
Joe is growing. Joe's growing fast and will soon overtake and eclipse all of us.
All of us.
Oh, I don't
indeed,
think that's
indeed.
true.
Have you got plans for a 500,000 subscriber party?
Oh, I'll probably go out to a restaurant or something. You know,
Yeah, right on, man. Right on.
Well, we can all go out somewhere. You know, I think this would be good fun.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we should go and I don't know. I think thing is I'm such a boring person, which is how I spend all my time reading books. That whenever it comes to mark a sort of big, whenever I have something to celebrate, I'm always completely at a loss of what to do. Because I feel like, oh, what would I really like to do? And I think, well, what I really like to do is crack open a bottle of wine and read a book and have a discussion with some friends. And that is basically what
you
I
are the
spend
opposite of a boring
my time
person
doing.
because
Yeah,
you
certainly.
know
Yeah.
the happy person, the interested person, according to Bertrand Russell, is the one who has as many interests as possible. And I feel like that is who you are. I mean, I remember the first time we met. I think I said something like to Alex, something like, "I think Joe may be the smartest person I've ever met."
say that.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's-
As you
And yes.
John turned to me and just went like, "That is the smartest man I've ever met."
that's very
I know,
kind.
so-
Yeah, I was in the room as well.
Yeah.
We were all very impressed
Yeah.
Oh, that's very kind.
with young Mr. Foley.
I mean, no pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But thank you.
well, I mean, you say you read all the time, then, and you said you're reading some novels. I'm curious what novels.
Yes. I mean, so
Maybe
I was.
just-
I
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you've got the clip.
I
The
think
shaver is
we're
here.
about to be hijacked
Oh.
here. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the right thing to do.
I think it's time.
Yeah.
Would I tell you what?
Shall we each do a third?
No, that's.
There's going to be a screenshot at an inconvenient moment, I feel.
I think what I need. That feels unsafe.
You should do nothing to cover that lovely face.
That's a great point.
Sam, by the way, is there any more?
Oh yes.
Well, I'm sort of having
There's
more.
beers in the fridge. So yeah, please.
Would you like
let's. I'm not supposed to be drinking at the moment.
Oh, how come?
I'm going. I go sober before I have stuff on. So I'm sort of. I do like a drink, ladies and gents.
Oh, thank you.
But
Very much.
I'm before I have like a big event or a debate or a discussion or something, I tend to go sober for like a week or so, and I do feel like it does really like sharpen me up. So I have a really cool thing a week today, which I cannot talk about on stream yet. I can't remember if I've told you about it. I might have done. I'll tell you after the stream. It's gonna be sick. But I hate doing that thing where when someone says like, "I've got a big announcement on Thursday," everybody
can't
will be
tell
ready
you
to
anything.
tune in.
Yeah.
Sort of like just tell me when you announce it. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing to like. I think didn't like Beyonce once just release an album with no promo beforehand. I think it was like a marketing. It was the idea you just.
Is it?
But it was like huge. If someone
Jaguar.
like Beyonce was like, I'm just going to release it. Jaguar. Do we know what Jaguar are doing yet? Because
Okay, can we just get on with the?
but the
You're firmly steering the
Hey,
ship.
talk about Jaguar, please.
But yeah, people say like it's one thing to say like, oh, I'm releasing an album next year, so you announce it, and people still have to wait, fine. But to announce an announcement is such a weird meta thing that I see all the time that I'm kind of fed up.
Yeah, understood.
What-
Anyway.
what I need-
This moment is defining you as a philosopher, though, because the Cynics, the Stoics, in accordance with nature, long beards.
Okay, but you know what they say.
And so the little beard is a departure from
Barber-
Stoicism.
What is it? The Latin saying, "Barber non facit philosophum." you know?
Yeah.
The beard does not make the
philosopher.
philosopher.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm about to see the truth of that.
I need two assistants to hold this
One on your right,
underneath
one
my
on your left.
face, please, if you don't mind.
All right. I'm happy to do it. I don't.
Actually, I'm going to sit here so we can go close.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah.
going to swap sheet. That would have been
Yeah.
that would have made my
Oh, right.
We're doing it.
I'm so jealous of your blazer shit. This is the. Oh yes. It looks like we're getting ready for a sort of philosophical dick measuring contest.
Or a literary one.
Okay, so here we go.
Or a esports.
I say the chat. I can see a lot of capitals.
What I need is for you to
The
hold this
fanfic
side.
is becoming
Oh, right.
real
And for you to hold
difficult.
this side, just so that I don't get hair everywhere. But it's going to happen. Now, I haven't used this thing in a while. I don't know if this is quite right. Let's see.
Oh my goodness. Boo, what's happening?
What's happening? I actually think it's because I don't have a mirror. I actually can't see.
This feels very kind of ritualistic with
It
the.
does, doesn't it?
Opening my eyes. I should have got a mirror.
Oh, gosh, the amount of mourning.
Oh no! Yes. It's a,
I can't. I need to use my phone camera as a mirror.
Maverick Christian, hurrah for the end of the
Yeah,
story.
Maverick Christian has donated now. I think a total of $7 to see this happen. if you're upset about it, put your money where your mouth is. Put your money where your preferences are. All right.
Oh my goodness.
I think I already regret this.
No, you look superb.
You'll grow back.
You look wonderful.
yes. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, it will grow back.
This too shall pass.
16-year-old.
Eat the hair. It's like the placenta.
What?
I think somebody must have said on the chat to eat the
I
hair.
think that's
Okay,
sometimes
we don't need to. We don't need to.
sometimes that happens.
Yeah, the thing look a lot younger, and it is very true.
That has been known to be done.
And he's 17 again.
You still look pretty. Awesome. So thank you, chaps. There's actually not a ton of hair, so I imagine that most of it's probably just gone on the floor and flipped everywhere. What do we think? Better?
I think it looks good.
Yeah.
He needs, sure.
The thing is, it's battling
it's
against unfamiliarity now. Like, as in, just the unfamiliar will always strike you as a bit suddenly.
It's not properly done.
Yeah, let me go
Also.
finish this off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Have you ever thought about growing your hair, John?
Shock.
I've had it for 5 years.
Sorry, everybody. We're back. You got the right one? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Sick. Yeah. What do you think?
Wonderful. Ah, yeah. This is.
You know what? It feels kind of. I feels fresh.
The four horsemen of the
Feels-
new Christianity.
I feel like I can I can literally like feel like a lighter top lip like when I'm talking. It's like I can,
Alex,
I can,
it's
Yeah.
good. It's good.
I like
I think
it.
with a bit of stubble.
I think 3 to 5 day stubble. I think would be
Yeah.
would be.
Yeah,
perfect.
I can't remember what exactly prompted the first appearance. The first appearance of the moustache was let's go through
After you met me, I
in
think.
memoriam. It was no, the first ever one was with Bart Ehrman, and then a video convincing ChatGPT that it's conscious. Which, by the way, watch out tonight. We've got another ChatGPT video coming out in which I tried to gaslight it into believing that it has ethical commitments. I sort of run some. I sort of ask it about. I tell it that I'm going for dinner tonight. And it's like,
yeah.
oh, that sounds great. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to go all out. I'm going to spend like $200. And then I talk about how I could donate that money. And it's all sort of funny. And then I tell it that I see a drowning child. And it's really
You're taking it through.
yeah, but I
He's saying
sort of act as though it's actually happening. I'm like, what shall I do? And it's really interesting to see how it sort of when it's talking about the theoretical ethical thing, it's sort of like all your opinion stuff. But when it comes to actual concrete moments, it tells you what to do. It suddenly develops a value system.
I sometimes do because it's interesting that the difference between theory and practice there, because I occasionally encounter statements from just people in the world that are sometimes
Yeah,
to
me
the
too,
effect that are sometimes to the effect of
When I step outside of my cave.
in the rare days where I venture out of behind my desk. You know, something to the effect of, oh well, you know, you can have these theoretical values, but you can't enforce them on others. And I do sometimes think I actually don't know what distinguishes a moral value from a preference, if not the fact that somebody is willing to not just enforce it on themselves,
Well,
but on others.
is it the willingness, as in? I guess I get yeah, because there's like what actually makes it moral. Like, is there such thing as a moral statement? But if you mean like in terms of what people mean, it must. I mean, some versions of emotivism, not emotivism, but non-cognitive ethics. Do they call it prescriptivism?
Prescriptivism is that? Oh, no,
Which
I'm
is
not
like
even gonna
it's like saying that murder is wrong. Is not like saying boo murder. It's like saying don't murder,
Yeah, I think that's
which still has no truth value. But it's sort of like the thing that makes it an ethical kind of non-cognitive expression is that it carries this desire to impose.
yeah. I mean, I think at the very least, if that's not true of all ethical statements, it seems to be true of a lot of them.
Alex, would you do an influencer?
Someone's paid £5.
£5, $4.99 actually.
It's a boxing match.
Would
we
you
had this
do
question
a,
earlier.
yeah, we did.
But so someone asked Joe, do you have an Instagram page?
Do I have an Instagram page? I don't. I should make one.
Joe, you're missing a trick there.
The thing is, I think it's just.
$5. Oh, by the way,
that's an awesome question.
the Jordan Peterson thing. We talked about this earlier. I would box Jordan Peterson for the right amount of money. What do you think about Wittgenstein? That is a question for Joseph Foley, I think.
Oh, I don't know. I'm by no means like a Wittgenstein scholar.
My favorite thing
but
about Wittgenstein
you have a nice little story about Wittgenstein.
is that when he opens the Tractus, he opens it by saying, this book will probably not be of any use to anybody who doesn't already agree with its contents. And it's so, immediately upon reading that, I was like, I'm going to love this guy. Because like it's so clear to me that's almost universally the case.
I mean, I think that the interesting, obviously the interesting thing about Wittgenstein is that there's effectively two of him. You've got this kind of early logical atomist Wittgenstein.
Well, we're all capable of keeping two sets of books, as Hitchens would literally always say when accused of contradiction.
I mean, but I think there's an awful lot. You know, obviously the later Wittgenstein is much more to do with functional analysis and language games and all sorts. I mean, I find if nothing else, whenever I don't agree with Wittgenstein, it's always nonetheless a very, very interesting thought to tease through.
To tease through.
Are you glad to have read his books?
Oh, absolutely.
Are there any books? Are there any books or like go to sort of big philosopher names that you've regretted reading? Because you felt like it was a waste of time.
No, this is a serious point.
I mean, there was definitely a point after reading parts of Schopenhauer where I just thought, oh God, I'm really sad. Like I remember, like it's one of the philosophers where I've sort of.
For me, it was the other way around.
Well, it's just I've just sort of got to the end. I've gone like, oh wow, this is.
No, that's why I read Schopenhauer.
This has given me problems that I now need to wrestle. Which is fair.
Well, have you heard of it? What do they call it? A thought hazard or a?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Info hazard.
An information hazard, where like by knowing it, you put yourself in harm's way. The famous one is it Rocco's basilisk?
Yes.
It's this like AI basilisk who will one day like destroy everything.
It's a very
it's
it's
a bit convoluted and yeah, it is.
I think the idea is that there's going to be a that there will be an AI that can simulate you, and it has this underlying functional definition of consciousness. So it will be you in a kind of one-to-one identical thing.
Yeah.
And if it wanted to motivate you and you know, the assumption is that the basilisk wants to exist, and if in order to motivate you, it would punish you in the simulations of you, knowing that would motivate real you to bring about its creation. So it's interesting. It's variant on it's a variant on Pascal's wager, effectively.
What is that? I had an idea of something.
It's true, but so you should be careful. Erasmus said, one of the worst things you can do is read a bad book, because then you have to unlearn everything you've learned.
Erasmus
said a very similar thing. He said
Erasmus also wrote a book about how Joe Folly is so amazing, called In Praise of Folly.
I've not read In Praise of Folly. But
Joe.
The thing is,
really
it's his most famous, but I think it's the least
That should be your
interesting.
podcast name, You
should.
Have you thought about doing a podcast?
I've thought about
In
it.
Praise of Folly,
I just
yeah,
think that at the moment,
Have you thought about it more than like the average male has thought about
Well,
it? which is like-
How often do you think about Rome?
How often do I think about it? I would say, I would actually say probably like once every like week and a half. Like not a ton, but maybe that's just a condemnation of my masculinity.
By the way, In Praise of Folly, a little interesting fact about it. What is its Latin title?
Pub quiz, everybody.
Encomium More.
Get your pencils
Right?
out.
The beauty of that being, it was named in honor of Sir Thomas More, right? As a play on Sir Thomas More's name, who's one of Erasmus's best friends. Though those two were, the way Erasmus writes about their friendship is very beautiful. And Thomas More gave him the idea when Erasmus was in England, and on the ride back to Europe, Erasmus basically wrote it in the course of a week and a half or whatever. But I love the fact that his most famous work is named after his best friend as well. But that's Erasmus. He was one of history's greatest friends.
That's lovely.
No, he is. You should read.
Okay,
Erasmus.
I have pulled up the Phil Papers survey from 2020. This is a survey of academic philosophers on particular points. And what we're going to do is we are going to guess whether more philosophers are in favour or against a statement. So I'm going to see if I can do this by scrolling. Okay.
I tell this is a game show that would never.
A
get
priori knowledge.
Yeah.
So what we're looking at here, ladies and gents, is...
Can you put it on the screen or not?
oh yeah, actually, I can just do that.
Just get up and put it in.
Yeah.
What would it be?
you can play along.
Oh no!
Play along
How do I get rid of it?
What would it be called, Joe?
It's
Do you
down
think this game show?
Oh. Do you probably play on a famous philosophical image like the cave or something?
Okay, so we've kind of given away that thing. Can I get? I'm trying to figure out if I can.
This is a game show, isn't it? The idea of you have to guess the percentage.
Yes,
Isn't
yeah,
that
we're
the
just
thing?
saying. I don't.
Ah,
think
yes, I can do
it would
this.
last long on ITV.
I can
You
do
sort
this.
of
I go
bring out
to-
the- bring out the
It's
chaser,
in
and it's like
it's in the
Peter Singer.
Telegraph, though. I think.
Yes,
I think there is like an equivalent game.
is there actually?
Yeah.
Oh,
What is?
I didn't know that.
Like this game about like you have to guess the percentage.
Are you thinking of the 1%?
Yeah, the
game?
1%.
But I think
Oh
that's
yes,
not-
of
but I
course.
don't- I
Like the
don't
1% philosophy
Yeah,
edition.
yeah.
I think that's actually
No, it's a
that
different
doesn't
concept.
quite do the same thing.
Ah.
It's a different concept, unfortunately. What I'm trying to do right now is make this bigger. There we go.
Oh, these lights are.
The thing is, I
Oh, they're
can't.
giving you a headache. Do you have a ibuprofen or something? I don't know. I can run to
There
the
we go,
shops
that's
if you
better.
like.
I think I need
Yeah, we should all get off stream and get some food or something at some point. How long have we been going? That's the question. We've been going for 3 hours and 35 minutes.
Shockingly long amount of time.
Well, the lot.
Given how little is actually how boring this has been.
Well, the last time we were all together, I think we played FIFA until about. 4
Oh, yeah.
in the morning.
We
you,
could do
you
that
guys,
too.
We
You
could
guys
do that.
introduced me. I'd never played
Well,
FIFA.
FIFA.
Before,
We
so I just
can play some
wasn't-
FIFA
I
before we
wasn't,
leave.
You know,
I would like
on
to
the
do that.
stream.
I'd like to do that.
person.
We should do that.
We should
Okay,
do-
I'm
absolutely.
gonna run through some of these questions. Okay, so this.
Can you update the chat so we can see the latest?
Yes,
Mm.
hold on.
Those
This is, I'm
comments.
getting confused with all of these screens. Okay. Right. Might be thinking pointless. No, definitely not. Okay, right. Check this out. So, basically, we've got a survey. I think it's like a survey of academic philosophers, and they ask them a bunch of questions, and we're going to guess. I saw a sneak preview of this one. A priori knowledge, yes or no? So, of the academic philosophers surveyed, do you think that the majority thought that there is such thing as a priori knowledge? That is knowledge that you don't get from experience, knowledge that you just get from reason itself. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the
Most
majority
yes?
would. I think the majority would say that.
So even it depends what you mean, because even the
It does
empirics.
put it- yeah, okay, it does
Even
depend what you mean.
oh yeah, because if you're counting experience, because if you're obviously the empiricists proper are not counting experience of your own mind. You know, they're as a priority.
Oh my gosh, John! This
Yeah.
this
Okay,
is
John,
this is
John.
why
Part of
this
it,
this
part of
is why this will never make it the same show. The answer.
It's like, you know the Monty Python sketch about philosophers football.
No.
This is the
Oh, I
equivalent of that.
have seen that. Yes, actually, I'm going to move this to the other side by doing.
Sure. Can we scroll?
Oh crap! This is so weird. This is a brand new piece of technology for me.
Oh, Camus did say
Oh, no,
everything
it's-
he learnt about morality he learnt from football. I didn't know
Well,
that.
no,
That's
no,
really cool.
not very much then.
Okay,
Very good
so
football.
this is getting in the way now. So abstract objects, Platonism or nominalism? What do you think, Sheen? So
I think
I would have thought the second. Whatever,
think
whatever it
nominalism would
means.
win.
And this is
I'm
why
allowed to show what it
philosophy
means.
is so
No,
weak.
you see, I just can't stand all these isms you get, in philosophy. We want to have a conversation.
yeah, okay. What kind of isms are you talking about, Sheen? Never mind. Never mind. Okay,
But
abstract.
I mean it turns people off.
Oh well, like Platonism. No, I do
It's
agree.
because,
I think
because
that-
it's abstract. Like I want concrete language. I mean, we had this conversation about beauty, and immediately
Yes.
devolved into really abstract language. And maybe it's a sign of my lack of intelligence or whatever, my lack of ability to think abstractly. But it's unfortunate sometimes when it does devolve into one ism.
I don't
versus
think that's a
another
sign of your lack of intelligence. I think that's a Gettier case as well.
No, I think.
But I like concrete words, and the problem
I'll
with
say
ism is it's yes.
John is just. Where's my phone? John, we've
John
spotted
and
that.
I keep almost holding hands.
Yeah, he wants to.
Sure.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
I-
screenshotting that live chat.
Sure. Well, I'll be back in a minute. But
Okay.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I think.
Are you
I
going-
like.
are you going for some
Would it
fresh
be?
air?
Yeah, get some fresh air. But the same is true of art, right? Like that's one thing that puts people off art. You get into suddenly you're talking about impressionism and romanticism and futurism. So bloody hell, what like with these? No ism can ever paint a picture. Only a person can do that. And I think concrete language will go a long way towards actually.
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of what I wanted to do with
Sure. Well,
the channel. Is
hence
like
the
this idea of-
success, perhaps. Hence the success.
I think that philosophy is practical a lot of the time. It's just presented as if it's not.
Yeah, well, that's one reason I love Montaigne. I love Montaigne.
Oh, Montaigne. I mean, if you, I always think if you ever want a thought worthy of reflection on almost any topic, you will find it in Montaigne's essays.
Montaigne, yeah.
Somebody paid $4.99 in dollars to say you'd see true values if everyone was mute. Actions are true values. Words are information exchange and manipulation. Agree?
Wow. Yeah, I think I probably do.
I suppose. I
Well,
think,
thanks for the question.
Was that an attempt at manipulation itself? By expressing that in
Well,
words?
okay. Do words mean anything or not?
What?
Do words?
do words mean anything?
I think the question is not what do words mean, but how do words mean?
Well, answer it.
Boo. Or who do words mean?
Why do
I mean-
words mean?
Of course, the logos is Christ. Speaking of FIFA and important philosophical questions, Messi or Ronaldo? That is a question for Shinquirk,
Well, I think this
the
is
cultural tutor.
Yeah, well,
From Pele to Picasso.
It's Lionel Andres Messi Cuccittini is obviously the greatest footballer of all time. I think that's now beyond dispute, at least of the modern era. Maybe.
Well, the greatest that we know of. There might be
Sure.
some like random dude in like a
Okay.
favela somewhere who's like better
What
than
is
Messi.
Is there a possible world in which there is a better football player?
Also, is an 8-year-old like prodigy like better than Messi like qua footballer? No. qua like
Qua. This is the problem when you read philosophy at Oxford.
okay. So Messi's better than Ronaldo.
You begin
so why
sounding like a duck.
Why do people think Ronaldo is better than Messi?
Well, why do people subscribe to a YouTube channel?
Because I'm so good at football.
People can be mistaken about things, and there are sometimes good reasons to be mistaken.
This is what Peter Boghossian does on his street epistemology stuff, doesn't he? He asks someone, what do you think is the best argument for the other side?
Yeah, and one thing in my podcast with him was that like when you're asked, what would change your opinion, it's very easy to sort of say, well, I don't know, or like it's not what would make you believe the other like view. It's what would move you in that direction a bit? What would increase your credence in it? Is there anything that would do that? That's a really interesting sort of clarifying question.
I
to
always
ask.
think that a good question to ask, at least a question I ask myself quite a lot, is under what circumstances would I be wrong? Or alternatively, under what circumstances would the view I'm disagreeing with be right? As in, like, because I think that, most things are true in some possibility. So what would it take?
We have another live chat. You're going up some fresh air, aren't you,
Yeah, I'll
Sheehan?
be back in a minute.
We have a question which I think should probably be for John. Though I fear the internet is messing up again.
Oh no.
Just because this tab isn't loading, which makes me think that it's gone really bad. How do I?
Don't I fancy ordering a pizza or something?
I was thinking that.
I was thinking
If you want to order some
Yeah.
food, you please go ahead.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just go find. It depends how long we stream for, because we could all go out for dinner.
I mean, I'm happy to stream and eat.
But if you want to stream and eat, that could be
I mean, I'm happy to. Well, it is
that could be fun
entirely
too.
up to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
This question. Do you want me to have a
Depends
stab?
how long we think we're going to stream. I mean, we've done 3 hours and 42. I wonder if we can make it to like the 5 hour mark, just to be like 5 hour stream.
I'm
In which
happy.
case, maybe we should order some food. Yeah, why not? Order some.
Fantastic. I don't have my phone on me.
Order some
Whereas
food.
in it's in my jacket. But I'm
Yeah,
happy.
go-
I also don't know. Is there a Domino's?
Probably, yeah. Look up on like Deliveroo or something,
I should be back.
or Uber Eats and see what comes up. Other food delivery services are available. So the question here, now that it's just the two of us, from one of our live chats, is okay. $5. What are the requirements to get a debate with the handsome Alex O'Connor? Do you mean like the handsome one is in the one now without the mustache?
What are the requirements to get a debate with a married bachelor?
Who invited this guy? That was funny. It was just very, very rude. Very rude.
Lost though. It fell on deaf ears.
Yeah. So did my autism joke, but whatever. So the question that we had was a super chat. As someone who's currently deconstructing one of my biggest hang-ups and fears is Romans 9.
Oh, yes.
I would love for your take on the concept. Who are we to question God and how he has others execute his will? John, what is Romans 9?
So Romans 9 comes, in the middle of Romans, and Paul is, I think...
That's very
I should
helpful.
say,
Thanks for that explication, John. That's really helpful.
Sorry, there's actually a Black Friday offer on Domino's. Sorry, I also don't know what pizzas people want.
Okay,
so
well,
I don't want to.
Why don't you
Alex
go?
will have the meatiest pizza imaginable.
You're funny. I'm probably
Margarita?
I'm probably
Margarita?
I'm probably not going to eat anything.
Okay.
But you go and liaise with Sheehan, see what he wants while he's out there. Go and find out. Put your order in,
Sheehan, would you like?
and then I'll send send John out, and you can do the same
takeaway
thing.
type pizza. What's your?
Why don't you
what's
two
your-
go and sort this out outside? You just
Okay.
want a margarita pizza or something? What do you want?
Barbecue chicken, please.
Are you sure you don't want anything?
Okay, get whatever you want. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm not going to eat anything.
Do you have food? Or?
Yeah, I've got food. I'm just not super hungry, so I'm
Oh,
just not going to eat
okay.
anything.
So it's not like an act of like self-deprivation.
No. We're celebrating after all.
So, one thing we should not do with Paul is try to make him into a systematic thinker. Even Romans is occasional to his circumstance. And the question he's trying to answer in Romans 8:10 is essentially, why haven't my fellow Jews all converted to Judaism? Because the Messiah is supposed to arrive and then the Jews will recognize the Messiah. So why haven't they become Jews? And essentially, haven't become Jesus followers. And essentially, Paul's answer, if I remember correctly, is something like, well, God can do what he wants. And he makes a comment about Hosea. I think he quotes from Hosea in Romans 9. There we go. Just go slightly down. I will call them my people who are not my people, and I will call her my loved one who is not my loved one. And there, Paul is... Are we still going?
Yeah.
There, Paul is talking about the Gentiles. So don't see this as, who is God going to save? And the answer to that huge question is, well, he can save whoever he likes and just deal with it. Rather, Paul is addressing a specific question, which is why haven't all of the Jews, all of my fellow Jews, become believers in Christ, in the Messiah? And his answer to that is essentially, can't God also make the Gentiles believers? So I actually think I appreciate why this question comes up in deconstruction, and I think that's probably the answer. In a way, Paul is saying, well, God is even more inclusive than some people thought he was. He had the Jewish people. Now he's also including the Gentiles as well, and you're just going to have to like that. So I think it's actually a really positive message that Paul is delivering.
So yeah, I put maybe it's still there. Whoops! I put a comment up on screen. Someone gave us 10 euros and said tip the delivery guy. We will do that. Thank you. So I love that. Are they? Who's that lurking around outside?
Oh, it's me.
Joe, we've got to tip the delivery guy the equivalent of 10 euros because, well, I mean, we should.
Do we have that?
Let's tip them a normal amount, but put an extra 10 euros on top because somebody has given us a super chat of 10 euros as a tip for the delivery guy. I don't know. You have to do
about £10, unfortunately.
Okay.
Have to do a Google. Okay.
I shall do.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's all.
Have you ordered it?
I have ordered it. It
Okay.
should be here. Well, in 20 odd minutes, I think.
Alex, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you want to share some little tidbits from behind the scenes? Some little moments that you think might be enjoyable for people to know?
So I was thinking of doing this for a Substack post, and I'll think of more and go into more detail. But I'm trying to find something to show you, something quite fun about the.
Oh yes, we got to the first question of the.
No, yeah, I'm trying to find. God, I really need to get rid of that face. What I'm trying to find here is.
Where do you get to on Romans 9?
I was kind of arguing that what Paul is saying there is that the context of God Paul saying basically God can do what he wants with salvation is specifically the communal salvation of him bringing in the Gentiles, whereas formerly it was only the Jews. So it's not about individual salvation.
Here's a fun fact about my first interview with Bart Ehrman. Oh gosh, maybe the beard isn't a good choice. I don't know. Yeah, you can. So I showed up for this interview with Bart Ehrman and was like, "Hey man, do you want a?" I was like, "Do you want a coffee?" And he said, "I'd like a coffee, but the problem is when I drink coffee, I always tend to spill it down myself." And I was like, "Okay, like yeah, sure, whatever." So I gave him water and I had a coffee for myself. And then about sort of like 5-10 minutes into the interview, I spilt this coffee down myself while we're recording. I can't remember where exactly it happens, but the thing is, like
it's already happened.
You can see Bart like make a sort of face when it happens. So it obviously hasn't happened yet. Where does it? Probably is it not yet? Because obviously we cut it out so that you couldn't see it. But we know roughly. We can find out roughly where it happened. But if you watch this interview, what you'll notice is that for the rest of the entire interview, I am sat
got your arms crossed
with my arms or my notes like hovering over my my body, like for the whole interview, my arm is like covering what was just a massive stain on my shirt. I thought that was kind of funny. Like, and I noticed that you can kind of cover it up. It was like quite low down. It was like a few little droplets, which were relatively easy to conceal with the arm and the coffee cup. But I'd hold up my notes and hold up my arm, and it does not matter where you go into this interview. I think by the end it had actually sort of faded away, but I had noticed. But yeah, so for the whole interview with Bart Ehrman, I've got my arm up, covering. So the coffee cup was a good sort of, 'cause it's kind of a natural position to hold the coffee cup in, but I was covering up this
Your hair looks awful.
this stain in my shirt. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I looked
Bloody
really
hell.
bad.
Yeah, you look pretty rough there.
It was
You look very healthy and
it
very
was a
good right now.
That
pretty-
was fun because I was behind the camera for that episode.
Yeah, you
So
were.
I got to have a little. I was finishing my PhD in biblical studies,
A
so
little-
I got to have a little
little
chinwag with
chat
with Professor Ellen.
with Barty.
I thought your hair looked. Sorry, this is like while we're on commenting on Alex, I thought your hair looked really nice in the in the interview you did with those American people. Cliff, I think one of their names.
Oh,
Yes.
Cliff and really, you think
Kanika.
so?
I thought the kind of slightly longer. No, I thought
Because
I
so
thought
it
suited
it
you.
gotten so long, and I just didn't because I was traveling. I sort of didn't have time to get it cut. But I thought it was a bit sort of insane.
Coffee is the unknown eighth sacrament. I would agree with that actually.
How many sacraments
Why
are
didn't you
there?
just change shirt? We were recording. We were like actually mid shirt. I mean, I could have stopped. I don't think I had a spare shirt on me. You know, it's not like I'm filming in my house there. That is not my house, by the way. Yeah. What was I about to? Oh yeah, the cliff connected thing. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Really? You
I
think?
think I had the same thought actually.
I thought it was a bit of a mess, and that was kind of how it ended up being, was like a bit of a mess. Yeah, terrible hair. See, it's a bit sort of, you see, but you see how
I
at
think
the-
it's
at the
I think it's
front,
boyish. It's boyish.
it's got like an almost sort of like mushroom looking thing going on.
So
going
sort
on
of
at the
quite
front.
rakish, you might even say.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like
This
that
is-
whole
this is
front
the-
point is like blown forwards.
This is the Don Giovanni of atheist YouTube.
It just looks bad. That's bad. That's bad hair. I don't know. What do you lot think? It looks like a poet. Someone
I
says.
think it embodies your philosophy. It's messy.
Any takers for that joke? Anyone? Anyone want to laugh? No. Yeah. It does
What is the
look
biggest
nice, someone
disagreement between you all? Somebody asks.
says. Between what? Between us?
Yeah.
Probably.
Everything.
Well,
Yeah.
no.
Assisted
mean-
dying.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
So
yeah.
the Parliament
I mean,
voted
it's absolutely
yesterday.
disgusting.
Parliament voted yesterday to legalise assisted dying, doctor-assisted dying. John,
No, I'm not going. I'm not going to comment on politics.
I don't like
on the live stream.
Sure. Well, maybe here's an interesting word. Alex, would you like to?
the point that I was considering. I might be writing some kind of piece about this. Is that, I mean, look, I understand the fears that by legalising assisted dying, the idea is that the right to die becomes the duty to die, is the catchphrase, that people will start feeling as though if they're a burden to their families and this option is available to them, they'll be told, you know, it's time
They
to-
already do feel that way.
Yeah,
They're not going to start.
That's
They
the
already
thing,
do,
but
and they're-
as I asked you the other day, John, you've got to imagine two scenarios for yourself. One is in which that happens, where you have some kind of terminal illness. By the way, this law only applies if you've got 6 months left to live expected, and you have to sign off with a bunch of people and stuff. But okay, you got 5 months left to live. You're not in a tremendous amount of pain, but you do think that you're a bit of a burden to your family. You feel like they kind of secretly don't want you to be there, and you feel like maybe you should go even though you don't really want to. Horrible situation. Okay. Here's another situation that could befall you. You have a terminal illness which defines the end of your life with misery and suffering. Every single waking moment is misery and pain, and you cannot like even possibly comprehend of a reason to continue living, and you know that this is going to continue for months, and for what? So that eventually you will just die, and you don't believe in God, and you think that this is the end, and all you know is suffering. And you say, I want nothing more than for this to end. But because, you know, whatever it is, Justice Secretary Mahmood thinks that she's worried about the implications, you're not allowed to. Can't do it. And the question is, which of those situations are you more scared of? Which of those situations do you want to be guaranteed to occur by law? And for me, although I like, it's not some like, this is right and that is wrong. You know, it's obviously not clear cut, but like these are genuine fears. I know which one I'm more afraid of. Now, I don't know if somebody who was in that level of pain said to me, Alex, will you be one of the witnesses and sign off on you know, me? I don't know if I could do that, because it feels kind of scary and terrifying, and I don't know if it's right. I just don't know. But I do know that I want to preserve for myself at least the ability to escape that pain should it befall me, and if I were to make that decision. And I think that should be my decision alone. Right now, if I'm in that kind of pain and I have the means to kill myself, I can just do it. If I'm physically incapable, I need somebody else to help me, which means that like I'm sort of.
I wonder,
It's
I
horrible
wonder
to
how
think.
many-
It's horrible
yeah,
to think.
I wonder how many people are physically incapable, actually, in those instances. But,
Mm.
yeah.
But that's the question. I'd rather be in one of the
yeah, I
situations.
mean,
than
what
the
was something I
other.
found
But I don't know,
interesting,
I
and
don't know.
then you may have something to say about this, and you all may have something to say about it. It is more just how our view of
Someone said it's only death, you know.
no, nice. That is certainly the right mindset. It is how our view of all this has changed, right? You know,
Mm.
if you look at antiquity, people were sort of almost praised for killing themselves. Look at Cato the Younger after Caesar's victory,
Seneca.
right? Seneca as well, of course. He was ordered to kill himself,
But doing it without.
but doing it. But the point is, but he didn't choose to. He was ordered to do so.
Okay.
Cato the Younger decides to kill himself after Caesar's victory over Pompey because he doesn't want to live in a world ruled by Caesar. Even Mark Antony falls on his sword, you know. And in that time, there was absolutely nothing wrong. If anything, it was Ajax, you know, the hero.
I mean, Socrates.
But these people are ordered to, you know. He
I
was
see.
sentenced to death. I'm talking about someone who voluntarily does so. Once upon a time, that was not something that we had sort of these strange feelings about. Whereas
Yeah.
now,
But then,
Now we do.
but then it shifts because there's a time in. I mean, like it used to be. I think it might have been in France where, like, if you committed suicide, your body would be like dragged through the street on a parade, and even your family would be sort of banned from getting your inheritance. Like,
Well, there
horrible
were
laws.
historical cases where it seemed like someone
Which makes-
did commit suicide, and then
Wh-
there was.
But this was like in the law, and
Sure.
it makes a lot of sense. Like I think even in England, if you committed suicide for a time, like
You couldn't be buried in a church.
you couldn't be buried in a church.
Exactly.
I think maybe your family couldn't inherit your so there were so many, and obviously this makes sense as like a safeguard, you know, against people killing themselves. It's totally.
But that's not what it was,
understandable
right? But
why
it
this
came from
evolves.
Christian.
My thing
Yeah,
is,
but
I-
Christianity itself evolves as a societal safeguard. I think.
It seems like part of the question is, it seems like an underlying assumption that undergirds quite a lot of this debate is the question of who owns their life.
Exactly.
And I think that from a theistic perspective, an opposition to assisted dying kind of falls out of the idea that we are not in control, or we are not the rightful owners of our own lives and our own souls. Whereas without that, the provision for assisted dying much more naturally emerges.
Yeah,
And-
if my life is not mine, then nothing is. And maybe I think the concepts of like ownership and rights are like, as Bentham said of rights, or at least natural rights, nonsense upon stilts. You know, I think he said that rights were nonsense and natural rights were nonsense upon stilts, which is true. They're obviously just like nonsense concepts, like metaphysically speaking. However, if we must speak in those terms, like what does it mean to have a right to life? Well, do you have a right to freedom of speech? If you do, what if I were to compel you to speak? I said you have a freedom of speech, but you have to speak. I don't think that's freedom of speech. I think that compelled speech would break the First Amendment in the United States, for example. So, to have a right to life a right to speech, right to free speech entails the right to not speak. Therefore, to have a right to life, I think, entails the right to not live. Otherwise, you don't really have a right to life. You have a duty to life. And duties are the correlative things that other people have when it comes to rights, not the right itself. And so, if you have a duty to life, then who has the right? It's the government, or whoever's stopping you from killing yourself, which means that the government is the person with your right to life. Those of you who are out there who are scared of like, but what about the government, like, you know, having the ability to take people's lives? It's not like, you know, Keir Starmer shows up with a lethal injection and kills people. It's not that the government administers. I think the best way of thinking about
It's not 1984. It's Brave New World.
it's not like
which
the-
you still need to read.
It's not like yeah, quite right. It's not like the government. Of course, the government is administering it in the sense that it's the NHS, but I think it's better to think of it as the government ceasing to prohibit a particular kind of behaviour. But if your concern is like, well, the government shouldn't have that you know, sort of ability, that control over your life. Like, do you want to give your right to life to the government?
How long do you think it will be?
Because
How long do
if
think
you
it
say
will
that
be?
you have a duty to live, and the person who's going to rightfully claim that duty from you and have a correlative claim right upon you is the government, then you've just given your right to life away free of charge.
Though I suppose
In fact,
as in-
it's going to cost you.
I kind of generally do agree with the thrust of your argument, but I would pose that one distinction somebody could draw is between suicide and assisted dying, because you could say that somebody has the right to commit suicide, but that somebody else, but that they're nervous about granting the right of somebody else to assist in a suicide.
Yeah, that's right.
And that strikes me as
suicide is not illegal anymore, is it?
But it also strikes me. I mean, much of the argument that I've seen about this has been largely on consequentialist grounds, right? The actual rights discussion seems like it's been.
Is this matter of public policy?
Yes, yeah. And I mean, to be fair, I don't really know anything about it as a descriptive. I don't know anything about the consequence of what this law will be, so I don't really have an opinion on it. But
Someone says relating with she and heavy.
How long do you think it will be before I don't have to be terminally ill to jump in a death pod?
we don't have to be terminally ill now.
I just have to.
That's a slippery slope fallacy.
No, but it's not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy.
It depends on how reliably slippery the slope
Obviously,
is.
we're worried about that. But by the way, this is kind of the case with like any law ever. Like, how far do we take this? Like, oh, we're going to bring about like speed limits. Oh well, how long will it be before they're forcing us to all drive 2 miles an hour to save the rodents on the road? Like, okay, that is kind of a legitimate concern, because I think like there are some places like in Oxford they lowered the speed limit on major roads like 20 miles an hour, and it's just like absolutely ludicrous. Okay, that does happen, but to say like, oh, we shouldn't have any speed limits because of the arbitrariness of the extent to which this is allowed, it's sort of like, you're allowed to, should you be allowed to hit someone in self-defense? Yes, you should be able to like defend yourself physically. But if we make that legal, how long will it be before you're just allowed to hit someone because they've upset you or hurt your feelings? Like, okay, that's kind of a legitimate fear, but how about we just legislate so that doesn't happen? And if you think that you can't do that, then that's just the problem of legislation. You just can't legislate. I don't think you can sort of say that because this might go too far, you should just have no rule on it.
I think perhaps there's something that to a certain extent I think we've may not have, as in not so much not have it, but as in we don't use it so much as an organizing concept as in other philosophies, is this the Aristotelian idea of phronesis, or just practical wisdom, which is partly this kind of non-algorithmic idea of when do you stop with a principle and start with another one. This kind of idea of holding in tension different philosophical positions, or different approaches and virtues, which virtue to appropriately apply in different scenarios, which would entail this sort of, when do you stop? So I think that, so I know I sympathise with the slippery slope worries. I think on balance, but again, I'm terrified of the concept of not being able to end my own life. I always have been. Like, as in, I remember, this is totally anecdotal and bears no philosophical weight at all. But you've ever seen the Black Mirror episode where they create a simulation of somebody and they put them in a
spoiler alert for anybody who has not seen Black Mirror. Close your ears.
In this sort of undying simulation for 30,000 years over the course of a weekend. I remember I watched that when I was younger. I remember just being absolutely terrified of it. The concept of never being able to die has always petrified me, even more so than the concept of dying.
That's very wise.
Yeah, but I feel like there's often this is often used when it comes to like religion and the afterlife. You'll say, "Well, I wouldn't want to live forever. I don't want to go to heaven." Blah blah. But it's a different kind
of.
Well,
that's as in I think, but quite a lot of work.
I know that's
has
not what
to
you
be,
mean, but people, but just as a side note, people often say this as an expression of their problem with like a religious afterworld.
Quite a lot of work does have to be done to make heaven look attractive. Like, as in, I think that because for a start it has to be eternal and which is not the same thing as everlasting. It has to be a different kind of existence. It has to be union with God, which is the good. There's a lot of separation from the idea of simple living forever that has to be done to make it look attractive.
Have you ever heard of quantum suicide?
Only over coffee with you.
Okay, so check this out. I've told you about this as well in Durham. Have you heard about this, John?
No.
So quantum suicide, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics says that anytime like a quantum decision gets made by like a subatomic particle or whatever, two different branches of reality are created. I think it's best not thought of as like universes popping into existence, but like branches of reality. So basically every single outcome that could have happened on the quantum level at least has happened. They sort of all branch off in different layers of reality. And so Hugh Everett, who comes up with the many worlds interpretation, is said in some biographies of him to have privately thought that he was immortal, which is kind of interesting. Like, why? Well, because you can imagine a Schrodinger's cat type situation. By the way, Schrodinger's cat is invented as a sort of reductio ad absurdum. The reason why Schrodinger's cat is proposed as a thought experiment is not to say what would actually happen, but to say, look how ridiculous this interpretation of quantum mechanics is, that you'd have to believe that the cat is both dead and alive at the same time, which is obviously ludicrous. Well, if it's ludicrous, then what's the solution? Well, the cat is either dead or alive in the branch of reality that we're in. But because there's a quantum sort of uncertainty, there are two branches of reality, one in which the cat dies, one in which the cat lives. And when you open the box, you just find out which of those branches you're in, right? So
you're not affecting reality so much as just discovering.
just to
It's
sort
not
of,
that
well, you might be
radical.
affecting it in the sense that things you do might sort of create new branches, but you don't get to sort of choose which branch you're in, I suppose, is something like that, right? Because if there's some kind of quantum randomness, you don't get to determine that. I'm just trying to save these live chats, these super chats. In the case of Schrodinger's cat, imagine that instead of a cat, it's you. Like you're running the experiment, but on yourself. So there's a button you can press which has a 50% chance of either killing you or not killing you, and it's through some quantum mechanism, through some quantum randomness, right? And so imagine you can press this button, and it has like a quantum 50% chance of killing you. So you press it, and you're still here, and you think, oh, lucky me. And then you press it again, and you're still here. And then you press it again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and you're still here. You think the button was broken. But it might just be that when you press that button, there are two branches of reality, one in which you die and one in which you live. Which one does your consciousness sort of go into? Well, it can only go into one of them, which is the one in which you live. It can't go into the one in which you're dead, because you're dead. And so every time you have that sort of quantum suicide, you keep living, because you'll always be in that branch of reality, no matter how unlikely that branch of reality is. If it's the only one you can go into, it's the one that you will. Therefore, at least in this quantum experiment, you cannot die from your perspective. Of course, there are like hundreds of other branches of reality in which your friends watch you like die in front of you, because for them you've died. But in terms of your first person conscious experience, you cannot die. And some people think that this can be expanded writ large to just death in general, that whenever you die, there's some kind of separate quantum reality into which your consciousness goes, where you remain living. So you'll see everyone else die, but you will always survive. So Hugh Everett is said to have believed in his own immortality for that reason.
And that's quantum suicide.
Quantum suicide is, I guess, the act of trying to...
Is this similar to the argument for reincarnation, that if time is infinite in both directions, then if there is like a non-zero probability...
That was the bloody question.
Recurrence.
This was the bloody question that Joe asked me that I couldn't remember. Was that like, okay, so that's a different kind of potential immortality. But like, okay, so imagine the universe does go on infinitely. I think that we don't think it will, but suppose that, by we I mean us physicists, the world will go on forever, and imagine that also we just grant that there is sort of particles are randomly bumping into each other. The idea is that like that. So the idea that like the law of entropy, right, in thermodynamics is not really a law so much as it's a very, very high statistical probability. Atoms are all vibrating randomly. If I spray an aerosol can, those atoms are going to vibrate randomly, and eventually they're going to all spread out, and that's going to happen. But there's a sort of negligible but non-zero chance that they could all just randomly decide to vibrate into the corner of this room. It's just so unfathomably unlikely that it's never going to happen. But it could in theory. If you have an infinite amount of time in which atoms are vibrating in that way, then events like that are guaranteed to occur. So if you have an infinite series of events, atoms will just spontaneously arrange themselves into... there's a video on like PBS Spacetime about Rodin's thinker, but made out of spaghetti, and then will instantly disappear. Like it will just sometimes randomly happen. And this is where you get the concept of the Boltzmann brain. So the Boltzmann brain is a brain that in this infinite random sort of atomic vibration, a brain suddenly spontaneously just appears with all of the memories that you have right now and is about to dissipate. And if we live in an infinite universe, you're more likely to be a Boltzmann brain right now than you are to be in... Like, if you think about what it would take for those atoms to randomly evolve into a brain versus randomly evolve into a universe with stars and planets and evolution and, the development of consciousness, you're much more likely to be in the Boltzmann brain. which means that if the universe is infinite, it's more likely that your experience is about to shut off any second, and all your memories have been created in the last 5 seconds. So I've sort of lost my lost my train of thought. Oh, the reincarnation. So Joe asked me a really interesting question once, which was like, okay, imagine this infinite universe where atoms get rearranged and stuff. You know you're going to die, and there's no like afterlife. Let's say I prove to you that there's only materialism is true, and so you're kind of scared of your death because you don't want to die. But you know that we live in an infinite universe, which means that when you die, at some point in the future, atoms will spontaneously arrange themselves to recreate you in a sort of Star Trek teleporter type situation with all of your memories, all of your experiences, all of everything, and you will experience sort of waking up and remembering being you. And that is guaranteed to happen. Are you consoled? Are you less scared of death? You know what I mean? Like, is that person you?
I mean, yeah, this is because I think this is part of the. I mean, this is partly what I think Derek Parford is getting at with a lot of his work. I mean, the problem of just the notion of personal identity seems to have a kind of an external and an internal component, right? There's the bit that says, is this the same person? As in, would I label this the same person that I saw yesterday? And there is and then there's the other point, which is what I was sort of getting at in that discussion in this theoretical infinite universe, which is what would make you feel like you had carried on living, which seems to be a sort of it seems like very different things could fulfill those two boxes. I mean, partly, if you go into on certain philosophies, the continuity of experience becomes very tenuous indeed. Like, I mean, a big tenet of a lot of early Buddhist thinkers is that there is the idea of a unified self, like an object self, is just like nonsense and it's untenable. And they use very similar arguments that David Hume did with his bundle theory to say, well, if you look inside you, is there anything really like fixed or permanent? Isn't it more accurate to say, oh, this is driver? Isn't it more accurate to say that you're you're in this kind of ever-changing flux? Anyway, wonderful. You just outside.
Okay, go.
That's absolutely fantastic.
Go sort them out. Couple of minutes.
Okay, and now it's the two of us.
And then,
What should we
and then
talk
there were
about?
fewer. Bloody hell. It's easier when you plan it and you're in a church, isn't it?
Well, they're having a lot of questions for you, so it might be. I mean, they'll back in a minute, but there's a lot of people who want to ask you an awful lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad
there's
about
been
the
a
live
few
chat. I really should have had someone sort of moderating, keeping track of the sort of super chats and stuff. Someone asked a while ago, there seems to be a connection between psychedelics and the divine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, actually, I should wait for the others to
Yeah, that sounds like something they would have an awful
to
lot
ask
say
about that. I wonder if there are any questions that are relevant to you. There's one about the dating of the Gospel of Thomas, if you want to take that. How do you feel our last podcast was? Have you watched it back since it went out?
I've not watched it yet.
I think it was. In the second draw down.
Second drawdown.
Any questions for the cultural tutor? Anybody?
Is this live stream a work of art? Says physics Matt. Well, that is an interesting question.
Is this live stream a work of art? It is with those draws. They are so good. I've missed
glad to
them
see them
so dearly.
Where did they come from
We
originally?
could have a game of FIFA. That's what we could.
That's a good idea.
Let's do that.
That sounds much more interesting.
That we don't know where they came from. Actually, if anybody can find any information on where these draws came from, we picked them up from like some. We were in like a Facebook Marketplace type thing, like years and years and years ago, and then they were in some videos, and then they became iconic, and then they went, AWOL for years. We do have some live chats coming through.
Super chats. Which I think we should get.
Super chats. Didn't you start this with moustache and white socks? You're a conspiracy theorist. I was away for a few minutes. Isn't the transferring of consciousness dependent on the situation? If you were to be blended, there is no universe of which a version of you survives. Isn't the transferring of consciousness dependent on the situation? If you were to be blended. Oh, well, the quantum answer to that, if you were like put in a blender, you think there's no branch of reality in which you'd survive being put in a blender. Well, there is. It's like this. Because even though it's extremely unlikely, you get put in a blender, and there's a non-zero probability that like the blades of the blender spontaneously sort of vibrate far enough away from each other that they become a liquid for the whole time that you try to blend. It's unfathomably unlikely, but as long as it's possible, and as long as there is sort of an infinite series of actual realities, your consciousness will always go into the one that survives. Alex Griffin, who left earlier, my video guy, just texted me saying mustache gone. Let me see if this works. Yeah, now we're talking.
And then will they see it?
Well, yeah, they're seeing everything that we're seeing on the screen here. Everything that you can see on this screen here is what they're seeing.
Okay, so we're no longer visible.
No, not right now. FC25. There we go. But now we are. You see, we're up there. I also really need the toilet, but I don't want to leave you on your own. So I'm just gonna wait here.
On my own height,
You gonna tell them something?
okay, give me something to talk about.
What's a question for the cultural tutor?
Story, I can tell them about you. I can tell them anecdotes about you.
Well, I'm scared for you to do that while I'm gone, because God knows what you actually...
Have you ever read the works of Borges? Someone asks.
I have not. This mouse also stopped working, so I need... Sheehan is... Yep. Yeah, sure. Actually, John, can you do that?
John, why don't you come here and play?
I need the link. The problem is I want to zoom in on these questions for Sheehan, but my mouse has run out of batteries, is a statement that our ancestors never could have imagined.
I
could debut one of my...
Well, I think it's time you did, John. I have read some Borges, but I've sort of a rival clique. Literary clique in Buenos Aires. I think the 20s he's across town. Streaming from his phone.
That you
I think we're back. Yeah, you can go to that. Maybe some prosecco, some pretzels. That what? Oh, do you know what Borges is?
I know what Borges is, yeah.
Okay, we'll finish your story about Borges.
Sorry, okay, well, to repeat very briefly what I said about Borges, I actually wasn't talking about him. I was talking about Roberto Alt, who is another Argentinian writer of the same generation, but part of a rival group. And I love Borges. I mean, he's almost like the definitive writer of the 20th century. You know, every era has its writer. And Thomas Carlyle has this wonderful idea that sort of the ultimate poet or writer only appears at the end of a given era. Only when the era has crystallized, then do you get its defining writer. So Dante was the medieval writer, the medieval poet. Shakespeare was the writer of the Renaissance. And I think in many ways Borges is sort of like the definitive writer, maybe, of whatever period has just ended or is ending before we enter a new one. But in any case, I actually prefer Roberto Alt, who's another Argentinian, lived in Buenos Aires at the same time. And Roberto Alt, you know, much more working class, he was with the sort of the stevedores down at the docks writing his stories. Only 2 of his books are being translated into English. The 7 Madmen by Roberto Alt. Wow, that's one hell of a novel. You know, you don't get that kind of thing today. But that's all I would say about Borges.
Who is our poet today?
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, it could be you. It could be Alex O'Connor.
Could be Shane Quirk.
Could be
Could be the cultural tutor.
But John, why don't you? While we have sort of this interval, without the star of the show,
This is a musical interval.
a musical interlude,
This is a song that Alex and I often play together.
and play well together. And I think Alex is going to refuse to join you.
Oh, hello.
Here we go. Okay, you're in for a treat,
It's called Wherever
everybody.
You Are. Alex says that it's total cringe.
I say that doing this is so cringe.
Oh, looking through the pages of time and keep returning to your beautiful eyes. Can't seem to love and leave them behind. Oh, it appears now that wherever I go, I am there in the crowds by your ghost. Can you tell to leave me alone?
Adolfo Boy Cáceres was superior to Borges. Yes, Cáceres is also a fantastic writer. I've only read, what is it called? The Invisible... What the hell is it called? I read that there's one very famous Cáceres short story, which is bloody brilliant. Here we go. Okay, John, over to you.
But I've never known someone to shine just like you. But I've never known someone to shine just like you. Oh, it drops in my mind the story that I'm writing in my life, reminiscing on all of our good times. I'm found sitting on top of the hill, wondering if you'll come, hoping that you will. 'Cause I want you to want a spectre of the truth, and in your beauty, think you could ever want me to. At that time you were alive, I should have never pursued. But I've never known someone to shine just like you. But I've never known someone to shine as you do. This one's from my friend Eliza. I could run to you now wherever you are. To now, wherever you are, I can run to you now, wherever you are, wherever you are, I can run to you now, wherever you are. If you want me to now, wherever you are, I can run to you now, wherever you are, wherever you are. I can run to you now, wherever you are. I can run me to now, wherever you are. I can run to you now, wherever you are. Wherever you never known someone to shine just like you. I've never known someone to shine just like you. Oh, I'm found sitting on top of the hill, wondering if you'll come, hoping that you will.
That's an interesting ending.
Oh.
Oh, that was that was wonderful.
What do you think?
Oh, thank you.
I could, yeah. Wow,
Oh, that was great.
that was
Vibes.
gorgeous.
Nice. Which movie scene is that? Oh, play some Jeff Buckley, man.
What's this?
Best song ever written. Oh,
What?
thank you.
What's the best song ever written? Is that your one? Did you write that?
That is mine.
That's
that is mine.
awesome.
It's debuting. It's Wherever You Are.
You've kept this
but so what
songwriting
Well-
under your hat.
Well, so one time, Alex and I were in Paris, and I played this at an open mic night, the Paris debut, and I played it with my capo on 2, so I couldn't. So the Wherever You Are was very, very high, and it was really bad. But sometimes I'll play it with my mother, and I will do the I could run to you now, and then she'll sing Wherever You Are, if you want me to now, wherever you are. So it's quite a nice little. I don't know what that is. That's not polyphony. That is antiphony.
Call and response.
Call and response. There you go. Yes, I don't know if there is. Your voice is pretty, therefore God, checkmate.
Your voice is very pretty.
Oh, thank you. Who is that guy? Alex, have you read Bring the Moustache Back? That would be an amazing miracle to happen.
What,
if
for
the moustache just came back.
Spontaneously come back and gone.
Play Frank Ocean, don't know him.
Do some Jeff Buckley.
So the only Jeff Buckley I know is
It seems only appropriate for a sort of Doctor of Divinity to do Hallelujah.
well, so DD is like the highest. Well, D Lit, Doctor of Letters, is actually the highest doctorate you can get. DD though is apart from being Dungeons and Dragons, is a theology doctorate. So I just have a plain old PhD.
Oh wait, what? So was your doctorate not in theology?
It is, but a DD is a higher degree than a PhD.
Oh blimey! Wow.
Yeah.
We ended up having a mutual theological friend in Jim Aitken, who sadly passed away last year.
Yes, I didn't know him, but I admired him.
Or 2 years ago now, sorry. Yeah.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Well, they said play Jeff Buckley. So that's the only thing I knew, apart from Grace, but I can't sing that.
I'm really enjoying this. This is absolutely lovely.
Oh, any gospel? Can I do any gospel?
What? Mark.
apart from Mark. What would it be? I used to do that one. Maybe if I had a capo, I could do Happy Day.
I don't have a capo. I left it to Zach.
Jesus washed, when Jesus washed, when Jesus washed, when Jesus washed, you washed my sins away. No, that's definitely not right. No. Happy day, oh happy day, oh happy day, Jesus washed. No, I don't know where it gets from there. Oh! I can feel a little.
I've got Alex on electric guitar now. Come on, Alex, get on camera.
John, that's the most basic, imaginable. Problem is, I'm in Sanderson.
Johnny Cash. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Oceans by Hillsong. I'm trying to think if I know that.
I think this is the closest I've ever come
Come
to
on,
conversing.
baby. Oh, I know a good gospel. Healing in my fingertips, it burn like fire. This burning desire, I have spoke with a tongue of angels. I have heard the hand of the devil was warm in the night. I was cold as a stone, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. So darling, darling, stand by me. Won't you stand by me? Oh.
What I actually need
Is a D.
is an F sharp.
Really? Depends if this is dropped. If you want a real F sharp.
No, an F sharp for you.
This beauty lacks metaphysics. Not in my worldview, maybe in Alex's.
Two up.
Two up. Oh, the Shadow of the Day one does sound very good. I've also heard that. It's not a silly little moment. It's not the storm before the calm. This is my deep and dying breath. This love that we've been working on. Can't seem to hold you like I want to. Seem to feel you in my arms. When going down, you can feel it too. Going down, know that we do, my dear. We're slow dancing in a burning room. Alex O'Connor on guitar.
What's the solo he does? Play it again. It's like. Okay, I got it. Got it. Okay, got it.
University tour.
I got it.
can see it when going down. And you know that we do, my dear, we're slow dancing in a burning room.
Yeah.
Play Queen.
How's that? No. Okay. Anyway,
Joe dance.
Joe has to dance.
I can dance. I'm afraid that would.
Oh, we're on the live stream for 1 million fans. Oh, we're on a live stream, and I just got no plans to go anywhere. What key are you playing?
Like F sharp, I guess.
Yeah. What about an E as a key?
Well, sure, yeah. You're tuned down.
Maybe someone can give us some lyrics on the comments section.
Play it down. Give us some vocals, Alex. Are you musical, shit?
Sorry?
Are you musical?
Absolutely able.
Musical.
Well, I wish I was more musical. I don't play an instrument.
Oh, you're a singer. You're a singer.
You're sitting.
No, not really.
I'm the manager. And you
Yeah, alright, well there it is. That's fine. We should have just ended the stream there, that would have been great.
They seem to like wherever
The
you
way
are.
someone literally just
Oh,
said
did
the
they?
way that-
Yeah.
Did
There's
they,
lots of
did they
positive
like wherever
comments.
you are? Yeah, did you like wherever you are? You know the song that John played earlier. What did you think?
Oh, is it a lot of these? Is it a lot of these?
No, they did. It's just because like we accidentally pulled the plug on this. On
Yes,
this,
yeah.
on this phone.
Are we now still live?
I
or
don't
are
know.
we-
I don't know. Like, are we still live?
Stream so we can have some things off.
Oh.
Get some bongos for Shein.
Mm.
I don't know what bongos is.
Can someone please tell us if we are back? Okay, someone says yes. That's fine. Yeah, man. Yeah. This is a Mexican Stratocaster which I bought secondhand years ago.
This is the first time I've heard either of you play or sing. This is like
Yeah, really? You haven't noticed play before?
no. This, I mean, I knew you'd both mentioned playing guitar, but I hadn't heard it.
Yeah. Well, there it is.
You want to play a little bit more?
Like what? Any requests?
Where's the keyboard?
So that's only a MIDI keyboard. What?
We want one of your own, Alex.
Well, it's already online for people to see, you know. Yeah. Gosh, we got a bit lost. We were going to play FIFA. Bloody hell.
To be fair, I'm preferring. This is lovely. Shin and I are having a great time. We just get to sit back and watch. It's wonderful.
I believe in the second coming of Alex's moustache.
Ha!
It will come back soon. In the biblical sense of soon. Doesn't that kind of sound like Pac-Man? Someone showed me that once. Yeah, like the Pac, you know Pac-Man. The Beatles.
Yeah, come on.
Remember when they did that at an open mic in Paris one time?
Hey Jude.
We went to an open mic and I tried to play one of my own songs and no one actually cared. So I was like, yeah, screw it, let's just do Hey Jude, and the whole place started singing along. It's pretty magical. No, we're not doing karaoke, chaps. We're here having a very serious philosophical live stream.
Yeah, this is philosophy.
Did you go, by the way, in the end again?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
I
no worries. That's fine. Are we out of champagne?
We are, yeah.
Bloody hell, that went quick. John, you only bought the one bottle. That's very
Unfortunately.
it's not very thoughtful of you, is it? So the question is, how long we keep doing this for? How long have we? I keep forgetting to get the cable for this.
Thoughts on Cogito Ergo Sum?
Is that from the chat, or is this just
Mr. J.
you
Foley.
reviving?
No.
Does God real? That's also a good question. Yeah, I don't know,
The
man.
Cartesian circle, is it a problem?
Okay. John, will you go and grab the other one of these
Yes.
from the?
Yes, I
from the
shall.
living room?
Is that the good controller?
That is.
Let me take.
That's the good one. And can you? Oh man, can you get a? Oh, dear. I've got this. I need a charger. Have you got? Oh, I'll just have to come and get it myself. Okay, one sec.
Are you going in my game?
I'll sort it. Talk amongst yourselves.
John.
Do not mock the good controller, Lane Batman. There is one which is better.
So someone says, do you guys speak any other languages? Да, аз говоря малко на български, но само понякога. Ако ме нужда, я говоря на български. Но я съм англичанин, имах гадже, която била българка, но сега не. Но така е живота. Няма проблем.
Yeah, I got all of that.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I wished I should work at speaking languages. Because I was about to say that thing, the very cliche thing, when people say, where they say, I wish I spoke another language. To which the answer that I give myself is always, well, you clearly don't wish it that much, otherwise you would have learned one.
But indeed, it's only people say, I wish I had the time to write more, whatever. And
Yeah, I'd like to make it. I'd like to prioritise my time in such a way that I get the chance to learn a bit of another language.
which one would you choose to learn?
German, probably.
Why?
Just a lot
Warum?
of German philosophy that I'd like to read in the original language. Wittgenstein.
Oh, he did live in London for a while, didn't he?
He did live in London for a while, but he wrote a lot of stuff in German, if I remember correctly. And also, I'd like to read Frege in German as well.
Of course you do.
This is you're mocking me for clinging on to analytic philosophy, Alex. I do think
man.
that there is still something in it.
Well, there's something in it, which is
There's something in it. There's just
Hope,
not everything.
wisdom,
in it. That's been
beauty,
my-
love,
yes,
truth.
yes. That was a very sort of almost Lewisian quote, I would say. How do I get this thing to work?
Yeah, well, someone said you might have said it before, but what would you recommend for someone wanting to get into philosophy? I mean, given that we're here with two
Good
professional
question.
philosophers, potentially three professional philosophers, what would you say in a short answer, please?
What would I say?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it depends what area you're most interested in. There are, I mean, some of the readers, like, as in just sort of, you get readers in ethics, which are just sort of like a few papers or a few different like excerpts from books, and they're always they're designed to give an introduction to different philosophies. They tend to be selected because they're quite easy to read. They've had a wide impact and they cover quite a lot of different areas. So that would be my first sort of suggestion, because I think that if you're just like starting out, and the trouble with picking up Hume's inquiry concerning human understanding, if you want to go into epistemology, is that each of these are embedded in a historical context, which means that oftentimes they're assuming knowledge that isn't necessarily there, because they're responding to opinions that were more popular in, say,
Joe,
the
hold your
18th
mic a
century.
bit closer, someone says.
Oh, sorry, because they're responding to opinions that might have been more popular in, say, the 18th century. So I mean, I think that there's Simon Blackburn has loads of introductory books to philosophy, and he's great. He's I think he was professor at Trinity for a while, and he's had a very illustrious academic career, but he also writes very, very good introductions to philosophy. So I'd highly recommend some of his more pop philosophy books. So, I mean, that would be my answer, because I think that balances kind of depth with readability.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Did you mention the SCP?
Oh yeah, the SEP. I mean, this is like every single academic I've ever met who works in philosophy always say they start a paper, they start research for a new paper by going online, typing in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and then searching for an article that's relevant to whatever topic they're trying to learn about. It's a very well maintained resource.
Yeah.
It's maintained.
Bloody
I think the
great.
chief editor is still Edward Zolter.
Oh, I don't know that.
Who's a very, very, again, very, very long and storied academic career, and now spent a lot of time maintaining and editing this encyclopedia. And it's a fantastic resource. Again, it's the thing that almost every academic philosopher I've ever talked to begins with when they're delving into a new area. So I'd certainly recommend that.
Didn't you edit the SCP once?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Did
I
you
did.
actually?
Is that
I did.
true that
I
you
did.
edited it?
I once edited the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It was...
Was it to insert yourself into it?
No, I wonder if I can find the email that I sent. SCP, maybe? Stanford Encyclopedia. Yeah, so I emailed the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy in 2021 and said, "Hello, reading the entry for moral realism, I noticed that in the final paragraph of the section moral disagreement, there appears to be a missing period, brackets full stop, after the sentence. Still, they deny the anti-realist contention that disagreements that remain are well explained by non-cognitivism or by an error theory. Best, Alex O'Connor." I then replied and said, "Sorry if I've not included this in my original email, but I only just finished and spotted another one. Third paragraph of section 5 says, traditional non-cognitivism embrace this contrast. I think this should be either traditional non-cognitivists embrace this contrast or traditional non-cognitivism embraces this contrast." To which they emailed back and said, "Thank you. It's because of people like you that resources like this are as effective as they are," or something to that effect. And since then, I've called myself an editor at the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Wow, that is genuinely incredibly cool.
Yeah. I'm an editor. What can I say? I'm a contributing editor, I should say, to the SEP. Right. Who wants it?
I would very much like to go.
Take it. I'm not going to throw it. Okay. So I feel that oftentimes one of the greatest sort of facilitators.
Oh, I'm not in. I'm not in.
No, you need to go right. One of the greatest facilitators of philosophical conversation and debate and enthusiasm is a game of FIFA.
This controller needs to be paired.
Yeah, just do that one. Yeah. It's not,
Create new name or?
sure. Yeah. Create one you like. There should be one in there called Cozzy. Yeah, that's fine. Existing's fine. Yeah, Cozzy, Cosmic Skeptic. It's the wrong way around. Hit ready. Let's see how we do this. I'm gonna be France.
Oh, somebody's asked.
So this is FIFA 25.
This is 25. Yeah. Well, it's FA 25.
Somebody's asked if you're going to start a gaming channel now.
You know what? We'll see how this goes.
International men.
Is that how you like them?
What are you
John?
trying to be, John? What are you
I
trying
don't
to be?
know. I want to be the best team.
England.
Maybe I should be France. So it's a fair
England.
game. No. I'm going to be England. What did C.S. Lewis say about the French? He said, "I've got a prejudice against the French." Well, this was when C.S. Lewis was 9. He said, "I've got a prejudice against the French." And then his dad asked him, shouted down, "Why do you have a prejudice against the French?" He said, "Well, if I knew that, it wouldn't be a prejudice." I mean, it shows. It's like the boy Jesus in the temple. It's one of those like early stories which really captures the heart of the
so
man.
the problem is because this is running through the stream, it's a little bit choppy, and also
No,
there's
it's gonna be
there's
very
no
choppy.
audio. But let's see how we do
Okay,
here.
so
You
I
can
am.
see how
Oh
choppy
my
it is.
goodness! Oh my goodness!
Oh god, there's probably like a delay as well. To be honest,
My analog is not working.
stop complaining. John just makes things up
No.
and complains about them.
This
I
is
think-
terrible.
I think the last time
Oh,
we
that's offside.
played FIFA, Alex, you beat me 7-0. So-
That would not
He
surprise me.
likes to keep people nihilists.
Though John does very often
No, that's terrible.
tend to beat me.
I do tend, but not when it's this choppy.
Yeah, it is pretty choppy.
It's very choppy. But I'm on a run. Here we go.
So John,
Shout if you want me to score.
we're gonna do we need to see this fill paper survey. I think it's quite fun. We got through one of them.
Oh.
Get out of town, man.
Okay, let's have some talk. Perhaps.
Yeah, come on, say something, someone.
I'm just entranced by the game.
Are
Yeah,
you
uh,
a football fan, Joe, or not?
Not particularly. I mean, I used to go to watch Tottenham play occasionally with my granddad when I was younger.
Have you heard about my football team of Theseus thing?
Oh, this is good.
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay, never mind
So
then.
Do explain.
Explain FC Theseus to.
Okay, so right now we're watching France.
Oh, it's 1-0 to England.
Now we're watching France versus England, right? So suppose actually it doesn't really work with the national teams because they have to be born in England to be on the England team.
No, if you're born in England, you'd be.
English nationality.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, well, I think okay, imagine like I don't know, like Manchester City and Man United. Are they like they're enemies, right?
Yeah.
So they're having a game, and halfway through the game, at half time, there's a freak transfer deal where all of the players for Man United move to Man City, and all of the players for Man City move to Man United at half time. So all the players come back out on the pitch, and they're playing the same game, same people. Which team do you now support? Do you support the nominal team or the players that you were just cheering for a moment ago? Now, the correct answer to this question, I think, is that you support the team. And most people say that. It's like the loyalty is to the team. But then, like, what is the team? 'Cause now suppose that, like, now suppose that the managers of the team also, like, in this freak business deal, switch teams.
Mm-hmm.
And now imagine that they decide to rename their... I mean, they're both from Manchester. So Man City decides that they want to become Manchester United, and the Man United are like, actually, we prefer City. And then they change kit colours, and they change everything. At what point do you stop supporting one and start supporting the other? Is it like the stadium
It's
that they
what the
play
fans
in?
consider
They're
it
both
to
in
be.
Manchester. But that's the thing.
Surely.
Like the only thing that remains consistent is just the fans. So what are the fans supporting? Are they just supporting like themselves as a community? Maybe. But it's an interesting sort of paradox. Bang.
Oh!
And there you have it.
Good fun, right? It's a typical philosophical.
There you have it, folks.
Oh.
Look at that. Look at that. That was gorgeous.
I'm really
That was
upset by that.
That was absolutely gorgeous. Sheehan, do you think football is art?
I think at times it can be, yeah.
You might want to. I don't know if you.
Sure. Well, I don't think anything I'm going to say is that interesting, but I can write commentary, I guess. But yeah, it's something we spoke about. There is this curious phenomenon where when something happens, which, you know, when you hear the word art, usually you think of something like painting or sculpture or musical literature, but often you'll say, wow, you know, that it's like a work of art, and that could be about football, it could be about like a particular goal, or even something else, you know, even the way someone delivers a speech, or in boxing, or even a YouTube video, you could say, wow, this one's really a work of art. It's very interesting now that we have this need to, and when we say we're elevating, right, we're saying it's actually greater than what it normally is when we say it's a work of art. Do you think so?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a nonsense.
What do you make of the idea that
That's offside.
football is religion
Still going to
and has
boot it.
replaced religion? I
Mm,
think
but
someone
Oh,
wants to
yeah.
call it the cult of the proletariat, which is, you know, a bit elitist.
Well, it does seem to have a lot of echoes to like war.
mhm.
You know, you get together in big crowds and you scream at each other, my team, right or wrong. And it's amazing how when like, you know, a player goes down, it's always sort of like, it's kind of like when we're playing FIFA and the referee calls a foul and John goes like, what, that's ridiculous, that's nonsense. And then it turns out that it's actually because I was offside. And he goes, oh. It's sort of like, you know, if a player goes
not
down,
grounded
it's like,
in truth.
ref, what are you talking about? No way, he didn't touch him. But-
Of course, that's basically your entire view of morality, isn't it, Dan? it's just like that response.
Oh boy, this is tricky.
is really bad.
This is bad play. This is not focused gameplay, unfortunately.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure that people are logging on to your channel for kind of FIFA expertise.
Well, you say that, but they're about to see it anyway. Because to be honest,
No, but sure, there are some interesting outward parallels between religion and sport in a really purely.
What does
well,
religion
oh,
have
come on, I've been robbed.
that football doesn't?
ref.
I mean, I suppose that I find it very interesting the kind of metaphorical ways that people use religious as a kind of pejorative. Like, so when
Oh,
somebody says that
man.
football's religion, they don't tend to mean it as a good thing.
No, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I remember you had a conversation. I can't remember who did you have a conversation with about
I think
this. Alex?
Constantine Kissin, maybe.
Yes, where
Although actually, it was like, yeah, I've talked about that with Constantine, but I don't think that's. Yeah, the idea that if you call something religious, it's sort of. It might have been Constantine actually. It might have been on trigonometry.
as in this, yeah, it's this sort of like it seems like when we call something religious, we tend to at least imply it's kind of irrationality.
Yeah, it's like bad.
Yeah.
Well,
Which is-
Even when religious people do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like something. It's something that it's interesting. Occasionally, you see
Well-
people that will say religion is good, and
Well,
then use religious
it,
as a. As
it
a
might be
pejorative.
that it's like faith-based, and that faith is fine, but only when directed to one particular thing.
Which, to be fair, isn't that's not an incoherent idea.
Oh no, he saw it coming.
Oh!
He saw it coming. He
Oh!
saw it coming. He saw me take it out. Oh no.
Let's just take a moment to soak this in, because
what
this
did you
is
do?
this
Sorry,
is
John.
look at this.
VAR. Oh,
It's not VAR,
yeah, it's in.
goal line technology.
Oh man, that's just yeah, it's in. Yeah, you got it. Look, man, I got this. I'm gonna pull it back. Yeah, gosh, I should look at those live chats, but I'm too ref. Thank you. That's a yellow. What makes something a yellow card versus a red card? Like, is there like
Severity.
colour.
Severity.
Is there like a? I mean, literally,
perception.
obviously I know, but I mean, like, is there like a formula? I know that if you like, it's like if you're the last person heading towards, or if you deny an obvious goal scoring opportunity or whatever. But is there like a more general formula for what counts as a red card?
No, maybe one day it will be outsourced to kind of ref GPT.
Do you
Yeah, I mean,
think
it'd probably do a
AI
better
is
job.
overblown? Do you think it's just not really that intelligent?
I don't really know
And
that
is-
much about it. It struck me earlier in the live stream that I'd really like a John GPT. Because I wish I could just sit there and pepper you with questions about the New Testament at a near constant pace.
Well, I actually did have someone approach me, try to get that to happen. They
Really?
wanted to create a like an app, artificial intelligence where you could essentially talk to Jesus.
Oh, Philip, I had somebody try and do that and say,
which-
we think that we'd like to create a GPT based on the scripts of your channel.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, you're probably better off just making, if you wanted to, you could make a large language model based on like the works that I look at, because that's probably more helpful. I don't think you necessarily want to codify the thoughts of 24-year-old me and
Should I be
consult
offended that I've
for-
never been?
for anything?
No one's ever offered to turn me into it.
Oh, check your
Chatbot.
spam folder on your emails. That's where I found mine.
Yeah, I do get some funny emails. There's a lot of spam, like scam adverts coming through, as in like people wanting to sponsor the channel. Like it happens all the time. I don't know how often you get these, but I'll get an email that'll be like, "Hello, I am the marketing director at Nike, a sports company that focuses." And the email is like some random string of letters and stuff. But they do put like a lot of effort into constructing these emails. I feel like I could be fooled by one day. The problem is they're sort of reaching too high. They're like, you're obviously not, the president of Lacoste. But I could so easily be tricked by
Well,
that.
fun enough, when you emailed me, I thought it was a scam email for a second.
Really? Oh dear.
That was nice.
He's going to ship it.
Yeah, I did.
You are
I did.
so bad at this.
No.
You suck so bad.
You're really trying to hold in the exclusive.
I'm about to
right?
punish you for that.
No. No.
Watch, here he comes. Here he comes.
No.
Travella.
Oh!
God. What happened then?
What happened?
Nice goal kick. Oh. What was that? I don't know. Sheehan, what have you got any like?
Thought.
Are you still doing daily threads? That's what I was going to ask. Like, if you've got one that you're working on right now, that you can give us a preview of.
Not quite.
Dear,
No.
dear, dear,
I've
dear,
been
dear.
I've been working on some other projects.
Yeah.
A few other things have come up, which are secret as of now.
But are you?
Oh,
Have you?
exciting.
Have you got any potential threads that you haven't written about yet that you want to?
There's a long list of things I'd like to write about it as and when I get the chance, and things I like to revisit actually. Always things I like to revisit. I remember I did write one that got a really maybe the most poorly received thing I've ever written.
Oh, what was that?
It was about ceilings. Yeah.
That's as in you stirred up a lot of controversy over ceilings.
Well, like,
You broke the ceiling on ceilings.
No, because I've got I'm quite fond of textured ceilings.
he's so
I'm
through.
wa- I'm
He's through.
walls.
He's
Oh,
through.
he's not through.
He's through.
He's not through.
He's
Um,
through.
He's not through.
He's through.
He's not through.
He's through.
Oh!
What even just happened?
I did
Like,
that.
literally, what happened?
I literally did it.
Okay, never mind.
You know how you can sort of use a plastic to make patterns. You make swirls.
Yes, yeah.
Or it can be sort of looks like
textured.
gravel.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
I
something.
got this.
and
What? What? No, I pressed A
And I
too
sort
many
of thought it
times.
was a shame that we no longer do this. You
Mm.
know, it is the standard now is basically it's just plain smooth.
It is.
Well, I mean, everything is whitewashed. There are walls and ceilings, and we have grey carpets. And it's a shame.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
a lot of people hated, and then still do those slightly old-fashioned ceilings where the plaster has been worked to create a kind of texture. I think it's a shame to lose texture from the world we live in. You
But
know, there's something very unnatural about being inside what is essentially just a box. I mean, this isn't. You know, we've got a little
Oh, you've got
data
a little
rail.
shelf.
Still causing trouble.
We have, and then
Oh!
very good
God,
finish.
my days. That is.
But do you remember those ceilings? You know, the wallpaper
yes,
that had little bits of like wood in it.
that's what. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, it's called. It's called
Incredible
chip
goal.
something, I think.
They have those on the walls occasionally as well.
Yeah,
You see
they
the,
do.
the kind of swirly ones on the
Yeah,
walls. I'm quite fond of the ones on the walls.
Don't make us rewatch this.
I lived in one with a ceiling.
No, well, with ceilings or walls. But I don't know. I think the
Chipwood wallpaper,
loss of,
indeed.
the loss of
Oh,
texture from
man.
the environment we live in has like a pretty serious effect that we maybe don't fully appreciate yet. You know, I have read before that it's actually it's more distracting and more stressful to be in an environment without detail than one with detail. Obviously, you tend to think that the more detail, the more
Oh.
overwhelming it is. But there's like
Yeah.
a minimum level of detail you need for it to actually
That was a
be,
waste.
comfortable.
That was a
Then
waste
of a
once
good
you go
opportunity.
past a certain level of
You
remove
just
from
denied
detail,
yourself an obvious goal scoring opportunity. You should get red card.
Well, you're losing, Mr.
then,
O'Connor, so.
then it becomes a hostile environment. You have to think
There's
of
no losing
solitary
in chess.
confinement or whatever.
Yes,
you
yeah,
should
yeah.
remove everything. And,
It's-
and unfortunately, we design a lot of our schools and offices and houses to be like that now.
Well, it's
Saw that
interesting
a
because
mile
I
off,
find
didn't
that one of the often compliments that people pay to their own
He's through.
spaces
I
once
mean,
they've
it's
been in them
just-
for a while is that
Yeah.
they seem
How?
very lived in.
Dare
Yes,
you.
listen,
And I
Exactly.
have
Like
this.
how-
I moved into a flat a while ago, and it was completely unfurnished, and I've kind of gradually filled it up with my own stuff. And it weirdly it feels
I'm
bigger.
gonna foul you.
And I don't know if this is. I mean, I'd say you know quite a lot about kind of interior design and architecture, so I don't know if you could explain to me why that was, but it was certainly a feeling of. It felt somehow less overwhelming to have lots and lots of
I
stuff.
don't know.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I have a feeling
Oh,
the reason
man.
is to do with some pretty deep instinctual stuff. You know, like if you go outside into the thing, think if you're in the like remove everything human that we've built. In which bits of nature
should have
do
been
we
an
feel
easier save.
instinctively most safe?
That was
Are
pretty
most
amazing.
comfortable, like so sort of big open exposed spaces
that's
we don't feel
happened.
comfortable in. So think of like a big barren mountainside, or a
Yes,
desert,
yeah.
or like a salt plan, or whatever it is,
Come on,
compared
let's go,
to
yeah.
a meadow, or a forest, or like a woody thicket, or a valley where you've got boulders and trees. And
Oh, it's
bushes.
offside.
Like
Offside.
we're
Offside.
sort of fine tuned to
Why did he run in front?
to prefer
Why is he
certain level
running
of
poor
detail.
finishing in
and a
this
certain
game?
level
Why is he
of-
running?
Is Alex in
Slow
red?
down.
I
man.
mean, it reminds me a little bit of you know
yes,
that
I would say
that
yes.
condition where
Red.
blind people that have recently gone blind.
Alex is
will,
losing.
like,
Alex is
I'm
the one
losing.
who's
I'm
losing.
France. I'm in
Gaps,
blue.
horrific
He's
John's in
France.
white.
And he's losing.
No,
That's
I-
not
no,
surprising.
And it's I mean, I'm sure that they're actually
Uh-oh.
very different at the
Uh-oh,
neurological
where's he
level,
going?
but it
Oh.
strikes me as
He doesn't know. He
as
doesn't know.
analogous to this.
Yeah, it's just something
right?
similar.
Whereas-
Something similar.
He has no idea.
And the funny thing is, all of our design now is
take it right back
geared
off you.
towards, so like it's a sort of
Oh, man.
maybe a hostile.
Man, you're not even going to let me win.
Like
on a
I
million
love
subscriber
capital M
stream.
minimalism.
Oh,
That's
I
offside.
love that. There's kind
That's
of a
offside.
hostile.
How is it not offside?
Oh! Oh!
Oh, so close.
I thought it was offside.
What? I thought it was offside as well, which is why I didn't really try it.
I thought it was offside.
And I think the lack of variation is part of that. As in, like you said, your flat is very lived in now, right? Presumably, you know,
Oh,
you've
no,
got
that was a
different
bad
bits
choice.
all
That
over.
was a
Yes,
bad
it's a
choice.
richer
It's richer,
representational landscape.
exactly, and it's not
Damn it,
standardised.
that
is
was
it?
the-
Yes,
There's
yeah,
all
yeah.
these
That was the
different things in
chance.
there, and it's
Come on,
probably better
come on.
symmetrically.
And each of them also is infused with a kind of meaning,
With a meaning
as
as
in
well.
not a kind of mysterious meaning, as in each of them provokes memories in me in a totally kind of straightforward way.
So when Alex looks like this on the edge of his seat, he is literally on the edge of his seat. And he is still causing trouble. Still causing trouble.
So when you say kind of capital M minimalism, you have warm feelings towards,
Yeah,
but
sure,
there's
sure,
this
sure.
hostile minimalism you don't enjoy. What is it that distinguishes? Because just as somebody who doesn't know anything about it, what's the thing that distinguishes?
England have taken the
When I
win.
say capital minimalism, I mean like
Okay,
a
we're ending the
conscious
stream.
design choice. So think of like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Bauhaus in the 1920s and
Oh,
30s.
yeah.
I mean, you think just like a beautiful
Do you think
minimalist
this is
lamp,
what the Four
you know,
Horsemen
really, a really simple, like that's what I mean. When I say small
they just
minimalism,
break
I mean
out
just
the-
unconscious, as in there's like a lack of thought there. It's
Right,
okay, we need to
okay, yeah,
we need to build a house for somebody. What is the bare minimum we need to do for it to stand up?
Right. Okay. So it's not
And-
minimalism as meaning infusion.
Yeah,
it's minimalism as I haven't thought
Yeah,
about
exactly.
it at all.
Oh, I don't
There's
know,
a
man.
lack of
I
any,
don't know.
of any real consideration for the person.
Yeah, man. We should. How long have we been going? I was trying to get to the 5-hour mark. Are we like nearly?
We'll be at well over 5 hours now.
Where's my freaking phone? What the frick?
Is this the rest of the evening?
So, general thoughts on Jordan Peterson from the cultural tutor and Jay Foley?
I just put a video out on Jordan
did
Jordan
you?
Peterson's newest book. Literally,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
at 3 p.m.
Well, there you
this
go.
day on the train. here.
Unintentional plug.
The as in it's not stuff that it's not stuff that I haven't said before. It's just again it's sort of I have nothing against the idea of symbolic analysis. It's just the kind of metaphysical bit that's stuck on the end that I take issue with.
I wish
But
you would stick some more metaphysics on there.
Someone said, "Can I take back my super chat?" Presumably that means that they sent one, but I didn't see it. Can you just not a super chat? Just comment. What's your name?
Have you lads seen the Monty Python Philosopher's Football sketch?
Brevosity. Comment your thing again when you can, and I'll see if I can see it. Sorry, I missed it. I was losing at FIFA.
But I do think that We Who Wrestle with God clarified some of the stuff he meant when he said, he thought that atheism was an illegal chess move. And I think that, once, if by God he means living by a value system, and then I can see why atheism would seem like a legal chess move, because you can't just not make decisions. And he thinks that decisions entail value systems and stuff like that. So, and it's just that, again, I think that the metaphysicalizing makes it seem it makes it very easy just to dismiss it out of hand, because it's like, oh well, this doesn't seem to follow at all. But B, I think it does make it much more difficult to pass. And then like for instance statements like on Alex on his debate with Dawkins that Alex moderated. He said he posed the question: is fire a predator? And I think it's very. And Dawkins just said no, and I think fair enough. But I think perhaps if that was perhaps if it was phrased as something like, should we treat fire as pragmatically in the same set as Predator or something like that, or you know, should we treat fire as analogous to the way we treat predators? I still probably think the answer is no, but at the very least, it's like it's not an insensible question. Like it doesn't strike the same sort of, you know, that's, you know, like Dawkins seemed to view it as silly, and I think that, you know, I think that the way that Peterson phrased the question meant that it was probably quite easy to do that. And I don't know, but maybe I don't know. I've been accused of just because I try and apply a principle of charity to everything that I read. And the last time I did a video on Jordan Peterson, I just got loads of comments saying you are far too charitable. But I think that's a strength in being charitable, right? Because if you're too charitable, then you might learn things that aren't intended. But if you're uncharitable, then you might not learn things that are intended.
Yes.
So I don't know. That's kind of my broad take.
That's facts. That's a wise insight, I think.
A hermeneutic of generosity and love enables us to understand, you know, whereas a hermeneutic of hate holds us back from the truth. Because you can't truly understand something if you hate it. You know, you're blinded by hate, so it doesn't fully allow you to engage.
What do you hate, John?
What do I hate?
Yeah.
Gosh, that's a big question. What do you hate, Alex? Losing at FIFA?
I hate evasion.
Evasion? Sophistry?
I do hate losing at FIFA. No, I don't.
Hitchens?
I don't know. With regards to people, I find it very difficult to actually like hate. I just find it very difficult.
Yes. John
not.
hates this question.
I think it's quite rare that you meet somebody who will really admit to seriously hating something.
I think the last person that really provoked quite a kind of a bile-based reaction from me was actually the ex-boyfriend of a friend of mine, who had been this was when I was at university, and who would quite often sort of profess, like I've mentioned this on videos before. Fun enough, I did a video on hypocrisy, and this was my example of kind of an illustration of the kind of instinctive feeling that hypocrisy can engender. He was a very sort of outspoken defender of kind of very sort of, I suppose, what people would now call like woke positions, and then it emerged when after him and my friend had broken up, that he was like horribly abusive, both physically and emotionally. And, you know, throughout the relationship, he had repeatedly, you know, painted himself as a kind of, you know, guardian of women's rights. And that is probably the closest I've come to being like, oh God, like I remember feeling like, I remember being uncomfortable and somewhat put off by the way that I felt about him.
Because it was so emotional.
Yes, and I think it does sort of make sense. And I think that reaction is not totally irrational, because I think that one thing that hypocrisy potentially does, and to be honest, I think that we're all hypocrites to a certain extent.
Yes.
But I think that one thing that extremes of hypocrisy does is it sort of breaks the bond of trust that allows us to take people at their word, and that's very hard to get back, right? Like if it's trust is like really, really fragile, but also really, really important. And so I can understand why, you know, people want to guard that with this kind of extreme reaction. I think that might be partly why it's so easy to feel so emotionally strong when somebody reveals this kind of like intense hypocrisy.
Well, who is Jesus's harshest words in the Gospels reserved for? Pharisees. Why?
Well, because they are the hypocrites.
Because they're hypocrites.
You know? And Jesus is, I suppose, fully human in that what he is externally is the same as what he is internally. You know, there's this total integrity to him. It's a little bit like, you know, freshly squeezed orange juice. You know, it's just so pure. You know, I think that's what I think of when I think of Jesus' character.
John, who is your favourite character? Who is your favourite character in the Gospels apart from Jesus?
My favourite, maybe Peter, because Peter makes so many mistakes, and yet, you know, there's that beautiful scene where he's on the beach and he's having breakfast on the beach with Jesus. And he's just denied Jesus 3 times by a fireside, okay? And he's, this is the person who always thought he would follow Jesus. He denies him three times by the fireside. And then John mentions the fireside again. And Jesus says to him 3 times, "Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me?" "Yes, I do." And Peter is almost offended by the question. Yeah, I think Peter's very fallible. David as well. I think David has been called the first fully human character in the whole of literary history.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly controversial claim.
Who is it for you, Gilgamesh? Or
Well, there is some surprisingly moving stuff in the Epic of Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh's companion Enkidu dies, it's a very moving lament for him. But equally, what about Homeric?
Homeric just doesn't move me as much as the Mesopotamian.
No, but maybe do you think David is the first character? You said.
Oh,
you said
in that
fully
case,
human character.
sort of the first fully human figure. But I do resonate with this sort of like atheist thing of like feeling sorry for Judas, because in a way you've got this kind of syncresis, this comparison between Peter and Judas. Both Peter and Judas have both abandoned Jesus, but only one of them comes back. Only one of them accepts the grace that was on offer to both of them. And so Judas, obviously Judas then goes and kills himself. But it's very sad. But I always think of those two as basically like almost parallel lives that you can take. Do you come back to the grace of Christ, or do you? I think that's the best way to read the Bible, is to sort of insert yourself into these characters.
Someone asked, what is the most underrated bit of content on my channel? I think it's my interview with Sheen Quirk. Seriously, the 2 that we've done, they haven't performed super well. They don't get a ton of views because it's a bit outside of the general area of scope, but I just really enjoyed them.
Can we do the Shroud of Turin?
what someone else?
Can we please? Someone's asked for thoughts on the Shroud of Turin.
Okay. Over to the Nelsonator.
I'll have a little break while we do this.
Sure.
So the thing with the Shroud of Turin is that, please do go to Behind the Gospels, www.behindthegospel.com. I have got a post on the Shroud of Turin, which is called The Shroud of Turin, the Real Burial Cloth of Christ. And in that, I make a few points about it. Oh no!
Gosh.
Is that okay?
No, that's me.
One second. I actually just want to see my post.
Is that a portrait of Alex in the background? It is. Years ago, somebody sent me a portrait. Can't remember what the person's name was, but here it is. It was years and years ago, and I thought it was really nice and cool. It's a bit self-indulgent to have a picture of yourself up on the wall. So it's not actually attached to the wall; it's just there. But I thought it was really nice and really special, and no one ever really done anything like that for me before. So I thought it was really cool. So I still have it.
Saint Padre Pio Stigmata. I think the Shroud is almost certainly medieval, because it's this rare convergence that you have both the carbon dating saying it's medieval, so it was done 3 times, I think, and the carbon dating in 3 different laboratories, and the carbon dating said this is medieval, and the dates that came out from the carbon dating tallied up with the first literary documentation, which I believe was in the 12th century. And the Pope of the time said, basically, if you display this in your church, you have to say that it's not actually the real burial shroud of Christ. If you think that this is the real burial shroud, you're going against what the Pope thought, I think.
You have to say it's not the real...
So he said that it could be displayed in a church, but it was not the real burial shroud. So it had to be displayed with a notice.
So what does
that
the
it wasn't the real
Catholic Church
burial?
think that it is?
Well, so
Didn't
Pope Francis went
like,
to
pray
visit
in front of it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But the thing is, I mean, it's clearly okay. They're saying the carbon-14 dating has been debunked. So yeah, there's the common idea is that that this was taken from a part of the shroud, which had been damaged, so it wasn't the real part of the shroud. Really, though, yeah.
What was the recent
really,
thing that came out
I mean,
about? What was the recent thing that came out about Turin?
So, well, I'll just say that if you read the original article, they claim that they knew where they were taking the portion of the shroud from, and it wasn't the damaged section, so they claim.
Oh, Alex, sorry. Somebody's just said they left a super chat earlier that we didn't get round to.
Yeah, did it?
Recently. Sorry, I just wanted to...
But
It was just above. Just scroll up just a tiny bit. There you go.
the most recent thing on the shroud, though, is these scientists had this new experimental method in which they essentially said, look, this could be 20 centuries old. It could go back to the time of Christ. The problem was that it was a new experimental method, and it assumed that the shroud had been kept at the same temperature. So they kind of said, if this shroud was at the same temperature for this amount of time, this is the data that would have come out of that. We're seeing the data that would have come out of it. So, but also that's quite a sort of a difficult assumption, given that we know, for example, that it went through a fire and these
Right.
so. The same scientists who came up with this article had another article on the shroud, I think trying to prove it through another way, and that article was retracted for not being accurate. So it seems like the scientists who did this paper that was then caught on by the Daily Mail are maybe driven by some motivated reasoning.
So it didn't convince you.
Well, no, it didn't convince me. It didn't actually convince, what's the Catholic chap's name?
Is that Trent Horn?
Trent Horn. I think Trent Horn was very cautious about it. And also, look, you've got medieval carbon dating, you've got medieval first literary appearance, you've got a medieval weave. So the herringbone twill weave is a weave that is medieval, not first century. There's a different type of weave in the first century. But you've also got this bloodied corpse on a cloth that is emerging at the time of, in the medieval period, where everyone is obsessed with the wounds of Christ and flagellation. So basically, you have multiple lines of evidence which are all converging on a medieval date. And if anyone wants to read more about that, you can read Jane Taylor's chapter in What Did Jesus Look Like?
I am playing since I've been loving you, Kenny.
What was that super chat that you wanted to get to?
There's actually one about the Shroud of Turin, but I did catch the other one. The Shroud, $10. The Shroud has 3D info, but it's more like a flat screen TV displaying 3D image than it is the actual distorted 3D effect you would expect from being wrapped around a body, like made on a flat surface. Mythvision, hello Mythvision. Alex, would be awesome for you to join us for a discussion of the Bible sometime in 2025. Could be fun, yeah. I do know of your show, indeed.
Water.
Somebody thanking me for shaving off the moustache. That's always good. Yeah, the live chat that came through that someone said we missed. What do you guys do when you get lost in relativism and skepticism that your minds just want to give up?
Not a relativist.
Yeah, that's true. You don't have this problem in the slightest. I don't know. I mean, is this something that you find troubles you a lot? It troubles me a lot occasionally.
I don't know. I mean, like, I think I'm a bit of a Humean in this respect about. Oh, someone you know in the chat.
Andre's in the chat, an amazing DPhil philosopher from Oxford.
Hello, Andre. Yeah, I'm a bit of a human in that it does kind of philosophically trouble me that I can't rationalize or ground a lot of the things that I believe to be true, like the existence of the external world or whatever. But it doesn't like emotionally trouble me, because I do believe that the external world does exist.
Do you believe it exists, or do you believe you're just committed to believing it exists?
Depends what you mean by committed. Aren't they kind of the same thing?
That's me, because I sometimes think, I don't know if the external world exists, but I don't even know how I go about disbelieving in it. So I think it's just on.
Well, I mean, computer simulation, hypotheses.
Say we were living in a computer simulation, then I suppose all of our concepts about truth and reality and all like correspondence and that sort of thing would be constructed within the simulation. We would only have So the statement that camera is there would be true. Yes. Because the correspondence would be within the simulation, not without it. And providing that the simulation remains stable, and I never get let out of it, then for all intents and purposes, all of the same relations hold as they would if the world was quote-unquote real.
Somebody says that Joe is the best dressed in the room, that the fit just works really well on him.
Oh, that's very kind. This outfit was not my idea. This was picked out for me by my friend, who knows much more about fashion than me.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that person probably wasn't there at the beginning of the stream when I changed my socks due to the complaints. Have you seen these shoes, by the way? Like, see how broken that is at the bottom? You see?
Oh.
I've had these shoes for years, and I never bothered to get them fixed. And now I've just been so busy. I sort of, when I'm just wearing them to pop out or something, I don't really care enough. And when I've got like an event or something, they're like my only like kind of nice shoes that aren't black, I guess. Although now they're not that nice. I want to go and get them fixed.
I went today.
But it's like by the time I actually get around to putting them on to go and do an event or something, there's not time because I've like forgotten about it because I don't think of it until I put them on. And so I've just had these, all the recent events I've been doing, I've just had these like gaping holes in my shoes while I've been doing it.
Alex, what's your argument for global emotivism? Like, what even more broadly, like, how do you approach the formation of your worldview? Because obviously you've given a lot of interviews where you've critiqued others' positions, and you're such a brilliant interlocutor. How do you actually form your own worldview? Is it all vibes all the way down? Turtles all the way down?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a. I don't know. Thanks for addressing my question. It only troubles me emotionally, in that I feel I cannot form opinions about a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't feel like I can form opinions about a lot of things.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't exactly have a worldview yet.
I mean, I think one way you could potentially get around this is, as in the forming opinions on things, is that you can kind of. I think of an underrated conceptual tool is just the strength with which one holds a belief. As in, you can hold a belief, you can hold an opinion, but just hold it very weakly. Which is what I try to do with things that I don't know very much about. If I feel compelled to have an opinion on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty agnostic about like everything these days. Like there's not much that I'm very confident about. I mean, the global emotivism thing is a conjecture. I don't like believe it.
Are you dogmatically agnostic then, in the sense that
no, because
you don't even believe that there is a way of?
I think there could be a way of knowing, but I don't know what that way is. I'm sort of on the quest to find out. I feel like I just don't feel compelled. I don't feel.
So you really want to feel something?
Gosh, deep question. No, I don't know, man. Like I sort of,
because I've heard you say, quite a few times that, were you to believe in God, for example, it would be more likely be on the basis of a religious experience. I noted someone there was asking you about your experience with psychedelics and whether it was more internal or whether it was more external or visual. I don't know if you wanted to talk about that.
Someone
Maybe
else has said they'd had a super chat missed about whether scientific laws are immaterial.
Oh, I think I did screenshot that one, whether scientific laws are immaterial. Sorry, I'm really struggling to keep track. Next time I do, it won't be the next time we do a live stream. I want to try and keep track of 4 years of Latin mass. Gosh, there's so much.
We were just saying, this guy Amos Wallen on Substack, brilliant Substack.
You told me about him.
He's an Oxford student, I think, and he has this review of We Who Wrestle with God, and it's called We Who Wrestle with 500 Pages of Absolute Nonsense.
I've got my see my copy just up there,
which is quite fun.
I got sent a copy. I got sent a signed copy of We Who Wrestle with God. I have not yet attempted to read it, but I remember about a year ago when Jordan Peterson was on Chris Williamson's show, and he was like writing this book about the Bible, and Chris says, like, when you write this book about the Bible, it's quite like, it's a lot of sort of technical jargon and philosophy and stuff. Are you making any effort to sort of make it more like accessible to the general reader? And Peterson just goes, no.
That's very interesting.
I was like, fair enough. Like, I think he was sort of as if to say, like, no, I'm just going to write what I think. But it was a little bit like, from that moment, I was like, this is going to be a tricky to read book.
Having read it, it's probably, I would say.
You read We Who Wrestle with God?
Yeah.
When?
Like, well,
the day it came out, which is yesterday.
Who is this guy?
I got it on my Kindle. It was all.
You've read the whole thing?
Yeah.
that is.
like I said, I did a video on it earlier today.
Oh, is that what it's? I saw it was about Peterson.
Yeah.
See
But I mean,
the-
I would describe it as it was easier to read than Maps of Meaning.
Really?
Yeah, and much harder to read than
Really?
12 Rules for Life or something like that.
Opened it up. Let's see what's in it. Underneath my stack of copies of
So the strange thing is he has like he
I love
has
that. I'm going to write a
Genesis.
page-by-page commentary on it called Me Who Wrestle with We Who Wrestle with God.
so the book
I'm going to open it a
it
random
does
page.
Genesis, Exodus, and then Jonah. Does it?
It does, yes.
What's going on there?
Well, it's sort of, most of it is on Genesis and Exodus, and then it's got this bit about Jonah right on the end. I mean,
I just opened to a random page. This is page 198. The key to understanding the nature of the feminine descent into chaos in the biblical text is to be found in an identification of the common, uniting, and context-establishing theme of habitation in Babylon. Don't worry, I'm just going to do one sentence. The degenerate city that also happens to be the habitation of the matriarch of all whores. Quote, and the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet colour and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having this a quote. And I think the end of the quote is the end of the sentence. Yeah. It is all the people who inhabit the great but false edifice who become unable to communicate. After all, men and women with them.
What about this one? Man and woman both incarnate the Logos, at least in potential. The pattern of being that should characterize each individual is a reflection, an imitation, and by no means a pale imitation, of what is both most real and ultimately sacred. It is on that fundamental supposition, that axiomatic belief, a claim of immense and still unrealized magnitude and significance, that man and woman rest their dignity intrinsically outside the purview of self-sovereign state and nature.
so that, right, because reading something like that, it seems like it's saying something like there are unexplored pragmatic consequences to the idea that humans have inherent intrinsic value, which isn't an insensible thing. But like that's what I mean. As in I sometimes, because I do reading through it. You know, I gave a kind of interpretation of it in line with things like American pragmatism, which kind of my argument for doing that is partly that American pragmatism has been very, very influential in general North American psychology and psychiatry. So I kind of that's how
As the only American philosophy.
that's how I kind of sort of just that's kind of what got me started on that approach, and I do think it fits quite well. But that's what I mean. Is I sometimes don't like when I can understand the idea of the idea of humans having intrinsic value is we haven't explored the consequence of that because maybe we've never really acted like humans do have intrinsic value. Like this reminds me a bit of G.K. Chesterton's idea that Christianity is great but it's never been tried.
Yes.
But I
The
just
problem with
think,
Christianity is not that it's been tried and found wanting, but that it's been found difficult and not tried.
yes, but I think that but I think that the kind of like I said the metaphysicalizing language of it, like the like phrasing it as the embodiment of the logos and the kind of particular way that he talks, I think can sometimes I don't know. I think that might be obscuring a potentially quite reasonable set of points about because none of the lessons the lessons posed by themselves, things like you have to the idea a lot of the book is about you have to sacrifice in order to commit to a given way of life, and this will be a kind of fulfilling way of organizing your existence. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not insensible. That's in Kierkegaard. But I think that the phrasing it as if, this is a truth about ultimate reality, which sometimes he then goes on to define ultimate reality as experiential reality in a kind of almost like the phenomenal world or something like that. And it's like, okay, well maybe, but it's difficult to pin down exactly what he's saying, and I tend to just interpret it in pragmatic terms because I think that's where you can get the most out of it. And normally when I'm reading a text, that is my main aim, is to get the most out of it rather than to nail it to the board and throw darts at it. Because you could do that, right? You could say something like, he makes all of these claims and then he says God exists at the end of it, and that's clearly doesn't follow. And I think, fair enough, you can. And I think that to the extent that the conclusion is to the extent that conclusion is interpreted in a metaphysical way, then I think that would be a perfectly reasonable thing to say. But I don't know. I think there's like That's what I mean. I think I'm not getting myself across very clearly at all. Sorry.
No.
But I'm doing exactly the same thing that I'm slightly criticizing Peterson for, which is that I think that all of this reification, metaphysicalizing, gets in the way of what could potentially be, like, not a point that is definite, not a series of points that are definitely true, but at the very least seems sensible to argue with, in a way that atheism is an illegal chess move strikes me as, like, on the face of it, very, very confusing. And I got more of a handle of what he meant reading the book, because, as I say, it's like atheism seemed to be a disbelief in the concept of enacted values and beliefs. And it's like, okay, yeah, fair enough.
The difficulty
but that's not what most people mean by atheism, right?
No, and I think the cynical take is that he is deliberately equivocating to appeal to a wider audience. That
I don't know.
This sort of Jungian, the Jungian interpretation of scripture, talking about God as though he is purely an archetype and that sort of thing, is has been condemned as heretical by the Roman Catholic Church.
Well,
and
sure
yet,
it is heretical.
and yet, so many of his viewers are Roman Catholics, but maybe because he speaks in a way that obscures what he's actually trying to say.
Yes,
it's,
I of course I don't know his mind is the other thing I should say.
No,
I mean, maybe
that
strikes me as what I took to be the most sensible charitable interpretation of what the rest of God, which is what I try to do.
I was very surprised that he answered Alex's question in the Affirmative
Well, that's what I mean. Well,
about
I think,
the
I
empty
think,
tomb.
Well, the brilliant thing about Alex's question was that if you phrase it in terms of things like a Panasonic video camera, you can't say things like, what do you mean by belief or what do you mean by exist? Because everyone knows what they mean by observe. Or like pretty much everyone will know what they mean by, thank you very much.
And yet, he was more concrete on that point. And yet, the Gospels at that very stage... I'm good, actually, with my vitamin water. But the Gospels are very, very strange on the resurrection. And this is the bit where you would expect, Jordan Peterson to have something to say to those very weird resurrection accounts. And instead he answered it in the Panasonic way. So
but I think that the Panasonic, it's a very, Alex's Panasonic video camera thing, it reminds me a lot of this general methodological approach of a lot of earlier 20th century philosophers when they'd say something like, well, what observation statements does that cash out as? And there were whole programs trying to reduce all claims to observation statements, which are largely seen to have failed. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing in that as a way of asking questions and challenging things.
Can you turn that off?
Oh, yeah.
Although,
That's some real tubes, ladies and gentlemen. Real tubes.
did you have the Panasonic video camera question planned in advance, or was that a...
I knew that I wanted to ask him like that, and I was thinking, how could I put it in particular words? I think that specifically talking about a Panasonic video camera was one of those sort of, moments of spontaneity. But I knew that, like, I spent so long. In fact, I remember before the Peterson podcast, it must have been, we would have been sat listening to Jordan Peterson, like in some... in the living room, like playing FIFA or something, just like trying to get a feel. So I spent ages just listening, and friends would come over and we'd just sit there and we'd listen to Jordan Peterson. And so I knew, like, when if you say, do you believe in God? And he says, well, I don't like that question. Just saying something like, now look, I know you don't like this question. And when people ask you, do you believe in God? You say this, but I'm wondering this. It disarms the ability to sort of go off anywhere you want. And it also indicates that you have actually listened. If somebody who's never sort of heard of Jordan Peterson says, do you believe in God? He's thinking like, oh gosh, I've really got to unpack so much here. They don't know who I am. They don't know who I think. I'm going to have to explain all of this. Whereas if you indicate that you actually do know all of that, but you still want to know the answer to the question, I think it's harder for him to avoid it. And there's a sense in which I wanted to just sort of be like, I did actually say in these words at one point, like, you're smart enough to know what you're being asked. You're not an idiot, right? You know when someone says, but did it really happen? You know what they mean. You know what they mean. And if you say that you don't, you're either professing that or you've kind of lost your mind. If specifically on this point, you genuinely don't know what it is that they're asking, which is why you have to word it in it feels almost patronizing to be like, look, man, like if I had bloody video camera and I filmed it and I looked on the LCD, what would I see? Answer it that way.
But that what would I see thing is, because that gets around all of the ideas
Yeah.
about existence and
Exactly.
definitions of existence.
And finally,
being. I mean, but
he
it's,
says
you know,
probably yes. And I really
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to title that clip. I really wanted to title it, Jordan Peterson, Jesus probably, did Jesus rise from the dead? Probably yes, 'cause it was a big moment. But technically, he didn't say that Jesus probably rose from the dead. He said that Jesus probably exited his tomb, but that he doesn't know what that means.
Yes,
So I
and-
had to title it like, did Jesus exit his tomb? And the thumbnail's like, probably yes,
I
Yeah,
once saw
yeah.
a video of Jordan Peterson saying that when he was asked a resurrection question, and he said, "I don't know what humans are actually capable of," and it sounded sort of more similar to like a Buddhist understanding of miracles, in that there's not sort of some extrinsic being, namely God, raising Jesus from the dead, but rather that there is some sort of inherent potential in the human being which Jesus unlocked in that moment. I don't know,
in the
maybe
kind
through
well,
years of meditation or
like in
something.
these sort of
Yeah.
in the sort of tales in Mahayana Buddhism of the Buddha being able to
Yes.
clone himself and things.
Yes,
like that, sort of
yes.
becoming many.
It sounded much more like that. which was
£5
interesting.
super chat said, theists should embrace simulation theory. It latches onto the same intuitions, greater mind, fine tuning, blah, 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 and doesn't have anything supernatural.
Well, I mean, to a certain extent, if you think that God is merely being, you do think that you are halfway to the simulation theory.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, is the simulation theory simpler than theism?
God is the intelligence, we are the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, yeah.
I suppose
I'm worried
the-
about AI. We are the AI.
I suppose God has this normative aspect to him as well, which kind of takes the sting out of it. Like, I don't know, maybe this is just my own, like, I don't know, bias, but I would feel more comfortable being assimilated in the mind of God, where God is defined as like the ultimate good or something like that, than
Yes.
being merely existing in a
The in-
simulation, I guess. But I
the
don't know,
in-
but that's kind of a...
The entire base. I'm going to try and get through some of these super chats. The entire base of the Abrahamic religions is to surrender, which is the feeling that the religious talk about. Yeah, surrender. That's interesting, because if the experience is surrender, then it's like, well, what are you waiting for as an experience? If the experience is surrender, that's something you have to proactively do. Also, what does Alex usually like to play on the guitar? Music, generally, but sometimes I like to do impressions of Pac-Man. Question for Alex: which would you find more disappointing? Converting to the belief in God through intellectual argument or through an emotional experience? Given that the effort you've invested in intellectual exploration, I would find it very disappointing to be convinced by an intellectual argument for God's existence. Reason being that if I were studying some kind of premise of some fringe cosmological argument and turned over the page and I was like, there he is, there's God, then it would say a lot about the kind of God that I've just discovered, because am I expected to believe that there's a kind of God who will only reveal himself to those who are educated enough, have the time to like read philosophy, know formal logic, blah 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 blah. And I'm not saying that I'm super educated, but you know what I mean, educated in this area, that argument's gonna work. Like, if that's the kind of way that God decides to reveal himself, then what am I to think of those who can't do that? And not just because they can't do philosophy or something, but because they don't have the time, because they're raising a family or something. That would be ludicrous. So I'd be incredibly disappointed, like, about the nature of the God that I discovered, if that was the way that I discovered him. Yes, you in the back.
On that, I was thinking about your recent discussion with Rowan Williams,
Yeah.
and
So I did a discussion with Rowan Williams, ex-Archbishop of Canterbury, not that one, at the Royal Institution recently, which is what John is referring to. It's not out yet, but I hear it will go out at some point on Unbelievable.
but
show.
Pascal came up a lot in that conversation, and a line that you taught me from Pascal, or maybe it was just one that I resonated with, was that all of man's problems stem from his inability to sit alone in a room in silence.
Yeah.
And I think about how a lot of religious experience comes through that silent meditation, the sort of, going into the wilderness, for Jesus,
Sitting under the tree.
Yeah, sitting under the Buddha tree and so on. And Rowan Williams said, when he was asked what is God, he said that he was the depth into which I try to sink when I pray. And he says that he finds this to be fundamentally a personal experience as opposed to an impersonal one.
Yeah.
And that's like what Christians call God. So I guess my question was going to be, which I wanted to ask you that evening, but I'll ask you here instead, in front of a wider audience. is, have you been able to sit alone in a room in silence? And if so, what have you found? And do you think you might find God there? And just one more comment. Augustine, who I mentioned earlier, God is closer to us than we are to ourselves. If God is simple and properly simple, there's no spatial extension in God, then God is by definition closer to us than we are to ourselves. So, all of that.
I was going to make a joke about how I sit alone when I'm sleeping in silence, but it turns out I don't actually do that because I talk in my sleep. I have these incredible recordings of when I'm sleeping, it's like insane. These guys, have I shown you that joke?
No, I mean,
I don't know, man. Like, it's so embarrassing because I'm like in my sleep, just like saying the most random nonsense or mumbling like an idiot. Like shout out random colors or one time I was in my sleep and I was like, I have it because I've got this app that when it hears a sound, it starts recording. And one time it was like I was practicing to receive an award or something. I was like in my sleep going like, I'd like to thank David for this wonderful opportunity. Or something. It's so ridiculous. And I do get scared about what I might say if anyone ever like hears me like in my sleep because I don't really get to control it. So it's like
this is one of the things in 1984 is that any people are scared of talking in their sleep.
Yeah, and it's so true. But the thing is, like listening back to my sleep talks, it's really difficult to tell if they're actually like tethered to reality in any way, because a lot of it seems to be actual nonsense, and I can't tell if it like is something that would make sense if I understood what I was getting at, or if it is just actually random.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Like when I say like I'd like to thank David for this wonderful opportunity, is it because I'm dreaming about my friend David, or is it just because I'm just picking a random name? You know what I mean? Like I actually don't know. So it's kind of one of
But what do you think?
scary.
What do you think about sitting in a room in silence? And because I saw that.
Oh,
Someone
sorry,
had
yeah,
asked
not
you,
to evade your question.
Someone had asked you whether you've tried meditation since Sam Harris.
Yeah, I
as
saw
well.
that coming up as well. I've struggled to meditate. I'm not very good at time management, and I mean like throughout the day. Like I'm pretty good when it comes to long-term projects. Like if I've got something to prepare for, I'm good at like planning the days and knowing what I need to do on what day. But on a particular day, I can't schedule. I don't know when I wake up or that kind of stuff. And meditation feels like something I need to sort of slot in, but it feels inappropriate. Like I was talking to somebody on a as yet unreleased podcast about the concept of spirituality in the West being like a thing that you do. You do like a class, you know, you go to meditation or whatever. It's like, oh, I've got spirituality on Tuesday at 4 p.m. You know, it's sort of an inappropriate relationship to it. So I don't spend basically any time sat alone, either meditating or just thinking or whatever it is, which I should do more of. But that's because I'm addicted to my phone and I need distractions and there's always something to distract myself with. I don't know what I would discover if I spent enough time doing that. So no, but that is something I'd like to do more. And I think that's why people advocate for meditation, is because really what it gives you is the ability to... But the thing about meditation is you're supposed to sort of let go of your thoughts and distractions. You're supposed to train yourself to just sort of exist. I think that sitting and reflecting on your thoughts is a different matter. I mean, these days, if you've got some kind of trouble, if you're having like relationship issues or you're feeling upset about something, whatever, very rarely do you just sit and think about it. You know, you sit like in despair and you... with your whiskey and you're just thinking in despair is the typical image. But these days I think you're on your phone, you're Googling hypotheses and ideas and seeing if anyone else done the same thing. You're on Reddit or whatever. Like you very rarely just sit.
It is
and
I
think
think
about
very, very hard. Like as in, I think it is remarkably hard to sit with a very unpleasant feeling and not try and do anything about it. I mean, I don't know if I've ever really done that. I mean, it's just it's in like, even partly because even sitting there and reflecting on a solution is a form of, you know, attempting to solve something. And I think that's not an inappropriate response to feeling unpleasant. But actually, yeah, I don't think I've ever just sat there and been like, oh, I feel unpleasant and I'm just going to sit there and experience it. And maybe that's next time I feel despair, I will do this and I will text you guys.
Okay.
I'll let you know how it goes.
Surely simulation theory implies a supernatural, i.e. outside of the simulation. Interesting, because... yeah, like if we're not in a simulation, then supernatural would be outside of the material world. If we are in a simulation, then supernatural would probably be anything in the material world.
Supernatural materialism.
Yeah, supernatural materialism. It's like bringing materialism back again. You know,
That needs to go in the Stanford Encyclopedia.
I think so. I'll get on my contacts. There was another one that someone just sent, but it's just gone. I'm going to find it. Was it this one? Okay, here's one. What should an atheist say in response to hearing a sneeze? Well, I had this conversation with Jonathan Pajau. He was on my podcast for, I think, the second time, and I sneezed at the beginning, or I was talking about sneezing, and we had this extended discussion about bless you. Jonathan Pajau thinks it's because God is spirit, and when you sneeze, like spirit leaves you. It's like wind or whatever, like comes out of you, and so the spirit's leaving you, and so you say bless you to like put that spirit back in you. I thought that was a bit tenuous. I've heard the myth is that it's like a bubonic plague thing or something, right? That people would sneeze, it would show that they're ill, so you say bless you. I think during the coronavirus pandemic, we should have swapped to coughing in that case. It should be that when you cough, someone says bless you, because who cares about a sneeze these days? I think you should just say something like, what's the secular equivalent of bless?
In other languages, they don't only have bless you.
What do they say?
Well, like in. Oh, sorry.
You forget yourself.
Yeah, I know. I forget myself. In other languages, they don't only say bless you. I mean, I think. I was trying to think of an example. I think in.
What do they say in Bulgarian?
I think they say na zdravie, which
Cool.
which means like to your health.
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah.
Or something.
Because
like,
that's saying
something
like
along those
cheers,
lines.
like you do with a drink, but when someone sneezes.
Well, the funny thing is, there's a bit also in that part of the world when you cheers, you also say na zdravie.
Oh, really?
So they do say the same thing for both.
John, what does bless mean?
Now, there's a question.
Short version, please. Trying to get through the super chats.
Oh, it's one of those difficult words where what do we do with it? Do we say something like...
Short answer, please.
That is the short answer. It's one of those words.
You
yeah.
know,
Words where we don't know what
because
to do with
you know,
What's the Greek?
blessed are the poor in spirit.
what's the
No,
Greek?
John, please.
Well, so the Hebrew is
Well, I could Google it.
right. No, one second. I think is it Makarios in Greek? I think.
Yeah, sounds right.
But yeah, I don't really know, to be honest.
Well,
Yeah, Makarios in Greek.
I've always wondered what it
and-
actually means. I mean, there are so many words in the religious lexicon that,
yeah.
you forget that you don't actually know what they mean. Like, what does bless mean? When someone says bless
Yeah.
you, what does that actually
Well, what are we
mean?
doing when we bless the food? Bless this food to our body. I
and
mean,
what does it mean to say
it's
blessed
very
are the poor?
strange.
Blessed are the poor in spirit.
That's what we're asking you, John.
Well, I think it's that they're going to receive eschatological favor from God. You know, it's a sense of. I think it's almost a critique of the idea that, you know, happiness is just about, or that sort of a deep joy, deep happiness is about pleasure. It's a blessing it's something more than that, I think.
Do you think it's
so
like
it's
something
kind
like
of related-
like in the favor of God?
Yeah, I
Blessed
think so.
are these people, but
I think
also
so, but
bless
it's-
you, like be.
But it's
you know,
difficult because
be
you know
you in the
there
favour
are
of
all
God.
those grace, those charis words which are completely unrelated, but it feels like that's what's being talked about.
So does that mean that the secular version of responding to a sneeze would actually be something like good luck?
But that is essentially what people
Yeah,
were doing
yeah.
when it comes to the plague-related stuff. It's sort of like, you know,
Okay. All right.
good luck to you.
What's next?
Does the game disprove God? You just lost, by the way. God is omnipotent, so should never lose, but is omniscient, so always aware of the game. It's an interesting. There's the omnipotence paradox and the omniscience paradox. This is kind of merging the two together. Okay, God. Okay, so to win the game, you have to not be thinking at the game. I'm suspicious as to whether you can win a game that you don't know that you're playing.
Also, you could probably know something without thinking about it.
But that's the case. Like, do you know that Paris is the capital city of France? Did you know it 40 seconds ago?
Yeah, exactly. And I think you probably, as in I think that knowledge seems to be something deeper than, or something more lasting
where is
than
that fact,
attention.
man? Like, where does that fact just sit around in your head? You know, it's not there. It's not in the consciousness. I don't know. It's so weird.
What was
Missed
the
what?
fact? What was the fact?
Oh, that Paris is the capital of France.
Wait,
It wasn't anything exciting. I'm sorry to disappoint.
which is a contingent truth. Though it is it analytically true? Paris is the capital of France?
I don't think it's analytically true.
No.
I think it would just be the kind of analytic contingent divide to do with Paris is the meter rod that's stored in Paris. And people ask, is that synthetically a meter, or is that a meter by definition?
Oh, that's
Do you know
That's a headache.
someone on the chat is trying to bait you back into a Gospel of Thomas thing, and we can't let them.
really.
Yeah.
I could totally be up
We
for that.
cannot do that. The
Okay.
Matthew 11:25 question.
We'll try and get through these, and we'll try and do them quick-ish so that we can actually keep getting through them. In regards to Romans 9, 14 to 25. How do you feel this could challenge the question of divine hiddenness? It seems to posit God can do what he wants. We have no right to question his way.
We've kind of already had this.
Yeah, well, we talked about divine hiddenness earlier. Where's
I've been
my
reading a lot about divine
mouse? Is it
hiddenness at
here?
the moment.
Is it Romans 9? Romans 9:15. For those who are missing it, pause the screen. Is this Romans 9? Yeah. Pause the screen and you can look at it there. It's sort of, I mean, yeah, like maybe the answer to divine hiddenness is like, yeah, well, tough luck, God can do what he wants. But I think that's a pretty like unsatisfying response. And I think that the atheist would say that
Also,
if that is the kind of response that God
isn't-
gives, then it's not the kind of God that's being imagined.
Is it Revelations 10 that says anyone who has their hearts open to God will receive him? You know, that there's... Or it will be revealed to them. I can't remember the exact word.
That's very interesting. I can't remember.
And
that.
Romans says that people are without excuse because he's sort of put his powers in the... How does he word it when he says that people are without excuse? Because there's a really interesting thing about, like, it's like the hidden powers. It's almost like implying that it should be obvious to people, but it's hidden. I can't remember.
Yes. So, but that's all very strange because on the one hand, Paul says that the divine power of God was known, but then is now no longer known. It's sometimes cited as a verse to say that, you know, God's existence is naturally obvious to people, but
Somebody said,
it's a strange one.
I have a psychosomatic condition where I sneeze when sneezing is brought up. That one episode made me sneeze several times. Well, bless you.
Bless
and
you.
you again.
And good luck.
And good luck to you, yeah.
Sneeze.
Maverick Christian, hey man, how long will this stream go? I do not know. I do not know. Nobody knows. Not even I know. Only the Father in heaven knows. Okay. Follow-up question for Alex. Oh, it's Peter. Hey, Peter. I didn't. If you asked the first question, I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that it was you. Hello, sir. If anybody saw Justin Brierley's recent, so funny thing, a lot of people have like reacted to the podcast I did with Justin Brierley recently that came out. We actually filmed that like a year and a half ago, something like that, and it just came out, which is really funny because some Christians were looking at it and being like, I saw some reactions that were sort of like, they were like, oh, he said this thing recently on the Justin Brierley show, which I think shows that he's sort of changed over the past year or something. And I was like, we actually recorded it like a year or a year and a half ago. It's kind of funny.
You must get a lot of people that say, I reckon you're going to be a Christian soon, though, don't you?
Yeah. I say it into the mirror every single morning as an affirmation. Yeah, it happens all the time.
You say it in your sleep.
I mean, I like, sure. I mean, I hope that'd be cool. That'd be great. I just unfortunately don't think that it's true. Follow-up question for Alex. If intellectual conversion would be disappointing, what keeps you motivated to explore theism intellectually? Plus, could intelligence and emotion work together in an assigned way? Maybe, yeah. I mean, intelligence and emotion might kind of be the same thing. Emotional intelligence might be a tautology. Thinking might be the same thing as feeling. What keeps you motivated to explore theism intellectually? I find it interesting. I mean, what does it say about theology? That it's faith-seeking understanding. For the believer, it's sort of like you already believe, and this is just a way to... Like Anselm's ontological argument. It's not an argument. It's a prayer. He's just like reflecting on the nature of God and how like awesome it is. I think I would do the same thing if I was Anselm. I'd be like, okay, well, this isn't going to like convince me or anyone else of anything, but it's just like kind of cool to think about, man. But also, like, it might be that this is where God is waiting for me, and if so, I'd like to know about it. So when I hear people say, I've got an argument that's going to convince you of God, you know, I want to hear it. John, what do you think of David Bentley Hart?
The question says
Oh, sorry, I don't know why I thought I said John. Oh, I think the person's name is
Alex,
Josh,
Josh,
so I misread it. I haven't read David Bentley Hart, although he does come up in discussion a lot, so I know a fair bit about, like I get the idea of like what he's about, but I haven't actually read him, so I couldn't really say. I'd like to maybe get him on the show.
He's actually quite unwell at the moment.
Oh, really?
So yeah.
Dear. Well, maybe not then. But unfortunately, I have not read him. But thank you for the £1.99.
Thank you.
Okay, so somebody asked part 1 of 2 read together, please. I don't know where the other one is, unfortunately. But Alex, I'm amazed at the path somewhat towards God. There it is. Could you tell me the best argument against Islam? Not moral arguments, but it's logic you disagree with. When it comes to logic, so logically, like things like arguments for the existence of God would be similar to my reasons for not believing in Christianity. Things like the problem of evil and the problem of divine hiddenness. You said not moral arguments, but logic you disagree with. I can understand why you say that, because like a moral criticism is different from like an existential criticism, but like moral arguments are relevant. Like in Christianity, when I talk about genocide in the Old Testament all the time, the reason I do that is because if Christianity is true, then moral truths are truths. They're kinds of truths. And so if I think that they might be false, it should do the same thing as pointing out a sort of so-called factual inconsistency or falsity. And so I think moral criticisms do matter for that reason. But the best argument against Islam specifically, I don't know. I feel like I'm suspicious of the historical development of like the text in the Quran. So like if you compare it to the Bible, the Quran is supposed to be the unaltered word of God. And I'm not sure if the thing you read in a Mus'haf today is going to be the same thing that Muhammad dictated to his followers or recited to his followers. And honestly, to talk about that more, I would need to read more into the arguments for and against that. But the reason why I'm more suspicious of that than I am of something like the Bible is because the Bible doesn't claim to be that. When the evangelical Christian says, this is the word of God, and God like spoke these words, and I'm like, I just don't believe you, because not even just because the Bible has contradictions and stuff, but just because in principle, I don't think that the historical trajectory of this text allows me to believe that. And I suppose I'd probably think the same about the Quran. But like I say, I don't really know. But apart from that, like with all at least Abrahamic religions, I have sort of moral qualms with, of course. But I understand why you said not a moral thing, a logical thing. But if you're a moral realist, then something like murder is wrong is true in the same kind of way that the earth orbits the sun is true, which is just to say it's just a part of the truth of your worldview.
And when you say moral qualms, you just mean
feelings and emotions.
Feelings and negativity.
But yeah, the development of the Quran, like historically, like how it came to be, how it was sort of written down on all kinds of different things, on like leaves and bones and stuff, and there's sort of a committee that get together to decide what to include or what is like authentic. I'd like to learn more about that, because I think that would be an area of interesting discussion and objection. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that isn't like a moral objection. The theism component, like I say, all the stuff I say about God in general. But yeah, I mean, like the Islamic view of God probably makes more sense to me than the Christian one, at least the traditional Christian one. The one that Jesus believed in, which is say a non-Trinitarian monotheism, I'm totally on board with. But that's the kind of belief that Muslims not only believe about God, but believe that Jesus thought about God as well. So actually, it's quite funny when I talk about Jesus not claiming to be God and all of this kind of stuff. Like there are a lot of Muslims who sort of watch that and sort of go like, yeah, this guy's on something. So maybe we have that in common. Okay, if we accurately simulate the Big Bang, then fast forward and history plays out exactly the same, what happens when we reach our present self watching? I think nothing. Because wait, no, what? Oh my gosh.
I think the situation is that.
Yeah, no.
So we simulated it, right? Well, presumably we would just then watch ourselves watch.
Yeah, but would it affect, you know? Yeah. Because the thing is, right, okay, so suppose that determinism is true for a minute. Mm-hmm. So like, including with like free will and stuff. So we are just following along a set path. If we were watching, suppose like you watch the simulation on this screen, we saw the Big Bang and it was all sped up, and now it gets to here. And we started watching ourselves in the future because it's sped up and we know which way the atoms are going and stuff, and we fast forward 10 minutes and we see what we're about to do.
Right.
Because obviously you'd see in 10 minutes that we're about to say the word red, and I would go, oh, okay, I'm not going to do that now, I'm going to say blue. But that can't be the case.
But it could be possible that simulation just happened to get right up until this point and then it diverged.
No, but like, if that's the case, then determinism is false. Like, if you don't believe that kind of situation can obtain, then you've just said that materialism is false, which may be that determinism is false, which may actually be the case.
Well, I suppose what would happen on the screen would be exactly what would happen were we to watch it on the screen. Like, we would behave in exactly the way that we would if we watched it on the screen.
Presumably, if I saw something happening in the future, I could then choose to act differently just for the sake of it. Like, what if I committed to acting differently to whatever I saw on the screen? And when we fast forward 10 minutes, this perfectly simulated reality, and I say, whatever happens, I'm going to do the opposite. What would happen?
Well, I suppose if you're a determinist, then you think that somehow you won't end up doing that.
Yeah.
Like somehow you were a nay on that.
Okay,
commitment.
so there you have it, folks. If you don't believe that that's possible, then I guess you're just not a determinist.
I guess, yeah, as in, yeah.
Wow. It's really interesting because it's kind of like the question about divine foreknowledge, but this is so much more interesting because it's like, man, Isaac, man, that's a hell of a bloody question. I don't know.
Because if it's, if it's determinism, then if it's deterministic, it will have to show what.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through what would happen if I saw it say red,
and then you were
and
like,
then I
oh,
decided
must
I'm going to say blue now, then I would have just seen it say blue. But if I saw it say blue, then I wouldn't say blue.
Well, the other aspect of this is that there's a kind of like causation is working in the opposite temporal direction here. You know, you are being affected by something that's going to happen, which is really difficult to get your head around.
No, but you're not. That's the thing. You're not being affected by something that's going to happen. You're being affected by something that's already happened, which is the sort of like direction of atoms in the Big Bang.
Yes, yeah.
The only difference is you're seeing a preview of what's going to happen. You're not being caused by that.
Right, yes, sorry. Well, as in presumably that would
No, but you're
that
being
will also
because,
be part of your causal
yeah, because
story,
the
right?
atoms that are coming off the screen are themselves sort of determined to do what they... Man, I don't know. I really don't know.
But I suppose, like I say, if you're a determinist, then it will have to follow that whatever is on the screen is going to be what you're going to do.
Yeah, but it does seem like that just isn't the case.
I know, it seems very
And so
unintuitive.
maybe determinism is false.
Or that situation is impossible.
Yeah, or that like it would just explode. Maybe it's like dividing by zero. Like what happens if you divide by zero?
But this is partly
What happens
I think,
if you...
it's partly, I think, why it's so difficult about why it's so difficult to talk
great
about
bloody question.
possibility in these kind of broad scenarios. Is that actually like what? How do we even tell that something is possible at that level?
Yeah, man. You're asking the wrong guy. Would a secular blessing be, I hope your already determined future brings well-being?
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to start saying anyway. Well, in a way, that is what a blessing is. Like when you say to somebody like...
Especially by a Calvinist.
Yeah. Or when you say to someone, have a good day, or like bless you, or whatever. I don't think people tend to believe that actually changes anything. They're just sort of expressing a friendly hope. So in a way, it is sort of saying like, when you say like bless you, or even have a good day, you're not telling them to have a good day. You're saying I hope you have a good day, which is really what you mean when you say have a good day. Okay, enough of this atheism larp now, Alex. 1 million subs means it's officially time to start your own religion, at least some kind of cult of personality. Congrats. And God bless. P.S. Bring back the stash. You know what? I've been working on it since I shaved it off.
Do you think you'd be a Christian if you didn't have a cult of personality?
So I trade one cult personality for another one. I don't know. No, it's funny, but it's also a serious question. If I didn't have a YouTube channel. Yeah. But the thing is, I might have said before I'm not really sure because it's so like, gosh, I mean, obviously I try to be open and honest and all this kind of stuff, but do I have these secret biases that I'm looking for flaws and arguments because I'm the atheist YouTube guy? But these days I've got this reputation as being soft on Christianity and sort of being kind of fair and more like and more agnostic than atheist, and so I don't think it would be.
But isn't that because you're positioning yourself so well beyond all debates?
Also, it would actually be probably good if I became a Christian, did a big conversion. It'd be like really like. It'd be like a cool moment. I'd get to like talk. Firstly, I'd be filled with a genuine sense of like a new message that I want to share, and I'd probably have loads of opportunities to share it because people would want to like talk to me. So it'd probably be quite good for me.
But similar. I mean, it's fascinating watching. It's been really interesting watching Ayaan Hirsi Ali, both on your podcast and more generally, talking about.
Yeah, I saw someone ask, not a super chat, but earlier said, "What do you think about your conversation with Ayaan Hirsi Ali?" And I think Ayaan's lovely, man. She's like one of the nicest people that I've met, and it's tricky because interviewing her, people are going to want to, they have their criticisms. Oh, she's just political, blah, blah, blah. But she's not the kind of person that you want to like debate with. I just wanted to like hear what she had to say. Do you actually believe this stuff? Are you a Christian? And it seems like yes. I don't know if she's going to be, like she's going around, she's talking about being a Christian. She's working on a book about her story, but she's not going to be like an evangelist per se, I think. But it is interesting. Whereas if I became a Christian, I think I would probably be motivated to use everything I've learned from debates and discussions to put it towards that end.
Or maybe like St. Thomas Aquinas, you would say it was all straw compared to your experience.
Oh, that's true. That's probably
Well, was that how was that? That was
what happened.
after he'd written Summa Theologica.
Yes.
wasn't
He
it?
hadn't
Yeah.
finished
Had
it because
this
he
in-
never finished it. But it was like
Yeah, had this
Uh,
encounter and said all of this philosophy
yeah,
stuff
he-
is
he-
nonsense, which I would say too if I saw
Well,
an angel.
I think it was a comparative judgment.
Wasn't
Like
compared with the
Yeah,
experience,
I
yeah.
suppose, yeah.
Okay, John, here's one for you. I'm amazed that so-called smart people like Richard Dawkins will call himself a cultural Christian, but with everything else, he doesn't care about good feelings, but if it is true. I sort of lost the thread a little bit there, but why would a smart person like Richard Dawkins call himself a cultural Christian?
Well, maybe because Anglicanism is the greatest musical, liturgical, artistic, architectural heritage that the world has ever seen. I mean,
Did I tell you that when I saw him in Oxford for the show, the first thing I said to him was
Yeah.
like, oh, it's so great being in Oxford. Last night I actually went to Evensong. And I said it kind of embarrassed, and he was like, oh, me too.
so for context, Evensong is a sort of, in a way, it's an atheist tradition. But
By which you mean it's an Anglican tradition.
By which I mean it's an Anglican tradition. It's a choral service usually in the evening, Evensong, and it has readings from the Psalms, from the New Testament. Sometimes there's a sermon, but often not. And actually, the Dean of Divinity at Magdalen, when I was studying there, was doing sociological research on how atheists receive Evensong.
I've
So-
sung over 150 even songs.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, you're like a...
I was a choral scholar.
yeah.
Right?
Didn't you do opera as well?
I did. Something that
Would
I
you
got
be
into
able
at
to give us a
university.
little?
Yeah,
you can.
Mr.
Nothing
Mr.
else
Volley,
I've-
Mr. Volley.
If nothing else, I've got the flu at the moment. So
I think you might have once. I think maybe for me and John. So I seem to remember one time we coaxed you into doing an opera note or something. And I remember, I'm sure one time. I can't remember. Anyway,
No, there was this time when Richard Dawkins came to the Oxford Socratic Society, which was a society
not known for its total sobriety.
not known for its sobriety, that we had set up at Oxford.
Yeah.
And he came along, and I said something like, really, Professor Dawkins is a fantastic cultural Christian. He has all the trappings of an Anglican. He loves the praise of the KJV, the sound of church bells. He had a tweet about that. He loves the what else? What else is it?
choral
About
even
him?
song.
Choral evensong, and he doesn't believe in God.
Yeah, so you may recognise that as a joke from an Instagram reel, which I did in my introduction to Richard Dawkins. Actually, I've just done the Vivek Ramaswamy thing, which is that I credited you in the original.
You did credit
I said,
me.
as John
Yeah,
Nelson
yeah.
said, but in the
Yeah.
Instagram reel that I posted. No, I did. I still put you
Yeah.
in because I'm
Yeah, you
a
did.
decent person who likes to.
I mean,
credit you in
Anglicanism
selection.
is so beautiful. I just think about it
Okay,
as
next.
a sort of
Has science, philosophy, or any other field of study made any progress whatsoever in understanding consciousness? I'm tempted to say kind of no, but I think that can't be true. I mean, the science of the brain has revealed sort of things about how the brain works. For example, the existence of split brain patients, the idea that you can sever the corpus callosum in a corpus callosotomy, and you get...
I had no idea that was the word for it. That's fantastic.
that is absolutely crazy. A corpus callosotomy.
I think
Trouble
it's
is, with a corpus
callosotomy.
callosotomy bag, you need to empty it
Yeah.
every few hours.
Corpus I think it's a corpus callosotomy. I might be wrong about that. But it's used as a treatment for, or it used to be used, I'm not sure if it still is, as a treatment for severe cases of epilepsy, because it sort of helps some way. And sometime in the early 20th century, I think, there was a report of a woman who was admitted to hospital or somewhere because her left arm started attacking her. Started trying to choke her or something, and she's trying to pull this arm away, and the left hand is attacking her, trying to kill her. It's what the flip is going on? And they call it alien hand syndrome. And since then, it's been documented a number of times. It's not always attacking, but it will mean that there'll be limbs that do things that are not in line with your own consciousness. There have been reports of people pulling up their trousers and putting on their clothes in the morning, and the other hand taking them back off again, as if they've got different desires. You could be holding a cup of coffee, and the hand can just, without you telling it to, just pour stuff over, but it's still your hand. And the more research that's done into this, the most common place it crops up is people who've had a corpus callosotomy. And of course, the left hemisphere governs the right hand, and the right hemisphere governs the left hand, which, by the way, might have something to do with why most people are right-handed when it comes to writing, because the left hemisphere is the sort of, you know, organizational kind of one, and it's the right hand that does the writing. And in fact, people who've got damage to different sides of the brain will do different things. Like people who have damage, I can't remember which way around it is, always messes up. Like people who have damage to the left-hand side of the brain, their right hand will sometimes randomly like try to grab. It will just like grab something. It will just like grab things without them telling it to.
About?
But if the right brain is damaged, then the left hand will spontaneously do like feeling motions. It will like feel things. It's really interesting. So stuff like that.
I bet Sheehan's glad he wasn't sitting on your other side.
Yeah.
Does that mean we understand consciousness?
So I think, for example, is consciousness the same thing as the brain? Well, if you split the brain in half, and it seems like you get sort of two desires, or a separation of your desires. The existential question for this, and I have a video going through the existential crisis iceberg that is nearly ready to put out. I'll edit it for next month.
Oh, yeah, is that out?
It's coming out next month. It was really good. And at the bottom is like quantum suicide and alien hand and all this kind of stuff. The question that I have for this is like, okay, well, suppose that it's because, I mean, someone like Ian McGilchrist will say you essentially have two brains, and they sort of do different things. And the corpus callosum, my favorite fact about it, that's the connective tissue between the left and the right hemisphere of the brain. It does more to inhibit communication between the two hemispheres than it does to facilitate it. As if there's something evolutionarily beneficial about the brain to keep them separate doing their own thing, right? Now, if it turns out that they sort of have their own rudimentary consciousness, so that when you sever it, the left hand can have sort of a consciousness, and that's why it does its own thing, then that woman who her left hand is trying to kill her, if her consciousness is the one that expresses itself, you know, with the right brain or whatever, and that's the one that's talking and seeing, if that left hand has a consciousness somewhere, where is it? It can't speak. It can't see, because all of that is the other part of consciousness. Why is it trying to kill her? Is it because it's conscious but it feels trapped and no longer has access to the mouth and the
I don't mouth and I scream.
Exactly right.
Sure.
I don't like to think about it. So in other words, I think stuff like this is informative to our theory of consciousness, because if you want to say that consciousness is just the same thing as the brain, then the science of split brain patients will say, well, are there two people inside each person until it gets split? If you say that the brain is separate from consciousness, then the science on brain activity and how it correlates with mental activity needs to be explained. So I think you can make not necessarily progress.
I would
but you
still
can
say that
be
is
more
progress
informed.
in understanding consciousness. Like understanding the correlates of consciousness, I think, is still some form of progress. Like even if there would remain a hard problem.
But it's so much of it. I mean, it's not that significant. Right? It's just telling us that there's some relationship between consciousness and the brain. I mean,
Oh yeah, but as in
that's not much.
But as in, for instance, it would allow you to perform interventions you couldn't before, and that seems to be part of
Interventions
our
in
idea
what? In
of
consciousness or?
well, as in, say you have a
My alien hand is
say you
reaching for the
think
wine.
say you think nonetheless there is a kind of qualitative hard problem of consciousness, but that you also have found that when you stimulate certain areas of the brain, you get certain reactions in consciousness. I would say that's
Stop it, my
you know,
right
that,
hand.
that is a
No,
form of
no, I don't want it.
interventionist understanding.
What about this idea that sort of the brain is a kind of filter of our experience of reality?
Yeah, so
that when our brain activity decreases,
yeah, I
you
love
know,
talking
just
about
this.
this.
talk
I
us
love
through
this
it.
one.
This is so fun.
Aldous Huxley, the most well-read person until Christopher Hitchens.
It was well read. I thought you said widely read before.
No, well-read.
Oh,
That explains
you said
it. I was
widely
like,
read.
the way that you were so
Adamant.
confidently like, I was like, really? Like,
Also,
well-read?
that's probably not true. It's probably Harold.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
It's also
probably-
Harold Bloom probably read more than Hitchens, I imagine.
Harold, I don't even know who that is.
Well, there we go.
So, can't be that widely read.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, this is really good.
So, consciousness. It's like, have you seen that episode of Doctor Who where David Tennant walks into the classroom and he's sort of
Physics.
pretending to be, and he goes physics. Apparently, I have a feeling I read somewhere years ago that he was supposed to say other stuff, but he forgot his lines and just did that instead. I'm not entirely sure. At any rate, Aldous Huxley takes psychedelics and writes about it in The Doors of Perception, which I have not read. But one thing he does say in there is that the brain... Okay, so he takes psychedelics and his mind opens up. And he realizes, since my mind is so open, there must be something usually which is closing my mind. What is there that's usually closing my mind? My brain. And he says, the brain is a tool for focusing the mind. I think that's how he puts it. And I can't remember if I learned about that from Ian McGilchrist or from someone else. David Nutt. I think it might have been David Nutt. Anyway, the brain is a tool for focusing the mind. So interesting that the brain is impeding the mind. Fast forward decades and we get research done into psychedelics. You can scan your brain while you're like doing psychedelic drugs and see what happens. And you can measure the brain activity. When you're on psychedelic drugs, your brain activity goes down. It goes down. Does not go up. So when your mind is going absolutely batshit and experiencing like all kinds of crazy stuff, your brain activity decreases.
Is
As
that
if
like
to say,
across the board, or is that like as an aggregate it decreases?
now look, I don't know.
Is it, no, sorry.
But I think like individuals.
How dare you ask him a question?
I think. Now look, don't quote me on this. Don't even paraphrase me on this. But I think that if you scan someone's brain, their brain activity will decrease as they're going through a psychedelic trip.
It goes
I mean,
down,
this
down,
is
down, down, and then we enter the realm of the forms.
this is
Well, this thing, it does make one wonder what happens when the brain turns off entirely.
But this is almost this is almost the total opposite of a Platonic view, right? The idea that your intellect, the more intellectual activity, the closer you get to the forms. This is the flip side of that. That is intellectual activity as a barrier. I mean, maybe the next live stream we should all just take loads of psychedelics.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
happens.
it sounds really like people I think people do that with drugs like smoking weed. It's like, oh man, if we just we're having a drink. It's like, it's kind of fun. We're gonna have some drinks and see how it goes. Smoke some weed and have some profound thoughts. People kind of think the same thing about psychedelics. They'll be like, oh man, we should totally drop shrooms. And some people are more able to sort of treat it almost like a party drug than others. But it's like no, if we took a significant at least dose of a psychedelic drug right now, it would not just be like, oh, this will be funny and interesting. It would be like reality shattering. It's not the kind of thing that I think should be treated as a bit of fun, because you can do that. But I think I just can't even comprehend how I remember some of my psychedelic experiences, and I'm like, these are some of the most profound and important sort of experiences that I've had. People regularly rate psychedelic trips up as the most important things in their life, above weddings, birth of children, this kind of stuff. I say to some friends, I'm like, have you ever taken 2CB? And they're like, yeah, man, I was out at a party one night and just went dancing. I'm like, I can totally see that. I can totally see you can just be on a dance floor and be like, whoa, this is so cool. But it's like, I guess I don't want that to be my relationship to psychedelics. It's been a little while since I've done them. I'm due another.
The real trouble is
due another trip.
You're absolutely obsessed.
Obsessed with. I just can't go.
This is just
a mere
propagandist.
a mere 6.5 hours.
all of this psychedelic propaganda emanating from
mere
that.
6.5 hours into the stream, and I've already brought up drugs. It's just I just can't help myself. So Aldous Huxley, in other words, I think was more right than he could have known in saying that the brain is a tool for focusing the mind, and realizing that the brain is what's inhibiting the mind rather than facilitating it. The brain is this marvelous thing, and we're constantly discovering all kinds of mysteries about it. The fact that the corpus callosum does more to inhibit communication than facilitate it is like, whoa, what does that tell us? And what does it tell us that the brain activity goes down when the psychedelic experience goes up? I think that's just absolutely fascinating. It does make you wonder what happens when the brain activity drops down to zero. I've heard the analogy that the brain is like an antenna for the mind, which kind of is the answer to the mind-body dualism thing, is interaction problem. It's like the mind interacts with the brain kind of like a signal and an antenna. You kind of need the antenna to sort of get the signal where we are, which is in the material world. But the signal kind of already exists without the. And if the antenna went away, the signal would just whoosh.
You're shaking your head.
No, I was nodding in kind of approval.
I mean, I don't.
Nodding in kind of agreement.
I don't know if that's true. I'd really like it to be true.
Yeah, that would be pretty dope.
But, Yes, I'm not.
No.
I am feeling rather tired.
Yeah, me too. I think I'm sort of. I wonder. It's been.
Which is a British way of saying.
Yeah, I'm feeling rather tired means I'm exhausted and means I'm exhausted, I'm bored, and I desperately want to leave. It is what it
not
means.
at all.
Okay, look. Before you
I would never say that.
before you think about going, I want to run a few of these and see what we find. Okay, we earlier we were like, so for those who weren't here earlier, this is the philosophy papers survey, which surveys academic philosophers on particular questions and sees what they think. So, for example, is there a priori knowledge? 73% of academics said yes, and the rest said no or other. Abstract objects, Platonism or nominalism? Do abstract objects sort of exist as a Platonic realm of form, or are they just names that we give to things? What do you think most philosophers?
I think most philosophers will say yes.
I think nominalism.
I think
I'm going to go with
Yeah,
nominalism.
You think Plato?
I think
I think
Platonism.
nominal.
I think nominalism.
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 Yeah.
But not
Joe, drink. Okay.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
not.
Other. There's a huge contingent of
Huge
other. I
contingent.
reckon that's
Yeah.
pragmatism
Okay.
and emotivism. and stuff.
Aesthetic value,
Yeah.
objective or subjective?
the latter, surely.
Surely.
Yeah, I
Surely
reckon it's
subjective.
subjective.
Not because that's necessarily
No,
true.
because it's true.
of the
Because
academy.
exactly right.
But I
You've
reckon
got, you've got
most.
to think.
They're all woke moralists.
Yeah, you've got exactly. You've got to
these
think.
wouldn't be moralists. These would be the opposite. These would be
They're woke subjectivists.
woke shruggers.
They're woke.
The way
no, but
that
the
I'm
thing
playing
is,
is
subjectivists
that-
are
Okay,
often the
but-
biggest moralizers.
We should also ask what you think, by the way. So
Well,
to these questions, I'm curious. What do you, is it, you can answer them yourself as well. As in, if I said to you Platonism or nominalism, would you say?
Oh, you're so right.
But yeah, we don't.
Nominalism.
I don't want an explanation. I just just
Nominalism.
an answer.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Show of hands. Aesthetic value, objective or subjective? Objective?
I think it's intersubjective.
Objective. Sheen Quirk.
I think it's intersubjective.
No, I think it's interobjective.
Okay. And now what is it? Okay, I think we
It's
agree.
surely
it's
subjective.
It's subjective.
Whoa!
Whoa! Come on! I've been vindicated by the philosophers.
That's crazy.
hardly-
In fairness, there's so much.
But
'cause
they
it's
will
so
say
easy
it's
to rationalise
mathematical.
after that. But that's
But
like,
That
it's
it's
so
an
easy to be
abstraction
like,
of symmetry.
It's so easy to say things like, well, when it comes to art, like if you
That's
have
what
a
I'm
if you define what art is, like you can just see if
Beauty
it
is an
fulfills its
abstraction of
criteria.
Yeah. I mean, also there's
symmetry.
Symmetry.
Okay, philosophers, I want to know
I
if
don't think that's true.
I want to know if these draws are objectively beautiful or if that's just.
But also,
subjective.
there's a whole realm of like intersubjectivity here, right? Like you could say that. I'm sorry, okay, shit, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Aim of philosophy, which is most important? Truth. Truth / knowledge.
Oh, but
Understanding.
they're all
Wait,
going
why
to
are there
say
so many options?
wisdom and truth because
Okay, we've
it's
got-
the most
we've got
self-congratulatory. But
Truth, understanding,
what
wisdom,
is it
happiness,
actually?
goodness, and justice. Okay, but what do you actually think? Do you think
What
what
I
is
actually
actually most
think.
important?
I don't.
Truth.
I think-
but they're all the same. They're all the same answer, right?
Well, the aim of
Yeah,
They're
philosophy.
all the same thing.
The aim of philosophy has to be wisdom because it's the love of wisdom. It's philo.
Sure.
Oh yes, and a
So-
butterfly has to be a fly that's been submerged in butter.
Did you?
That was fantastic.
Oh,
Is that your line, John?
Is that a John
yours?
Nelson original?
No, it gives me C.S. Lewis, surely.
No, that is a John Nelson original.
No,
that's
really.
oh
fantastic.
gosh, let's
Ah.
come on. Let's just
Okay.
He's feeling flustered.
let's not kill
I
the
could go for
frog.
another hour.
Got him on the ropes.
Okay, I don't understand.
So,
the-
okay,
there must be so many
They're all the
options
same
there,
thing,
let's
but
just
I
see.
don't even know what they'll say.
Understanding.
Oh,
that
God.
makes sense.
That yes.
But look. The lowest one is happiness.
Well,
like,
that tracks.
of
Philosophy
course,
departments
of
are
course.
not realms.
I'm pretty
of-
sure
They're
that-
not happy places.
that-
Analytic synthetic
That's awful.
distinction, yes or no? Is there such a thing as an analytic?
I reckon.
Good.
synthetic
I've got to say, I don't actually know what that means.
Analytic,
Yes.
analytic
I
knowledge
don't know what that means.
is knowledge.
The philosophers are not going to say yes, are they? Because they want to say no.
Okay,
I blur the categories. Because I've sought understanding so deeply.
Do you find a lot of hippies in philosophy departments, John?
Joe, what is the analytic synthetic
Okay,
distinction?
can you
Oh.
tell me what this means? Yeah.
Oh, the analytic synthetic distinction, just in a couple of sentences,
non-philosopher.
is analytic is true by definition, and synthetic is not true by definition. They're often seen to also be.
That's
different.
not true by definition.
Oh,
it's
as in,
just
sorry,
not
that's not true by
definition.
definition. Like happened to be true.
Okay,
It's
okay.
very similar to contingency and true by definition. Like,
Okay.
but
So is the idea that the synthetic claims are entailed like necessarily by?
well, so this
Oh,
is asking.
boy.
This is asking whether.
Okay.
Whether analytic
Where there is
and
a
synthetic
difference.
truths are
What are you looking for?
separate and exhaustive.
What are you short of?
Okay.
So my Irish grandmother used to
I'm going
say
to say no.
when you sort of were looking for something, what are you short of? Pretty sure it is. It's nice.
You're part Irish.
I'm
49%.
exactly 49% Irish. myheritage.com / is it Alex? I don't know. I can't remember.
Anyway, on with the show.
What do you
please.
think?
On
Yes
with
or
the
no?
show.
Like, as in philosophers vote? I think yes.
I think yes.
I think
I'm
most
gonna
philosophers
say
would
no.
say
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, it's yes.
On the basis of what Joe
Easy,
Foley
easy,
just told
easy.
me.
Eating animal products. Is it permissible to eat animals and/or animal products in ordinary circumstances? Omnivorism.
Well, are we asking like 2018 Alex,
Vegetarianism.
2024 Alex?
Or veganism? Well, in ordinary circumstances, that's kind of difficult to answer because, of course, ordinary circumstances for our lives would be like factory farming, which is really bad. But then some people would say that factory farming is really unordinary, and ordinary eating of meat would be like sort of.
I mean,
on a
it
nice farm
wasn't.
somewhere.
The survey wasn't put to.
Yeah, but so
cavemen
I'm
philosophers.
imagining that what they mean by ordinary
Yeah.
circumstances in terms of is like a factory farming world. I would imagine that philosophers would probably agree broadly with my position, which is that like factory farming is really bad, but that doesn't entail that eating animal products in that world is necessarily bad. I'm going to say that most people have voted yes and yes.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go in order of the way that they're listed.
Yeah, I think most people probably.
But-
I
but-
think most philosophers would say. Well,
but
partly
would they
because
say-
most people are omnivorous, and there's a kind
But
of.
would they
wish to
say that
defend
actually
their
the
own
right thing to
position.
do is veganism? They just don't do it. Because a lot of people say that. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's commendable. It's the right thing to do. I just don't have to." I think maybe that I might be wrong about that. They might mostly say that it's like right to be vegan. I don't know. Should we find out?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right.
Ah,
I was
so most
Well
people.
done.
yeah, it is in
Precisely
order.
right. Oh, we're not even on camera. Whoops.
Oh.
Okay. Epistemic justification: internalism or externalism? Sheehan?
I don't know what any of those 5 words mean.
So internalism
what-
means you need to know that you're justified, and externalism means that you don't need to know that you're justified in order to be justified in your belief.
So can you be justified in knowing something without knowing that you're justified?
Sure.
I think externalism.
Okay, but
Externalism.
what do
I
I
think
think they
externalism.
think? I don't know.
I think externalism.
Yeah.
You know the.
Okay, experience machine. Would you enter? So those listening, the experience machine is
That's Nozick, isn't it?
is a thought experiment of Robert
No.
Nozick, which imagines a sort of you can go into essentially a simulation, like a Matrix-esque scenario where you have a simulated reality which is more pleasurable than your real life, but is synthetic. Once you're in there, you don't know that it's synthetic, but you make that choice now. Most people would say no, but I think that they're silly too.
It's one of those things. I think perhaps one way of broadening the question is to say how bad would your life have to get before you'd say yes.
Or if you woke up and found that you had been in the experience machine and your life was about to get worse, would you go
Would you
back
come
into
out?
it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's cracking.
Because there's a status quo bias. Like,
Yeah,
when you
yeah.
say, do you want to go into this machine? It's like, that sounds really nice, but I kind of like things how they are. People always
Yeah,
take a lot of activation energy to like get where they go. Activation energy. That's the kind of phrase that I could only say after watching Chris Williamson headline the event of Apollo a few nights ago. Dun, dun, dun. Writings on the wall.
Don't understand me, suffer.
Superstition in the way. Boom, 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 boom. If it's superstitious.
Next one.
Writings on the wall. What do you think? They're going to say no.
I think they're going to say no.
Overwhelmingly no.
Oh, I'm surprised it's that broad of a margin.
Very superstitious.
43.
Yeah, the other thing is there are different number of respondents.
But what are
for each
the
of these.
others? Let's see what the others are. Accept an alternative view. The question is too unclear to answer. Agnostic undecided.
That's the
There
only-
is no fact of the matter.
That's the only true philosophical response. The question is too unclear to answer.
External world. Idealism, skepticism, or non-skeptical realism? So idealism, is it all just sort of imagined? Is it, a product of the brain? Skepticism, I guess it's not there, or we can't know that it's there. Or realism, non-skeptical realism, meaning it is there and we can know that it's there.
What do I think they say? I don't even know.
What do you think most philosophers think?
I think most philosophers will be some kind of realist.
Yeah, I think
They
so too.
tend to be on most things. What do you think of transcendental idealism? Is that something like Kantian style?
Oh, do you know, Kant, I've never engaged with Kant. I had the equivalent of a tutorial session recently with a friend. Do you want the rest of this? No, I insist.
There's more there.
Okay. With a friend who was trying to sort of explain Kant to me. Quite clever, that guy. And my friend's pretty clever as well. He sort of like tried to explain it to me, and I've never like sat down and read Kant, so I don't know. What's the answer to that? Somebody once said of a book, I can't remember which book this was, but I heard that there was a book whose introduction said, if you pick up this book, straighten out your arm, pinch the skin under your elbow, pull it down. If when you let go, it springs back to your arm, then you're too young to read this book. Put it down and try again later. And I feel like the same might be true of Immanuel Kant. I think most people will say non-skeptical realism.
So
Yeah,
is
I think
non-skeptical
We should
realism
definitely turn this into a drinking game.
indirect realism?
Why is this
It's
not a...
any kind of realism, direct, indirect,
Oh,
just
yes.
any kind of non-skeptical.
Yes.
Why is
What's
this
that wonderful
not a drink? Sorry, by the way, about the
limerick
live
about,
chats, everybody, because we can't...
Berkeley?
I can't keep full...
Idealism
Berkeley,
would be
yeah.
something like Bishop Berkeley,
Can't
What-
keep...
what's the
or
wonderful-
arguably Kant, but in a very very particular fashion.
Sorry about the live chats, everybody. I can sort of scroll back and answer some of them, but for the time being, I'm not sure if we'll get to
Do I know
them.
the, no? What's the
This
limerick?
is a limerick about the idealist.
But we will go back
George
to them,
Berkeley.
hopefully. We'll go back to them.
There once was a man who said God must think it exceedingly odd if he finds that this tree continues to be when there's no one about in the quad. Dear sir, your astonishment's odd. I am always about in the quad, and that's why the tree will continue to be, since observed by yours faithfully, God.
Very good. Yeah, very
The-
good. The Bishop of Central Hong Kong had a thing that was 9 inches long, and he thought that the waiter was admiring his gaiters. When he went to the loo, he was wrong.
There once was a
The-
scholar called Dodd, whose name was exceedingly odd. He spelt, if you please, his name with 3 Ds when one was sufficient for God. C.H. Dodd, the great New Testament scholar.
I think it's the Bishop of Central Japan.
There was an Oxford Socratic Society.
The Bishop of Central Japan used to roger himself with a fan, and when taxed with these acts, he replied, "It contracts and expands so much more than a man." Next. Okay, external world. I think non-skeptical realism.
Non-skeptical realism,
Yes.
the most popular one.
Whoa! Hello,
4.
baby. Look at that, baby.
5% idealist.
That is kind of crazy. You think there'd be more of them?
Yeah, I think there'd be
Popping
more
around.
idealists, but partly because I think that most people think Bishop Berkeley idealism and not Kant transcendental idealism.
Oh crap! I've just realised that people can't see the question because I've got this question still on here. Congrats on the 1 million subs. Who is the lad to the left with the guitar? Does he have a YouTube channel? No, he doesn't.
But he should.
He should. I've been trying to convince this guy to do all kinds of projects with me. He's been on my show. This is Dr. John Nelson, PhD, of the University of Edinburgh, formerly University of Oxford, formerly University of Nottingham. He is the New Testament consultant for Within Reason.
Yes. New Testament consultant. What? I have some kind of American visa, do I? Special abilities.
No, you don't. You don't have a visa.
Oh, I don't have a
You
visa.
can maybe get a
Ah.
visa attached to mine if we fess up a lot of money.
But all errors are Alex's own.
Yeah.
That's something to bear in mind. You know, it's not a situation where you hear something wrong about the New Testament and you blame Dr. John Nelson. They're all Alex's fault.
All of the mistakes come from the interpretation of your infallible New Testament.
Okay, footbridge. Pushing man off bridge. We'll say... Oh, it's kind of annoying that those questions weren't on screen for so long. Footbridge. Pushing man off bridge will save 5 on track below. What one ought do? I haven't heard of this.
This is
Oh,
trolley
this is,
problem.
trolley
This is the
The-
fat man trolley problem.
The what?
The one where you've got the
trolley.
larger gentleman.
What's the trolley problem? I don't get it. Okay, look. I think most people say that they wouldn't push him. I think this is quite simple. I think we just know that most people say he wouldn't push him.
Yeah, no, I think most of us would say.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
I think
free will.
it's often used as the archetypal example
yeah,
of one
of what people wouldn't do. Free will, compatibilism, libertarianism, or no free will. I think most will say compatibilism.
I think most will say
controversially, which is
compatibilism.
stupid, but I think that's where it's going.
I think this might be our biggest philosophical beef is over compatibilism.
Maybe I am a compatibilist. Maybe. Who knows? I think freedom is just doing the good.
But that's a compatibilist definition.
Yeah, it is,
Like,
which is why I think maybe I'm that kind of compatibilist. Have you seen that clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson like on Joe Rogan, where like he doesn't have a case on his phone, and Rogan's like, "You haven't got a case on your phone," and he goes like, "No," and he goes like, "Why does a gunslinger never drop his gun?" Or like, oh, why does he flip around his gun like this? He's like, why do they flip around their guns? Because you never drop your gun. And if you get good at swinging your gun, you're less likely to drop it. So he's like, so when I'm at home, I just sit with my phone and I go like this. I just go like this so that I'll never drop my phone, and that way I don't need a case. Yeah.
A case is what, like 10 quid?
My phone background is, I don't know if people can see that. It's Jesus smoking a cigarette, sort of the nihilist Jesus. That's one of many I have. The other one I have on Cool is that is Peter Hitchens' mugshot. He was on a television show about I think it was like a Channel 4 thing where they put him in jail or something, and he was telling all these drug dealers in prison why they're all terrible and immoral, and there was a mugshot for it, and that was my phone background for a while. Okay, so what do you think most philosophers will say?
Compatibilism, I reckon.
Surely. Whoa.
Wow. Okay, that's much bigger than I thought it was. I thought we'd have much more in the determinist camp.
Wait, was I right earlier?
Only 10% believe in libertarian free will.
Yeah.
Oh no.
More believe in libertarian. Is it more believe in libertarian free will than no free will?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's surprising.
That is surprising. But I suppose it's a.
Oops.
Oh, it's 27 respondents,
Gender-
so maybe that's.
Oh, 27. Gender, biological, psychological, social, or unreal?
Oh, they're going to say social, aren't they?
Maybe unreal.
I don't. What does? So I'm not going to say what does unreal mean. We'll be here all night. But that would be my. That would be my.
Who's
primary question.
actually being asked here? That's what I want to know. I know it's like a survey of academic philosophers, but I cannot remember. Where did I put the keyboard? Oh, it dropped.
The funny thing is when they give these to New Testament scholars, it's always like, which of these texts do you think Paul wrote? Like, what are the authentic Pauline epistles? And then people vote.
Are there any authentic Pauline epistles? That's all I want to
There
know.
was this group called the Jesus Seminar, and they had
Oh, yeah?
beads. Have you heard of it?
No.
It was in like the 80s. They'd have these beads where they would say it would be like a green bead if Jesus definitely said it, and a black bead if he didn't, and like a pink bead if like
Well, they
he
throw them
probably
at the
said it.
speakers.
No, they would just like people would give papers and then they'd all vote and it was all tallied up.
Shane, did you say this?
So
did you
like
say-
they produced a version of the Gospels
Where is it? Is it one?
in which like
Would you like-
18% of the things
If
in
you're
the
sure.
Gospels are actually like likely things.
Thank you, old boy.
One of my friends.
It's really weird.
One of my friends.
Have
is
you
very,
got any? Got some bread for the table or something? That'd be great.
One of my friends is a very devout Catholic, and he occasionally plays a game with us around the dinner table where he reads out statements and he says, "Is this an inspirational Instagram quote, or is it heresy, or is it both?"
What's a heresy?
As in, one of my friends is a very devout Catholic, and
Yeah.
over like sometimes when we hang out, he brings up a series of Instagram photos of like quotes about God,
Yeah.
and he will say like mocked up in Instagram format, and they'll either be ones he's genuinely found on Instagram, or
I've got a
he has constructed a heresy, like sort of reconstructed an early Christian heresy, and he'll say, "Is this heresy, or is this Instagram, or is this both?"
The most disconcerting one of these for me is as a teacher, school or prison. Alex showed me this in various buildings.
I think I showed Alex this.
Oh, did you show Alex this?
Yeah, no. It's
School or prison? Foucault said they're the same thing. Foucault said that the modern school is basically built on the prison system.
I can agree with that.
But anyway, I think I might be my cue to leave. Actually.
Oh, you off?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go.
Bye, Sheehan. You don't want to play school or prison?
Yeah, sure. Let's play a quick game of school or prison, and then I will hit the road.
Oh, we're back to this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Will this work? Is
we've
it
built
is
up
it-
some goodwill with the capture system.
Okay. School or prison? We'll let this load. So, you've heard it here, folks, that Foucault said that the modern school is built on the prison system, and we're about to put that to the test live, only on Within Reason. Will this live stream be saved? I don't know. Much like my own salvation, it remains to be seen. Okay,
I like that. You get more nihilistic as the night draws on.
that's probably the drinking. Can you tell the difference between education and incarceration? Is this a school or is it a prison? I think this is so obviously looks like a prison.
That is
probably a school.
It's got to be a school, hasn't it?
That-
Sure.
Oh, so you think this is a double bluff?
What do you think?
Yeah.
School.
Would prisoners be allowed to graffiti?
And look, it's got barbed.
that's on the
it's got
outside.
barbed
Well,
wire.
oh, okay.
Unless
think
unless
it's outside.
unless it's
Is
people
it-
being
is it
tried to
definitely
keep.
on the outside?
It depends if it's trying
I
to keep
don't know.
people in
I
or
don't
trying
Trying
to
to
keep
keep,
people out.
look which way it's angled. I suppose I can't tell whether
Oh,
it's
yeah,
street
no, actually,
side.
I reckon
Actually, maybe it's inside.
that could be a street side, hence because of the graffiti, trying to stop people, which means people are stopping from getting in, which means it's school.
Ah, okay.
Let's go with school.
Yes. Cool.
If it's a prison,
Come
that means
on.
that people are stopped from getting out, but they somehow have a bunch of graffiti that doesn't get cleaned off. School.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
High
it is?
school center of
Brazil.
Ave Branca in Brazil. Nothing says here we isolate people from real life rather than prepare them for it, like
Yeah,
a huge
please.
concrete wall with an electric fence on top.
Is this a politically correct game for us to play?
I don't know.
It's not about politics.
Let-
It's just about aesthetics. It's just about
Yeah.
design. Okay, I mean okay.
Prison. This is going to be easy because this is
Okay,
because
so
it's trying to make it look like a
Yeah,
school. Yeah.
it's
Okay.
trying to
Let's see if it
get
gets
points,
harder. Let's see if it gets harder.
you'd hope that's prison. Well, actually, no, they look
Oh,
quite young.
that's the Michaela School in Wembley.
I don't know if I want to play this game.
I mean, I
anymore.
hope they're not
Just,
doing
come on,
that.
just go with the obvious choice here.
What school?
Yeah, I think so.
Prison.
Oh,
God will. Oh, we,
what?
oh gosh, we got to go until we get them all right. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Is
hopefully,
that
hopefully it's
confiscated phones? Is that?
my job would be a lot easier if this was a school.
You think? Do you think that's a prison? You think that's a prison? I think that's a school.
I hope it's a school. Yeah, it's a school.
yeah,
It's a
it's
school.
phones
Prison!
being confiscated.
What?
Really? Oh wow.
Man, this is crazy.
Oh wait, so do we just do
But
you
I-
play until you get it wrong?
This is like the
But I wanna
myth of
see-
Sisyphus.
I want to see like the outside of it. Oh gosh, this is kind of depressing.
Right,
I don't
I'm
know.
in the road.
Oh, it's lovely to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sheehan Quirk, the cultural tutor on X and
Yeah.
related platforms. He departs us now. But if you want to see more,
Only in body.
the
Not,
most recent episode of the Within Reason podcast features a certain Mr. Sheehan Quirk in a beautiful church where we talk about art and architecture and culture and the like. So go and check it out. Okay.
It's been, okay, and I will say once again, congratulations, Alex, on reaching 1 million subscribers. It's been a delight to share this platform with you to celebrate. And I'd like to think I've been a voice for everybody who has no idea what the analytic synthetic distinction is and such like. I've sort of been there. Anyway, Joe, John,
Wonderful to see you again.
always a pleasure.
So good to see you, Mr.
Good night, one and all.
You get your playing guitar on the MTV. Until we meet again.
Farewell.
Alex? Because I may also.
I don't know, man. I don't know. To be honest, I'm trying to look at this this timer. So I'm trying to figure out whether after you all leave, if I'm just gonna do the long haul and
You're just gonna
and
stay
stay
here
up
all
until
night.
it ends. I don't know. Je ne sais pas. Je ne sais pas. I don't know. Do you need to?
I think I'll probably have to head off in about 20 minutes. I imagine.
That works great. I had an interesting. I found something interesting in Rainn Wilson's most recent book,
Mm-hmm.
Soul Boom, in which I actually need John for this. If indeed he does come back, John's gonna stay. John, we need you.
Sorry?
We need you.
What?
Bye, Quirk. Are you sitting back down?
Well, I may go actually.
Are you leaving with him, or will you?
No, I'm not going to leave with
Okay, well, come and see what you think of this.
Okay.
Sit down and
The lights is blinding.
yeah. Sorry about the lights. You could turn that one around so it's not pointing in your face if you want. like the big one there, like that
I think
one.
that's
Point at the wall.
because for ages when I was sitting over there, that looked like it was daylight coming from the outside. The kind of blue there. So I remember getting some 6. I was like, it can't be
So
light.
like,
it's
gosh,
6.
this is yes, Rainn Wilson.
Oh yes, the actor from The Office.
Yes, so Rainn Wilson has a book about spirituality, and he talks in it about this TV show, which is called Kung Fu, which I think was from like the 70s or 80s, and is about like some guy who learns Kung Fu or something. And it's chock full of interesting sort of philosophical quotes. And so he has a list of quotes, and you have to guess whether they are from a holy scripture or they're from the 70s TV show Kung Fu, and a bonus point if you can name the scripture that they're from, if they are from scripture. Okay, number 1. Hate is like drinking salt water. The thirst grows worse.
Not Holy Scripture.
Yeah, Kung Fu.
Kung Fu.
That is Kung Fu. Okay, next. A bad attitude spoils a good deed, just as vinegar spoils honey.
Oh gosh, it sounds like something from the Book of Proverbs.
But just a very, very new translation.
Gosh. Say it again. The honey element is very Jewish.
Yeah.
A bad
You know what I mean?
attitude spoils a good deed, just as vinegar spoils honey.
Vinegar. That's an ancient thing.
Yeah, vinegar's.
That's an ancient.
Yeah, vinegar's pretty.
Pretty old.
Yeah, that's a pretty ancient.
It doesn't scream out to me, but
What
do we say?
What do you think?
What do we
Take a
say?
guess.
I reckon
let's go
And if you get it
scripture.
wrong, you have to drink.
It's just like the whole like notion of attitude is not one that ancient writers have.
But that's what I mean. But it's in yeah.
But yeah,
it
you're right,
but
it
it
could
sounds
be-
like
it could
if
be a
it's-
new
if it's anywhere,
translation.
it sounds like it
This,
could
my
be Proverbs.
friend,
That's what I mean. Is
yeah.
it streams of new
This
translation?
is a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad.
Ah.
Okay, next. Reasoning
That
is
was us being
destroyed.
blinded by being limited to the Bible. That was
Re-
unfortunately revealing.
reasoning is destroyed when the mind is bewildered. One falls down when reasoning is destroyed.
That almost sounds like it'd be from Boethius. but that's
It's
not-
either Kung Fu
Kung
or
Fu,
it's some
yes,
kind of
yes.
holy
Sacred
scripture.
scripture. I'm going to say it's
Say Kung Fu. Kung Fu.
Bhagavad Gita.
Okay.
Oh,
Gosh.
Okay, next.
We've got biblical blinkers on, John.
We do.
This
But
is
all,
Others are saying kung fu for that one.
all
Interesting.
life is precious, nor can any be replaced.
Kung fu, or the Quran. Oh dear. I don't know because now I'm so worried that I don't know the Quran.
It is.
I mean, I don't know the
It is in fact Kung Fu. Real believers walk with modesty, and when the foolish ones address them with harsh words, they reply, "Peace."
It's like there are sentiments of that in Proverbs as well.
That sounds pretty scriptural.
But
I'm going Gospel of Thomas.
which to Alex is sacred, but to no one else.
Where's the long-haired guy? He left. He's gone. Alas, he ditched us. He'd only hacked 6.5 hours. That is a quote from the Quran. Peace lies not in the world, but in the man who walks the path.
Kung fu.
That almost sounds like it could be from Buddhist scripture. I'm going to go with scripture. I'm going to do departure.
It is Kung Fu. Okay, there's a few more. Do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Let the day's
Ooh.
own trouble be sufficient for the day.
Now, do we have chapter and verse? That's the question. Well, it's the Sermon on the Mount, not some Stoic scripture, although it sounds like a bit like it. I mean, that's a good example of a Stoic sentiment that's found in.
Well, I mean, Stoics, and it's
Yeah.
not like, the idea that of taking troubles at appropriate times is hardly something that's limited to Stoics.
Yeah. But that is the Sermon on the Mount, which is from the
Yeah,
Bible.
it is the Sermon on the Mount from the Bible. Okay, next. There is nothing so disobedient as an undisciplined mind. Is there even a difference between Kung Fu and Buddhist scripture?
I mean, that sounds pretty kung fu-y.
Alex O'Connor, what is your favorite painter?
You're more of a sculpture man.
Yeah, I like a good sculpture. But you know what? When I was the last time I took a psychedelic drug, I looked at a painting. I looked at the Mona Lisa, and I looked at the version of the Mona Lisa that's in the. There's some museum, I think, somewhere in Spain, maybe Portugal, that has a Mona Lisa that was thought to be painted alongside the real Mona Lisa, and it looks very similar. But I looked at the one that isn't the real Mona Lisa, and I lined it up. And I color corrected the real Mona Lisa so that it was the color it would have looked like. And I switched. I looked at the first one for a while, and then I switched to the real Mona Lisa. And when I hit that switch, the other one became so comically bad that I was like, Leonardo is the greatest painter of all time.
I've always wanted to see the Pieta.
That was the Buddha, by the way,
in
everybody.
person.
That last one was the Buddha.
Yeah.
The Pieta in Rome. I found it quite underwhelming. Also, it doesn't actually have... some of it isn't even Michelangelo, because
like the
somebody
other
walked
Pieta
in...
the Vatican.
Wait, which one were you
More.
talking about?
Well, you're thinking of Michelangelo's Pieta.
I'm thinking Michelangelo's Pieta, yeah.
But there's a miniature there's a miniature one in the Vatican.
In St.
That is-
Peter's?
No, not in St. Peter's, but in the Vatican. That
Oh,
is more
sorry. Yeah, in the
beautiful,
Vatican
it's more
museums,
delicate,
right.
it's lovely.
Oh.
I thought you meant the one in St. Peter's,
Didn't
which
they
just is
smash
the...
the nose off Mary?
Yeah,
or something?
so somebody walked in like the, I think like the 80s or something. This is really funny, actually. Somebody walked in and just took a hammer or something and claimed to be Jesus, and just started hacking, just smashing the Pieta in the Vatican, in St. Peter's, which is why it's now behind glass. And yeah, they never recovered the nose. That's the thing. When they went to restore it, they never recovered the nose, and so they had to sort of make it, I think, out of a bit of the back or something. They resculptured it. So if you ever go and see the Pieta in Rome, in St. Peter's, it's not actually Michelangelo's nose. And there's a really interesting, I think, if you look on the Wikipedia page for Pieta Rome attack, I think actually it's on the Wikipedia page for the Pieta more generally. Gosh, I feel like I'm in a TikTok all of a sudden.
Is this music commonly under TikTok?
It'd
drive you away, and that's what they'll say. Oh.
Yeah. So when somebody the most essential, when a mentally disturbed geologist, the Hungarian-born Australian Laszlo Toth, walked into the chapel and attacked the sculpture with the geologist's hammer while shouting, "I am Jesus Christ, I have risen from the dead." With 15 blows, he removed Mary's arm at the elbow, knocked off a chunk of her nose, and chipped one of her eyelids. This is the bit I wanted to find. An American national, Bob Casserly from St. Louis, Missouri, was one of the first people to remove the Toth from the Pieta. He recalled the following events. "I leaped up and grabbed the guy by the beard. We both fell into the crowd of screaming Italians. It was something of a scene."
That's so American. I love
So
that.
American, right? I've always liked that quote. Yeah. By the way, the answer to this was social. You were right, John. God, theism or atheism? Most philosophers?
Well, if you ask philosophers of religion, theism.
But that's the thing.
Other philosophers
Which is-
who don't know what they're talking about, atheism.
Which is why I think atheism.
Yeah, I think atheism. I think most philosophers are.
Oh gosh, John.
Oh, I didn't expect it to be that stuff.
I mean,
Oh, John, you sound heartbroken. You even switched to like a minor chord.
I just think this exemplifies the problem with philosophy.
Dear.
I also think the problem with philosophy is that more people don't believe what I believe.
Oh dear. Can we just appreciate how beautiful Chris Martin does that?
Well, I can now actually. Okay, do you do it?
I
And
knew
your
I
voice
sang.
is so soothing, John.
saw sparks. Did it drive you away? Oh. And that's what they'll say. Oh.
Oh, maybe just one more glass. That's right. I've got.
So here's the trick: you do a tiny little bit like that, and you wash it around, and drink it, and it clears up the glass.
And
Sorry, that's way. Don't finish. Don't finish that if you don't want. I was just pouring that, thinking. It's a bit high for me, to be honest.
I had no idea you two could sing. This is awesome.
we
Well,
love
we
to
can't.
sing. We love to sing.
Yeah, the guys should really have a YouTube channel, even if just for making fun of his metaphysics, or at least make him make music.
It's like I'm a dancing bear. At least let him
To be fair,
dance.
you have been a bit of a dancing bear. It's like we've been like, yo, theist.
Prod him.
Go on.
No,
We need a recreation of that behind the
so
head solo.
behind the Gospels.
What an absolute
Behind the Gospels is
legend
my
whoever
online
commented
platform.
that slider. The reason I commented that is because the first ever video on my YouTube channel is me doing a guitar solo behind my head, which is like a pretty good shout out there for the. If anybody is selling or knows where to buy this drawer, please contact me. Me too, honestly, because like this set of drawers, I looked everywhere for it. So I could find one that I could buy and have, here. Couldn't. Had to go and get the original. What is that?
You saved my soul. You made me whole. You can breathe life into these weary, dry bones. And yes, Alex does help me to write worship music, which is an interesting
We do.
thing.
We do like to write worship music together.
I wanna fall in love with the one who saved my soul.
Put that mic back a bit so you get in the guitar in there. It's directional, unfortunately.
Save my soul, you win me over. I wanna fall in love with the one who saved my soul. So save me over. Into these weary dry bones. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, whoa, oh, whoa,
Yeah, I didn't write that one. I didn't even help write that one.
Is that yours?
That's John Nelson's,
Oh,
and John Nelson's
That's
alone.
16 in a bedroom. So 2 years later, I would start watching your YouTube channel.
Wow. What do you know? Save my soul, you leave me whole, and you breathe life into these weary dry bones.
No, but you did that.
Yeah, I did that
Because
actually.
It's Ezekiel.
'Cause you used to
the
go-
Valley of Dry Bones.
Valley of Dry Bones, and you used to go, you can breathe life into these weary dry bones. Oh!
Alex, they're telling me that I should start a music career.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you,
should.
Ren.
Genuinely, your voice is so very soothing. It's
Oh,
that is
thank
I
you.
John,
would-
you do
Thank
have
you.
a sort of very it's a very unique voice. It's
Yes.
If my sister happens to be a professional singer, if you want to, she's got this like
yeah.
recording studio thing. If you ever
That's
did want
right,
to
yeah.
want
Yeah.
to record an album of gospel
Yeah.
music, I'm sure that I could like persuade her to lend it to me for an afternoon.
By the way, everyone at like the Brit Awards is watching this video when John in 50 years gets his lifetime achievement in music, and they're playing this video on the big screen.
Yeah.
This is where it all started.
What is your favourite worship song, Alex?
I'll show you.
Oh, I know what it is.
You know what it is.
See, that song, you you came from heaven to earth to show the way.
Yeah.
From the earth to the cross. It's like the Nicene Creed. It skips out everything that goes on in the Gospels.
I'll show you what the.
You know? Do you know what I mean?
It's like the Nicene Creed. It skips out everything that goes on in the Gospels.
Someone says, can Alex be unsolicited advice in an arm wrestle? The answer to that question is no, emphatically no. This man is.
There is no possible world in which that could happen.
I don't know. That's very kind. I'm not actually particularly strong.
He's got a sleeper build.
Okay. See, that is amazing that you know that song.
Why?
Well, I mean, it's just such a classic, but it's a modern classic as well. That one.
Yeah, that's the
That's
one.
great.
That's the best one. Like you. It's the Hillsong version. It's like a live Hillsong version.
Joe has huge arms.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. My favourite worship song is by Gustav Holst. And it's his setting of the Nunc Dimittis, which is really good. And
Please, can you give us?
Well, no, it's an 8-part song. So the first chord is
I'll do one of the parts. Alex, can you do
the first 4 notes. So you have this kind of building up, and you kind of go. Nonk, 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 nonk. It's like there's this kind of stacking notion that goes on. It's very like, but the bass part for ages just nonk, and it just kind of you've got this droning on the background. It stacks the chords up, and it's absolutely spectacular. And if you ever,
so are you a bass?
I'm a baritone, so whenever I've sung something, it's been baritone. I can't really do high stuff.
What's the lowest note you can sing?
I've no idea.
Did you find out?
Yeah, I guess.
Start here. You just sang this, which I think is actually. So I'm playing an A sharp, a B flat, but this is tuned a whole step down, so it's actually an A flat. That's an A flat. Can you sing that? Okay. The thing is, we're singing the same pitch, but you sound so much deeper than me. Like,
Well, I think it's just. That is quite low though.
okay.
I can't do any lower than that.
God.
He's got it.
That's sharp though.
Do that again.
Nearly there. He was here. We're trying to get here. Which I think is a D. But I don't know if this
Can
is
we do a
tuned.
3-part harmony of something? What could we actually sing a 3-part harmony to? What about the sound of silence or?
I don't know. It's a bit complicated.
A Beatles? A Beatles. Yesterday.
I think the idea of doing Gregorian. People keep suggesting we do Gregorian chant.
Well, I wrote a poem about
Yes, I
Gregorian
am
chant
tuned
once.
down a whole step.
Oh,
That was the good controller. It's now become the bad controller. Sing it. Oh, can we sing a Christmas carol? Can we do this?
Yeah. Okay. What, like what?
Can we do actually not a Christmas carol? Can we do Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow?
the weather outside is frightful.
Sleep in heavenly peace. Silent night, holy night. All is calm, all is bright. Round yon virgin mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild.
Well, this feels like a fever dream.
Sleep in heavenly peace. Sleep in heavenly peace. What about
We didn't hit that low G.
Bees.
Nightmare blunt.
Yeah.
Nightmare blunt rotation. So true.
What other ones can we do?
Um,
We could rank Christmas carols by orthodoxy. So, for example, like Away in a Manger, No Crying He Makes. That's clearly a Gnostic Christology. No Crying He Makes.
No,
like,
because the Gnostics believe that Jesus probably wasn't like divine or God, probably until the baptism. It's the Christian, it's the fully God, it's a fully God hypothesis is that Jesus shouldn't be crying, you know.
Yeah.
The thing is, Christian worship music is really easy to write. You literally just play some stuff like. You know? Like that. It's literally it. And then you let something ring out underneath, like you know? God, you are so awesome.
See, I think this is why, you know, so much good worship music is setting verses to pre-existing verses.
Save me, and you make me. Yeah, you raise me, and you save me, and you make me better than I was. It's just some shit like that, like over and over again. That's the closest you get to freestyle rapping on the Within Reason podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
What would you name your album, Alex? Because they're asking, and what would you name it?
Well, you'll see it when it comes out, and it won't be an album; it'll be an EP.
What's the difference between an album and EP?
EP is an extended play, which is like a single with a couple of extra songs on it. So it's usually like 3 or 4 songs.
American accent.
Whereas an LP is a long play. So you call it an LP. Like I think it's a long play, like an LP.
Yeah.
It's like the name for a thing. It used to be EP and LP. Someone wants another Christmas carol. What's a good Christmas carol?
What about
Something with a good harmony.
I took my feet to Oxford Street, trying to right a wrong.
Oh, I know. What's this?
Na 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 na.
Oh, what is this?
Oh,
it's your bloody It's Coldplay again, isn't it?
Yeah, and you liked it, and then you realised it was Coldplay.
No, that's not true.
The candles, they flicker, they flicker and they float. But I'm up here holding on to all those chandeliers of hope. And like some drunken Elvis singing, I'll go singing out of tune, singing how I always loved you, darling, and I always will. You're still waiting for the snow to fall. It doesn't really feel like Christmas at all.
Yeah, I do know that song actually.
Still waiting for the snow to fall. It doesn't really feel like Christmas at all.
No, there's got to be one with a strong heart. It's got to have like a good, simple melody that you can harmonise with easily, you know?
I mean, do you guys read sheet music?
No, I don't even read books.
That's not true. You really sell yourself short with the reading thing.
Maybe. Who said flight? Someone said flight, and they're a legend. Hey, I do like Coldplay actually. I do. I just don't like when John does it.
The weather outside is frightful, and the fire is so delightful. No ways to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The night show signs are stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Do do da ba 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 bum 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 ba bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 ba bum bum.
It's not very. It's not really good harmony.
No. What about?
I'm back in a second.
All right, man. You can probably turn that guitar up slightly as well.
Really?
Just a little bit, yeah, because it's not.
What
up to the
about
mic.
what about this one? This is my favourite winter tune. Was a long and dark December. From the rooftops I remember there was snow.
Oh.
A white
Okay,
snow.
no, because no one knows this song.
Violet
someone
Hill
said-
by
someone-
Coldplay.
Someone said White
Violet
Christmas.
Hill.
White Christmas is actually has got a great harmony. You know that song? I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells. in the
Dina has just said, "Why is Alex so mean to this man?"
Because he's playing Coldplay on my stream. I'm gonna get a copyright strike. No, not really. Look, sing White Christmas. I'll give you a great harmony for it.
Oh, it's pretty low, Alex.
Okay, we can go up. We can go like.
I'm
Maybe higher for you.
dreaming
Like,
of a white Christmas, just like the one I used to know. Listen and children listen to hear the sleigh bells in the snow, in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Every Christmas card I write. Come on, yeah.
May your days be merry and bright. And may all your... That's the most beautiful part. There's a video on YouTube about how the what do you call it? The something. You know, that kind of chord is like the Christmas chord. May your days be merry.
Oh, look, C7.
bright. That chord.
Oh,
It's a beautiful. What's the bloody chord called? Somebody tell me in the comments what you call that chord. If you know. But yeah, look, yeah, that moment. May your days sing that part. I'll show you. May your days be merry. Okay, so ready?
may your day be merry and bright.
It's that
I
little-
went down as well.
Because it's just to that minor note, and you get that thing in the bass.
They're
It's
saying
beautiful.
minor fourth in a major key. Okay.
No, it's not a minor fourth. It's a bloody hell. What's the freaking word for it?
Oh, 6 minor 6? 6 Mixolydian flat 6?
No. What am I looking for?
Today
Imagine like an F minor, but with a D in the bass. What do
Gonna
you call
throw
it?
it back to you.
A half diminished. I think it's called a half diminished chord. That's it. A
Now
half
you
diminished
should
chord.
somehow realize what
It's a
you got
half
to do.
diminished chord.
I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads you have to walk are winding.
That capo.
and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. So maybe you're gonna be the one who saves me. And after all, you're my wonder. You told me her name was Billie Jean, and she cut a scene that never had done without a dream of being the one to dance on the floor, on around. And I am the one that's on the floor in the round. And people always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. Ooh, mama always told me, be careful who you love. Be careful what you do, for a lie becomes the truth, yeah. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just some girl who claims that I am the one who would dance on the floor in the rain. Alex O'Connor on acoustic guitar solo. And people always tell me, be careful what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. And they always told me, be careful who you love. Be careful what you do, for a lie becomes the truth, yeah. And Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just some girl who claims that I am the one who would dance on the floor in the round. And I am the one who will dance on the floor in the round.
I'm on the wrong kind of guitar here.
Oh, they're asking for Mr. Brightside.
God, I hate this song. No, it doesn't work.
Out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down, 'cause I want it all. Okay,
Carol, make you feel my love. Okay, check this out. Okay, Wisdom. quite a hard one to play behind the head because the shapes are quite like it's the sort of like a shape like that. I stick my thumb over the top, so I'm playing like a D shape, but with my thumb over the top, but playing the F in the bass.
Ooh.
Which is fine, but on an acoustic behind the head, it's a little bit tricky. The reason I did that, by the way, is because my first video on YouTube was me playing guitar behind my head, and somebody requested it in the comments. This train, I wanna start over and go again. I can't take this speed it's moving in. I know I can, and honestly,
I can't remember.
won't someone stop this train? Someone says, if writing a praise song is so easy, do it on stream. I literally did earlier. I literally wrote half of a worship song
Oh, come all you faithful.
earlier. Oh, come. Oh, it's a bit low there.
Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumph. No. Oh,
No, just no, it's too much.
Oh, come,
let us adore.
oh, come,
let us adore. Hear Christ the Lord. Yeah.
come, let's start over, 'cause you are the
Okay, let me tune up a
one
sec.
I know. This is
Give
way
me-
out of tune as
Give
well.
me a G. Give me a G.
Oh gosh, my mind.
No,
is
you're
out.
fine. You're fine. You're fine.
Alex has perfect pitch, which is pretty impressive. Oh, Mary's voice of Jesus Christ. Do 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 do. That's quite. Put in a word for me and this beautiful girl. Oh, little flower, would you put in a word for me and this beautiful girl? Oh, little flower, little flower, little flower. Oh, little flower, would you put in a word for me and this beautiful girl? Who wrote that?
I can't remember.
Oh,
I
I
can't
can't
remember.
I think it's about Sing Therese de Lisieux, that
It
song.
might be. Why don't you play it? Put yourself in Dadgad.
Are you in Dadgad?
I'm in Dadgad right now.
Oh, can I
I'm in
join you?
actual Dadgad.
Can I join you?
Yeah, so you can.
Can I join you? No, but play, as in play the guitar. Hey,
No, that's fine. You only need to change the B string.
so
Oh, by the way, when you're tuning a guitar, I find that if you tune slightly below and then tune up to the note, it keeps the string more tense. It's less likely to go out of tune. You're a bit out of tune.
okay, can you play again?
Up a bit. Up. That's about right. I'm a bit out of tune. Down. About there. That's fine. Try
Okay,
that,
so
try that.
this song. Oh, it's not
It's
not
quite right,
right,
it's not
is
right.
it?
Just take this. Take this. Take
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Swap.
Ah, because they were wanting.
I tell you what, why don't we, let's swap seats. You can
Yes.
take that seat. I'll take that.
So, oh dear. So yeah, here we go. Would you put in a word for me and it's beautiful? Oh, it doesn't really have verses.
Push that mic up. Remember, John, remember that mic is picking up that. So push it out so you get the guitar in.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise you're just gonna be really loud on the vocal. This thing doesn't have much. Now that Sheena's gone, I can mic up this this strat like this. That's a great song.
same. She's been playing on my mind again. Tears on and little's changed, hoping for the day will start again. And come, let's start over, 'cause you are the one I adore. My heart is so cold now, but by yours it becomes so warm. You don't feel the same, but can I just say I love you always, put away my mistakes, 'cause your love makes me ache in the most painful of ways. On my mind again. 2 years on and nothing's changed, waiting for the day will start again. Come, let's start over, 'cause you are the one I adore. My heart is so cold now, but by yours it becomes so warm. You don't feel the same, but can I just say I love you always, put away my mistakes, 'cause your love makes me ache in the most painful of ways. Come, let's start over, 'cause you are the one I adore. Don't sing harmony, it ruins it. My heart is so cold now, but by yours it becomes so warm. Don't feel the same, can I just say I love you always, put away my mistakes, 'cause you make me ache in the most painful of ways. 2 years on, my love's the same. She's been playing on my mind again.
Okay, we show the other one.
Oh, little flower, would you put in a word for me and this beautiful girl? Oh, little flower, would you put in a word for me and this beautiful girl? Oh, little flower, little flower, little flower. Oh, little flower, would you put in a word for me?
I'll play the rest of it.
I absolutely love this. I love where this stream has gone.
They have been missing you so much.
Have they? What?
Unsolicited toilet advice, someone says.
Unsolicited what?
Unsolicited toilet advice.
Well, I can't figure out how to use your flush.
Oh,
So it always
broken.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it's
yeah,
it's you know, it's always a bit of a
Did you just leave it floating then?
no. I did figure it out in the end. Hence the delay.
The last song was a song I wrote called Little Flower.
No, the song we just played in full was a song that John wrote called...
Starting Over or something.
Nah,
I don't know.
terrible name for
That's
it.
a bad
Good song
name.
though, eh?
If
What
you
do you
have
guys
a
think?
name,
Do you like
we
it?
can put a name to it.
Come, let's start over, 'cause you are the one I adore. Quite nice, right? Bit of Dorian
What do you
flavouring.
need a
You guys-
flower to represent your love?
You guys both have, like, at least from my perspective, you guys both have very easy access to kind of the higher parts of your voice.
Yeah, you know, we...
no. I mean it as a compliment.
It's because we only had one puberty
What a
between us.
wicked game to play and make me feel that way. What a wicked thing to do to make me feel like you and I just wanna fall in love. I wanna fall in love. And
But the chords change there, don't they, in the verse?
Am I
chords
playing
are
something wrong there?
The chords are different in the verse, yeah. But how does the verse go? It's like, what a wicked thing to do. No, I don't know. It's something else. I think it's something else. I don't know.
Write a song called Jordan Peterson. Shall we do it?
Sure, man.
I say I love this sort of songwriting stream thing. This would be you guys should make this a regular thing.
Just write a song, man. Just write a song on stream. I love that little. Okay. Joe, please sing Frosty. The people at best.
Frosty the Snowman.
Is that what that means? I don't know.
I assume so.
This is
I mean,
some
just
kind of
because there
jazz
was.
standard. Alex, do you know any Jimi Hendrix? Yeah, sure. What Jimi Hendrix do you want, man? I'm gonna guitar pick.
How long have you been playing guitar? As in, like, is this?
About what? 20 minutes now? I don't know. It's been years. I don't even know. No, it's just not. It's not right. Alex, can you do 10 push-ups for me? No, I have an allergy to exercise. Genuinely.
You were telling me about this. It sounds. No. He's not joking. This isn't like he's not being facetious.
I know.
Yeah, I have an exercise allergy. So when I try to do anything that involves muscle hypertrophy, usually the day after or the day after that, it's sort of correlated with DOMS. I flare up in hives like all over the place. And if I get through that and then keep exercising, I'm fine. But that first time I get back in the gym and you get that real achy feeling, I literally have an allergic reaction to it. So I'm waiting until later in December when I won't have anything on to go back to the gym, to start exercising again, because I have to go through this allergic reaction in order to get back to the gym. Genuinely. Kind of War Pigs by Black Sabbath, man.
What about
Generals gathered in their masses. It's too high. Maybe it's not. Masses, just like Christians and black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction. You know that song? Sorcerer, death construction. And the eyes are burning. As the war machine keeps turning.
Who is your favourite painter?
Poison in their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really work without the band. My favourite painter I answered earlier is Leonardo. Unfortunately, just because of that, just because of the Mona Lisa
bit
experience
basic.
that I explained.
Bit basic.
But also,
I see.
outside of him, who's that guy that did Christ before the the
Light of the
Sanhedrin.
World.
No, Christ before the Inquisitor, before this.
Oh,
Sanhedrin guy. He was the guy that did
Caravaggio?
that. No.
Oh, I love Caravaggio.
He's great.
Yes,
He's great.
He is the best.
Someone figure it out. It's called Christ before. It's in the National
It's in the
Gallery
National
London,
Gallery, yeah.
and it's called Christ before the High Priest. Who's that by? Might be that guy. I've seen some more of his stuff in Florence.
Should we do some Lincoln Park?
Gosh,
What is it?
I don't really know much in the way of Linkin
It
Park.
starts with one thing. I don't know why.
Wait, if you want to
Doesn't
rap,
even matter how
yeah,
hard
sure.
you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by to the end of the day. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, there we go. Gerrit van.
Yes,
or
Von Durst.
Honhorst.
Ah.
Yeah, that guy. He's pretty based.
All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it
My
fly
least
by
favourite
as the
painter is
pendulum
Salvador
swings.
Dali.
Watch it back. Yes.
Your least
you hate
favourite
My least
painter
favourite painter
is
in the world.
Salvador Dali.
And not just as a painter, but as a person. I'm so, I think it's so sort of forced. Oh, look how sort of quirky and cool I am, bringing an anteater onto the New York subway or whatever. It's like, come on, give me a break. It feels so sort of contrived and oh, look how tricky it
Yes.
is.
Oh, to the person
we-
that said any.
It's just turned Advent. Happy Advent.
Oh, happy Advent. Oh, to the person
Yes.
who asked any advice for your Cambridge philosophy interview, just allow yourself to be led.
What's that trackpad that's highlighted? The trackpad on your
Yes.
on your leg to the right, 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 to
Yeah.
the right.
This one.
Oh, this one.
Just careful of that.
Allow them to lead you where they want. They're not trying to trick you. They just want to explore different areas, but you'll be fine. and don't do what. Well, actually, I mean,
Rembrandt.
I would say don't do what I did, but it did work. But I had a double espresso before my interview, and I was absolutely buzzing for the whole thing. Similar to what I did on our first podcast, Alex, where I had 2 energy drinks before we started because I didn't sleep well the night before, and I
I slept so badly that night. As well.
was so nervous. And
I was nervous. I was really nervous.
because I had two new tonics.
2 new tonics.
And then
yeah.
I was just vibrating.
New
in the
tonic,
chair.
ladies and gentlemen.
But before my Oxford interview,
I have not read Walter
listened to
Isaacson's
Eminem.
Leonardo book.
One shot.
Questioner. I've read some of it.
Only
I read
one
like a
shot.
bit of the introduction, but I want to read the rest of it. Walter Isaacson's biography of Leonardo. Have either of you read that?
No.
Have you read any of his biographies? He's the guy that did Elon Musk and Steve Jobs and
What, Leonardo
Leonardo,
da
the
Vinci?
3 great artists of... yeah, Leonardo da Vinci. No. Somebody else asked if I like Rembrandt. I do kind of like Rembrandt. Sure, yeah. But not really. It doesn't really do anything for me. I saw his Apostle Pool in DC as well. That's something I saw. That's kind of cool. It's the best gallery in the world. Probably the Met.
I've not been to the Met. I've not been to America, so
Man, we should do a trip.
No, I
we
haven't.
should do a lad's holiday to America.
Yes. I actually need to go. I think.
I
Yeah.
should head
I
off
think
as
that's
well.
the thing is, I envision that you'd be leaving at some point, but how long have we been streaming for? Can you pass that
Oh,
track?
something like 7 hours now.
Can you
I
pass
It's
mean,
been over
Can
7
you
hours.
pass that
I'm-
trackpad? The trackpad.
when we said we're going
Oh.
to that one,
The trackpad.
This?
Yeah, careful with it. Careful with it. Let me see here. Because we've been going for 7 hours 44.
oh Christ!
Oh crap! Has this been up the whole time? Damn it! Oh no! Oh, I keep doing that. Okay. I keep leaving.
So
these
I
comments
need
up,
to
man.
sleep, but I can't stop watching. I also need to sleep.
I also need to sleep. I've
does
got
John.
church
as,
in the
as I
morning.
presumed, does Alex.
Sleep is for the week.
Oh,
and it is the
you're right.
weekend.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, got it.
It's alright, I got it. What? Hey, are those my Gospels of Thomas?
Those are your gospels, Thomas.
Protect the Gospels.
Protect the esoteric knowledge.
Oh, golly. Well,
This is literally the kind of stuff like this is the reason why we don't have any other Nazi Gospels. They all just go like
They all had wine spilled on them. Well, it's just me now. It's just me now, and I'm too far away to read the chat, so I'm truly on my own. Oh, do you want to pass me some tissues?
Spilled bloody wine. The most important part of this entire affair. What are you going to do for the rest of the night after you're gone?
Are you going to continue this when we're gone?
Maybe. I mean, part of me wants to do the 10-hour.
10-hour stream, Mark.
Well, since we're so sort of close.
Are you going to leave this up afterwards?
I have no idea. Honestly, I don't know. So I feel in the morning, I suppose. This is really bad.
I enjoyed your and John's rendition of things. Like I said, I've never heard either of you play or sing before. That was a real treat.
I like your rendition of things, like philosophically speaking. This is kind of bad, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's a bit sort of running out of tissue.
It should be okay with the... Well, it's a hard floor.
Yeah, I don't have to move this sofa to clear it up.
Oh, Alex, I should be doing that.
Yeah, you should.
I'm too busy.
Is he drinking iron brew? You say you have church in the morning?
I think I'm going to go in the evening.
Ah. You know I live right next to a church.
Really?
Yeah. I keep saying that I'm going to get up and go to Sunday morning
What sort of church?
service. Catholic church.
Are you baptized?
I am technically, yeah.
Ah.
Which makes me an apostate.
Baptism is the only kind of baptism.
Yeah. He's like, faking bravery is bravery. As Chris Williamson once said.
I've been so technically I am an apostate.
Ah.
Help with this, John.
If you pass me some, I can.
I think it's gone under the sofa.
Ah.
So I might have to sort of like, but the thing is, there's cables everywhere. It's almost like it's the least convenient place you could possibly knock over a bottle of wine.
I have a feeling this might be the end for the theological Simon and Garfunkel that we constructed over the course of this evening.
The sound of silence is here.
You know, there are two unforgivable sins: blasphemy of the Holy Spirit and knocking over the wine bottle so it goes under the sofa.
Well, I'm sure it's gone sort of under the sofa.
I think it's okay. I
It's
think
going to be like. It's dry. Go for another pass. It's like when you wipe your arse, you sort of do all that's dry, and that's how you know that it's. Yeah,
Thank you for that.
it's okay.
It's your epistemic theory of arsewiping.
Yeah.
When do you have just the right goal?
Yes, I also need to get going. Otherwise, I'll miss the last train home. Otherwise,
I know.
and I'll be. Do you remember the last time I was ringing you up? I was saying,
Yeah,
Alex,
yeah,
I've
you
missed
missed
my
your train.
train. Can I sleep on your sofa, please?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get this out of the way. Cool. All right. Well,
Sorry, I realise I have been sniffing into the microphone
Okay.
all evening.
I think that the remainder of my guests are leaving. So, thanks everyone. I'm gonna
But
stick
lovely
around
to
for a
have been here.
tiny bit longer,
Save it.
probably at least until the 8-hour mark, and then at some point we'll sign off. But everybody say goodbye to
Wonderful. Farewell.
John and Joe.
It has been lovely to be here.
Cool. All right.
Wonderful.
Sweet. See you later.
Lovely to see you, as always.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Watch the guitar.
My dear man.
It's down
My
there.
dear man.
Yeah, well,
Congrats.
thanks very much.
congratulations.
Thanks for coming, man. It's been fun. It's been fun indeed.
Yes.
I need to get this somehow. It's so like wet.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's probably fine.
I'm sure it'll be okay. If not, I mean, a couple of sprays of something in the morning, I'm sure it'll get better.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
actually,
man. I mean, 1 million subscribers.
Thanks, man. It won't
It's
be it won't be long till it's you. Seriously, I mean.
Oh,
like,
I don't know.
The way you're yeah, it sort of comes in waves. And I know you had an insane explosion, and then it slows down, and then it speeds up, and I think it will continue to be so. We'll be back after this brief intermission. Yeah. Right, I'm back, everybody. Your iron tree. Is that
Oh,
it?
yes.
Cool. So I think now I can. Thanks. See you later. Cool. See you, chaps. And then there were fewer. It is now just me, lonesomely drinking in my flat. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I'm wondering how long we've been streaming now. And also, I could just do something like this. Let's see here. Yeah, cool. I think that's about right. Yeah, nice. Well, thanks everyone. It's been fun. To be honest, what kind of wine am I drinking, Alex? I studied grapes and archaeology, and I was wondering, what I'm drinking is like Tesco finest Pinot Grigio. Nothing fancy. I'm not really much of a wine connoisseur. I wish I was, because I don't know much about wine, but I think it'd be cool to know about wine. But no, I don't, unfortunately. No. Now, I'm aware that there's probably been a bunch of super chats, which I didn't get around to. Somebody here, I'm trying to find these super chats. There's a way to pin them, I think. Before you guys all leave, sorry, I genuinely appreciate the stream. You've been participating in existing just as being itself would have wanted it to happen. Get the Christian a YouTube channel though. Yes, yeah, John needs a YouTube channel. I've been trying to convince him to do a few projects. I've got some ideas of things that I want to do with him. It's just he's getting more and more used to being on camera, but I think he's great. I'm gonna try and scroll up a bit and see if I can find any super chats, because I feel bad that I haven't been answering. Here's a $10 one. I found your channel years ago when I started chemo, and I've loved watching your career and channel evolve in fascinating ways. Thank you for what you've given me. Well, thank you. I mean, honestly, that means the world. I think something about being online is that you do get a lot of nice comments. Like, people say nice things. They say, "Oh gosh, I like your content," or whatever. But seriously, every time, really, it does mean a lot. This was my dream when I was younger, to be doing this kind of thing, and to think that I would be doing it for 1 million subscribers one day. It's kind of weird. It's like you get used to the idea of 1 million subscribers because time like the time you spend thinking about it, like when you see 989, 995, 990, whatever, you feel like you're getting closer, and you know that the million's coming up, and then it happens. You're like, oh, cool, it happened. But when you speak about it in a different context, like just then, when I say, oh, like to 1 million subscribers, it's incredible. It's incredible to think. So this really is my dream, and every single time someone says something nice like that, it really does mean a lot. So I am scrolling back through and trying to find some live chats. Can we pay for song requests? I think we missed the boat there. Also, funny how instead of just paying with a song request, you paid to find out if you could pay for a song request. You should have just asked. Maybe I'm missing a bunch, but also maybe they just stopped because we were playing guitar and thus couldn't answer them. But I do feel bad that I probably missed a bunch of super chats. I think that I want to start live streaming more, like generally. Thank you very much. Fi maths. I want to start live streaming more. Like, I've got some ideas. I thought it'd be cool to like sit and watch some classic debates and stuff, and go through them and react to them, and maybe watch some old videos and respond to them and stuff. To be honest, I need to work out how to set up the technology. Like today, this is a complete mess. I've got like 2 cameras, a big TV screen for a monitor, a second monitor, the laptop. Got everything hooked up to the switcher, and I bought it all like yesterday, so I'm still trying to work out how it works. I don't know how to stream, for example, like get the computer screen up with sound. I'm trying to work out how that all. I haven't had time to like sit down and learn it, but I'd like to do that kind of thing. So if you like a live stream, let me know. I think it's quite fun. To be honest, with this kind of thing, it was difficult to know exactly where it was going to go, because I thought we would just sit down and have some fun. but I hope that it's been worth it. Let me see here. Also, the next thing I need to do for next time is, if I do a stream like this, I need to have somebody moderating the chat and also looking out for super chats to save them somehow so that I can respond to them. Have you ever thought about having a conversation with theologian Greg Boyd? No, I don't think I know who that is. The name kind of rings a bell, but I'm not entirely sure. So sorry, but no. Oscar, thoughts on evidence for Jesus' resurrection combined with timing, Passover, person, greatest moral teacher genius, fitting to end Bible story. Trying to find your comment to pin it. Here it is. Combined with timing, person, fitting to end Bible story. I think maybe what you're getting at is the fact that, like, the timing and the story are quite convenient. Like, the Gospels, at least the Gospel of John, tries to portray Jesus as the Passover lamb, which accounts for the timing of Jesus' death. Maybe you're getting at the idea that it's a sort of theological text that's using theological motivated reasoning to inform its facts. That may be the case, but I'm afraid I don't exactly know what your question is getting at. But also, we've been going for the better part of 8 hours, so I'm also quite tired. But I do really appreciate you being here and hanging out. Alex, have you seen the debate between Hamza Tzortzis, I never know how to say his name, and Lawrence Krauss? I have, yeah, I watched it years ago. I haven't watched it in a long time. But that could be a fun one to, like, review. Stuff like that, I'm thinking. We could sit down, just watch through it, and just see what we think. The streams will probably be, like, 3 or 4 hours long, because the debates are, like, 2 hours, and we'll be pausing for comments. But yes. Is there anyone you've been wanting to have as a guest on the podcast? Yeah, I'd love to have Tom Holland, the historian, on the show. That would be great. I've tried to reach out a few times. I'm not sure if he's, like, really into it. I also hear that he's kind of doesn't like just talking about Christianity, because he's been talking about that so much that he wants to move on to other things. I think his latest book is about the Roman Empire or something, so I'm not sure he'd even want to come on to talk to me about that kind of stuff. So I thought this was an old beard, but it turns out the moustache is gone. Yeah, we just shaved it off live on air, probably like 3 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours into the stream, so go back and find that. Okay, live chat. Will we get a video on biblical prophecies? Maybe one day. To be honest, I'm not really a big... My knowledge of the Old Testament is relatively limited, and also I'm not super interested in Jesus's fulfilling biblical prophecies. Like, it hasn't sort of captured me, but I'm sure that if I found the right book or the right speaker that sort of captivated my attention, I'd be interested in it and want to learn more. But as of now, I don't have any plans to do something like that. Please talk to David Deutsch again. I would really like to, and I'm hoping to set it up. He's just a very busy man. I meant too many coincidences, too good to be false. Too good to be false. Well, I think if there's so many coincidences, it's more likely too good to be true. I mean, you've got a perfect moral teacher fulfilling the sort of idea of being a Passover lamb, this kind of stuff. I think if it were being invented, that's the kind of qualities that we'd expect to see. Who's your favorite guitarist? Joe Bonamassa, probably. I don't exactly like listen to him, especially these days, but growing up, he was a pretty big influence. My first ever Les Paul, of the 2 that I've ever bought, was an Epiphone Les Paul Joe Bonamassa tribute. It was a gold top, and it came with Gibson humbucker pickups in it, and I loved that guitar. And Joe Bonamassa is just something else. If you've ever seen his cover of Just Got Paid by ZZ Top, I think the one that he played, I think it might have been at the Royal Albert Hall, I'm not sure. The guitar solo he plays there is phenomenal. The thing is, I can't remember which version it is. It's the greatest guitar solo that I've ever seen in my entire life, and well worth watching. But he does the same solo in a few different places. He just doesn't do it quite as well, in my view, as he does it. Yeah, let's see. YouTube. Okay, yeah, it's the one at the Royal Albert Hall. So this one up top. This performance here, that solo he's playing right there, might be the greatest guitar solo of all time, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Other best guitar moments of all time include when B.B. King was on stage and changed a guitar string live while he was singing a song. Stevie Ray Vaughan did the same thing. I think he broke a string and they came with a replacement guitar. If you've ever seen that clip, that is like pretty extraordinary. This is nothing. The technology is kind of difficult here. Like the screen, when I cast like this, the screen is kind of laggy, so it's kind of hard to see. Stevie Ray Vaughan string change. So maybe Stevie Ray Vaughan is one of the greatest of all time as well. I'm not entirely sure. Let me see if you can. Maybe you can hear this as well. I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't know if you can hear that, right? But check this out. So Stevie Ray Vaughan is. And you see that string that's hanging off? You can see it sort of flittering in the air. So he keeps playing the solo. That is pretty special. I don't know if you could hear that. That is a pretty special moment in the history of guitar. Could you hear that when I played that? It was just sort of coming out of the speakers. I don't know if you could hear that. If someone says, "Why is it yellowish?" I think I've got like night shift on the laptop or something. I don't know if that's like affecting it somehow. But yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan doing that was something pretty spectacular. I'll show you the B.B. King one, man. This is pretty cool. So B.B. King did the same thing. There he is. So his string's broken, right? So he's a bit slower than Stevie Ray Vaughan, and he changes it himself, as you can see. Look at him. Ever since the day we met, been downhearted, baby. And he just sort of slowly but surely restrings the guitar and keeps singing. Nothing but the blues. Baby, how blue can you get? It's pretty cool. So I don't know. What do you think is cooler, the Stevie Ray Vaughan or the B.B. King? The Stevie Ray Vaughan quick. Somebody else has changed the string, but he's right back in there. Or the B.B. King slow and steady wins the race. Those are some of my favorite guitarists. Probably. When I was a kid, it was Slash from Guns N' Roses. That guy was like my idol. Probably better idols to have, at least in his early career. He's actually become a very good idol. Like he's very, I think he like went sober and also just like a really nice guy. He used to be this like, heroin addicted, like crazy thief. I think his famous top hat, I think he like originally stole it from some shop in LA, and that's where he started wearing those hats. But he became like someone maybe to look up to. Doing my uni diss on free will, don't you presuppose thoughts popping into our mind from the void? Isn't it just as likely in control? Don't you presuppose thoughts popping into our mind from a void, the unconscious? Do I presuppose, like, as someone who doesn't believe in free will? Well, I think that thoughts do sort of pop into our mind. I suppose I don't know where they come from. Sorry, I think maybe I'm just not understanding your question. Sorry, Danny, I'm not really getting it. Don't you presuppose thoughts popping into our mind from the void? Isn't it just as likely control? Like maybe this is an argument against free will, like the unconscious place where the thoughts pop into existence from is out of your control. I don't know. Sorry. Alex, you need to hear Opeth, dude. Try Bleak now. Okay, I'm not gonna try it now, but thanks for the recommendation. I haven't. That's a band, right? I haven't heard of them. Apologies. Am I gonna get copyright struck for just playing that music? I don't know. I don't know how it works when you're doing live. Another Sam Harris episode would be great, focusing more on meditation and consciousness. Yeah, that'd be cool. I wanted to do the whole moral landscape thing because I think I don't know if anyone had really. He's probably done debates on it and stuff, but has anyone done like a long form, real in depth moral landscape critique? I'm not entirely sure. I wanted to do that, so we did about an hour of meditation and stuff. But I think that was the most interesting part. So I'd like to revisit that and have him back on again. Thoughts on Quakerism? Unfortunately, I don't really know much or anything about it, but perhaps I can get a Quaker on the show to talk about it. I'd like to do episodes with different sort of denominations of believers. I'd like to do an episode on Mormonism, with a Quaker, sure. Jehovah's Witnesses, maybe. I don't know if it'd be better to have an ex-Jehovah's Witness to talk about the Jehovah's Witnesses, but something like that could be pretty cool. Yes, Francesca. How do you say her surname? I'm not even going to try it, but I would like to have her on. I've tried a couple of times. I don't think I heard back. But I think she was originally supposed to do this event I just did with Rowan Williams, if I remember rightly, like right at the beginning. But maybe one day our paths will cross. Have you ever looked into Carl Jung and his studies with alchemy and self-realization? If so, what are your opinions? Unfortunately, again, no, not really. I don't know much about Carl Jung. He's a little bit outside of my purview, but I would like to. And if you think it would be worth it, then perhaps I would do that. Derek Trucks. I've heard of that guy. Why have I heard of that guy? Derek Trucks. It's getting me to do a recapture again. Maybe I've seen him. I'm not sure. But yeah, that could be cool. Hey Alex, how do you plan for and handle having recorded conversations with low IQ guests like Destiny when you're easily circles around them without actually embarrassing them? I don't think that's true. I think Destiny is like a smart guy, clearly. I mean, and he's obviously got a very high verbal IQ. He debates well. He knows a lot about American politics, whether or not you agree with his interpretation or ideology. He's pretty quick on his feet, and I prepare by thinking, what can I learn from this person? What can I learn about their views? Even if I just like he sort of has this whole thing about, you know, like how the Trump assassination thing, about how he sort of doesn't care about Corey Comparatore, who was shot, and that kind of stuff. And it's like, I can maybe learn something from hearing that unabashedly expressed. But no, I mean, I don't think he's low IQ. Son of God itself meaning a term meaning God? I don't think so. Certainly doesn't seem to be that way. I mean, the word son of God is used across different religious communities for a whole load of different reasons. Like there are individuals who are called son of God or sons of God across cultures historically, and they're not claiming to be identical with God. And so I think in the Bible, this title of the Son of God is not necessarily a claim to be God. I don't think that it is. I think Jesus claims to be the Messiah. I think he claims to be the Son of God. I think he probably claims to be the Son of Man, but it's not entirely clear. But I don't think he claims to be God, because they are not the same thing. Have you ever talked about the problem of free will and predestination for your channel? If not, would you ever consider doing it? Depends what you mean by predestination. If you mean like divine predestination, I don't think I've done a video on it, but I think it's relatively simple. If God exists outside of time, there's nothing that seems inconsistent to me in saying that something is temporally but not causally prior to something. So something happens in time afterwards, but happens causally before. That's probably the idea. Hold on a second. Hi, Alex. What are the chances of you becoming a believer when you get older? I don't know. I unfortunately just have no idea. Similar question here, live chat, super chat. Congrats on the 1,000,000 subs, fellow mortal. Thank you. Thank you, sir. What does Alex look like at 40 years old? Has YouTube taken you forever? Or do you think lecturing is to be? I honestly have no idea. I don't it's not that I don't like to make predictions about myself. I just really have no idea what's going to happen. You know, like anything could happen within like a year. I have just no idea. YouTube could cease to exist. I imagine that I'll be doing some kind of like speaking, writing, something like that, debating maybe. But, you know, who knows? Maybe I'll have a successful music career by then. That would be pretty funny, hey? What do you think of Spinoza and his ethics? I haven't read Spinoza's ethics. Like, I haven't actually read the text. So there's a few in a row there, isn't it? Of sort of like people paying for questions and me just saying, sorry, I don't know. But unfortunately, I do not know. When will your next guitar tutorial come out? Awesome. I would totally do a guitar tutorial. Some of the earliest videos on my channel, which is what you're alluding to here, I imagine, are guitar tutorials. How to play like Dorje songs. You know, like Rob Chapman, the guy who used to do the videos for Andertons. I did like a tutorial on how to play Dorje songs. And those are my earliest videos. How times have changed. Porcupine Tree, Sound of Music. Then you'll want stuff out the riff as soon as you hear it, my mate. Okay, well, thanks for the recommendation. Do you think that Ian and Jordan Peterson are the same thing? Underlying principles, except that Jordan is less willing to compromise intellectually. No, I think they obviously are like part of the same clique. They both politically are roughly on board. I think that they seem to get on with each other. I don't know how, like if they consider themselves to be friends or whatever. But they're certainly on board with each other in that respect. But I genuinely believe that Jordan Peterson just sort of he just thinks it's way too complicated, the religious stuff. I think he genuinely just believes that like it's impossible to answer those questions directly. Ian seems more willing to do so. I don't think that's because she's more willing to sacrifice intellectual principles, but just because she's more willing to directly answer theological questions. Name one insight that you learned from Destiny. Not a piece of information, an actual novel insight. I don't know. I mean, what springs to mind? I made a reel out of something he said about like. Well, when he said about like he said like, you know, name one thing that Donald Trump has said in the past, 8 years. Any intelligent comment on any kind of policy, domestic or foreign. I know a lot of people say Donald Trump is stupid, but thinking like I put a $10 reward out on Twitter for Donald Trump speaking cogently on any kind of policy issue, and not one person could find it. And it's like, it's one thing to say, I mean, people used to say George Bush was a bit of an idiot, but he could speak, he could sometimes speak intelligently about policy, even if he like had to prepare for it. And I found that, quite useful to reflect on and realize just how traditionally incompetent a politician Donald Trump is. Somebody sent a clip of him speaking. One person responded and said, well, how about this? And I looked at it. And firstly, it wasn't about policy. It was about something else. But also, you could see the moment when his eyes stopped reading from the teleprompter. He spoke quite cogently and quite professionally, and his eyes are over here. And he's stood dead still. And he says something, and he's talking and talking and talking. And then he looks away, and the hands come up. And he starts doing this. And he's like, yeah, really bad, really bad. It's like, might be the worst. Suddenly, all the mannerisms come back, and the hands come back up. And then he looks back at the teleprompter and the hands go back down. You can literally tell when he was sort of speaking for himself. It was pretty entertaining. Have you read the beginning of Infinity? David Deutsch has radical views about the growth of knowledge that refute Sam Harris's view of free will. I read some of it when preparing to talk to him, but I ended up speaking to him about the multiverse, which was a slightly different topic, so I didn't really dig my teeth into it as much as I would like. Okay, interesting. Even under mereological nihilism, wouldn't the qualia of human consciousness be an example of something that truly began to exist in the universe? Probably, yes. I don't know about began to exist, but it certainly seems to be actually distinct. So Peter van Inwagen makes an argument for the immateriality of the mind, which runs a little bit like this. Hello, Riley. Which runs a little bit like this. Premise one. So grant mereological nihilism. So premise one, there are no real distinctions between material objects. That's what mereological nihilism says, that there's no actual distinction between the book and the chair, it's all a mental distinction. So there's no real distinction between material objects. Premise two, minds are really distinct. Conclusion, minds are not material. I think that's a really interesting novel argument and may well be true. Okay. Big fans, so take my money. Thank you, Danny. I meant, isn't it possible to have control over thoughts which enter our mind seemingly from a void? Couldn't the void just be transcendent consciousness? I don't think you have control over which thoughts enter your mind. No, I don't think you have control over it. I mean, like, think about the words that I'm saying. Like, they're just appearing in your consciousness. You know? Like, apple. You know, the word apple just appeared in your mind. You had no choice over it. It seems to be mostly external stimuli that create thoughts in your mind. Some of it might sort of come about internally, but even the internal stuff, like if you speak yourself, like when I'm speaking right now, I'm not picking every single word. If I try to speak another language, I have to think about every single word. Like, you know, l'addition, s'il vous plaît. Yeah, you've got to think word by word. But when you're speaking in your native tongue, did I think about the word like native before I said native? Like, not really. I didn't like consider it. It just sort of came out. And I think that you realize that the thoughts and the words that even originate with you are not in control and are more analogous to listening to somebody else. They just sort of appear in your mind. Considering Peter Singer's drowning child on the expanding circle, is it immoral to donate to you? Maybe. But if it is, then it's also immoral to do all kinds of things, such as owning an electric guitar, like that one, which you can't see right now. Because I could sell it and donate that money to charity. I have a video coming out in a couple of hours about that topic, actually. How do we send long-form questions / theories your way? I mean, if you mean right now, it has to be in the live chat. If you mean in general, I don't know. I mean, there's sort of social media, Instagram or something, but I don't manage to read a lot of those, unfortunately. I tend to read a lot of messages that come in, but I don't get to respond to a lot of them. So, unfortunately, that's probably the easiest way. Congrats on the 1 mil. Would you ever celebrate with a shoey? Not with these shoes. The reason I wouldn't do a shoey with these shoes is because, can you see? Big old hole. I think it actually literally wouldn't work. There's like holes all in my shoes, but also, like, no. Chris Williamson just did a shoey on stage, I think, in Australia. That was quite fun. Someone threw one up on stage. If I was in front of like a few thousand people like that on a stage, I think I'd probably have to do it. What do figures like Nick Fuente get most wrong? Nick Fuentes, that's that. I've seen that guy. He's like a streamer. I don't really, I've like not listened to anything he says, so I don't know. Sorry. What do you make of Destiny sucking dick on vid? Does this mean no heaven for him? I don't know. I didn't know there was such a video, but you know, more power to him, I suppose. Why do you think conservative thinkers have a greater interest in history and left-leaning an interest in social studies? I don't know, but it might be the other way around. It might be those who study history become more conservative and those who study social sciences become more left-wing. Actually, I don't know. I think that conservatism is about conserving. It's about preservation. And what are you preserving? Well, you're preserving historical artifacts. So things like the monarchy or things like tradition, and the only way you can understand that and why they exist and what they're there for is by studying history. Left-wing people tend to be more willing to change systems. They're more willing to analyze the way things are and figure out how they could be changed for like better morality or efficiency. And that's the kind of thing that the social sciences can help with. And history can help with that too. But I think that a lot of people who study history in an attempt to think about how society should be run realize that those historical principles recur for a reason and then become conservative. So it might be something to do with that. The best argument you've heard or read against emotivism. Maybe, I mean, I get there's always the Frege-Geach problem, or the so-called embedding problem, that you can take moral claims and embed them into if-then statements. Like, if it's wrong to murder, then it's wrong to murder Joe. That seems to make sense as a statement. It seems to be the kind of thing that could be true or false. But if ethical emotivism is right, they're just expressions of emotions. It's like saying, if boo murder, then boo murdering Joe. But emotions can't follow from other emotions because they don't have truth value. I do think there are responses to that, but I think they come with a lot of baggage and might lead to global emotivism. So maybe the Frege-Geach problem. What's your favorite Pink Floyd album and why? What's that EP they did that had like Have a Cigar on it? Which one was that? Which album was that from? Oh, was that on Wish You Were Here? No, I'm thinking of... Was there like an EP that came out on before? I mean, it might be Wish You Were Here then. But why did I think that was on an EP? I don't know if I'm being silly. But yeah, like I remember hearing that particular song like when I was young, thinking, "Whoa, this is cool," and then I listened to some of the rest of it, and I was like, "This is really cool." But maybe it was just "Wish You Were Here" album. I'm not sure. Whether when I was younger, the album, I mean, like "Dark Side of the Moon" was more. I listened to it more. But the thing that sort of made me think that Pink Floyd might actually be quite cool was probably that song, and therefore that album. Do panpsychism and mereological nihilism work together? Maybe. I don't know. Sorry, it has been quite a long time now. It's been 8.5 hours, and I'm struggling a bit. But do panpsychism and mereological nihilism work together? I think mereological nihilism kind of needs to think that there are such things as mental distinctions, and if everything is mental, I'm not sure. I think mereological nihilism maybe doesn't apply to minds, and if everything is mental, then maybe it doesn't apply to anything. So maybe not, but I need to think more about that after I've slept. Thoughts on fangirls? Do you mind the simping? Whatever, man. I don't know. Sure. I haven't really noticed much in the way of fangirling, but you fangirl away. As an unwilling believer, do you ever pray? Yeah, I want to say yes. Yeah, no, I do. Like, I don't know. I sort of like when a plane takes off. It's sort of almost ritualistic. I sort of like say a little prayer, but that's kind of part and the parcel of like hedging your bets and no atheists in foxholes kind of thing. But it's also, you can't claim to be a truly non-resistant non-believer with a particular interest in religious traditions if you don't sometimes attempt to indulge in it. But if I'm like at a church or something and people are praying, I kind of try to think or go along or whatever, but I just, because I don't believe that it's true, I find it difficult in principle to even pray. Not like to see whether it works or not, but like even just to pray, I think you already kind of have to believe that you're speaking to somebody. So I don't know. Someone said, how does it feel to surpass into genetically modified skeptic? I wouldn't usually answer this. I'm answering these because people have paid money. There was like a joke before, because I remember, I think GM Skeptic Drew started his channel after I did, and at one point he told me that he'd seen my stuff before he started his channel, and then I kind of stopped making videos for a bit, and he overtook me, and I sort of made these jokey, sort of salty comments about him overtaking me, and then it was sort of I guess on my channel it was a bit of a meme that I was sort of competing to re-overtake him again. But yeah, I mean, I haven't spoken to him in a while, but I hope he's doing well. $5 whole American dollars to hire a mod for the chat. Okay, sure. To be honest, I've not done a live stream in years. I don't even know like what that means. I imagine it's someone who gets to like, I don't know, do they like delete comments and stuff? I don't really know. I'll look into it for next time, I suppose. Have you ever given much thought to the subject of the male gaze? Not really, no. Not since... No, not for a long time. But I would like to learn about it. I'd like to learn about theories as to what it is, why it exists, and what it does to the world. But no, I actually haven't. I will hasten to admit. Do you see heart, mind, and soul as separate kinds of things, or are these, in a sense, more interchangeable? I think there might be analogies. Like I think heart is an analogy for the part of the mind that deals with emotion, and soul is, I guess, the part of the mind that's conscious. So I think it's all kind of the mind, but they're distinguishable sort of entities. I think the heart is emotion. The heart is like emotion, and the mind is just all conscious experience, and the soul is maybe the part of consciousness that knows it's conscious or something like that. I don't really know, but they're all in the brain as far as I am aware. Thoughts on the existence of abstract things? I find the question useless because it has no bearing on anything except the existence of abstract things. Yeah, I mean, I guess it has no exact bearing on reality, but it's interesting. It's interesting. Steve, if you're watching, yes, 8.5 hours, and it's a shame you couldn't be here. I guess it doesn't have any practical import, but it is interesting to think about. And does it have any practical import? Maybe. I mean, it would tell us that there's such a thing as... If there are abstract things like numbers, then okay, maybe who cares? But if there's like abstract things like Platonic forms, then the fact that there is such a thing as a form of, a form of a lion or a chair or something would mean that there is a sort of better kind of chair and a worse kind of chair, which might have implications on our views towards better and worse things in general, which might lead us to like objective morality, which might change the way that we feel about things. So it might have some practical import. I'm not sure if abstract things exist. The big meme about me is sort of closing my eyes and imagining a triangle and being like, where the hell is the triangle? I don't know where the triangle is. That would be an example of an abstract object. I want to say, yeah, it doesn't exist. It's part of the brain. But like, it's there. It's got 3 sides. I can see it. The thing I'm thinking of is a triangle. Triangles have 3 sides. Therefore, the thing I'm thinking of has 3 sides. But like, where is it then if it has 3 sides, So, I don't know. It's a bit of a mystery to me. Favorite poem. We did this earlier in the stream. I didn't really answer it very sufficiently. Favorite poet might be Philip Larkin, just because he helped me get into philosophy. I do really like Philip Larkin. Favorite poem might be Sonnet 29. When in disgrace with fortune in men's eyes, I all alone beweep my outcast state, and trouble deaf heaven with my bootless cries, and look upon myself and curse my fate, wishing me like to one more rich in hope, featured like him with friends possessed, desiring this man's art and that man's scope, with what I most enjoy contented least. Yet in this state, in these thoughts, myself almost despising, haply I think on thee, and then my state, like to the lark at the break of day arising from sullen earth, sings hymns at heaven's gate. For thy sweet love remembered such wealth brings, that then I scorn to change my place with kings. I like that one. I also quite like Sonnet 59. Being a slave, what shall I do but tend upon the 1,000 times of your desires, blah, blah, blah. I have no precious time at all, nor services to do, till you require, nor dare I chide the world without hour end, whilst I, my sovereign, watch the clock for you, nor think the bitterness of absence sour, once I have bid my servant once adieu, nor dare I question with my jealous thoughts where you may be, or your affairs suppose, but like a sad slave, sit and think of naught, save, wherever you are, how happy you make those. So true a fool is love that in your will, though you do anything, he thinks no ill. That one's fun. I also there's a poem by John Donne, which I can't remember. Oh, it's right here. Yes. That's it. Which I think, it's called The Dream. The Dream, I think. It's just this first bit. Okay, image of her whom I love more than she. whose fair impression in my faithful heart makes me her medal, and makes her love me, as kings do coins, to which their stamps impart the value, and so on and so forth. But I love that. As kings do coins, you know, my lover is to me as kings are to coins, whose stamp imparts the value. I always thought that was very beautiful. Actually, this was given to me, this particular set of poems was given to me by Mr. Sheehan Quirk, the first ever time we met. We'd emailed and we thought we might get on, so we thought let's hang out. And he showed up to the pub and said, "Hey, I got you this gift." And he gave me this book, and I was like, I like this guy. So I love that poem. What else? What else? Maybe that's enough. I'm not sure. Okay, sorry, I was texting. Forgive me, it has been 8.5 hours. Okay, more live chats. Cool. Bear with me 1 second. This is a really nice link, a really nice message, but I just need to do something. I've never said it before, so now is as good as a chance to say thank you for what you have indirectly done for the Palestinian people by challenging the abhorrent Bible studies, Bible stories religious Zionists use to justify their actions. Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about the sort of Old Testament genocide stuff is that it does have a lot of parallels to the modern day, especially at the moment. But yeah, I mean, like it's seriously, I mean, like it's difficult to. I still haven't heard a good response to the Old Testament genocide stuff. People keep kind of sending it to me, sending ideas and sending videos and stuff, but like it just seems so straightforward to me that this is what God is commanding. The best response I've heard is from William Lane Craig, who just owns it and just says, yeah, God did say to do these things, but it's okay because he's God. Your thoughts on St. John's College architecture? If you're talking about St. John's College, Oxford, where I went, which would make sense, I think it's beautiful. St. John's College, it's part of the reason I applied was because of the architecture of St. John's College. Bear with me. Let's see here. Can I just... St. John's, Oxford. Oh, bloody hell. Frickin' thing. So St. John's College, where I had the good fortune to study, has a main quad that looks like this, big circle. Circular quads are rarer in Oxford than other quads. Another one is Balliol. I think New College has one as well. But this second quad, which if you walk sort of this way to the right, that's where the president lives. That's the president of St. John's College lives in that door there. And that whole like sort of block is her sort of flat. This quad is beautiful, Canterbury quad. They say that this spot in the middle here is the quietest spot in urban England. It's a not super noisy, but kind of noisy city, Oxford. And if you walk in here, step through the door, walk into this quad, it's complete and utter silence. This is what it looks like from the front. Oh, this is inside looking at the front. I once upon a time climbed up one of these towers. I think it was this tower. Yeah, this is actually a different tower. Once upon a time, I climbed onto the top of this tower up here. A friend of mine sort of found this. He found a ladder somewhere, and he took it to the top of a staircase and saw that there was sort of a roof hatch, and then climbed up on the ladder, picked the lock, opened the roof hatch, and realized that you can sort of climb. It was one of the most dangerous things I've ever done in my life. I might be exaggerating because I've done a few dangerous things, but seriously, it was like you're sort of up here. That where those windows are, I guess, is where the floor is, and then you put the ladder up, and then you have to climb on this sort of railing, and then shunt yourself through the hatch, and I climbed up on top. So that was kind of fun. And the library is part of the reason I applied. That is not the oldest part of St. John's Library? The oldest part is this one. This is the oldest one with the globes. I thought that was pretty swell. So that was part of the reason I applied there. So yeah, I quite like it. Okay, where are we? Where are we? Oh. The non-aggression. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Thoughts on the NAP? I was like, what's that? The non-aggression principle, of course. Don't know about Hans Hermann Hope. Non-aggression principle. Ugh, not sure. Not sure. How is it defined exactly? A concept in which aggression defined as instigating or threatening any forceful interference with either an individual or their property. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's sort of political philosophy, which is not really my area, and I'm probably too tired to try to think about it on the spot right now, unfortunately. But perhaps I will address it in the future. Thank you for your question. Sorry that there are a few that I have to say I just don't know to, but I just don't know. Here's some money towards new shoes. Thank you. The problem is not the money. The problem is the effort of going in. I kind of wanted to get these ones fixed, but they're probably a bit beyond the pale now, so I'll have to just get some new ones. I just can't be bothered. Buying shoes is one of the most boring things I can possibly imagine doing, and so it's like getting a haircut. I kind of do it when I absolutely have to. What are your views towards direct and indirect realism and even idealism? I quite like idealism, kind of. I think it's novel. I've started reading George Berkeley recently and find him kind of interesting, not entirely convincing. I think he does show that we don't have a good epistemic warrant for believing in a material world, but I don't think he shows what he thinks he wants to show, which is that there is no material world, just by saying that, well, you can't imagine a tree existing without anyone seeing it, without imagining a tree. That's true. You can't actually imagine the actual tree itself. It doesn't rule out the existence of the external world, but it does show that you have no epistemic access to it exactly, which is kind of interesting. But some people have said that. I think like Kant says something similar, but about sort of not having direct access to the external world, but he doesn't conclude for that reason that we can know that it doesn't exist. But I haven't finished reading him, so I would like to read more. Congratulations from Canada. Thank you. I really enjoy your podcast. I'm conservative, Trump fan, and lover of good conversation and debates. Well, thanks for being here. We especially, as I say, that episode with Destiny, where we he sort of ribbed Trump for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and I didn't manage to get a sort of equal and opposite podcast in before the election. I would have quite liked to have had a Trump supporter or a right winger on just to respond to some of those points, but it was all a bit. I was sort of up against it. I was traveling around the US, and I only just about managed to get that podcast with Destiny very last minute. I flew into a storm, or by a storm. Remember when Milton was flying through Florida, and I flew into Florida at the time. Sounds kind of dramatic. Miami is a bit sort of further south, but still pretty dramatic. The weather was pretty bad, but I wish I could have done more the other way. Would you ever make a video on Scientology? Sure, I would. I don't know what that would look like. Don't know if it looked like a documentary, or interviewing a Scientologist, or interviewing an ex or anti-Scientologist might be better, but I would like to do that. What are your thoughts on Philip Goff's conversion? The best answer to this will come in detail when my event with him is released. Myself and Philip Goff and Rowan Williams, who is the former Archbishop of Canterbury. Gosh, I am getting tired. And Liz Oldfield were doing an event at the Royal Institution, and we talked about Philip Goff's conversion to Christianity. So wait and see. But I think he seems to be mostly convinced by the fine-tuning argument, which I know a lot of people are. Makes some sense. But hey, check it out. Guess what I've got for you guys? 1 second. Actually, I'm going to put in some headphones so that there's no feedback. But you'll remember earlier in the stream, just some 8.5 hours ago, when I introduced my guests and said how gracious I was for them to be here. But then unfortunately there was someone here who couldn't make it that I wanted to be. Well, 8 hours later, how he can make it. Please welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mr. Stephen Woodford. Steve, hold on a second. Let me get my headphones on. How can I?
Absolutely. You hear me?
How can I do this?
You good? My voice coming?
Yes,
through
I can
smoothly?
hear you.
Absolutely.
Oh, dude, man, how's it
Dude,
going, man?
dude. Very good. I think I got probably a bit more energy than you after 8.5 hours. Mate, congratulations. A million
be true.
subscribers. Absolutely
Thanks, man.
fucking awesome. Like,
Thank
wow.
you so much. Hold on, let me get rid
Yeah,
of this. Let me get rid of this lovely comment that someone has posted. Okay, this episode was so much fun. You have a sublime sense of humor and casual setting, Alex, and we should love you more. Thank you very much. We will hopefully do more.
And now I'm here to make it not so
super
fun.
chats and pause. Yeah, yeah, man. I'm also gonna.
Well, hello everyone. I hope you've been having a good time. Have any of you actually like been watching in and out for the whole stream? Because if you have, you become mega fans. I'm sure you're probably some of those fangirls that I heard you talking about earlier on, Alex.
Yeah, yeah, maybe. I'd be amazed if somebody was still hanging here. Yeah, man, it was
Exactly.
it was really cool to have you here in person, but never mind.
Have you told the audience why I couldn't make it?
I haven't. I did not.
I was praying all day. I just couldn't come. I couldn't bring myself to it. No, I'd like to tell you this epic story where, you know, I went skiing or something and messed my back up. But instead, I did this thing like where I just bent over and pick up my sock and then heard a click in my back. And I was just on the floor for 2 hours, couldn't move, had to piss into a bottle, like just terrible.
dude.
And it's taken like 72 hours or
You had to
more.
piss into a bottle.
Dignity was gone, my friend.
What do you mean you
Like,
had to piss?
dignity was
Because
absolute.
you were on the floor, or because you couldn't get up?
I,
or what?
I couldn't move. I couldn't move. I was on like all of this
dude.
like it was so bad. Like, I've had a bad back for a long time, and yet like this one just wiped me out completely. It was just absolutely awful. But it did get me out of having to come to London to see you. So you know, yin and yang. You know, some things bad, some things good.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, man, it's I'm so glad you're able to join now. I wanted to have you on because it's just like you're like the classic
Yeah.
guest of the channel, man. We I can't remember where we both were when we met. I think it was when you deleted your channel, right, years and years ago.
Yeah, it was, and it was when you wasn't as tall as what you are now. It was met you in Oxford. It was surreal, man. It was so cool. I think you might have been like 18 or something.
Must have been about that. Maverick Christian has been here for the whole stream. Thank you, Maverick Christian.
Oh, amazing!
Apparently,
yeah, nice one.
Yeah, and I can't. So, considering that you deleted your channel and had to start again, I guess technically we met when you had about 0 subscribers.
It's true. You know, I'm catching you.
So it would have been a long time ago. In other words, and yeah, it's been. Well, how long have you been doing this now? Like, what, 8 years, something like that? 8, 9 years?
I think on and off 8-9 years, and then like giving it my all for about 5.
Yeah.
Time flies, dude. Like it just feels like yesterday that we were meeting out, you know, in Oxford. I heard earlier on you were talking about the architecture of the university you went to. Oh, dude, such a beautiful place. Like that was to be fair, that trip was actually quite relatively recent compared to that first one with Oxford.
I suppose.
But
yeah, because you had that debate with Justin Brierley.
yes.
So that was how the Oxford Socratic Society, if anybody goes to Oxford and finds the Oxford Socratic Society, we founded that society after a debate that Steve had with Justin Brierley, and there were a bunch of Christians and atheists, and we all went to the pub, and then we all came back to my like dorm room, and we stayed up until some early hour talking about philosophy, and then we started meeting up on purpose to talk about philosophy after Steve, because Steve obviously wasn't like in Oxford. But he like kicked this whole thing off, and then we started meeting up, and then we turned it into a society, and that society still runs. Like every Friday in Oxford, people meet up to debate philosophical ideas. Like I don't know, like 30 people in a room drinking, talking about philosophy, and all because you had that
phenomenal
debate with
legacy.
Justin Brierley.
Well, I'm glad to be a
awesome,
part of it because it was really cool. Because we went to the pub afterwards, had a chat, like, and immediately that environment is just so. It's brilliant. It's like most people's idea of a good night out is like, I don't know, clubbing or something like that. And I'm like, nope, don't understand any of it. But I get to go out, you know, have a pint with a couple of friends, talk about meteorological nihilism, whatever it might
Yeah.
be. Now that's where it's at.
Yeah. So how are you,
yeah.
man? Apart from the back, how's life? How are you getting on?
Not too bad, not too bad. Settled in this office down here. I had an office just over the other side, which you've been to. I think this is when you were playing the Christian, and you were particularly on the ontological argument, like going,
Yeah.
Steve, listen, this is why I'm a Christian now. This is the ontological argument.
I remember,
with
yeah.
most of the comments still being there, like, oh, damn, that's more convincing than almost all the apologists that I've looked at. Maybe I am going to be convinced of Christianity through an atheist.
Yeah, that was fun. That
fun.
was really good. I really liked that episode. So you're still in the same place but in a different office, is it?
Yeah, I've moved over to another side, which is a much bigger office now. And I've started getting to the point where I'm able to employ the services of some people, and I'm trying to build out and expand. And Thomas Westbrook is on about potentially coming down to Portsmouth in around February. And he's like, how about we get up a bigger place, and then we just put our like assets and money together so that we can really start trying to like, move, man. He's on about potentially moving down, which would give you all the more reason to keep coming down south, which would be amazing.
Cool, man. Awesome.
I know.
For those listening, that is Holy Kool-Aid.
Indeed, Holy Kool-Aid, Thomas Westbrook.
How's that? Is that the right?
I'll tell you what, when you got as far away from the mic as possible, that was about the same quality as your stream started. So you're going full circle.
Do you ever stream? Do you ever do live streaming?
I have live streamed before, but I always prefer the ability to cut out saying inappropriate things. So
yeah. So I've got like, man, I decided I wanted to do this, and I set up. God, it's like so because I wanted to hook up the Xbox. I wanted to be able to get a computer screen. I wanted multiple cameras. So I've got 2 cameras, and I've got this switcher thing next to me, which still is doing this.
Is that a Stream Deck? Or is it like a Stream Deck competitor?
This is an A10 Mini from Blackmagic. It allows me to sort of do all this nonsense. But what I've got is like, so there's a camera there, and that camera is hooked up to an HDMI, which comes into here easy enough. And then this connects to the computer to stream, but the computer is connected back into this to stream the computer to this, which then goes back into the stream. Microphones into the interface. It's just so many cables flying around. Like I cannot even tell you how many cables there are flying around. I would not recommend it. It's at least not these sort of.
The thing is, I tried a similar thing myself because I wanted to get like some quick content out. I was like looking at people that I respond to: Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Daily Wire crew, etc. And I was like, well,
just sit at a desk and be like, let's just do it live.
Yeah, sit at a desk, just do it fucking live. Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to do. And then you just need people to be able to get you content, and you just react on the spot, and you say absolutely nothing, and it's completely vacuous, and people love it, and it goes viral. So I was looking at that, and I ended up setting up everything into OBS with a Stream Deck. Not quite Blackmagic style, but and that worked quite well. But you would have to like put the OBS through to Riverside or to StreamYard or whatever you're using there. But it's a good setup you got.
You've got to do it like manually, there's probably a way. I know there's got to be a way to like link it up to the mics and stuff and do it auto. But
Alex, come on, look, you've spoken to Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson.
I know.
Like, you had to tolerate being next to Frank Turek. Couldn't you afford to pay someone now to come along and press these buttons for you?
The thing is, like, I had this idea of doing this really long live stream, and I thought, I don't want to put anyone through that, I thought this would be easy enough. I can do picture in picture. You see, that's quite fun. There we go. It's got all kinds of cool. I can fade to black if I want to do that. I can do that and sort of dramatically fade in and out.
Absolute wizard.
I think it's good for if you're good at sort of talking off the cuff, you can like just record a video and like as you're talking, like turn to the other camera and say something and then turn back again, and then you don't have to edit it. But it's a bit.
It's definitely a skill. Like when you look at content creators like David Pacman, who's using it, other than the fact that you can see him look down and press the buttons, he's very good at it. He can flow with it.
Does Pacman do that? Does he do it?
Yeah. Check out his content. He's just pressing the buttons. So he's doing it on his end. So his editors, they're just receiving like something where it's, if anything, it's just cut a little bit out. But pretty simple stuff on that front. It's a good style.
someone here. So can you see the live chat, by the way? Like, can you see it
Mhm.
when you log in here?
I can, yeah.
Rationality rules. What a lovely coincidence. Just yesterday, I watched your debate with Stefan Molyneux. Although, in all honesty, I wouldn't call it a debate. It was a one-sided, ceaseless
Oh,
beating. That was a
yeah.
while ago, right?
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
I prepared greatly for that debate. Like, when I don't know if you do the same, but like when it comes to debating people, I like look at their backgrounds and I realize what the context is, and who am I platforming, and then I decide then how much I need to make sure I've done my homework. And Stefan Molyneux, I was just digesting his content for like 4 weeks straight. I managed to get some of his super fans to ring me up so I could chat with them and get into like their head and the way that they're thinking about things. So I was really, really prepared for that one, and yeah, it was a good debate. I enjoyed it. Maybe not a good debate, but it was a conversation, and that was good fun.
Yeah, man. It's I try to be as prepared as I can. Your stream is set up in the lounge room reminds me of recording bands at uni. Authentic. Yeah, it's pretty chill. I set up this entire living room situation. The drawers, man. The drawers.
Dude, the drawers.
I
the
got
drawers
this
are
another thing.
back.
So this live stream actually was fairly expensive because not only did I sort of get this equipment and set this all up, but also I paid to get these drawers here, and I bought a bunch of cables and all kind. But it's back in action. So thank you to whoever it was that commented that a moment
That is
ago.
amazing to have those back. That is
Viewers
very
I'm so glad.
nostalgic.
I always said, because I always thought about getting them back, but I thought it'd be a massive hassle. But then I was like, okay, million subscribers, I'm going to do it. And I told that to myself, and I was like, I got to keep the promise to myself. So I finally they're going to be disabled the channel. Also, what do you think? The Tash has gone.
What's going on, man? You hit 1 million subscribers, right? Okay, now I'm going to tell you something you already know. The reason you got to 1 million is because you were increasing engagement with people going, please remove that thing. Like every time they commented, you were getting a bit of engagement, right? They were talking about it. You'd be spotted more
Seriously.
easy, and now you got rid of it.
It actually probably did help the channel in that regard. I thought that it would have been a genius play to like intentionally so I saw this video once by this guy Adam Neely, who's a music like sort of a music YouTuber, and he did a video about perfect pitch, right? Which is the ability to know what a note is, just like you hear a note and you know what note it is, right?
Oh yeah,
and there's a point where he's walking down the street and he hears a car horn and he goes like, oh, for example, that's an F flat. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the kind of thing I say at 1:15 in the morning, an F flat, otherwise known as an E. He goes like, that's an E, right? And you listen to it and you're like, that's not an E. And it's sort of a bit embarrassing because it's like you're saying you got perfect pitch, but that's not an E. And so everyone in the comments is like, timestamp. That wasn't an E. That was an F.
Smart.
And he claims that he did that on purpose because he knew it would increase the engagement. And I'm like, look, man, even if that's not true, that's an incredibly good save. Like if you actually just got it wrong. But no, there's no way it could have been on purpose because like when he's editing it, he probably, he's going to check it or whatever. But like, man, seriously, I thought that was pretty genius. So yeah, I mean, I would like to say that the Tash was partly that, but I did realize halfway into my sort of mustached career that that was probably happening. But it was another thing I said to myself. I was like, I'm going to shave it off for 1 million subscribers. And we did it earlier live on stream.
Okay. Right, that was it.
It just
Did
got rid of it.
Did you give John the honours?
No, so I did the shaving, but I had Joe Foley and John either side of me holding up the thing. Have you seen Joe's stuff? Have you seen his channel, the Unsolicited Advice?
Let me just look it up to see which one it is again. Joe, what's his second name?
So it's Unsolicited Advice on YouTube. Alex, try wibbly wobbly drawers on Google Images. Thank you. I didn't think of that. That's very helpful. Thank you, Louis.
Right, hang on. I can do this. Being a boomer here, taking ages to type. Right.
Yeah, he was here earlier. Done a few episodes with him. He's.
I think I have seen some of his content. Has he got something on Nietzsche? I think I watched something on Nietzsche that he did. Yeah, Ruin Your Life. Yeah, I've seen the one that he did 10 days ago, I believe it was, and I've seen him on your podcast. So yeah.
Yeah, so he started out like, I think he started like a year ago, maybe less, and I saw his content when he had a few thousand, maybe like he said earlier it was like 10,000, but it must have been more than that. And I was like, this guy's pretty good. So he was here. He was here earlier. I thought it would have been cool to get you guys to meet. But I was going to say, if you haven't seen his content, check him out. He's
Dude, I'll
He's-
reach out to him.
he's-
That'd be real
he's-
cool.
he's pretty neat. Regular Alex and Joe Foley podcast at how many subs? I don't know, 1.5. I'd like to do more. There's so many more things I want to do. I've got so many cool projects and ideas and stuff. But man, it's just like it's not like I'm more busy than I have been in the past. It just I just when is one not busy?
The other thing is you've got to balance it, right? So one thing I see from a lot of YouTubers is they actually work ridiculous hours. Partly because almost all of them have ADHD and they're just like, oh, I've got to be doing something. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. I'm not listening to you at the moment. I look like I'm listening, but I'm not. And like they need to like balance that with let's sit down, let's play some music, let's have a few drinks, let's have some fun. You got to make sure you got room for play because you ain't getting that time back. And then the other thing is with you traveling so much, that's like a different type of exhaustion. Like that's not like for me that kind of time commitment is a massive ball ache because it's just not fun. It drains me in a way that like doing 5-6 hours locked in writing a script. It's just not the same, So
traveling.
Yeah.
I've been traveling a lot more as of late, and it's a lot of that is just my own doing. Like I'll go when I'm invited for something, but I want to go and do interviews in person. And when you have the opportunity to do that, like I want to nail it. But man, earlier this, I think there's 1 month this year earlier where I went to the United States and back again 3 times in 1 month, like back and forth. Because I think I had 2 trips planned, one at the beginning, one at the end. And it would have been expensive for me to stay there the whole time. And then I flew out to the US, I came back, and then I got an email from Jordan Peterson's team being like, hey, do you want to come on the show?
You go back out.
why don't you come on? Yeah, they were like, it's a bit late notice, but do you want to come on Friday? And I was like, oh gosh. And it was like, this is like Wednesday or something. And I'm like, I emailed back, I was like, oh gosh, I'd really like to, but that would mean me getting out there. They wanted to shoot in LA, and I was like, oh gosh, that would mean coming from London. So yeah, but I think I could make it work. And they emailed back and said, oh my gosh, sorry, we thought you were in America. Like, don't be silly. Like, we'll set you up virtually. We'll set you up. And I was like, nah. No, you won't. No way.
Yeah,
so
nah.
I like on my own dime was like, I'm gonna go out to work. So I did this like whatever it is, like 20-hour round trip, and then I had another trip, which I could have stayed out, but because like they were going to cover, I think they ended up covering my flights actually. I can't remember, but they were going to cover like hotels and stuff. It was cheaper for me to like fly back and forth than it was for me to stay out there because I would have had to pay for the extra nights, but they paid for the travel. So I was like, okay, it's great. So I was back and forth 3 times in 1 month.
In a month. That's.
And I'm going back again like in a week or something.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Is it someone you can reveal you're going to be chatting with, or is
I'll tell
it
you what,
comes out later?
What I'm going to do.
Yeah,
I'll
you can text
you.
me.
You cannot announce.
I won't.
this.
Listen, you know that I'm good. I remember you texting me a couple of other names, and I didn't say anything. All right, I was good. I will hold my phone up to the camera.
I don't know if you'll have heard of this concept. Tell me if you've heard of this. So this isn't actually for my show.
Oh yes, that's sick. That's
So I'm doing
sick. Holy shit, man, that's gonna be okay. Yeah, you go to the US for that.
That's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Amazing. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the thumbnail right now.
I'm excited for it,
Mwah.
man. It's going to be really, really
Yeah.
cool. I hate
good.
to sort of. It's not even a teaser because I haven't even given anybody anything. But I think it's going to be really fun. It's a really cool thing. So I'm going back out for that. That's gonna be fun.
They tuned into your 1 million subscriber live stream, and now you've made them more excited for what's to come. I'll give him. I won't give him a clue, but I'll just say it's better than the mustache. That's where I'll put it. Okay, that's where we. Yeah. So with you doing so much over the last year and talking with like all of these people, like I'm curious, what would you say is like the main thing or a couple of the main things you've taken away from all of that experience? Because it's been magic watching just like all of the conversations you've been having, all of the traveling you're doing, the production value, man, dude, the cameras like you were having set up with I think it was like who was it? It's like last 3 interviews in particular. Oh, with Cliff. Cliff was really
the Connectleys. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
What's
so
going on
those
there?
guys. So that was Clear Cut Media.
Very nice.
friend who you might have met the guy. I'm not sure, but he knew Drew, GM Skeptic, and I met them years ago when I was in New York on vacation, as they say out there, and they were filming some documentary about free will, and I sort of like met them and did the thing, right? And yeah, he's just like a sort of film producer guy, and I had this opportunity to speak to the Connectleys. I was like, I wanted to get them on the show, and I thought about doing it virtually, but I said, because I was spending so much money on shoots and traveling and trying to like really build out the channel. Like I've just like been throwing so much at the wall. These shoots, like I did an episode with Ian Hersey Ali, and we also filmed with Sheehan the same day, but we did it in a church, and we had cameras and the whole setup. And so these things are expensive. And so I was like, gosh, I really don't know if I could pull this off. So I spoke to Jeremy at Clear Cut Media, although I just know him as Jeremy. And I was like, look, man, I really want to do this thing. Like, and he was basically like, we want to be a part of it. We'll do it for, he did it for cheaper than it should have been. I mean, it's still expensive, but cheaper than it should have been. So I've got a lot to thank him for. And I remember I showed up, and the Connectleys also had somebody whose barn we were able to use. So we didn't have to like hire a location. Nice. Connectleys, they were really, really nice guys. Just like very friendly, very accommodating, hosted us and were willing to let us use their space and everything. It was actually their like friend space or something. But I walked in and they had this whole camera set up, and I was like, bloody hell, this is going to look good. And it came out looking really nice. And then at home, I've been working with a producer who that's Made by Wonder. They're called Wonder Media, Made by Wonder. And yeah, the production value's gone up. The problem is that once you start doing that, you kind of can't go back. Because
I know, like when you just come to like a stream like this, you're like, what am I doing? Like, come on, right?
When people get
and
used
you're
to
always
high
having in
quality,
your head, well, would I've got more views if I presented it in a way that was a bit more,
But
what if the camera panned a bit? Would that have been 200,000 views? Would that have been?
It's interesting, but the thing is, I get my video guy / video editor, Alex, who was here earlier. He slaves away because I'll get these videos back, and he will edit a 3-hour-long podcast, no trouble. Doesn't ask to be paid more, nothing like that. Just gets the job done. And I'll watch through it and I'll be like, that one shot at like 38 minutes and 15 seconds? Can you just like stay on the wide for 2 seconds longer? And he'll be like, are you fucking kidding me? And he'll re-export the whole thing that will take him hours and hours, and then upload the whole thing just for that one little, because I'm like, but he does it and he gets it done. And it's those little bits that make it,
No, it is. Like the way I've got it at the moment is when my editor has like cut it up, sticks it on Frame.io. Do you use Frame.io?
Yeah.
Frame.io is brilliant. Yeah. Like to anyone that's creating content, it's a wonderful thing. It lets you like watch through it, leave a comment, and it correlates with the timestamp, meaning that
and
the
if you go to frame.io/rationality, you can get 20% off.
That's true. Listen, my only sponsor's Ground News. Okay, right? I'll find a way to plug them.
Man, Ground News. Do you know? You said the other day in was it a Low Fruit podcast or something? You talked about Ground News, and I fully thought you were about to launch into a sponsor, but you were like, look, I'm not sponsored by them on this video. I just actually really like their product. They are just great. We're doing it for them now. Like they are just a bloody good company. I've had such a good time.
And it's something that's so cool as a YouTuber to get. Like when a brand comes across and you're like, oh, I use that product, and like I really believe in their ethos and what they're doing. Like, But if I talk too much about it, then people are going to believe that we secretly are.
So. Yeah. But the production value has been really, really cool. I've got a lot to thank Chris Williamson for in that respect, because he pioneered the sort of cinema podcast. And I remember when that sort of started happening, the question was always like, is it worth it? Most people listen to podcasts, they don't watch them, and even if they do, after a while they turn them off. But I think that they do tend to perform better. I don't know why, because it seems like once you've clicked on it, you've clicked on it. But also over the long term, the reputation of a channel, I think people just see it as the more they see your face, it just looks professional. But also other guests, when you invite a big name guest and they look at your show, they're more likely to say yes because it looks professional. But also if they're not a super big guest, they look at it and they go like, yeah, I want to look like that, I want that video,
I'm gonna get a camera that zooms past my face like that. I'm ready. Let's go.
We go for the super tight close.
But that's when you go. It will be a stream. So
Yeah. Well, so Chris started doing that, and it was a bit like, let's see how this goes, and it obviously just worked. And I was like,
yeah,
bloody hell, okay. So I tried it once, and it was some obscene amount of money, and I was like, okay, we're just going to try it. We're going to do a big production. I think the first one we did was with Rory Stewart, who also isn't like a massive guest. He's pretty big in the UK, but he
he's
wasn't
great.
like big for
He's
my
great.
show, right? But he's
Yeah.
not going to get big plays in like our niche. But I was like, I want to do it properly, and it just came out looking so good that I kind of got the bug. I was
Yeah.
like, I can't not do this now.
No, I totally get it. It's like if it can be done, it's worth doing. And he's a great person to have on for doing that as well. Obviously risky for you because it's slightly out of the niche. But as you know, I studied art and design, and Ogilvy and Ogilvy is like, real big. And it's
No,
something
I'm
to talk
I'm talking about Rory Stewart, who is a politician.
Oh, who am I getting
You're thinking of Rory Sutherland, but Sutherland. You're thinking of Rory Sutherland.
Ah,
But
so I
Rory
am,
Sutherland was also one of those shoots, and he was another one where I was like, I don't know if he's that. In fact, even more than Rory Stewart, he in particular. Luckily, I had Bart Ehrman the same day, so it was kind of fine. But I was like, Rory Sutherland's great. I really like him, but is he going to get the plays? Turns out that episode did quite well because some reels that I posted. He's good for reels and shorts and stuff. Like, he is phenomenal, man. He's so good. Yeah,
No,
it
he
so
is.
makes
He
sense
is.
that you would be
I
doing
followed
that.
him for a very long time. I've
Yeah.
read like plenty of books in advertising and marketing, and
Yeah.
it's also like his delivery, his energy. Like what a character. Like it's quite inspiring. Like you just gotta love it.
He just started vaping. Like we hired this like beautiful sort of like it's basically like when you're renting places to film, they're often somebody's beautiful house or like a barn or something that are sort of rented out to film production companies and stuff. And he just starts sort of vaping, and I was like, is he allowed to do? Because it wasn't my room. I was like, is he allowed to do? I was like, whatever. I mean, we had a big door open, so I think it was fine. But I was a bit like, I said to Alex, I was like, when you edit this, can you maybe try? I kind of want to keep it in because it's kind of funny, but I want to keep it out because I don't know if he was supposed to be doing that. But yeah, he just vapes.
Yeah.
He wears vapes around his neck on he's got like a necklace chain thing, and he wears these vapes, and it's ridiculous. But yeah, he is phenomenal. And I did an episode with Bart Ehrman the same day, which is also really, really good. And there's something about that, like talking in person is always better anyway. But when you've got the big sort of shoot in the nice location, there's a feeling of like, right, we're doing it, So everyone's like on top form, they want to perform well. So there's something cool about it. But I'm very, very lucky that we've been able to pull some of these shoots off.
That might actually be a big part of why they perform better. It's like if I've got to roll out of bed and like put a top on, but I can still be in my pants below, and I can just have a cup of coffee and wet my face and then talk. That's a fundamentally different setup for I have to travel to London. I have to make sure that I'm dressed right. I have to make sure that I'm there on time. Like it's just a completely different cognitive state, meaning that you'll be ruminating on the conversation, trying to do a better job of listening. That might be what it is. So that the paradox is that the visuals are actually not what's doing it. It's just that structure makes it so the mentality of all parties are just coming to it in their best suit.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. If it works, it works. It's like you can theorize about why it works, but if it turns out that you start doing higher production shoots that shouldn't make sense on principle, but the channel just starts doing better, then I don't care why it works. It just does, and we'll just run with it.
There's so many things. Like when I was doing advertising, there were so many things that on the surface they don't make sense, or you can't put your finger on why it's working, but it just does. One of them is music in film. So like that ambience, that background, that it's done its job if you don't remember it and you don't recognize it. That's most of the time anyway. And so that is like what's going on. It's just it encourages an emotion, it encourages a feeling, it is interweaved with the script, it's interweaved with what's being presented, and you don't notice it. You only go away with like the words in most cases, unless there's like a crescendo or something like that. So it reminds me of that. Like so many things that do a good job, you don't even recognize them, and maybe that's what the visuals are doing.
Yeah, that might be true.
Hear me out. Mm-hmm. When you were doing these high production things, you had a mustache, so that's why it was working.
It did actually coincide.
Got rid of it. Yeah, exactly. Correlation equals causation, right?
We'll see.
As pirate populations went down, global climate changes went up. So,
we'll see it. We'll see if everybody unsubscribes now that I've shaved it off. It's funny. Like what a lot of people do. I kind of wanted to do a stream when I hit 1 million. It wouldn't have worked probably because of I was doing an event that night and I would have been, drunk or something. At the time, it was like 4 a.m. But the funny thing is, if you do a stream, like people have done this where you stream and you're all watching together and it's, oh, we hit 1 million subscribers. And then suddenly everyone unsubscribes all at once because it's funny. Because you're like on stream, like celebrating. And then everybody just dips out and they're all waiting to do it because they're like, oh, this is going to be so funny. So I was like, I'm gonna avoid that. But maybe the Tash can do the same thing. I don't know. But do you know who started the high production thing? The actual first high production shoot we did was with Sam Harris. And that was in California, and it was expensive because we had to get out there, we had to hire a crew.
It's California,
really expensive for insurance
know,
and all this kind of stuff. And Sam paid for it. Like I've never said this before. I don't know if I'm really sort of supposed to. I don't know if he'd like.
It doesn't look bad on him, does it?
But like he paid for it, man. Like
wow.
I remember we were talking about doing the show, and it went from, why don't you come on Making Sense? I was talking to his manager. Why don't you come on Making Sense? I was like, yeah, I'd love to come on Sam Harris's podcast. And I said to all my friends, I was like, my goodness, I'm going to go on Making Sense. Like maybe one day he'll come on my show. That'd be so sick. And then they sort of came back and said, actually, we think it might be better for him to go on your show first. And I was like, oh man, even better, amazing. But then I'm thinking, oh shit, because I've got to do this properly. Now it's my show. I was like, I've got to do this in person. I can't do this like over Zoom or whatever. And I was like, gosh. So I sent an email back and I was like, yeah, like would love to do this. Do you think there's any possibility in doing this in person? Like, what are the options? We're trying to work it all out. And they came back and said, yeah, like Sam loves the idea and is willing to pay whatever it costs to make it happen. And I was like, what? And then I was like, okay, but I don't want to like take the piss here. Like, what do you mean? Like, do you mean you're willing to like pay to fly me to America, or do you mean like you're willing to pay? But we put together this whole shoot, and yeah, Sam paid for it. And the bigger episodes with someone like Sam Harris, you put a sponsor on it and stuff. They perform well. They bring in revenue. So then I could use that to buy the next one, and we could do another shoot. So to get that ball rolling, Sam paid for that first shoot, from which we were able to make money to then put into the next shoot and start doing these cinematic episodes. If Sam hadn't paid for that first one, I don't know if we'd have been able to do it, man. So I've got so much to be grateful for in that respect.
That's really cool.
Really cool, man.
It's amazing on several fronts, but there's also like this poetry of like, you and I got into, the atheist niche because of the Four Horsemen, right? Whatever you might think of them all now, like they certainly inspired us and they're a part of our fiber.
Yeah. Did you see earlier my
what you got now?
My bust. I don't know if you've seen.
No, I remember this one. I've seen. That was either in your office in Oxford when I visited, or I've seen it at your house.
You definitely seen it before. Anyway, you were saying.
No, well, the poetry here that I'm seeing is, we got into atheism because of the Four Horsemen, at least as a large part, and with you moving on to this new arena of being able to create this content and to do it in a pristine fashion, he's helped you do it. So it's like it's another example where he served as a stepping stone to help you achieve those goals. Like that's really, I don't know. There's something cool in that.
I was incredibly grateful, especially because my whole thing was to like go and essentially like rinse his ethical worldview. I was like, I want to try and tear this apart. And like, I don't know if I did a very good job, but like the impression I had was like, I'm going in there and trying at least to be like, this is why you're wrong about everything. Yeah. And here's the bill, But he was totally up for it. And it was.
Do you reckon it could be like a love bombing technique, right? Sam's got some 200 IQ play. He's like, here comes this young whippersnapper. He's going to come at me. He wants to talk about putting hands on ovens and all of this moral stuff. Right. I know what I'll do. I'll flatter him and I'll make him feel like just indebted to me as he turns up. And then I've blunted his blade. He can't possibly put that in. No. But there's
it might be the case.
Maybe
it might be the case. Maybe. I don't know, man. Whatever the case, I've got a lot to thank him for there, and he set the ball rolling there. It was the first one we did, and so a lot of it wasn't quite right. We shot for 3 hours. It's still the longest podcast I've ever done. And I remember like coming back home after this huge shoot that we'd done, and like Alex calls me up, my editor. And he goes like, oh boy. And I'm like, what? He's like, the first like hour of the. I think it was like it might have been my close up or something.
Yeah.
It was like out of focus, and we were like,
no.
what? Because we'd spent so much money.
Mhm.
But it was.
Oh, it's
it
the
was,
first hour as well. It's
Yeah,
like
it
you
was
don't
fine. It
worry
was
after like
fine.
the first.
because it wasn't like a big. It wasn't like a big, like. It wasn't like everything, and it still came out fine or whatever. But it was a little bit like so we had a lot to learn, and now we sort of, finessed the process, and Alex is really good at making sure that he's on top of everything. Because there are different people with different jobs as camera operators and stuff, but it's good to have someone there as like a quality checker, and Alex is like bang on with that. And so these days we're better at it.
Not
But things
getting
just
those
go wrong, man. Like
problems.
with these shots, the shoots, the problem is if something goes wrong through no fault of the crew, these guys worked. I loved the crew worked with Sam Harris on. I think one of the camera operators just sort of something went wrong with this particular shot, and the problem is that like when something does go wrong, when you've got that whole setup, it goes wrong so much worse. If you forget to hit record or something, which never happens on these shoots, but you get paranoid about it. It's like if I do an episode and I hit forget to record, it's like, oh gosh, it's so embarrassing. Can we do it again? Blah blah blah. But if you've done this whole shoot or something, and something like that goes wrong, so you've got to make sure everything is like on the ball. But man, that shoot with Sam Harris, that crew and Sam got a lot to be got a lot to be grateful for, because that was what really set it off, and that was a hell of a moment, man. 'Cause like you say, these guys are part of the big inspiration. I was in DC like last week, speaking with Francis Collins, and
cool.
I stayed in this hotel which was directly opposite.
I saw the photo.
Christopher Hitchens' old apartment, right? So I posted it on my story, but what I didn't post was the fact that like I'd been there before, by the way. The first time I went to DC, just before I left for the airport, I was like, I've got to go and see Christopher Hitchens' flat. And it's so funny because you think, well, how do you know where he lived? Well, this man who was like probably the biggest critic of like religion and Islam in his lifetime does this video with some news channel like MTV Cribs, where he's like, oh, so this is my building, the Wyoming apartment, and I'm on the top floor, which like wraps around the whole thing, and if you look this way, it's California Street. And I'm like, why the hell is he just like giving people extreme detail about where he lives? What a ballsy guy. But so there's this video of him like giving a tour of his flat, and so I found the building, and this first time I went to DC, I got an Uber all the way to this random like apartment block in like northern like Washington, and I sit there and I looked at it, and I was trying to work out like which room it was in, and stuff, and then afterwards I went, and the thing is, Hitchens in this video, he's sat in his window and he's pointing out, and he's like, and if you take a right and you go that way, then you get to DuPont Circle, which has bookshops and maybe 3 Starbucks, and if you take a left, you get hit. And I was like, okay, Hitch, I'll take your advice. So I followed his directions and I walked to a bookshop, cool. and I bought a book by Christopher Hitchens, and I sat down. There's a cafe in this bookshop. What's it called? It's called like Kramer's or something, and
not Starbucks.
No, it's not a Starbucks. And I was sat there, and it was so crazy. I was sat there reading this book, and I was about to get an Uber to the airport, and this man walks out of the bookshop, and he walks past me, and he goes, "You wouldn't happen to be Alex O'Connor?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, hello man, nice to meet you." And he goes like, "Oh hey," and this is like an older guy. He's maybe in his 50s or something.
Yep.
And he goes like, we're talking about atheism, and he goes like, you know, Christopher Hitchens actually used to live around here. And I was like, really? No way! Like, oh my god!
You're like, I wasn't stalking. I wasn't being weird. Like, no, I had no idea.
Like, you seen that meme? What? I never knew that. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
The guy.
Whoa!
It's so funny. So I don't know if it's known in America. It's like a British. It was on like the BBC or something. It was like a story about a chip butty that had been. Hold on, I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up and make sure I got the right one.
But yeah, I was there, in DC, and it was so funny that this guy came up and like started talking about Christopher Hitchens, which is why I was there. I thought that was really nice. But I went back there this time because I was staying there, and as I was leaving, I was like, oh, I'll just walk up to it and have a look. And I was looking up at this flat, and I was like, man, that's where Christopher Hitchens lived. And then I started listening to the Four Horsemen discussion and trying to work out which room it was, like, so, sort of looking at the video. And I shit you not, man, I stood for about half an hour just outside that building. I looked like a terrorist. I was there with these two huge suitcases, like scoping out this like apartment block, like looking, leaving them on the side and walking over there. But yeah, it was kind of, I was kind of, and then I left and I was like, Hitchens would have hated this kind of thing. He was like, what the fuck are you doing? But yeah, I did.
What's funny is like all that time ago, you're like listening to him going, what are you giving your information about? Some weirdo might come find you.
Yeah, yeah.
And then after his death, you're turning up.
I'm there with
I warned you about this.
I was right.
I told you someone would come find you.
But can you imagine just saying to somebody like, this is where I Hitchens comes from a different generation where like, these days, like we say, like, there are certain freedoms that you don't want to give up for the sake of, the freedom itself. You don't want to give up security. You don't want to prioritize security over freedom. In his day, that would probably include things like people knowing where you live, because it wasn't a world of doxing and swatting. It was a world where if you want to get someone's house, it's a hard task. But it's still amazing that he did that. Yeah, I've got the.
Nice. You got the meme up.
I've got the meme up, man. Got the meme up. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what I was talking about. I reference this all the time. Hold on, I'm gonna switch.
One of your faves. You got like a weird red hue on that one, dude.
Yeah, people were saying that. I think it's because I've got the night shift thing on.
Oh yeah, okay. That looks about right.
I don't know if people on the stream can hear this, but this is the meme.
Our main story's nice. Would you like some Coke with that?
Can you hear that?
Kind of, yeah, it's good enough.
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna like move it. Oh, I've got another mic.
Our main story's nice. Would you like some Coke with that? The takeaway in Bristol where cocaine was hidden underneath the bacon and butties and burger buns.
What? Nah, I never knew that.
He rolled a nat 20, mate. He rolled a nat 20.
What? Oh, I never knew that.
I love him, man.
That's that's a classic. Hold on, let me get these headphones.
That is a good one. You seen that recent? I say recent. You've seen that one with the Muslim guy saying "brother ooh," like that one going around.
I've seen. I don't know. I've seen this. It's like a TikTok thing or something. I don't know. Look at us boomers. We're doing like a meme. Remember the meme review back in the day?
I know. Back in the day with the memes. Yeah.
We should do like an atheist memes review at some point.
Tier list. A tier list
of atheist memes. Yeah. Well, I think on Twitter there are a great deal of like sort of Christian accounts and stuff and atheist accounts. They're all like making memes about each other, and I think it's
oh god, yeah. No, I saw Capturing Christianity recently, actually. Yeah, it was.
Well, what did he do?
He does loads of memes like that. Well, he used to actually. I think he's now focusing on demons and stuff because that's trendy.
Well, Cameron's channel's been doing pretty. I think the last few videos he's done have been doing like really well, like
500,000 views.
Yeah. He did a few things on like exorcism and demonic possession and whatnot. But then he did one on like.
It turns out that people are not particularly interested in like some interpretation of the ontological argument. You want demons and exorcism, and what happened to Tucker Carlson with? It's much more mainframe, right? Like a lot more people are into those kind of things. So
yeah, it's interesting, man. I mean, like the demonic possession stuff is a bit wacky. It's not really my cup of tea. But some of it's kind of interesting, like the near-death experiences stuff.
Yeah,
I find
that's cool.
Pretty interesting. I actually find that quite difficult to like reckon with. I'm like, what do I make of the fact that there are people who report all kinds of stories of things that when they basically died for a moment, they saw things they shouldn't have been able to see. The problem is that it's very difficult to verify these things. So I kind of find it uninteresting because I just don't know that it happened,
Yeah, like it's a bit like people having religious experiences in general. It seems that it's really clear people do have religious experiences, and to them it is very real. I mean, what I mean by that is they may be wrong in what they think it is, but they're right in what they experienced and what they're feeling. but the fact that you get it from different cultures and they are making mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive claims, this is, to me, this is painting a picture of like, okay, there's something about the human psyche which, whatever narrative, whatever story you come from, it's etched in you, and you're able, and that expresses itself through your subconscious in various ways. And I find this like a similar thing when it comes to near-death experiences, because when it comes to trying to find verified things like, I floated up and I saw that there was exactly 63p on top of the cupboard. Like there's no peer-reviewed data showing any of this stuff. It's just stories.
Yeah.
And when there are things relating to, like a meta study or some kind of like combination of data, it tends to just be like Barnum statements. They're just incredibly vague. There's nothing you can really ascertain from it. So definitely something happens, like you're experiencing something as you're falling out of consciousness.
What would you think if you were like there, right, and someone was like dying, and they like flatlined, and then they woke up and they said, "Dude, Steve, I swear to God, I just like came out of my body, and I went upstairs into room 3E, and there was a red telephone in there. And you went up and you looked in room 3E, and there was a red telephone in there. And they were like, and they're like a friend of yours. They're not lying to you.
Yeah.
It's someone like, so it's like Reese or someone, right? And it's like, and you're like, and he's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. This is how, like, what would you think? What would your reaction be?
I think my first thought would be that virgin births can happen. My second thought would be that vicarious redemption's a thing. No, like that's where the jumps go. Like I would be like, damn, okay, now I have a trusted source, and I know that he wasn't up there because he's presumably if he's on his deathbed, he's not doing great, and like you would have this information, and it would be enough to certainly make me go, But then again, like as much as I come across as someone, especially with the content that I make, I come across as someone that's got like hard lines in places. The vast majority philosophies beat the shit out of me when it comes to any kind of hard lines. Like really, like beneath the surface, I'm like, maybe. I think the difference. I think earlier on I was hearing you say that you pray sometimes.
Oh gosh.
And I don't know if that was in the context of like the Christian God. I think I've also heard oh fancy button going to black there, mate.
I
think we had a conversation before. was it your near-death experience? You went out of consciousness and then back
like, whoa, I never knew that. I never knew that. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's tricky to know what you would do in that situation. But it's a bit like when people say, "What would you do if God spoke to you?" It's like, well, I'm sure I'd probably like, I don't know, like it depends. Like let's wait until it happens, and then we'll see. Man, I'm so not used to. I keep looking at my top lip, and I'm like, I'm getting kind of.
You basically went from a man to like 7. You're like maybe 7 or 8 now.
It's crazy.
Like,
the years it's taken off me. I'm kind of into it.
Apart from the height, like
people, which doesn't come across on camera.
When they meet you in real life, and they're like,
routinely people come up to me and say, "You're taller than I thought you would be," and I like it that way around. Yeah. I prefer it that way around. I think.
Yeah, of course, it's way better.
What I mean? No, but I don't know, because is it better for everyone to think you're tall? You know what I mean? Like, what's better? Is it better to like?
Maybe. It's like when you only watch Ben Stiller. No, when you only watch like Tom Cruise in the films. Even though he's small, you don't really process it that way because of the camera angles and because of like, you know what I mean? But whereas like, because you don't bump into him all the time, you might be right. You may have it the wrong way around.
I've got a super chat here. Hey Alex, congratulations on your success. Thank you. It's been inspiring to see how far you've come. Thank you very much. Also, we'd love to hear more of your thoughts on objectivism. Any chance for that down the road? I did a debate on, if you're talking about Randian objectivism, I did a debate with a guy called Craig Biddle, which is somewhere on YouTube. If you type in Craig Biddle, Alex O'Connor, objectivism, or something like that. I did a debate. I didn't like objectivism. In my recent hot takes video, somebody submitted a hot take that Ayn Rand is the most underrated philosopher of all time. Not because she's good, but because she's rated so unbelievably comically badly by most people that she's like way better than she's rated. You know what I mean? I thought that was kind of interesting.
I do. I think there may be a case to be said that Ayn Rand is the Nickelback of philosophy.
It sort of does feel that way a little bit. Yeah. But
it's not
must
quite
say,
as bad as
super
people
impressed.
make out.
I haven't read her books. I haven't read novels. I haven't read Atlas Shrugged
Yeah.
or whatever. But I remember at the time that I was going to do that discussion and debate, I actually didn't realize at first, I think, that it was going to be like a Randian conference. So I was just preparing for debate about morality, and then I realized it's about Ayn Rand. So I didn't have much time. So I was looking at the SEP, and I was looking at some, secondary sources and stuff, and listening to debates and stuff. And I must say, I was like, well, like, I don't know much about this. I've only been listening for a few days, so let's go and see what I can find out. And I wasn't impressed with the ideology. So
I found like this. The whole libertarian. I think I understand where libertarians are coming from, and I'm somewhat sympathetic. Maybe not. I don't know. That's maybe for them to decide. But I felt like a speed ran the entire thing. I went into it. It's like liberty based. Like, this is amazing. I was like, hang on, they're addressing freedom too, but they're doing nothing for freedom from. And then that process in my head was something that I had in my head when I was looking at Rand's work, and it was just I was off quite quickly because with the more liberal views that I have, I was like, nah, you gotta meritocracy means you gotta have like an equal ground. You gotta somehow give some advantage.
I have a question, by the way, which every time I've watched a recent video of yours, I thought you just moved into a corner, but you've moved studio. Have you got half a poster behind you?
Well, this.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this is so sick. You'll love this.
What is this? I've literally every single time I've seen one of your videos, I'm like, what the hell is that? It kind of looks like you've got, like, it hasn't got a right-hand side on it or something. You're ripping off those command strips.
Right, okay, yeah, command strips, quality.
Classic, yeah.
Dude, it's a replica of Archaeopteryx.
Of what?
It's a replica fossil finding of Archaeopteryx.
What's Archaeopteryx?
Oh, dude. Okay, so
I don't know
Archaeopteryx is. Oh, dude. Okay, right. So when Darwin published The Origin of Species, he said in the book, look, one of the things that's weak for my theory at the moment is we're in our infancy, and we actually haven't found many. We haven't found many transitional fossils. And of course, like Owens and like everyone else was like, well, you won't find it. And then this motherfucker turns up like 2 years later.
Okay.
And now, what's so cool about this, right, is it's a bird. It's very much a bird. You can tell from these elements here. But if you look here, you can see that it's also got claws. There's various other elements of it that's in between and transitional between the two. And it's like I can't remember the entire details of it, or what parts are the transitional elements, but it's amazing. Technically, this find was 12 or 13 years after the first find, because they found a different version, but it's not as well preserved. But this one from Germany. Oh,
wait, Steve, are you still there?
I'm there. I'm back.
Sorry, I lost connection for a second. I think you'll have still been streaming.
No.
I disappeared. Wait. You said it's definitely a bird. That's as far as I got. And then I forgot I was hotspotting, so I died. So you said it's definitely a bird.
Right. Wait, you're hotspotting a live event?
Dude, earlier you would not believe the internet was so crap. It was so
You're in
so
London?
crap. I know.
What the
It
fuck?
was bad. It was bad. It was really, really bad. And so, like, it was literally like people were making memes about it. It was like 3 pixels
Potato
on the
quality.
screen, like talking with each other. And then eventually, at some point, I switched to hotspot and it started working. I've been doing that for hours and I totally forgot. Anyway, it's definitely a bird.
Okay, yeah, cool. So it's a bird, but it also has elements in it which is transitional. So like it's got claws, it's got like 3 fingers, and there's various other elements if you look it up, which show that it's transitional. Technically, this isn't the one that was found like 2 or 3 years afterwards. It was a different find, but this one was found in Germany like 10 years after that. And this one in particular is probably maybe the second most famous transitional fossil. The most famous, of course, being Lucy. What a find, and to a band that I know that you admire. So yeah, no, it's that's what that is, dude. Yeah, a band. You might have heard of them, like the Insects or something.
Oh, I don't know. So, man, someone asked me about a band earlier, and they
The
were
Beatles.
like, "You should ask Steve." And I forgot what the band was called. Yeah, but can you see how, like, on this camera, it looks like it's missing the right hand? See how it looks like it
What do you
doesn't
mean?
have the. It doesn't. It looks like it doesn't have a border on the right.
I'm not
Can you-
really
can you
seeing
see what-
that. No.
You see what I'm talking about? Like it sort of looks like you've got.
Oh,
if
right.
you-
You're right. Hang on. Look. Yeah. You mean like over here? Like you're looking for like a border of.
No. I mean on the fossil thing, like you've got like a black
Oh.
border going around it.
Yeah.
But it looks like the
Yeah, no.
right hand side of the border is because it's like 3D because it's poking out.
Yeah.
You can't
Yes,
see the black.
exactly,
So
yeah.
it looks from this angle. It looks like you know like when you get a poster on its side, it's usually like
Mhm.
almost like a sort of 1080p aspect ratio. It kind of looks like one of those, but it's like been chopped in half. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. No. I
Like
see where you're coming from. Yeah.
I thought for some reason you had like a poster and you'd like cut it in half so that it would fit like in the corner. You know? I seriously thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
Because it looked
Yeah.
like I wanted to man, every time I tune into your videos, I was like, what the hell is that? You know?
What is going? It does. You're right. Look at it. That's so.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
not
Like
gonna unsee it now, dude.
Sorry,
Come
I've
on.
totally ruined that now for you. Yeah, it's quite.
Yeah, you
Well,
have.
someone did this for me a while ago where they
Yeah.
said I had like when I was filming back in my old bedroom. I think maybe the free will one. Let me see if this is an example. Yeah, I think it's this one, right? So check this out. This was on like the front page of Reddit one day years ago, where somebody was watching this video, and they were like,
Dude, you're a fucking tadpole there.
"I know, man. I know it's crazy." They were like, "He's not close to the camera. He's just like those books are just really, really big and on the floor, like a few meters behind him. You know what I mean?"
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. This is where the beam started. You're actually 2
Yeah.
foot, right?
Yeah. I wonder, can I get rid of this?
Yeah,
Why is
you've
it
got
on-
to turn like if I had
on?
joined from the beginning, the first thing I would have done is like get rid of the battery saving mode.
Yeah, well, it
people
looks. Thing is, the monitor I'm using to see it looks fine, but okay, got it. Even then, it's
Yeah.
still. Why is it orange? What the heck? I don't know, man.
well,
what-
it does look like it's wiped out the blue. It's used blue screen. It's like it's saying go to bed, mate. It's 2 a.m.
It's like I always say, whatever, man. Yeah. So I'm thinking because I was gonna end the stream when the other guys left. I was like, okay, I'll probably end the stream. I'll stay till like the 8-hour mark. But now that it's on 9:38, I'm just definitely gonna I'm just gonna go to the 10-hour. Like I've got it. I got to admit, when I wanted to do a live stream, I was like, I want to do a 1 million subscriber live stream, and I thought to myself, wouldn't it be cool to do like a 1 million 10-hour stream? But I was like, I'm not going to announce it. I was like, I'm not going to announce it because if we turn it on and it turns out it gets boring after an hour, then that would be ridiculous, and we just have to wait around. But we got to 5, and I was like, okay, we'll call it a 5-hour stream, which is still kind of cool, and we'll go and get some food. And then they ordered some food, and then they left it like 7 or 8 hours, and I was like, you know what, screw it. And I was genuinely, I was sat there answering some questions, getting tired, and I was like, I'm gonna leave. Then you said you would come, and I was like, fuck it, okay.
The thing is, I could see you just like starting to unwind, and I was like, you know what? Let's mess up this man's career. Let's get back to the office. Let's record. This will be good. And now you're going to hit 10 hours, which is
Sorry,
I've only done that twice before, which is pretty
really,
nasty.
you've done 10 hours before.
Yeah, I did 10 hours with Nathan Ormond and James. I forgot Fodor, right? Oh, by the
You
way,
spent 10 hours with it. Like, who's that guy that's 10 hours?
10 hours, like, and I've watched their content a lot. They have like a counter apologetics channel.
Yeah.
And they are brilliant. They're brilliant people. That's why I don't remember their name, dude. I got 2 editors, and because I'm like processing quick and I'm ADHD, and my friend was like, "Tell me what's going on right now," and I went, "Right, so that project's with Thingy. That's what's his name now, Thingy." And that one's with what's he called? So like it's just like no names. They're just gone. I'm just referring to people as like objects at best. Yeah, don't even know your name anymore. Mate.
I pulled up this Astro Head thing. Someone said you skipped my super chats. Sorry, I've been getting super chats throughout the stream. And depending on what I've been doing, I haven't been paying attention to them. So I'm hoping that Astro Head maybe you.
I got it. You ready?
You got it? Yeah. What does it say?
Yeah.
Can you put it on screen? Do you have that power?
I don't know. Like, see if you give me the power.
Did you like Control F? Is that how you do it?
Control F, mate. I am a fucking wizard at this stuff.
Oh,
all right,
what? Hold on.
I know. Let me see if I
Oh,
can share.
nice.
You
Wait,
see?
no, that's the
I
other
know.
one. No, I haven't got it.
Was that a different
What does
one?
it say? What does it say?
Okay, this one is more Hitch. Any other great memories? I'm hoping that's
Great
the right one, my
memories.
dude.
More Hitch.
Oh no, he does have more actually. Let me see what the other one. The other one was countdown from 3. One word. What is free will? Go.
Illusion. Fallacy. But also possibly real. Yeah, who knows?
Pick a lane, you centrist. What's going on?
Who knows? Who bloody knows? I'm an enlightened compatibilist these days. Hitch, what was the other one about Hitch? Said something about Hitch. Something.
Yeah, the other
memories or
one
something?
with Hitch was. Hang on. The other one with Hitch was more Hitch.
Oh,
any other
I see
great
it. Yeah.
memories.
More Hitch. Any other great memories? I don't know if you mean memories like about Chris Hitchens or things that I've done recently, but like
I remember a story he told me about his brother when he first met his brother in a library, but I don't know if that's a public story.
Yeah, wait, no, I first met his brother in a bookshop. It was
Sorry, not a
Peter
library.
Hitchens-
Yeah.
The first time I ever met Peter Hitchens was in Blackwell's bookshop in Oxford, and I was probably 16 or 17, and I was scanning the books, and I see this man, and I go, "That's Peter Hitchens! Oh my goodness!" And I was kind of nervous, and I thought, I'm going to go up to him and say that I like his work, that I appreciate him. And I thought, wow, this is going to be so much fun. So I went up to him and I said, "Excuse me, I'm so sorry to disturb you. Are you Peter Hitchens?" And he went, "No," and walked away. And I was like, I'm like a teenager, man. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And I'm like, by the way, if anyone's in doubt, it was Peter Hitchens. Like, it was him, but he said, he didn't, like, he just said, like, I get, like, you know, if you're like a celebrity and you don't want to talk to people, I can like understand that would be it. But are you Peter Hitchens? No. And he walked away. And I remember I walked past him one more time in the
just
bookshop
don't understand
and he
it.
stared me down. And I was like, okay, man, like, okay. And I remember when he pulled up for the interview, and I mean, he said after the fact, he was like, I was perfectly
You were
polite,
like,
I was in
you were
good
like,
manners and
are
stuff."
you Peter Hitchens? And he went, no, and then sat down.
It's like, oh, so you are, so you lied to me. He came in and he said he was perfectly polite and stuff, and I'm like, okay, fine, like.
Well,
But I remember I said to him, for example, we're still setting up a bit, and I was like, "Oh, Mr. Hitchens, like, trying to make small talk." I said like, because we were shooting in London, and he was like, and the guy offered to do it in Oxford or something, and I was like, "Oh, well, yeah, I thought you were based in Oxford," and he was like, "Oh, I live there," and I was like, "Oh, but you work in London?" He was like, "Yeah, I do," and I said, "Oh, but I thought you said you cycled here is the only thing," so I was a bit. He's like, "Oh, I did." I said, "Oh, how does that work?" And he goes, "Well, I take my bike, I cycle to the train station, I put my bike on the train, I get to London, I take my bike off the train, I cycle to work, I cycle back home again, I put it on the train." I was like, okay, mate. Yeah, fine, all right, I get it. And I was like, okay, maybe it was a stupid question. I don't know. I kind of forgot that people take their bikes
when
on
you
trains.
when
and
you
stuff. I was
build a
like,
rapport, like there's an
okay,
element.
man. And then I said, "Can you sit down in the chair so we can?" I was like, "Oh, if you wouldn't mind, can you sit down so we can frame up?" And he sat down, and first thing he did is he asked for a different chair, which fair enough, you know. Okay, fine. And we're like, okay, we can get another chair, so we changed out the chairs. And then he sat down, and I was like, "Can you?" And we're about to sort of focus, and he sits down, and he you can imagine the camera screen looks like this, like this, and so we're trying to frame up, and he sits down, and he goes. And I was like, I was like, "Oh, so how was your journey?" And he was like, yeah, it was okay, you know. And he was like leaning, and I was like, I don't know how to tell him that I need you to sit up so that we can. And I was like, oh gosh, this is a little bit sort of awkward, and you know, but it was just such a bizarre experience. Those are the only things that happened before we shot, and everything else that you see in everything else of my interaction with him is what you see on camera. But my poor friend, who I enlisted to help me, I was like, I'm doing the shoot with Peter Hitchens, and I want someone to be there, put headphones on just to make sure nothing goes wrong, but also just to be someone else in the room, because it's a bit awkward if it's just the two of you. It feels a little bit too sort of weird. So he's not like in the YouTube world. He doesn't. I don't think he knows who Peter Hitchens is or anything. You know. I mean, he does music stuff. It was my friend Charlie, who I've done some music stuff with him on that music YouTube channel that I talked about, right? And he was like, yeah, sure, man, yeah, whatever, I'll come and help out, sure. And he's and then this whole thing kicks off, and he's just there thinking like, what the hell have I got myself into? And I kept looking over at him to sort of be like, can you believe this? But because he was sat behind the camera, it looked like I was doing the US the office thing, you know, where you're sort of like, you know, like because he was sat like up there, so I kept looking at him and going like, you know. So that's why I keep like I occasionally see me on that stream like looking at the camera, is because I'm actually kind of looking at him. You know, it's so funny.
Yeah. Oh, it was magic. I remember you sharing it with me just before you published it, and you're like, "Oh gosh, like what's you know? Does this drop?"
Yeah, because I said it to you like in the ask, because I was like, I wasn't sure if I should post it, right?
Yeah, well, you know, you were essentially being gaslit, in my opinion, by him telling you that you were being a really nasty person. Like, you know, like you'd manufactured a difficult situation. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe he's right. Maybe when you were 17, you actually went up to him and you were just obsessed with drugs, and you were talking about drugs, and he was like, no, and he walked away. And then that was just it just reoccurred.
It's actually the second time that Peter Hitchens has ever stormed off on me, and I think now twice I've seen him in public. So before I did the show, I did a show with Richard Dawkins in Oxford. And I was with John, who was here earlier, and I was excited. I was like, God, we're going to go do the show. It's going to be really fun. We were going on our way to the theatre, and we're like walking through Bond Square in Oxford, and we're laughing and we're chatting and being kind of loud and whatnot. And then we're walking, and then we see coming towards us Peter Hitchens, and it was sort of like, you know, like when you're a schoolboy and you're laughing and you're being naughty, and then you see the teacher and it's suddenly like head down, and you just walk by. It was a bit like that. And we walked past, and John goes to me like, Did you see that? I was like, yeah, I saw that. Okay, never mind. And I kind of was like, maybe I should have said something, but I was like, okay, never mind. And then another time I was sat on a train, and he was like walking through the aisle, and I was like sat on the train, and because it would have been the Oxford London train, which I'm told he takes with his bike on a daily basis. Did you know?
Yeah.
And he just walked past, and I was like, he definitely saw me, but I kind of just want to say like, hey man,
he has no time for you anymore. Okay, so if it was post, you know, that's how it is. You mentioned earlier about the chair. I did have a question. I was dying with laughter. Right? Why did you give Destiny the smallest chair in the entire world? So there was just this dynamic where it looked like you were interviewing Tyrion. Like,
look, man, look. Wait, who's Tyrion? Tyrion
Lannister, Game of Thrones. It's a meme that goes around.
I haven't seen that. But yeah, that I know, I'm terrible. That particular stream was in, actually, you know, I was just talking about the Objectivism conference thing. That was in Atlanta, Georgia, and that was where, because I was in the US, I was like, maybe you can come and we can do it in person. So he came to Atlanta, which is really nice of him. But we were in this hotel, and I was there with Alex, and we were trying to set it up. And where is he? So my hotel room had one chair, and the chair looked kind of cool. And we're like, okay. So we went up to a different hotel room, and we like took a chair, and we dragged it out of that hotel room and down into the elevator. We looked like idiots, just like carrying this massive chair, because the chair's like
it's often the case. Yeah,
you know, the chair's kind of like, God, this tech is so difficult to manage. It's taking me forever. The tech the chair isn't bad. Like that chair looks pretty good, right? Like, and we didn't
that one's all right.
It wasn't the same chair.
Okay.
Now, the thing is, right?
You've got the camera angle down as well.
Look, it basically
you did him dirty, mate. You did him dirty.
It basically is the same chair. It's just something about the way that you sink into the chair And something about the fact
Yeah.
that his chair was lower down. It's the same kind of design, but you see it's lower down. It just looks like, you know when you're doing, like the Lord of the Rings where they filmed it with
Yeah.
the forced perspective to make it like. And I didn't
Yeah.
even clock it. Like we edited it, I didn't even notice it. When I uploaded it, everyone started talking about the chair, and I was like, what? And I'm looking at it
Totally
again,
get
and I'm
why
like,
you wouldn't have seen it. Yeah.
okay, he does make, but I was like, I thought they were being a bit mean to him. It was just, it wasn't on
Yeah,
purpose.
yeah.
I promise. It's because their chairs from different hotel rooms that we're just
Yeah.
filming like Alex is like sat on the bed, and that angle there is like balanced, on top of the bed kind of thing. Talk about your production value, and and yeah, I mean, I don't know what to
it's
tell
good.
you. Like that was that, and I felt kind of bad because I was like, oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, this is the band. So someone said, Steve, educate Alex on Opeth. Is that a band? Have you heard of Opeth?
Yeah, Opeth's a band. Yeah, it's in the metal genre. Like, I don't know if I can't remember. Like, you're not big on metal, are you? You were speaking about metal in probably the same way I speak about rap, which is like, I get it. Each to their own. It's just not my thing.
I prefer rap, but I used to listen to a lot of metal.
It's okay to be
sort of-
wrong. It's fine.
I remember, the Ben Shapiro thing.
Well, actually, music needs melody and it needs rhythm and
It's like, okay, you fucking nerd. Like, chill out, man.
Yeah.
So I like my favorite thing to do is on the few occasions where it arises, if somebody is looking for a chill piece of music, like to listen to, and they're listening to some usually it's like if I'm on like a trip and it's late at night or something, someone's already got headphones in, and I'm like, oh hey, you should listen to this song, it'll really help you to relax. And I say it's called In Waves by Trivium, and they
good. Yeah.
and they put because it's just like this such a stereotypically like heavy metal screaming song.
It's classic.
And it also sounds and looks like the kind of thing that could be like a relax while you try to fall asleep thing. It's called In Waves, and it's got this lovely artwork of like a sort of, I think it's like a nuclear bomb going off, but it kind of almost looks like this natural and it just so because I used to quite like Trivium. I used to like who's that freaking band? Slayer. I used to love Slayer.
Slayer.
Yeah,
That's
man.
cool.
I used to be all over that, but these days not so much, unfortunately. Somebody here says
The thing is, I got like this broad taste myself. I go from like Taylor Swift, I like Taylor Swift,
yeah.
deal with it, guys. I like Nickelback, deal with it. And then I will go all the way to folk music, as you saw at my wedding. Like, absolutely adore folk music, like unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
Give me some pirate music.
I remember your wedding reception, sea shanties. Oh,
dude,
man,
it was sick.
It was so cool.
At least I thought so.
Yeah, it was awesome. I thought that was really cool. Somebody here met you at Cambridge Union before the Shapiro event. I think I've reconciled free will and divine providence, so we should definitely go for a fine. I think I remember this, Jonah. We met it was like in the doorway, right? Or we like ended up in the doorway, like on. Was it before? Are you sure it was before? Maybe it was before we went to I remember it was like outside the chamber. I think in the corridor between the front door and the entrance to the chamber. I thought it was afterwards, but maybe it was before. But I think I remember having that conversation with you about free will and providence. Anyway, good to see you again. Hope you're still here.
Was this at the Oxford place where you took me and we saw he was the guy that's like 90 million years old.
Oh, Richard Swinburne.
Yeah.
So it's
I get that one.
That was the Cambridge. So that was at the Cambridge Union, which is the Cambridge equivalent of that. So Steve and I, for those listening, went to the Oxford Union to watch Richard Swinburne and Peter Millikan debate the existence of God. And the funny thing is, right, in the philosophy of religion, Richard Swinburne is kind of a big player. Like he's well known.
Oh yeah.
He's talked about a lot. So we went along to this event and we were like, oh, cool, like Richard Swinburne, like in our niche, that was someone who gets talked about a lot. But I think people, it wasn't like a huge event, it was like in the chamber and there weren't a ton of people there and it was kind of cool or whatever. And we were like, let's go to the bar afterwards. And
so cool.
Richard Swinburne and Peter Millikan were just there. And because they weren't like huge guests in Oxford, they were just hanging out at the bar. So we ended up just sitting at a table with them and chatting to them. And Peter Millikan, the Hume scholar from Oxford, could quote David Hume like he was quoting the Bible. He'd be like, in the treatise chapter 4, paragraph 17, and just it was incredible, man. It was absolutely incredible.
Really was
you dropped
cool.
me in it because I'd been talking about how
I know, I got you bad.
we've been chatting shit about Hume, and I'm sat here with this guy.
Yeah, because
who
like
obviously
Hume is the fucking
reveres
goat,
Hume.
mate.
And I'm sat there in front of Peter Milligan, who's like the Hume scholar, and you just suddenly go like, Alex, didn't you say earlier that Hume was the most overrated scholar in all of history? Didn't you
Yeah,
say
I
that?
got you good. I was like, you
God's sake,
fucking
man.
said those words. Yeah, you looked at me with like devil eyes, like
Yeah.
yeah. You
That
you
was
looked like you wanted to answer me the same way Peter Hitchens answered you. I go, no, like no, I didn't.
No, I don't know what you're talking about now. Someone here
That was
asked,
cool.
Alex, have you heard of Christian Universalism? I have. It'd be great if you introduced David Bentley Hart. He came up earlier. What, you haven't been here? You weren't here like 6.5 hours ago when that came up?
Is this
Come on,
even a
keep up.
fangirl at this point?
Keep
Come on.
keep up. This is someone I would love to get on the show, but John tells me that apparently he's not in good health at the moment, so maybe that won't be able to happen. But I would love to have him on the show if possible. Further super chat.
What do you make of universalism, mate? If you've got the energy, I'm
Oh
curious.
yeah. I think. Gosh, I'd want to reread the Gospels with it. And the best way to test a Christian theory is to adopt the theory and then read the Gospels, and I suppose the letters of Paul at least, and see if it fits and see if anything contradicts it. Because it's easy enough to think back and be like, oh, well, there's this verse and there's that verse, and people will debate things. But if you try, like, for example, we were talking earlier about how I don't think Jesus, the historical Jesus, claimed to be God. And if you actually adopt it for a second, rid yourself of that notion and think, okay, Jesus is specifically claiming to be the Messiah, but not claiming to be God. Go and read the Gospel of Mark. Go and read the Gospel of Matthew and John, and see if anything contradicts it. That's the easiest way to test it out. So I'd want to go back with a universalist framework on and read it through. I think that people often point to things like Jesus saying, no one comes to the Father except through me. But he doesn't say through knowledge of me. I mean, it's perfectly compatible to me that Jesus died for the sacrifice of everybody. And it's still true that you don't get to the Father except through Jesus, but you don't need to throw yourself on him, whatever that means.
You need some interpretations that are not quite instead with, say, the Church Fathers, but then again, like, what is of modern Christianity, in my opinion? You know, like, there's a radical change.
And, you know, Paul says, if Christ has not been risen, then you're still in your sins and your faith is futile. He doesn't say if you don't accept that Christ is risen or if you don't know it or whatever. It's just if Christ isn't risen. Like the key sort of turning points of the Gospels and the New Testament seem to be more about what Jesus did rather than what people know or what people do. And so I think that it's probably a plausible position, but to be honest, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about it. Someone said here, have you both read World War Gods, the biography of Yahweh by Elohim Ali? I have not. I don't know if you have, Steve. I don't know if you've come across this.
I have this habit, right, where I read normally about a chapter of something, and then I very rarely get through anything else, because I have to really like something or need to go through something to go through it. Because until recently, obviously, you had to read these things, and I'm dyslexic and ADHD, and it's just a nightmare. However, AI now allows me to be able to listen to it while going for a walk, so that has changed.
You mean like AI, like audio books?
Yeah. Like you can Speechify is a fantastic app. The world is so different right now. Like if you have dyslexia, my goodness, man, like it's you are no longer disadvantaged. Like if you just use the tools, you're good. But I just wish people would teach those tools. Might make a video on it at some point to just try and help people out and how they can use AI to.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. I think that would be cool. Super chat. Had the pleasure of meeting you at DD, Distant Dialogues, I presume, in May, and see you at the D'Souza debate. Congratulations to 1 mil. Do you think Dinesh would ever agree to another bout? I don't know. I don't know if I would do it. I was kind of in two minds about doing it in the first place. To be honest, when I first got offered this debate with Dinesh D'Souza, I was like, I don't really know much about him, but I know like Hitch debated him, and I was like, okay, well, if he's good enough for Hitch, he's good enough for me. I think it's kind of fun to debate the people that like Hitchens debate. Like when Frank Turek. Years ago, I was like, "Oh, cool!" Hitchens debated him, and then it was the same thing with Dinesh. I don't know if I'd be super interested in doing it, and I don't know how he felt about it. I didn't speak to him afterwards. We did like a book signing, and we were talking to different people, and then he ended up sort of leaving, and I didn't actually get to say a proper goodbye to him. So actually, it's really funny. Like we were signing posters. it was a poster for the event. I don't have a book or anything, and so people were coming up, and we were sat at a table, and we would sign these books, sign these posters, and I was like, I really want to get one of these signed posters as like a souvenir. I think it'd be like a fun souvenir at the event, right? So I was like, oh, I'll get Dinesh to do it before we leave. Dinesh ended up just like leaving without saying that he was leaving. He ended up sort of having to go. And
Oh, no.
So the poster that I took, because I was like, I'm going to get us both to sign it, and it will be like one of the signed. But because he didn't end up signing it and went home, I now have this poster with my signature on it. Like,
Why would
signed
you
it.
have something with your own signature on? That's terrible.
It's so funny.
Dude, I got the same problem when I
You
made
got
like
the- you got
Big
the
Star.
bug.
I got like the bugs, right? I made it and I signed it. It's got my own signature on, and it just sits behind because I can't give it away because people that backed the project, well, this was their reward. So now I've got not one of these, Alex. I have 83 of them. And they're all signed. So,
I've got one. I've got one somewhere. I can't remember if it's signed. I've got the white version, which is the early backer,
like
right? But I
rarer
can't
one,
remember if it's signed. So if not, then maybe we can swap. Maybe you can have my poster. And
you know what? Actually, yeah, I'd like that. That might work out pretty well.
I've got some great memorabilia from various events and things, and that's definitely one of my favorites. But yeah, well, thanks for coming to those events,
by the way,
Jesse.
Congrats on 10 hours. You did it.
I just noticed
Celebration.
10-hour stream. I thought, it's an hour for every 100,000 subscribers. Have you heard of the freestyle rapper Harry Mack?
No, but I might. No.
Harry Mack is like my like favorite YouTuber, man. He's a freestyle rapper, but he's like insanely good. And he had a really popular series where he'd go on Omegle and ask people for words, and he'd do freestyles, right? And this guy, for 1 million subscribers, I remember, he streamed for 10 hours freestyling. It was a 10-hour freestyle.
How much coke did he have?
Yeah. People were doing super chats, a bit like how we're answering now, but the way he does the streams, and this is kind of clever, is that if you leave a super chat, he'll go through the super chat and do and basically incorporate your word.
Yeah, can you bring him up?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do right now. This guy, by the way, is insane. Like, he's so good.
I'm wondering if I've seen him.
It's this guy.
No, I haven't seen this guy. I haven't seen this guy, no.
So, is the stream still up, Harry Mack? 10-hour? Surely it's there.
Dude, if I ping you a link to play afterwards, am I doing that on StreamYard? Yeah, play this afterwards because he sounds like he's a similar dude. That just blew my mind.
Right, so I'm going to do the.
It's 8 hours, 22 minutes in.
I couldn't figure out how to get the audio up on this. So tell me if you can. Tell me if you can hear this when I.
Normally, when you do your share screen, at least this is how it works in Riverside. You have to toggle share the audio as well.
I didn't,
yeah.
That's not even how I'm doing it right now. The way I'm doing it.
Riverside's really good, by the way. And again, not plugged by them. Never been sponsors. They're just good. I know. Just.
How even do I share the screen? How do I do that?
At the bottom, you've got preset, and then you've got share.
Oh, share screen, but I don't know.
And then at the bottom, it says also share audio tab. Who would have thought you had 1 million subscribers? And he's just there going, what button do I press? How do I figure this out? Where's the @ sign on the keyboard?
I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Why is it not? Oh, is it this one?
Yeah.
Dude, I kind of. Whatever, man. I'm gonna do it like this.
All right, but your YouTube is muted.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have you coming out of my laptop speaker. I've got a microphone.
All right, I'll be quiet.
Onto the laptop speaker. Play this guy just to give you a taste. Tell me if you can hear this. Hold on. Wait a second. Hear this guy?
Hey, yo, Charndale, you see how much love is getting thrown right here, man?
Okay, right. So this guy, right, the live chat is going, and it doesn't matter where you click.
Equestrian,
Just the whole time it's going.
Ain't no one dropping me nice with the ice. Got rappers paying the price. Anytime they dropping words, you know they keep me enticed. Yeah, you mentioned Hastings. Check how I'm creating. H-Mac killing it, dog.
Oh my goodness. Is this just like freestyle? Like,
yeah, they're words off the dome.
I'm a talentless motherfucker.
Right, so check it out, 7:37, right?
Congratulations, you know I got down all up on the mic, AMC 8 life. Yeah, take it to the moon, they about to know soon. Mac improvising on the tunes, S to the G to the M. Once again,
dude.
thanks for locking in, I'm just rocking with my friends.
This, you know what this reminds me of?
Like, this guy is insane. He's so
Insane.
good, and he did it for 10 hours straight as well, man. It's crazy.
That is incredible, dude. There's a guy, if you haven't seen him, what he does is he will just load up like Google Maps, and he'll just like see some desert or something, and
Yeah,
just
yeah,
look
yeah,
at
yeah,
it,
the geoguessr
and they
guy.
like spin the camera and they go, it's in Las Vegas, or like it'll be somewhere like, that's in a small part of like, Mississippi
Yeah.
or something. And it's incredible.
That's, what's his name? The geoguessr guy. Someone in the
like unbelievable.
Rainbolt. That's the guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh man,
yeah.
he's
And it's
so cool, man.
It's so cool to see like that raw talent, and you get to like just see it on the internet. It's some of the best things about the internet. That one that I've linked you in
Oh yeah.
News then. If you don't watch it on stream, definitely watch it on your own time.
Oh yeah, Mark
cool. You know this
Ribbolett.
dude?
Yeah.
Dude, have you
Yeah,
seen that one I've
man.
linked you as well? It's so
Hold on.
good.
Hold on,
That's magic. Magic.
Trying to pull it
Audience,
up,
you're going to enjoy this, but in potato quality, because Alex is an absolute tech wizard. Here we go.
Hold on. So yeah, this guy's great, man. He's done some stuff with Harry Mack. They've done it together. So it's Mark
Doesn't surprise
doing
me.
the beats and stuff, and Harry Mack like rapping over it. Look at this guy.
Good.
This guy's great. He did the
Magic.
You seen this one?
Yeah, this is great. Dude, have you seen the stuff of Ed Sheeran doing this as well?
Oh, well, like loop pedal stuff?
Oh, it's
Hell yeah,
magic,
man. Yeah, I used to do a bit of that with in my guitar days.
It's
Loop pedals.
mesmerizing. Louis, I read your comment. I am metal, don't worry. But I also have a broad taste. I take a bit of Tay-Tay every so often.
Oh. I have no idea how the sounds go. I've literally got a Shure SM58 sat on my laptop.
Yeah, it's pretty
Here
good.
it comes. Here it comes, baby. Oh. Here we go, baby.
Oh, it's impossible for me not to fall in love with you, baby.
Hey! Man, this guy's... Yeah, he's pretty special, man. He's.
Do you want to know? Like one of the saddest things I experienced until the age of about, I think it was about 32, right? There is something in music that I didn't recognize. I couldn't understand it, and like people would like move to the beat, and they would, and I'd watch it, and to me it was like watching a David Attenborough show where you've got like two birds doing some weird fucking dance around each other. Like none of it made sense. It was like a different language, and I was like, humans are weird, bro. But then I ended up doing dance classes, and like
Really?
I'm dancing with this person, yeah, and then it was like this very traditional dance as well, where the man leads. So when you're being taught it, of course, the woman or whoever's teaching you leads. And in this case, it was a woman that was teaching me. And I remember it was about 4 sessions in where I'm just like, I don't have this language. Like whatever it is, it's just not in my head. It snapped. And it was like all of a sudden I could see in color. It's like the world was in sepia, Alex. And then all of a sudden I was listening to this music and I was feeling it and like dancing to it. And it was such an odd experience. It's amazing that you could be locked off to something like that. And then almost like mask and pretend you get it around people that get it or think you get it. And then you do get it.
About this
it's
earlier.
like,
Yeah. Sorry, I think I did I lose you for a second? Are you?
You may have. There may be lag. But
Oh,
dude,
that's
you got to
fine,
read.
yeah.
You got to read a super chat because I need to quickly go get a drink, which is code for I need a piss.
Cool, man.
So yeah, you got it.
Yeah, sure, man. I've got one right here. Love your channel, Alex. Thank you, Jake on Ethics. I struggle with conversion, but the Apostle Paul, but the Apostle dying for their belief. What do you think about that as proof? It's what's swaying me. Okay, so the Apostles dying for their beliefs. Interesting. I want to do a bit more reading on this. The first question I always have is sort of how do we know how the disciples died? I think the Gospels themselves record the death of 2 disciples. One is Judas by suicide. The other, is it James who's killed? I can't remember. But I think it's basically just tradition that tells us how the other disciples died and that they died as martyrs. So I'm not sure that we can know for a fact that the other disciples did die for their beliefs. It may be the case that they did, but I'm not sure about like verifying that. Like I say, need to do a bit more. I'm actually looking into that soon as we speak for this project that I have next week, which I can't tell you about. But supposing that they did, I think that is very powerful evidence. Why would the disciples die for something they know to be true? People don't die for things they know to be true. So the options would be either that it was true or they were somehow mistaken. I think the best option to take there would be that they were somehow mistaken. How they were mistaken depends on the veracity of the reports. Did they see the risen Christ themselves? That's a difficult thing to be mistaken about. Although remember that the Gospel of Matthew does say that when Jesus appeared to the 12 after his death, after his resurrection, that some doubted. He says that he appeared to the 12 and possibly more people, but some doubted. If this was the physically resurrected Jesus, undeniably the same guy showing up physically in the flesh, why would some of the disciples who'd spent years with him doubt? It seems that even if this did happen as reported, it was some kind of event which left some room for doubt, even for those who knew Jesus most personally. And so it's possibly that they may have simply been mistaken. And if that's the case, then dying for their beliefs is no mystery. The thing that's mystery is if they didn't die for something they knew to be false. So I think they either had to be mistaken or it actually happened. But that is if they actually died for their beliefs. So the first question is, how do we know that they died for their beliefs? And secondly, if we do know that, how do we know that they weren't simply mistaken? There's a lot more to say about that, but unfortunately, we're now over 10 hours into the stream, and I feel like my brain will explode if I try to go much deeper on it. Huge fan, but I think you missed my comment before. Sorry, I probably did. Perhaps if you can comment again now, not a super chat, don't spend more money. If you can comment again, like right now, the Belmont, I will see it and try to find it as I'm going through some of these. Ahmed Sami. Almost every religion has martyrs. Islam has a ton. That's true. But I think everyone who's martyred for belief believes what they said. And so if they actually believe that they saw the risen Jesus, that's a difficult thing to explain. Like, how can you be fooled? How can multiple people be fooled into thinking that they've seen a... Oh, Steve's back. Sorry, Steve, I didn't even see you there. Hey, man.
Sorry, mate. I was just a fan. I like your fans. I was like, I'll just sit here, you know. May as well send a super chat. You'll ignore me all the same.
Wait, did the Belmont comment? Sorry, Bulldog. I just see as well. I skipped through. Gosh, everybody's saying that they commented, but I've skipped their comment. I'm so
You skipped 3 super chats. Hang on.
sorry.
Is it
I'm
because they
really.
expire at the top? Let me
Yeah, they
help you
do.
out.
It's really annoying. Is there like a way to? Is there a way to see all of them? Like I want to see, even if
Yeah,
they've expired for everyone to see. I want to find a way to.
Oh, yeah,
Freaking
crap. Does it
see
only
them all.
go so far up?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you think of the cognitive dissonance theory for the resurrection? It would account for their sincerity as well as that they genuinely believe. I don't know. I haven't heard of the cognitive dissonance theory of the resurrection. I'm supposing that's something about them sort of believing that it's the case, but also kind of knowing that it's not. That does sometimes happen. You know, somebody who knows that their child has died, but doesn't believe that their child has died, like refuse to believe it. I'd like to look into that. I don't know very much about it. I am a Muslim and love your content. Thank you. I love your dedication to seeking the truth no matter what the consequences. This is something I wish Muslims did more of. You and me both. I hope everybody tries to do that more. I am terribly sorry for those watching if I skipped your super chat. It's just so freaking hard to.
No, I get it. This is where you need.
The Belmont.
The thing is, your other dudes that were there the week, man. Why are they not up at 3 a.m.? Like they should be there. They should be helping. I don't get it. They went to bed. What's happened?
I know. It's.
Have you noticed, good sir? This is my super chat. Have you noticed that a lot of YouTubers stay up really damn late? Like that's one of the things I've noticed from collaborating with people. You can like text them at like 2 a.m. and they're always like, "Oh, hey, dude, how you doing?"
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, this is a great thing about going to America. Is that every time I go to America, I'm suddenly just on a really good sleeping pattern without having to try.
I know.
Because I just start waking up at 7 and it's fine. I don't have to change anything. It's really, really nice.
I loved it. Yeah.
But
I went to San Fran for a week and it was like, oh, I'm up at dawn.
It's great. It takes about a week or so until your circadian rhythm switches and then you start sleeping in there. Yeah. But if you're there for like a week or less, it's like really, really nice.
You're right.
I'm very much like that. But I think I am just naturally a night owl, as they say. Like I think my circadian rhythm peaks at around about probably like 10 p.m. or something, because I tend to start getting tired around about 4 or 5 in the morning, and then I'm sort of naturally waking up at sort of midday, 1 p.m. And I think that's just the site. It doesn't matter what I do. That's where one of
the best things I ever did is just decide that I'm not going to do what normal people do. I do what I feel is right. And then as soon as I started going, no, I actually get a second wind at 11 p.m. It's actually a really good time to write. You know, the world is asleep. Like you can go to the office in this case, and it's changed everything. I just lean into it and then just go, okay, I basically a night god.
Yeah, the Belmont comment that I did find, the one that I missed, asked about Steve coming on within reason, and asked, are some of the people you've debated asinine? Is Michael Knowles really that unbearable? Look, man, I kind of hate to say it. I actually kind of got on with Michael Knowles. Like, I don't know. I thought he is a, like, I don't know. Like he's funny. He's entertaining. He's personable. He's incredibly knowledgeable, and he's obviously actually very quite devoted to his Catholic faith. Like he knows what he's talking about, and he was an interesting person to debate and discuss. And we talked about Christopher Hitchens and our sort of shared issues with him and stuff. And it was just like, I had a really sort of, I can understand why people might think he's a bit like sort of smarmy. But I think he's sort of just enjoying himself. He's got that sort of big smile when he talks to you that kind of makes you feel, if you're not like antagonizing him, it kind of makes you feel like very friendly. It's all like everything's sort of smiley and happy and nice. So I got on with him. But I went over there to debate him to talk about I did a podcast with him that was virtual, but I went to Nashville to do this discussion with him about the traditional Latin mass, and he took us out to this cigar bar afterwards.
They love a cigar, don't they?
Yeah, it's something about Catholics and cigars is funny. And also, I'm glad to have Stephen on. So you talk about within reason. I didn't know whether to count this stream as an episode of the podcast. I was thinking about it earlier. I was like, when it's done, I'll see if I can. God knows if I can upload this 10-hour thing to Spotify as an audio thing. But I thought it could be quite cool to have it as the million subscriber stream. I think it'll be episode 90. I kind of wish it had like overlapped with episode 100. If I'd have kept on schedule, nice. that would have happened. So if that's the case, then Steve will have already been on Within Reason. But if not, I'd love to talk to you when it's not nearly 3 in the morning.
No, I get it, man. There's loads we can talk about. I want to talk about veganism with you. I want to talk about stuff. Let's do this.
Yeah,
we got some good stuff to chat about.
I think, the last time we sat down for a conversation on camera probably would have been that time, the fake Christian thing.
Yeah, I think so. Which was a couple of years back now.
Yeah, it was a number of years ago. So this is probably the first time
we
back together on.
That was a good one.
Back together on camera. That was a good episode. I did the Cosmic Christian podcast.
Yeah. Yeah. 1st of April. It was beautiful.
Yeah. I
will say, just to add to the comment that was there, one thing I found about meeting with people that I argue with online or disagree with, there's this weird situation where, like, when you're online and, Michael Knowles, for example, is incredibly transphobic. So, like, a lot of my content's been about, like, my fucking God, like, let's talk about, like, this kind of stuff and unpack it. But when you meet with people and you have these great disagreements, so this has been my experience across the board with, the many Christians that I've really knocked heads with, it's normally a really nice interaction because you're not there to argue. You're there to have a meal. You're there to have a conversation. It's a fundamentally different thing to being on stage as well. I know you've spoken about being on stage as well. It's performative. It's WWE. By the time you're on stage, it's not really the place where you're open for dialogue. You're obviously confident enough in your position to get on stage and have a conversation. And it's difficult because we have disagreements with basically everyone and anyone in our lives. Like, for instance, one thing for me would be, I'm vegetarian. How do I sit next to someone that eats foie gras, that eats veal? I could be in a mental state where I'm like, I can't do it. It's too far. But where does that get you? That's not how it works. So you actually break bread with people that you have vast disagreements with. And for each individual, there's just certain things where you don't let that get in the way, or maybe sometimes it's too much. But my experiences with almost everyone is just, it's normally a nice experience. And they normally say to me, oh, you're a really nice guy in real life. And I'm like, well, I'm not here to argue with you at this point. I'll wait to the stage and then we'll go.
Yeah, they always say, they tell me that I'm tall, but they never tell me that I'm nice. So maybe I'm doing something wrong with that.
Unlucky, bro.
Somebody said, given your long journey in searching for God, do you ever regret losing your faith as as a child/teenager? Kind of not, because I wasn't like a super steadfast. I was like a kid, right? Like, so I wasn't. And my family weren't super strict. I don't know where you're from in the world, but like Americans in particular, the idea of the religious upbringing, I think, is quite different from somewhere in the UK. It's a bit more lukewarm. And so it didn't really matter that much to me. But I do remember being a young kid and having a bad day at primary school and like sitting out on the grass in the rain and like pulling up the grass and being like, I don't believe in you anymore, God, until you make my life better. Very sort of emotional, the kind of thing that Christians would jump on to be like, see, that's why he's really an atheist.
That's why. So, he's just hurt.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I don't know. I regret a lot of things in life and things that have happened, but that is not one of them, because I don't consider
it's a bit of a weird thing to regret as well, because it's like, you can get into the whole doxastic voluntarism. It's like you don't really choose. Like, it's not like regret implies that you made a decision. Whereas that's not really the case with, I'm no longer convinced of that proposition, Yeah.
Thanks, Belmont, by the way, for that was a second live chat with the same question. I'm sorry that I missed it the first time, unless it's gone the wrong way around. I don't know, but anyway, met you at the Between God and Atheism event. Thanks for your autographs. Yeah, I think. What did I sign? I signed a book. I think I signed. Was it someone else's book, or was it like a notebook or something? I can't remember. Because I don't have a book or anything, so sometimes people ask me to sign things, and I often sign other people's books, and it feels a bit sort of weird or sacrilege. But I'm very grateful for you asking. You spoke very well. Thank you. Why do you think pro fine tuning folks presuppose that our laws of physics could have been even different. Yeah, I mean, the fine tuning argument seems to presuppose that the laws of physics could have been different. But the three options that are posed are either, for the fine tuning, chance, design, or necessity. And so one of the options is necessity. They just say that there's no reason to think that it's necessary. I don't know, Steve, what do you think about the fine tuning argument?
I think I have controversial views on the fine tuning argument. I mean, like Hitchens said, it's the one that's got to do work. I think I've heard you as well say that you put some time and energy into it. Maybe not as much as the ontological argument. And I do think it is one that resonates with a lot of people. It comes up a lot. It's basically that it's where pure creationism used to be like the go-to. It seems that the fine tuning is really up there for a lot of people. I really think it's a bad argument. Like it's just it's like it's so arrogant the way that people go around it as well. Like they just end up saying, right, look, the probability of this happening is really small. And I'm like, how do you know that? And they're just like, well, I'm working with Bayesian probability. I'm like, yeah, but you don't have the priors. Like, where you pulling these priors out of your asshole? Like, what like justify it? And it's never reasonably done. And then, like, I think people have just always had a grand capacity to significantly underestimate how small and insignificant we are. You know, like when you look at the night sky, and like this is where I get like a religious experience almost, and I really meditate on it and I think about it, and I'm like, every one of those stars is a sun, potentially with planets, and there's something like 430 billion suns in our galaxy. And like our galaxy is one in like however many, like there's something like 230 billion galaxies in the observable universe. And it's like, that's just the observable universe. It's like the vastness of it all. It's like, if you said to me, listen, even if it was the case, the chances of this coming up was 1 in a trillion. Okay, well, how many times have the dice been rolled? It could be a trillion. And in which case it's just trivially, someone wins the lottery. Well done. It's like not impressive. And then normally the people that are bringing up this argument, they're doing it in the context of Christianity. And it's like, the world looks nothing like Christianity would be pushing it. And then just one more that comes to mind is, let's see if I can articulate this correctly. I find that it profoundly underestimates God. Some of my readings from Thomas Aquinas has made me appreciate, like, he did a really good job of not underestimating God. So like when it came to an eternal universe, he was like, no, the universe could be eternal and yet still be contingent on God. I'm like, great. A lot of people that focus on, theology don't seem to recognize that there's just no contradiction there. Like there is a system where that works. And it's like, when it comes to God and they're trying to say that this is predicted by the God thesis, it's like, dude, this is an all-powerful, all-loving God. You already believe that you can exist in heaven without like the conditions being what they are right now. He used to say that life couldn't exist with, there's organisms that exist where the atoms are light years apart. Like you're just limiting God. Like there's no predictability here.
The question, oh man, there's so. By the way, there's someone who's. I don't know if they're still in the live chat, but I've just seen that somebody was asking about. They were asking about antinatalism, but apparently they've asked like 3 times. And they paid for like 3 super chats and made some comment to the effect that they can't afford anymore, and I feel really bad. So what I was going to say is, if you're here, stay here. I'm going to ask you a question. But the fine tuning thing is really interesting because you're quite right. Like I talked to Francis Collins about this whenever this comes out. About like I sort of asked him like, do you think that God couldn't have? Seems like a bit of a naive question, but it's like, okay, do you think that God couldn't have created a universe like this with a stronger force of gravity? You think it just somehow couldn't have worked? And I think he didn't quite understand what I was saying, because he kept saying like, well, it's not that he couldn't, it's that kind of universe wouldn't be very interesting, because he wants a universe where there's like material objects and stuff. And I was like, no, but do you think he could create that interesting universe, but just so happens that gravity is stronger or something?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, if the answer to that is no, if the answer is like, no, like God can do what he wants, but if he wants to create a life-permitting universe, he has to create a universe with the particular sort of fine-tuned constants. Okay, technically he's not compelled because he doesn't have to create that universe. But so long as he does want to create that universe, are you going to tell me that before the universe exists, God is constrained in what he wants to do by the weak nuclear force?
I know.
And like I'm like, Really? It just doesn't seem
Yeah.
very sort of comprehensible to me. But also, so my friend Phil Halper had this.
Oh, he's
You've
so
met,
cool. I
you've met
love
Phil, right?
Phil.
you've
I
met Phil.
love Phil. He's wonderful.
So Phil's great, man. Yeah, we were having dinner once, and it was when I've been like wrapped up in the sort of Gnostic Christian tradition, like the Gnostic Gospels, and he was like, and in the Gnostic tradition, a lot of the time there's a belief that the material world is created by an evil demiurge, and that the real sort of true God is this spiritual entity that exists in the realm above, but the material world is created by an either evil or incompetent sort of demiurge means craftsman.
Just so I'm on brand, this is the one that says that the God of the Old Testament is different to the God of the New Testament.
Yeah, so a lot of Gnostics believe that the God of the Old Testament is the evil demiurge who creates the material world and is evil.
Creepy.
Now, the fun thing is, like, Phil was like, okay, imagine if this were true. Imagine if there were like a proper creator God, and that God like wanted to, bring about the universe. For this question, by the way, I just want to make sure I don't lose my place. So this God creates the universe, but the material world is bad and evil, and it's the evil demiurge that creates the material world. What would we expect there to be? Well, what we'd expect is that the meta conditions, that is the actual creator of being itself, would set things up so that this material world that's really bad would be like unfathomably unlikely, because he doesn't want it to come about. Instead of creating the meta conditions such that universes can pop up with like no problem, he's going to make material universes with like ours to be incredibly difficult, and yet it will still exist because the demiurge creator will have that malevolent will and the power to bring it about. So what you'd expect if you had the good creator God and the malevolent creator of the material world would be a situation in which the good creator God has set it up so that like it's almost impossible to create a material world, but the malevolent evil demiurge finds a way and does it anyway. What would that look like? It would look like a material world that exists on this very finely tuned balance, that whoever set up that meta condition, the fact that it had to be finely tuned would make it finely tuned. You know what I mean? Like if the God was the same and the God of the universe wanted the universe to come about, then he would have set up the meta condition so that universes could have sprung up into existence with all kinds of constants. And I thought, you know what, Phil, it's a bit convoluted, but I think that's kind of fun. That's kind of interesting.
I've always had more time for that Gnostic view. I like look at it and I go, oh, this is a bit more palatable. It's a bit like when I'm like reading Hindu, the Vedas and stuff. I'm like, this is more palatable. Like it's not making these bigger claims about the universe. The only reason I'm struggling with it so much is because I just have the cultural baggage of Christianity. So, I can more clearly look at their bullshit and go, that's bullshit. Whereas in our culture, we have to like pretend that there are some very serious debates to be had about like certain things, which I'm not playing that game anymore. I stopped that shit 3 years ago. With one of the things that comes to mind with what you were just saying though, or what Phil was saying, is that if God is all powerful, it depends on whether or not you want to keep that card in. Then what would limit him from creating a universe where it's not possible to have that power, that result that comes from the lesser God, and then of course you start getting into like you could get into the defense of going, well, we had to create the best of all possible worlds, and the best of all possible worlds involves the ability for everything to be absolutely looking like it's natural completely. I've always appreciated it, but then when you look at like the Nicene Creed and you just look at about how the Bible came together, you just realize that so much of it is arbitrary, and so much of it is, especially if you compound that with how it's changed over the years with interpretations where entire verses have been flipped. It's just, you can get any view out of it. Like, have at it. There's as many Christianities as there are Christians by my book.
So there's the antinatalism guy. There's also a guy, the Bull Gang. I don't know if you're still here, who asked another question that I also missed. But the antinatalism thing. Do you think you've got any thoughts on antinatalism, Steve?
Yeah, lots. Yeah, I thought about antinatalism a lot. It was one of the first things that came to my mind when I was thinking about veganism. So, like, when I was younger, I was thinking about animal welfare, and I was thinking about, like, what is a good life, what constitutes a good life, and that's something that comes up, of course, in the vegan dialogue, because there's an idea that you can justify it, and maybe you can, if you can show that there's greater fruits out of, like, breeding animals and whatnot. And then antinatalism is stuck with me. It's been a really difficult thing for me to knock, and I think philosophically it's sound. I really, really struggle with it. And so when it comes to justifying having children, I think that the way that can be done is if you elevate your values for other things above the reasoning in antinatalism. If you just run on the premises of antinatalism, I think it's very sound. So yeah, it's something I struggle with, actually. But I'm not interested in having children anyway, so I'm good. What about you?
Yeah. Well, like you mean like not interested personally or like ethically?
I think personally, and so that affords me not to think about it ethically. But like, we're all humans, right? Like, I know that if I really wanted children, I'd find a way to convince myself that, maybe I can have one. There's two of us, and if we have one child, at least I'm doing my bit. Like,
sure.
Humans are very capable of doing that, and it doesn't matter how reasonable they are as well. So that's probably be the way that I went. But if I was to have children, I'd adopt. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, because that's the other thing, is like, it's difficult especially if you're like a consequentialist or something, to justify having a child when, like, not just on antinatalist considerations, but just on the consideration that there are children currently who need adopting. And by having a child, you're basically saying, I am willing to raise a child, and yet you sort of create a new one instead of taking one that's already in need. I mean, I'd love to have children. I think there is something inexplicably beautiful about having your own children.
There seems to be, yeah.
Which I don't think can be fully comprehended until... I mean, here's me saying it's great, and here's you saying you're not interested. I don't think either of us can fully comprehend what it means until it happens, if it happens. So it's difficult.
That's often what happens with the dialogue. Yeah, it's like often with the dialogue, like when someone says to me, my wife gets it a lot more than me. They go, when are you having children? Whereas I don't get it as much. I think that's just a sex thing.
Sure.
But like when we're asked, like, why don't you have children? And you explain, I just don't want them. The justifications come through, and I I'm not knocking it. Antinatalism is a difficult one. People can get very upset about it very quickly, and I understand why. But it is one of those ones where it's a big pile of shit. Don't step in it. So let me step in it. When that's coming up, normally the justifications are, but you feel amazing about, like, this life that you brought into the world. And it's like all the antinatalist is going to be hearing is, yeah, you benefit. It's selfish. Yeah, but like you get to give them these opportunities, and it's like, yeah, but you're rolling the dice for them. What if they actually have to go through their life pretending that they were basically happy with it? Because that's the other thing. Once you're born, do the best with the cards that you've been dealt. But like, you can have this nagging thinking in your head of like, really, it's inconsequential. It may have been better that I wasn't born. But I don't know, man. Sometimes I think this is just too much philosophy. It's definitely one of those ones that you can upset people quite quickly.
I think David Benatar in particular, his version of antinatalism, I'm not convinced by the asymmetry thing. Like, I'm not sure that I mean, he says that.
Can you remind me of that?
If you don't exist, like if you don't exist or don't exist yet, the fact that you're not suffering is good, but the fact that you're not experiencing pleasure isn't bad.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, that's.
And I'm like, I kind of. But the thing is, he justifies it on intuitions. Like he says, there's no one on Mars right now. Is it bad? Do we like think, oh, how terrible it is that there aren't people up there like enjoying themselves? No, we don't care. But is it good that there's no suffering? Yeah, it feels like maybe actually, yeah. And so maybe it's like, for those who don't exist, it's good that they don't suffer, but it's not bad that they don't experience pleasure. If that's the case, then for those who don't exist yet as children, it doesn't matter how much pleasure or suffering you have in your life. Before you exist, the pleasure counts for nothing, the suffering counts for everything. The only thing you consider is the suffering, and therefore it's bad to do. He then, in like the next chapter, says, even though, like, okay, so it doesn't matter, even if your life is filled with pleasure, it's still not worth having children. But then his next chapter is like, and here's why your life is actually more filled with suffering, and how your life is actually going worse than even you think it is, right? So it's quite a depressing book, quite sobering, but I think it's a wonderful work of philosophy. Like, it's very challenging, very interesting.
No,
It
it
talks about
is. It is
disability.
good.
Has a really interesting detour on disability, the philosophy of disability and what it means to be disabled. I mean, are we all disabled because we don't have wings? You know, like that. If we lived in a world in which we all sort of had wings, and you didn't have any wings, you'd feel disabled. Okay, so if everybody whose legs functioned today died, would people who remained alive but didn't have functioning legs still be considered disabled?
Yeah.
Like, probably not after some time. And so, like, in principle, there's a kind of there are all kinds of disabilities that we're suffering from, you know. It's a really, really fascinating work, but
That is, yeah.
I'm not sure
the arguments I found a bit more compelling on that front is like, it's when it's put it into like a metaphor. So suppose, this is going to be a bit of a butcher of one, but like, suppose that you've got a sniper rifle and you've got to fire into a forest, and there's someone there that's starving, and if you do it right, and say there's a 92% chance of you doing it right, you'll hit the lock, it will break out, and the food will be everywhere, and this person will eat and they'll live, and yay. But there's an 8% chance that you're going to hit them. It's not a great metaphor, but in philosophy they rarely are, and they're always about killing someone as well.
Yeah.
In that case, it's like, if you ask people, would you take the shot, and you've got a choice not to, you get like a set amount saying yes or no. But then if you remove the fact that they're going to suffer if you can't open the lock, would you just take the shot anyway? And it's very hard to justify an 8% chance of bringing in a life that has a miserable experience. And it's like, at what point are you doing that, and why are you doing it? Because you're doing it explicitly because you want the children.
Yeah.
Like, I have a bit more truck with that kind of reasoning. But it's, yeah, antinatalism is one of the harder ones I've come across myself. It's I'm not definitive on anything, but you know.
Ahmed Sami has just commented, I've come to believe that antinatalism is one of, if not the most noble and selfless philosophies out there. It's true, a lot of people want to have kids, and if you are convinced that it's wrong, then to manage to sort of philosophize yourself out of doing it is pretty is pretty special. Okay. By the way, Steve, I know it's late. I don't know when you need to leave. I'm not gonna stay doing this a ton longer. My plan was 10 hours, and now it's already 10:41. This is awesome, man. 10 hours.
I know.
Streaming.
I know
This is crazy. What a day. But I do feel bad that there are super chats I haven't got to. For example, the Bull Gang did ask, will you have a conversation with atheist Carl Benjamin? I've met him a few times. I don't know if I'll have a conversation with him on stream. You had a conversation with him years ago, right? This is
I did. It was when I started getting into like talking about trans rights. My God, I said about stepping in shit. Like, that's a hell of a topic. People are it's such a one-dimensional topic, man. People can't have any kind of nuanced. I mean, you said on GB News about how it's almost like it's just a question you ask people to go, where do you sit politically?
Yeah, so it's a litmus test. It's not a
yeah. So like, I don't think we had a very good conversation, unfortunately, because it wasn't. I personally, I think Kyle Benjamin is well, he's quite politically infused. He's very much on one side, and maybe that's true of me as well. Less so then probably than now, and. But yeah, he's a nice guy. Like, it's one of those situations like Michael Jones, Michael Knowles for yourself. It's like when you're around them, like it's good enough.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know if I'd have him on the show. You never know. A lot of people ask, like, are you gonna have this person on the show or that person on the show? Like,
yeah.
I don't know, man. It sort of happens if it happens and when it happens. Professor Dave Explains and Sabine Holzenfeld. I'd love to have Sabine on the show.
Dave's great.
I don't know if I'd like host a debate. I don't really know if I've never done something like that on the show. It could be fun. But yeah, honestly, I don't really know. I'm afraid. Highlight.
I will just quickly say that Professor Dave, for all of his wisdom and knowledge, he's not very good at arm wrestling. I met him in Las Vegas. We arm wrestled for a pint. He's a good guy.
Where did you meet him?
In Las Vegas.
Oh, you went to Vegas. Oh, was that was that for a conference?
Oh, it was so awkward, man. I went out there and like it was for a conference. It was to hang out with friends. They were just like, come on out, and I was like, all right, let's do it. I haven't seen you for a while, and I saw like Penn and Teller live, which was quite cool.
Dude, me too. I just went to Vegas for the first time like a month or two ago, and I told them, like, yeah, amazing.
Did you see Piff the Magic Dragon?
No, I didn't.
That was fun. It's a good app.
I was there for one.
We got to go again. We got to go again. Let me know when you're going
I'd
out
love
again.
to go back.
We'll time it, man, because Vegas was great. I ended up. There's a video online where, because I needed to make it tax deductible, where I'm on the street and I'm arguing right with a Trump voter, and oh man, it was just, there's this scene where he turns and there's a black guy that walks by and yells at him that he's racist or something like that. No, he says like "fuck you" or something. And then this Trump guy turns around and starts going, "You should be in prison." And then I ask him like, "Why do you think you should be in prison?" Like he only swore at you, and he's like, "Oh, he knows what he's like." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness!" Like I'm getting this on camera. This just looks awful. And then behind us, a van drives past, and it's got basically porn on the side, and it's just like this. It all happens in 5 seconds, and I'm like, USA. This is it.
Man.
Like,
dude, Vegas is crazy for that. I remember walking down the street and people just handing out business cards for sex workers, and I was like, this is crazy, man, because it's not even legal there. Nevada is Nevada is the only state in America, in the United States, which has legal prostitution, but it's only legal in city. It's something like cities that have less than a certain amount of like people in their population, and Las Vegas is not one of those cities, but in it is Nevada. Nevada's like the Wild West, man. Like prostitution is illegal in 49.5% of states, because there's that little bit in Nevada that you can I mean it's
adult
insane.
Disneyland, ain't it? It's
Why does Alex O'Connor know so much about the laws surrounding prostitution in Las Vegas? I saw a video about it. Okay, and
a video. Okay,
man, it was fascinating. I was there for like one full day, like so 3 days, but like one full day. I went to see Penn and Teller, and I got up on stage with them. I got up on stage with Penn and Teller because I was like, they were pulling people up on stage, and I was like, this would be kind of cool. I was like in the third row. I was like, this could happen. And they were talking about Stooges. And they said, we don't use Stooges, but a lot of people think we use Stooges. One thing we don't do is we don't pull up people who are like on their own, because that looks a bit suspicious. And I was like, oh, damn it, man. And then they said, is there anyone out there who thinks we still use Stooges? And it was like, oh gosh. And one person at the back put their hand up. I was like, yeah. And they said, okay, you come up on stage. And they said, does anybody else think we use Stooges? And I was like, oh man, I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I was like, I got to get up on stage. So I got up. And they started doing this magic trick, and the magic trick was like about the Bible, and I was like, "There's no fucking way, man. There's no way that this is happening right now." It felt like Vegas. My whole trip in Vegas, I felt like God was speaking to me in Vegas, man. The whole time I was there, it was crazy. So I do this thing with Penn and Teller. It was a really cool trick, but it was basically like you're gonna come up with a Bible verse. All the books of the Bible. You throw a dart at the book of the Bible, and then you pick a verse, and then somebody else picks the chapter. And then he like reads out he opens the Bible, reads out the chapter, and they unravel from an envelope that's been on stage the whole time the wording of the verse that we picked. It was pretty cool. I also watched them like disappear. So they had this. They were making this joke all night about how they might have an elephant at the end of the show to disappear. They were like, "We're going to disappear an elephant," and it was like, "Okay, whatever, man." And at the end of the show, they were like, "Oh, we've got the elephant," and we're like, "What?" So. They open the curtains, and there's a cow, a real cow, dressed as an elephant. So it's got like a thing on its face and kind of thing. And my first thought was sort of like, gosh, this is not, I don't know about this ethically, but I was sat in the third row. I'm like, that's a cow. There's a cow on stage in front of me on a raised platform, but it's dressed as an elephant. So they're calling it an elephant. They're like, oh, this elephant, and they show this video about how they raised this elephant, and it's all ridiculous. And it's on a raised platform, so you can see underneath the platform. And they get like 30 members of the audience to circle around the platform. So they're all completely surrounding the platform, and the platform's raised, and there's a curtain on the platform. And so they lift up the curtain around this elephant, and they say, and now we're going to disappear this elephant, and we're going to replace it with a common farmyard animal. I was like, okay, but instantly I knew what was about to happen. I was like, I know this is like a double whammy. I know what's about to happen. And the curtains dropped, and the elephant, the cow, was gone, and there was just a chicken. There was a chicken sat in its leg. As soon as they said that, I knew that they were going to pull some Gettier case shit
Yep.
like that, and it was really funny. But for the
It's
life
so
of me,
cool.
Steve, I have no fucking clue where that cow went. I just
elephant,
don't
elephant.
get it. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. The
Elephant.
elephant. I don't understand.
it's-
I do not understand. It's crazy.
It's wonderful, and I recommend don't try and look it up, because there's some things like by looking up the way that tricks are done, you end up going, you know what, I'm done now. I know how some of them are done. I don't want to ruin the magic. I actually want to leave just going, where did that elephant go, man?
Yeah,
How
exactly.
did they do
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah.
It's true, man. It's
Yeah,
true.
nice one.
But yeah, Vegas was. I mean, the other thing I was driving with. I went to do the iced coffee hour podcast, and one of the guys who hosts that, his name is Jack. We were driving back home or something that night. I can't remember. And we were driving down the strip, and we went past the Luxor, I hate to say it in an English accent, hotel, which is like the Egypt hotel. So you might have seen it when you were there, the big pyramid.
Yeah, no, yeah, I've seen the pyramid.
So they've got
yeah.
this huge pyramid, and the pyramid shoots this beam of light into the sky, which, by the way, is like the most insane thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's brilliant. Did you go on their like eye thing in order to see it from up top?
No.
Right, we'll do that when we go. It's cool.
Anything when I was there, it was a shame because I didn't have very much time there. I didn't even get to go. I was supposed to go and see the sphere, but I didn't.
Sphere is amazing. Yep.
But I didn't manage.
Although-
So the Luxor Hotel. So this is the Luxor Hotel for people who don't know. It has this beam of light, and so it's Egypt themed. Fuck off.
Come on, you
Egypt themed.
accept the cookies, bro.
And it has this beam of light, which doesn't look like much there. But when I tell you that, like, it is the brightest light I've ever seen in my life, I think it might actually be like the brightest artificial light on the planet or something.
Yeah.
It's this huge beam of light, and so we're driving down the strip, and Jack says to me, you know, Vegas sometimes suffers from swarms of locusts, and I was like, really? He was like, yeah, because of like where we are, like occasionally we get these swarms of locusts, and they blot out the sky. It's crazy. Like occasionally they come by, and I was like, man, no way, that's insane. And he goes, yeah, and because the Luxor Hotel has this big beam of light, they all swarm around the Luxor, and it's this amazing sight of them, all these locusts, like all around the Luxor. And I was like, are you telling me that locusts descend on Egypt in Sin City?
Yeah,
like
it's amazing.
I was like, am I losing my mind? How have I not heard of this before? This is like the most like biblical judgment that I couldn't. This is biblical judgment.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. Why haven't they been using this in their metaphors and their
God is trying to tell me something here.
condemnations? Yeah.
I was like, this place is
speaking trade,
demonic. Something demonic about this place. Man. It's absolutely crazy. I couldn't believe it. But it was a cool place to be.
That's so religious, dude. It's like when you're walking around and you're getting like this, essentially, proposition every 5 seconds for things that are sinful. No, I'm not going to process it. But then this grand metaphor of the locust swirling around that's it. That's God. That's God talking to me right now.
you know that night I went to it was after the Penn and Teller. So I went and did this podcast, and then I went to the Penn and Teller show, and I had to wake up the next day to fly to California to do a show with Richard Dawkins, which is kind of important to me. So I was like, okay, I need to fly kind of early tomorrow. The show finished at like 9 p.m. and I was like, okay, I've kind of got to go to sleep because I've got to be up tomorrow, but I really have to play poker while I'm here. I've got to play a bit of poker. Got to have
so
it.
good.
So I went to the Venetian to see it, but then I think I ended up going to Caesar's Palace. Turns out they don't have a poker room anymore. So I walked all the way to the Bellagio, and I finally found this poker room, and it's like 9 or 10 p.m. I don't know. And I got some cash out, and I was like, okay, I was kind of nervous. I was like, oh gosh,
it is a nerve-wracking experience.
Poker. So I was like, okay, what I'll do, I'll sit down, I'll play for half an hour, see how I feel. No big deal. Maybe I'll stay for an hour, then I'll go home, and then I got to sleep because there's flight tomorrow. I didn't leave that casino until like 4 a.m.
It's so addictive, dude.
I was just like, man, I love playing poker, and it was like
same. Yeah.
I was playing like $1 or $2 blinds, like one
Yep.
one. I think it might have been 1-3. It might have been $1 $3 blinds, and it was just so much fun. And I didn't bust out once. I think I left with like $70 profit. So not like a ton of money, but I didn't lose a load of money, and I was having a good time. And it was like, I was so tired, and because I wasn't drinking at the time, because I had this event and I wanted to stay sharp. So I'm like drinking these diet Red Bulls. The one thing that was bad about it was that they give you free drinks, at least at the
I know.
because they like
Yeah,
encourage
they do it in most
but,
of places. Yeah, they
but
just want to keep
because
you
they
there
give
at
you
the
free
tables.
drinks, if you want a drink, you have to wait for them to come around. I'd rather pay for the drinks and be able to get them on demand. You have to like they take like half an hour to come back around and get a drink. You know, it's
there
terrible.
were people as well like snapping their fingers and stuff, which I've seen in like restaurants.
Really?
And I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe it's the British in me. I'm like,
Man.
don't do that, dude. Like, oh my.
I think it's a
goodness.
Vegas thing. There's something about the Vegas. It feels very sort of almost like oldie worldy, like sort of.
You're in a Western.
You know, and there's something about that, like click. It's sort of that 50s, 40s, 50s style of person. But man, it was a hell of a place. A hell of a place.
It is cool. It's a super cool place, dude. Like there is. I was there for about 4 days.
When I started playing poker, I suddenly realized why it makes sense to come here on your own. Like, it's a cool place to be with friends, go to bars. I felt like when I was there, I was like, oh, it'd be cool if there were people here with me, like, go to a bar, go to a show, whatever. But playing poker, it was like, I'm here, I'm focused on the game. I don't need to worry about what if they bust out and I'm still here. You know, how's that going to work? Like, I was just sat there. I just stayed as long as I want. I played my game. It was such great fun.
It's also rare, but like you can have a healthy mentality with it. Like if you go, you know what?
Yeah.
I'd spend $50 to go and watch a film for like 3 hours and you know get some food and drink, or I can go to one of the tables and spend the $50. And in the case that you were saying, you sat there for like hours on end and you actually leave with profit. Like it can be fun, but the reason why they're giving you those free drinks is that,
exactly.
Your cognitive capacity goes down, and then when you lose a bit, you're like, oh.
I think the reason why I stayed so long was because I'd said I was going to go. Actually, one of the dealers knew me from YouTube, and he'd come up and said hello, and then he was doing the circuit, so he came and sat down at the table to start dealing. And I was like, oh, I got to play with this guy. Yeah, okay, fine. And then he moved off the table, and then he finished his shift, and then he came and he sat down at the table next to me and started playing poker. And I was like, oh, I got to play with this guy. And I was kind of looking for it. I was like, oh, I should go soon. And if I'd have bust out, if I'd have like, done some big bet and lost some money, I'd have been like, okay, this has been fun. But because that didn't happen, it's always like, oh, I'll play one more hand. I'll play one more. So it was sort of, it was bad in the sense that I kind of needed to stop and go to bed, but I didn't. But it wasn't bad because it wasn't like I kept like spending money. It wasn't like I kept busting out and was like, I'm gonna win back my. But I was like, man, this is so much fun. Because there's something about sitting at the table, with the guys.
Oh, dude,
and
we gotta go Las Vegas.
Awesome.
There's just there's so much there, dude. Like it's an incredible place, and it's hot as well. I stayed at a place where I was able to enjoy the sun for a while. My God,
where'd
like a desert or something. What was it called? It's a little bit far out from the strip.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I
very
know
big
probably.
place, and it was absolutely.
Oh
gorgeous.
wait! I might know it because that. Do you know what it was called?
Yeah, I can try and figure it out. Right. I also stayed at the Pink Flamingo. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
actually, it was
nice.
shit. It was absolutely crap compared to the other place.
I walked past the Flamingo and I was like, that looks like of all the hotels. I stayed at a place called the Cosmopolitan because I stayed on a balcony with a view of the Bellagio fountain without being in the Bellagio, which was kind of cool. It just looked like the nicest room, but
it's amazing. It's amazing how they all connect together as well. Like
it's weird, and they're all bigger. They're all so much bigger than you think.
Yeah.
Like I think they're actually built. This is something that Jack told me about as well. They're built to make them look smaller than they are, so that they seem sort of closer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Did you? Yeah, no, they are. And like it's just weird to be able to walk into another hotel and be able to like navigate the entire space.
Okay, so check this out, right? So I'm going to share my screen again. So looking at, I think that's Caesar's Palace. Here's the Bellagio. So here's a image of the Bellagio, right? You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I see it.
So you look at this building from afar and you think, oh, okay, there's a big building with its windows, right? Look at those windows, each individual window. And then take a look at the close-up of each of those windows. Every single one of those windows that you see can you see each of these windows is divided into 4. Each of those each of those 1, 2, 3, 4 is a full ceiling to floor hotel room.
Yeah, it's huge.
Every single one. So that one window is 4 like ceiling to floor hotel rooms, which when you see it, like you can kind of, this isn't a great image of it, but you can you see the lamp in there, right? You can see the floor lamp up there.
Yeah.
Like every single one of those is a freaking individual room. So then you look at you look at that image of the Bellagio and you realize that every single one of those windows is 4 full fucking size rooms. It's massive. And so I think I've been told that the idea is that you think it's closer.
Mm-hmm.
So you think, oh, it doesn't look that far away, but because it's bigger than you think, you're willing to walk it. It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
That would absolutely make sense. I mean,
yeah, man.
You would often like look over the road. You'd be like, "Oh, can I cross the road?" It's like, yeah, for 25 minutes, because you have to like walk up the strip and then go over, a bridge and get hustled. It's a fantastic place, dude. I love it. When we go, let's go Grand Canyon.
Very demonic, then. Yeah. Have you been there?
Yeah,
I went there earlier this year.
The last time I injured my back, it's because I jumped off the Grand Canyon. Right. So, like, for real, I was like, oh, let's do a little derpy thing, right? I'll set the camera up and I'll go, oi, and jump off the edge of the Grand Canyon. Really, I was like dropping like maybe like 3 feet.
Okay.
But I landed and my back just nope. So
that is. I thought maybe you jumped off by accident or something. Like you were like, oh, I'm gonna pretend to jump off, and then you actually jumped off and killed your back. I mean, I fully like. It's a bit like, so Alex, my video editor, who I was talking about earlier, he was just in Australia doing some stuff for Chris Williamson, and he's on this boat in Sydney Harbour, and they're completely like they're just, I think they're like wasted, they're just like drunk, and so Alex pulls up his phone and he goes like, oh hey man, like look at this, and he like shows his phone to this other guy, and the guy like pretends to grab his phone. He sort of goes like whoop, and pretends to throw it into the harbour. Because they're drunk, he just lets go, and so it just like lobs it into Sydney Harbour. So can you imagine, like, you're on a boat and you say to your mate like, hey man, look at this photo, and he just grabs it and goes whoop, and just throws it into Sydney Harbour.
It's so inconvenient.
And then they're both just there like he's just there like,
what are you doing?
What did you just do? And the guy's like, I'm so sorry. So like his Find My iPhone was just, it's still now. It's like you go on it and it's like it's so funny. Man. I thought that's what you meant. Like you were gonna do something like that. You're like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if I like pretend to jump off the Grand Canyon? You just jump off and like break your back. Yeah.
Yeah, may not survive that. Like, it is something else, isn't it? Like that was. I had something close to a religious experience when I was looking out on Grand Canyon.
I was kind of hoping I'd feel something like that, but I didn't. I think because I felt kind of disconnected from it. Also, it turns out I was like on a tour group, and so we'd pull up and we'd look at it, and it felt so it almost felt so distant from me. And it might have been kind of a foggy day as well. I'm not sure, but like it felt like I was looking at it through a screen or something, because you're not like there. You can't touch it. You can't. It felt like I was sort of separated from it. It felt almost a bit surreal.
Walks where like
no, so that's actually. We didn't we didn't like hike it or go down it or anything. We sort of drove around and looked at some of the looking points. And I feel like that made it difficult to really get a feel for the place. Yeah, I think hiking, even just hiking around the perimeter a bit, but especially if you get to go down a bit and come back up, I can imagine is that what you did?
Yeah, I wanted to for the same concerns that you had there. It's like when I've experienced other things that I enjoy in that sense, I'm like I want to feel it, breathe it, and that's that.
Exactly.
It's like when I visit a castle, it's not good enough for me to stand outside. I've got to go in that thing. I've got to feel the thing. I've got to be a weirdo in there.
Hell yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Well, dude. Okay, we've just hit 11 hours on the stream.
Let's go, dude.
I think it may be done. Part of me now thinks like I keep thinking that there's like another milestone to come. So like, is 12 hours? Like, well, 12 hours is like half of 24 hours, which is kind of significant. But 12 hours doesn't feel like a Doesn't feel
No,
like
it feels like the 10 was a marker, and now you're so tired
we're
that
just-
you're
now it's
you're
just
getting into
overkill.
Fibonacci bullshit. And you're gonna start going, oh, I don't know, man. Like, maybe 12's the one.
Like the tireder I get, the more likely it is that I'm going to say something wrong, get cancelled, or something
Oh,
like that.
don't
You know?
start that, mate. That's not good. All right, eh?
God
Join the club,
knows.
dude. Join the club. I'm cancelled from both sides. It's good fun.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes you say things without. I don't know, sometimes you don't mean to say something.
Yeah.
But like it sounds like you're saying something, but you're not. But you're not there enough to realize that it could come across a particular way.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to think of an example. I'm sure that this has happened to me recently, but I'm so tired I can't think of an example. But it was like,
the thing is that there could be so many versions, and it could be so.
Well,
subtle,
like you say something,
and,
and then afterwards someone says, you know that guy thinks that you. Someone says like, why did you say that? I'm like, what do you mean? Why did I say that? Like, why did you say that?
Yeah.
I didn't say that. I said this. It's like, oh, because that sounded like you were saying this. I'm like, no, God, no, that's not what I meant.
No, that's not it. Yeah.
That does happen. I don't know, but literally, my brain is suffering for it.
My dude, you need some sleep.
Yeah, so do you, man. Surely,
it's coming up to dinner time, mate. It's coming up to dinner time, so I'm gonna
So
go.
are
and
you
have some
usually
dinner.
what's your sleep schedule usually
Dude,
like?
Right. I normally it used to be like 2 a.m. was when I would go to bed, and I'd fall asleep at about 2:33. The last 3 months, particularly since I've been trying to like build a bit more of a team and do a little bit more in terms of like up my production, I think my average is like 5 a.m. at the moment. So it's pretty wide.
Going to sleep?
Going to bed, like 5
Yeah,
a.m. Like right now, I'm going to go home. I'm going to play some video games, and then I'll go to bed. I'm not going to.
How does your wife feel about that?
You see, luckily, like myself, she's quite weird, so we can get around non-traditional situations. As long as we find time for each other, it's all good. But she also works night shifts, so yeah, it's yeah, it works.
Yeah, that makes some sense, man. 11 hours on the live stream. It is a shame you couldn't be here in person, but I'm so glad that you hopped on at the end here, because man, because I would have cut it off at
you wouldn't
8
have got to 10
otherwise. No,
pathetic.
I would not. Part of me thinks, maybe I could hang around and do 55 more. But 12 hours isn't it isn't a milestone, right? That's just like in my head. I think I'm just like getting delirium for the amount of time that I've been here. That's not it just sounds, do you know what I mean? It just sounds better when you say like I did a 12-hour live stream versus I did an 11-hour live stream. It's even hard to say the words an 11 hour live stream.
If you're doing it just for alliteration and stuff, then I respect that. Like, that makes sense. But then you'll be going to bed at like 5 a.m. You know what? Why call it a 12, dude? Why not just go for 15? Because that's a number that feels
15
like it
is
goes
rounded.
on,
Yeah, it's like half of 30, which is, and then like if you're at 15, you
go
may
for
as well
18.
just
You were 18 when I met you.
Just exactly. It's all connected. I think 24 would be the next actual. Would be the actual next milestone.
All right, well, maybe we can say this for everyone. By the way, we could say, you know that video you shared earlier on where he was just like freestyling. Alex is now going to freestyle until 24 hours. So there it is. Like, take the stage.
I can hit a freestyle. I need 3 random words, and then I can totally hit a freestyle.
Cheese, Aquinas, and Quakers.
Cheese. Watch how I free. I'm chill like the breeze, and I'm tasty like cheese, and when I'm on the beat, I'm rocking spitting wisdom like the Summa Theologica. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I give up. What was the other word?
Quaker.
Cheese,
Quaker.
Cheese, Aquinas, and Quaker. Oh. To my ops, I say see you later. I'm not a pacifist. Don't call me a Quaker. Smoke so much weed, you could call me a baker.
To be fair, 11-hour stream.
I'm at the casino making money. Call me the raker.
Oh, look at this
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
Goodness.
Bars. All right, we're gonna do this for the next 10 hours. So if you all just want to like settle in,
Your views have went up by 2 people since doing it. Just letting you know.
yeah,
That's not bad. Imagine if
someone
they
asked by
just tuned in at that one point.
Someone asked about the transcendental argument for God, because they asked a few times, and
All right.
but the thing is, I don't really know much about it. I mean, the idea that there are transcendent things, blah blah blah. I don't know. Basically, I wanted to say to you, Max. I know you've commented a few times, and I've been seeing the chat sort of come up as I've been talking to Steve. I don't know, and I probably can't address it in full now, but I want to say that I've seen your comment. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for the support, and hopefully at some point I can address it in the future. I know that's not very good, but I would like to at least acknowledge your
super chat.
Yeah, I think someone else here was asking about the antinatalism 4th super chat. Oh, here's a comment. Yeah, Alex, please. Yeah. I really want to know your thoughts.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. I hope that you're still here. I hope that you got to see our response. I'm sorry that we didn't get around to it earlier.
And
Where's the
I
cash
hope
gone?
that Alex's rapping or freestyle was sufficient
that.
payment for his sins of not being able to answer for the 4th time.
Yeah. The Tash, we shaved it off on stream earlier, so check that out. When are you uploading on a skateboarding channel? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a skateboarding channel. I don't know what you're talking about there, man. So just allow it, man.
I don't know. You look pretty genetically modified to me.
One day I aspire to be on your show. You'll be my Sam. Oh man, that's very sweet. Thank you very much.
That's good.
Yeah, I do actually have a skateboarding channel. Like, have you seen this? Have I ever shown you this?
Well, you do. I thought you was making a joke about you looking like Drew.
No, because he's got the whole rollerblading thing. No, I'm like look, I'll show you, man. I'll show you. You're gonna. Oh, man, I didn't know you.
Is this like a secret channel reveal for those that have bothered to tune in for like a billion years? Oh, it's that guy with the big eyebrows you were looking at there, Will Poulter. Yeah. Dude, imagine if he was a YouTuber, he'd get all the clicks. He's like yodeling all the time.
Yeah, check this out, man. Like, this is my.
Oh, we're ending on cringe.
Look, I'll show you. Hold on.
Hang on, how old are you in this video?
So in this video, I think, let's find out. I am
6, 7.
10 years ago, 2014. So I'm probably 15, I think, at this point.
Oh, yes.
I think I'm 15. And this is like pre-Cosmic Skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you this video before you go.
Oh yeah. YouTube free library music.
Hi, my name's Alex O'Connor. If you want to see some amazing skateboarding, stuff that you've never even dreamed of bearing witness to.
It's actually a pretty cool soccer flip right there.
Yeah. You need to throw in like a real one, you know. It couldn't all just be like memeing. And he did it on a keep clear. Oh, legend.
Yeah, man. It's a pretty.
I love it, man. Like, this is great. It's like creative outlet. Image.
Paul Rodriguez.
PJ Ladd, forget it.
PJ Ladd, what a
Stick
classic
around here.
throwback.
It's the best stuff you've ever seen in your entire life.
The thing is, look, this is kind of like a bit of a double down because I wasn't actually that good at skateboarding, but by like acting really, really bad at skateboarding, I'm sort of owning it.
Yeah.
And also, it means that people are like, oh, he's better than this, but I don't have to. I don't have to actually be good. I just need to be better than this. You know what I mean? Look at that ollie.
Even at that young age, man, you're ahead of the game. Like, most people at 15 actually make cringe content. You're making, like, deliberately taking the piss out of cringe content at 15. Like, you're ahead of the game.
Yeah. I think it's still somehow kind of cringe.
Yeah, but
Man.
like you do that with all of your old stuff. Oh, look,
That's
I've got
how
to
it-
beat the end. Slaps.
That's literally how I look now, by the way, with the moustache shave. That is,
Yeah,
look,
yeah,
look
yeah.
at that
No
face.
different. Yeah, that's you.
Look at this face. It's
Well, yeah, change your video. We're still stuck on the one that we were on your 15-year-old.
corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures.
Yeah, that's just nothing. It's
They're the
exactly
same
the same.
But look at how much it's already growing back. Look, I'm a
Yeah, because you've been streaming for 11 hours. You're going to get the whole fucking thing back by the
I've
end of it.
literally got
That's
it.
your new goal. Your new goal is wait until it's actually completely back.
Can you see? I've been streaming for so long now that I've actually got a 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, you do. Do you want to know what's really sad, right? Despite the fact that I try and grow mine, yours is almost better than mine already. Like, tiny day.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
I didn't know about
God
that.
didn't
Yeah,
bless
sorry,
me
Ron.
with mustache, and so basically at that point I decided I was going to dedicate my whole life to showing he doesn't exist.
Yeah, man. Sorry, Ron. Yeah, I fixed the live echo.
Oh yeah, good call.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell, man! It's good to
Yeah.
see you because it's been
Hey, too long.
I mean we've let me put this bloody hairpiece back on. Yeah, we've chatted a few times. Like we text a lot, but like I haven't seen you in so long, and this is like the first time we sat down and just like hung out. And it's kind of cool to do it on the stream. It's kind of fun. I like catching up.
No, I agree with you.
But it's really good to see you, man, and I hope that we well, it'd be
Yeah,
good
give
to hang out with you again soon. But it'd be cool to do some
Yeah.
some video stuff.
Either like give us times for you to come down to Portsmouth. Always got room for you, mate. And then if not, just let us know for London. Give me a few dates, and I'll make it. It'll be a good time, dude. But like, look, 1 million subscribers. I know I am one of a million other people that are gonna. Well, probably not 1 million. There's probably at least like 100,000 people that are like, oh, I'm subscribed to Alex O'Connor. Me and about 900,000 people were like, you did it, bro. We're proud of you. Well done. Looking forward to where you're going next.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna end the stream while you're still
All
here,
right.
and say goodbye to everybody. I could do another 45 minutes, but it feels like it's not a relevant milestone.
It's not.
But next time, hey, 2 million subscribers, we'll have to go for 20 hours, and
Absolutely.
so on and so forth. So everybody, thank you for being here. If there is anybody here who's been here since the beginning, like there's only 625 of you here now. If there's anybody here who's been here for the beginning, comment now. I won't believe you, but if you're telling the truth, you are an absolute legend. But thank you so much. Thank you all so much for tuning in, even just for a moment. I've been watching you and Destiny since I was 15. I'm now 25 and married. It's been a pleasure watching your content as I grow through my life. Excited for what's next. Thank you so much. That means a lot.
Actually,
Maverick Christian.
probably was.
Maverick
He probably was
Christian,
here from the
you
beginning,
actually
weren't he?
were here, man.
You
Like-
win. You win.
Okay,
Well
okay,
done.
dude. Like I've got some. I got some respect. Oh, you've been here for 4 hours.
You know what?
Oh,
Alex probably respects
4
you so
hours.
much.
Okay.
If you was to send a super chat, he'd probably answer it within about seven.
Oh
in,
gosh,
you know,
I'm
eight in.
so sorry to everyone who's been putting live chats. Eve, thank you so much. That's very sweet. Alexio, I love you too. I think I've missed, I don't know how many super chats. I haven't been very on the ball. You'll have seen from the beginning to the end of the stream, I've been learning on the job exactly how to do this properly, and I hope that I've done a sort of semi-good job of it. But it's been fun, and I'll see you again at 2 million subscribers, everybody. All right, okay. Cheerio, everybody.
Boy.
We're going to end this. Gosh, it feels almost sort of sacrilege, like to it's been so long. Now. It feels kind of bad.
Dragging it
It's
out,
like,
bro.
You know that time that we both hung up on that caller on the Atheist Experience. It kind of feels
What?
like that.
Then
It's
Matt
like,
was just like, God, you're not Canadian.
just
Come on,
press
let me
the
do
fucking
it.
button. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, God bless everybody. See you in the next one. Cheerio.